Sunlight streamed through the classroom windows as a piece of chalk flew, like an arrow, towards the back corner. The whole class followed the chalk's white trajectory with eager anticipation. Smack! The sharp impact left Ye Qing with a throbbing pain on his forehead. In that moment of daze, memories of his past life as a master of magical creatures surged into his mind. At the front, the homeroom teacher Lu Jiangwo glared at him with frustration. "Stand up and answer me. How many abilities does Bulbasaur have?" "Garlic Toad." Ye Qing blurted out the familiar nickname instinctively. The classroom fell silent before erupting into uproarious laughter. Some students were laughing so hard they were doubled over, tears streaming down their faces. Yet no one noticed the gleam in Ye Qing's eyes. He glanced around. Outside, flocks of pidgeys flew by, students on the field raced on ponitas, and a caterpie perched on the windowsill. This was a world where magical creatures and reality were seamlessly intertwined. "Ye Qing, did I tell you to sit down?" Ignoring the teacher's words. "You look more like a toad yourself," Lu Jiangwo scolded. However, Ye Qing stood tall, his eyes bright. Bulbasaur has two main abilities, Overgrow and Chlorophyll. Overgrow boosts the power of grass-type moves by 50 in critical moments, while the hidden ability Chlorophyll doubles its speed in sunny weather. The class fell silent. How did this perennial bottom-ranked student suddenly become so knowledgeable? Even the class beauty couldn't help but take notice. Lu Jiangwo, frowning, pressed on with another question. "What are the evolution conditions for Gloom?" "Using a sunstone can evolve it into Bellisum, while a leaf stone turns it into Vileplume. Don't be fooled by its unattractive appearance. Its saliva is actually top-grade nectar." Ye Qing answered fluently, also demonstrating his familiarity with moves like Dragonite's Focus Blast and Brick Break. After class, Ye Qing borrowed the class beauty's new phone to research this world's history. From ancient prehistoric magical creatures, to the Three Kingdoms era where Lu Bu rode a Rapidash, and 100 years ago when a master craftsman invented pokeballs from modified berries, sparking 2 world wars. Now, nations prioritize training magical creature trainers, fiercely competing globally for resources. Ye Qing put down his phone, his mind gradually organizing the chaotic thoughts. Just then, Wang Yao's voice came from behind. "Let's go, time to eat." Before he finished speaking, his gaze landed on the conspicuous pink phone case in Ye Qing's hand. "Hey, where did you get that phone?" Ye Qing didn't explain and simply shook his head. Looking at Wang Yao's familiar face, he felt a sense of relief. Though this world he had traveled to was slightly different, the most important things remained unchanged. His family was still his family, his friends were still his friends, and the main course of history was basically the same, just with some minor differences. As they passed by the seat of the class beauty, Ye Qing casually returned the phone to its owner. They headed to the school cafeteria, where they were greeted by a bustling crowd, the air filled with the sound of laughter and chatter, and faces brimming with youthful energy. Once they found a seat, Wang Yao eagerly asked, "What do you want to eat?" "My treat today." Ye Qing, accustomed to their routine of taking turns treating each other, promptly ordered a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. "All right, wait here. I'll go get the food." Wang Yao snapped his fingers and turned to leave. "Wait." Ye Qing suddenly remembered something. What kind of meat is used in the fish-flavored shredded pork? Magikarp? Or a Wooloo? Surely not a far-fetched? Those are all gourmet creatures with their own seasonings. Luckily, Wang Yao soon returned with the food. Ye Qing quickly checked his phone and learned that this world also had ordinary animals, but due to the destructive power of the creatures, they were kept within the city for consumption. "What's up with you today?" Wang Yao asked, puzzled, as he ate some braised pork. "You not only know all this obscure information, but also keep getting startled." Ye Qing casually brushed it off. "Nothing much, just been reading too many Gardevoir comics and not getting enough sleep." Wang Yao didn't pay much attention to his answer and instead asked, "By the way, we're about to get our first creature in a few days. Have you decided which one you want?" This question made Ye Qing realize his current situation was attending Shanghai City's first creature academy, a school specializing in training professionals like trainers and breeders related to creatures. Attending this school required not only talent, but also an annual tuition fee of over 10,000. The advantage, however, was that upon successful graduation, students would receive a trainer certificate from the league. Unlike regular schools, the Creature Academy eliminated many non-essential cultural courses, allowing students to obtain a certificate after 3 years of high school. If they found themselves unsuited for this path, they could transfer to a regular university for further studies. Though becoming a professional trainer wasn't limited to this route, it was undoubtedly the most convenient and effective choice. Now, as the senior year began, it was mandatory to obtain the first creature by the 1st of the next month, and the school would issue creature breeding certificates after school today, allowing students to legally cultivate their chosen creatures. Faced with Wang Yao's expectant look, Ye Qing thought for a moment and replied, "I haven't decided yet. I'll see when the time comes." "Since you haven't made up your mind, I have a suggestion," Wang Yao said with a hearty wave. "For now, the grass-type creatures are the easiest to raise. They might not be the strongest in battle, but they're cost-effective. Ye Qing couldn't help but nod in agreement. In terms of raising difficulty, grass-type creatures were indeed the easiest, and this was undeniable. If you really don't have the money, just keep giving it sunlight and water every day. Although the spirits raised this way are underdeveloped and have the weakest combat power among their peers, it's still better than nothing. After lunch, Ye Qing borrowed Wang Yao's phone and focused on browsing information related to spirits. As time passed, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. This world was very different from what he had imagined. Humans and spirits here have coexisted since ancient times. The Spirit Encyclopedia is already complete, and even Eevee's 7 evolutionary forms are thoroughly documented. However, the evolution method of Fairy Eevee remains a mystery. But due to the short development time of Pokeball technology and the high mortality rate of trainers, research on legendary beasts and the development of spirit skills are still lacking. Ring, the pleasant sound of the class bell interrupted Ye Qing's thoughts. At the class teacher's command, the classroom suddenly became lively, with classmates rushing out like wild horses. At that moment, everyone clutched their hard-earned spirit-raising certificates, which were the passes to officially raise spirits. Ye Qing gave a light kiss to the certificate, which resembled a driver's license, and was about to leave with Wang Yao when the voice of their homeroom teacher, Lu Jiangwo, suddenly called out, "Ye Qing, wait a moment." Wang Yao gave Ye Qing a look, indicating he'd wait for him outside. Ye Qing suppressed the urge to immediately dive into the world of spirits and walked up to the podium. "Teacher, what's up?" Lu Jiangwo leisurely sipped his tea and smiled. "It's nothing major. I just noticed you answered questions well today and wondered if you've been studying hard recently." "Yes, I have," Ye Qing replied smoothly, handling the teacher with ease, as he was quite experienced in such matters. Outside the school gate, an expensive Porsche Cayenne was parked quietly. In the passenger seat, Wang Yao was looking around anxiously, while the driver, a female student wearing sunglasses, sat in the driver's seat. Growing impatient, Wang Yao suddenly asked, "How many guys have sat in your passenger seat?" The girl took off her sunglasses and rolled her eyes. "And how many girls' passenger seats have you sat in?" Wang Yao got a bit annoyed and playfully raised his hand. "I asked you a question, not for you to ask me one." "Humph, you'll see, I'll switch you one day." Just then, Ye Qing opened the car door and couldn't help but smile at the scene. Wang Yao's ability to live off others was indeed impressive. Wang Yao immediately put on a friendly face. "Buddy, you're back. Let's drop my buddy home first." The rich girl reluctantly agreed, smiled, and greeted Ye Qing before skillfully driving towards his home. "Thanks, see you tomorrow." Ye Qing waved goodbye and quickly ran towards his house. "Son, you're back. Look what delicious food your mom made for you." As soon as Ye Qing entered, his mother greeted him warmly. Seeing his mother's smiling face, his nose tingled. If he really had traveled to a strange world, what would happen to them? Ye Qing's mother gently patted his hair. "Silly child, why are you tearing up? Are you worried about the spirit?" "Don't worry, even if I have to sell everything, I'll get you an excellent spirit." Ye Qing shook his head, feeling even more downhearted. According to the information he found, even the most common spirits like Pidgey, Meowth, and Poliwag cost tens of thousands of yuan, let alone stronger ones like Vulpix, Electrike, and Sandshrew. As for the starter trio, those were exclusive to the children of the rich, powerful, and military elites, not even worth dreaming about. Ye Qing glanced around, searching for his mischievous little sister. "By the way, where's my sister? Wasn't she supposed to come back today?" Their mother, engrossed in her phone, replied without looking up. "She's preparing for the high school entrance exam, remember? She said she needed to study and didn't want to make the trip." Ye Qing nodded silently. His sister, 3 years younger and their biological daughter, was currently in her 3rd year of middle school in the neighboring city. With less than a month until the exam, it seemed likely she would only be able to attend an ordinary high school. The tuition for a specialized academy was simply too high for their family. Even his own tuition had been scraped together by his parents with great difficulty. Thinking of his sensible sister who loved magical creatures, Ye Qing felt a pang of sadness. In this world, the high school entrance exam practically determined one's future path. However, due to their family's financial situation, his sister had to compromise for now. Their mother noticed her son's guilty expression and felt a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps now he realized the importance of studying hard. As for his sister's tuition, she had already made plans. She would swallow her pride and borrow money from her family if necessary. She was determined not to let either of her children's futures be compromised. But she wouldn't share these thoughts with Ye Qing just yet. He needed a bit of pressure. "Come on, let's eat," she said, helping Ye Qing out of his school uniform. "As long as you work hard, everything will turn out fine. I believe you won't waste your time." Looking at the table filled with his favorite dishes, Ye Qing asked, "What about Dad? Aren't we waiting for him?" "No, he's busy at the office," his mother replied, picking up her chopsticks. As Ye Qing ate, he surveyed their 3-bedroom apartment. His mother had once kept magical creatures, but since he transferred to the academy, she had to release them to save money and not waste their potential. In this world, keeping a magical creature cost tens of thousands of magical coins annually, more expensive than owning a car in his previous life. Capturing creatures in the wild was not only dangerous, but also prohibited by the League for non-professional trainers. Moreover, wild creatures were highly aggressive, and domesticated ones stood no chance against them, risking lives if things went wrong. Now, the only magical creature left in the house was his father's Machamp, which accompanied him to work. Ye Qing sighed as he glanced at his sister's small study room. Although it seemed like his parents favored him, he understood they had no choice. Every parent wanted the best for their children, but resources were limited, so they had to focus on one. After dinner, Ye Qing volunteered to wash the dishes. Seeing his mother's smile and the crow's feet around her eyes, he silently vowed to earn enough money in the future to repay his parents and sister. Soon, the front door swung open, and Ye Yuntian hurried in, briefcase in hand, calling out urgently, "Honey, son, get ready to head out. On my way back, I saw a lot of people buying elves. We should hurry before they're all gone." Ye Qing looked over at his father's serious face, noticing the strands of white hair among the black. In the kitchen, Yima quickly wiped her hands on her apron and said, excitedly, "All right, let's go? Son, get ready." Ye Qing stood in front of the mirror, examining his reflection. He had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a handsome, youthful face, which made him nod in satisfaction. Soon, the three of them were ready and took a cab straight to the shopping street. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Ye Qing gazed out the window. Everywhere, people were walking with their elves, and he couldn't help but look forward to getting his first one. Although beginners are advised to choose from the starter trio, he knew that some ordinary elves had untapped potential. In the back seat, Yima nudged Yiba gently and whispered, "Did you get the money?" Yiba gave a wry smile and replied, loud enough for Ye Qing to hear, "Don't worry, I've got the full amount 100,000. Though subtle, this exchange didn't escape Ye Qing's notice. As someone who had watched countless online videos before traveling here, he understood the difficulty of borrowing money. He silently vowed to use his knowledge from anime and games to make a name for himself in this world. Yet, he couldn't help but grumble about the lack of a system or cheat code in his new life. The shopping street was as bustling as ever, with neon lights and throngs of people. Various elves played joyfully on the street. Pidgeotto and Pidgey soared in the night sky, Meowth chased Rattata in alleys, and Apom climbed the mall's pipes. Every shop had an elf welcoming customers, making it feel like a fairy tale. Suddenly, a mix of cumin and chili powder scents wafted through the air, making Ye Qing cough. He turned to see a Magnemite powering an electric grill at a food stall nearby. "This place looks good. Let's take a look," Yiba said, patting his son's back as they entered a large breeding house. A young female sales assistant brightened up and approached them quickly. "Welcome. Are you looking to buy an elf egg or a young elf?" "We'd like to see both," Yiba replied politely. The sales assistant led them to the area with carefully selected elf eggs. The shelves were lined with eggs of various elves, Vulpix, Pidgey, Nidoran, Machop, Geodude, each with a detailed label. Ye Qing noticed that most of these elves were of E and D rank, with prices exceeding tens of thousands. At Yiba's request, the sales assistant showed them another section. These have been thoroughly inspected to ensure every elf is healthy. This area offered more economical options: Oddish, Sunkern, Caterpie, Magikarp, Sintret, with prices ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Ye Qing's eyes fell on a Magikarp, thinking that without the ability to evolve it, it would be hard to make it transform. Just as he was about to give up hope, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his eyes, followed by a string of information appearing in his mind. Elf, Magikarp, level 0. Potential, FF to be determined upon hatching. Gender male. Attribute, water. Ability, swift swim, double speed and ring. Held item, none. Skill status, none. Note: though weak, Magikarp is resilient and highly adaptable. Whoa, I really do have a cheat code, Ye Qing exclaimed inwardly. Those experienced travelers didn't lie. Ye Qing was thrilled. His previous worries completely vanished. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his excitement. This ability to see the potential of creatures was undoubtedly his greatest asset in becoming a trainer. "Dad?" Ye Qing whispered, pulling his father aside as he was about to pick a creature egg, and murmured in his ear, "Let's go to the egg gambling market. I've recently learned some techniques from my teacher to identify creature eggs." Ye's father furrowed his brow, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. He knew the risks of the egg gambling market. The eggs there had no guarantees. Their species, potential, or even survival were all unknowns. But they were cheap, with the possibility of unexpected surprises. The most famous egg gamble in the nation resulted in someone finding a quasi-mythical egg, which led to great success. Seeing his son's confident demeanor, Ye's father slowly nodded. The family of three made their way through the bustling streets and soon arrived at the Shanghai Tower, the tallest building in the city and the local branch of the Trainer Association. Inside the tower was the city's largest creature mall and egg gambling market. The egg gambling market was crowded and lively. Ye's mother tugged at her husband's sleeve and whispered, "Are you sure about this?" We don't really have the eye for this. Ye's father looked at their son, who was walking ahead with confidence, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Don't worry. This is his life. If he has confidence, we shouldn't interfere too much. Ye's mother sighed. Wasn't it hard to borrow the money? Although they were pretending, the money was indeed borrowed, and it was much more than 10,000. Ye's father shook his head. It's fine. As long as our son succeeds in the future, none of this will matter. Ye's mother frowned. I should have borrowed some money from my family. It would have been less troublesome. Ye's father immediately frowned. No need. I don't want to see their faces. Stopping in front of the largest market, Ye Qing said, Mom, Dad, let's choose this one. A plump owner immediately approached them with a broad smile. Oh, are the three of you here to pick creature eggs? We have everything from quasi-mythicals to the popular starters. Feel free to choose, take your time. The owner didn't provide much guidance, allowing the three to browse freely. This was the custom, as giving too much direction might lead to trouble if a customer spent a lot only to end up with a common creature. Ye Qing signaled his parents to wait and walked into the market alone. He carefully examined the creature eggs on display. These eggs indeed looked much rougher than those in the breeding house, mostly covered in dirt and slime, as if they had been snatched from a wild nest. Ye Qing stood amidst the crowd at the Pokemon egg market, his gaze sweeping over rows of eggs of various shapes. He frowned slightly, calculating in his mind. Most of the eggs before him were Caterpie and Rattata, suggesting this purchase might not be profitable. Although experienced individuals could make initial judgments based on the patterns on the eggshells, these were covered with thick layers of dirt, obscuring the crucial features. Ye Qing couldn't help but sigh. This physical barrier was indeed a challenge. No wonder there's a saying, 9 out of 10 bets are losses. He skillfully maneuvered through the crowded area, seeking a quieter corner to continue his search. One by one, he examined the Pokemon eggs in his hands. Ponyta, Wooper, Piku, Zubat, Weedle, Machop, Bellsprout. Though the varieties were decent, their potential was generally low, making it difficult to achieve great results even with dedicated training. Just as Ye Qing was about to lose patience, a distinctive egg caught his attention. Amidst a pile of dark eggs, this one emitted a unique sheen. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a gummy egg, and surprisingly, its potential was rated C. Ye Qing's heart raced, knowing the rarity of created potential. Wild Pokemon were mostly F and E levels, and even the elite starter Pokemon monopolized by the league were typically D level, with very few reaching C. With proper nurturing, such a Pokemon could not only easily resolve dowry issues, but might also become a key player for a gym leader. Imagining a future as a gym leader, Ye Qing couldn't help but dream of marrying a wealthy beauty and reaching the pinnacle of life. However, he didn't make an immediate decision. Instead, he carefully cradled the egg, the size of a rugby ball, in his arms and continued searching for other possible surprises. Among the surrounding crowd, many were meticulously inspecting with magnifying glasses and flashlights, making Ye Qing's empty-handed approach seem out of place. Yet, he paid no mind to their curious glances and headed straight to the final section. The eggs here were cheaper, covered in grime, and had poor appearances. Few stopped by since the owner didn't allow cleaning of the eggshells. However, this was not an issue for Ye Qing, whose golden finger could easily see through appearances. Scanning the area, most were common species: Caterpie, Weedle, Meowth, Cacnea, Combee. Just as Ye Qing was about to leave in disappointment, a dusty egg caught his eye. Wait, was that a Chimchar egg? He quickly approached, surprised to find that this egg was slightly larger than typical Pokemon eggs. Young man, don't bother looking at that egg. It's got a crack, and the spirit inside won't last long. Hearing the voice, Ye Qing turned around and saw an elderly man in traditional Tang clothing, bent over and carefully inspecting the surrounding spirit eggs. The man held a magnifying glass and a strong flashlight, his movements skillful, clearly an expert. Ye Qing politely thanked him, but couldn't help being drawn to the cracked egg. The old man shook his head slightly, feeling his kind advice was being ignored. However, Ye Qing's attention was completely captivated by the information inside the egg. Spirit, Little Flame Monkey. Level 0. Potential, B. Status, Weak. Gender, Male. Attribute, Fire. Characteristic, Blaze. Carrying item, None. Inherited skills, None. Basic skills, Flame Punch, Encore, Fake Out, Quick Guard. Skill Teaching, None. Skill CD, None. Notes: mischievous, curious, with a strong fighting spirit and resilient will. Ye Qing was overjoyed. Not only was it one of the starter spirits, but it also had remarkable potential. He thought to himself that with proper nurturing, it could very well become a powerhouse of champion-level strength. However, the weak status worried him. Was it caused by the crack in the eggshell? He gently touched the crack, suddenly feeling a faint yet tenacious force inside, as if resisting its impending fate. At that moment, a surge of emotion welled up in Ye Qing's heart. He carefully picked up the egg and, under the surprised gaze of the old man, turned and walked toward the checkout. Outside, Ye's mother paced anxiously. while Ye's father leaned against the railing with his eyes closed, seemingly calm. As soon as Ye Qing appeared, his mother rushed over. Seeing the cracked egg in her son's arms, she was instantly alarmed. Ye's father also took a closer look, then glanced at Ye Qing with a questioning expression. Ye Qing took a deep breath and looked at his parents with determination. This egg is special, trust me. Although Ye's father was hesitant, he emphasized again, this is your decision, so be cautious. I've made up my mind, Ye Qing replied without hesitation. He thought that missing this opportunity would be a rare loss. Despite the egg's flaw, with current technology, this wasn't an insurmountable issue. The shopkeeper appeared at the right moment, smiling as he explained, here's the deal. Normally, this egg is 30,000, and we don't haggle here. But if you buy a spirit incubator and incubation fluid from me, I'll give you a discount, making it 10,000. Ye's father exchanged a look with his wife, and after seeing the determination in his son's eyes, he nodded in agreement to pay. Cradling the seemingly grubby but truly precious spirit egg, Ye Qing suppressed his excitement and began selecting an incubator and incubation fluid on the tablet handed over by the shopkeeper. As he opened the incubation page, it listed 3 different levels of options. The description of the basic incubator caught his eye. Equipped with automatic temperature monitoring and adjustment systems, it can automatically regulate the temperature according to the spirit egg's incubation progress. Ye Qing carefully read through the details, contemplating the best choice for this potentially extraordinary, yet currently weak little life. Ye Qing stood in the elf shop, his eyes wandering over the various incubators and incubation liquids. The shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced the products. This is a medium-grade incubator, priced at 1,000 elf coins. It not only adjusts the temperature, but is also equipped with a simulated solar ray system that provides the energy needed for photosynthesis for the elf egg. The high-grade incubator is priced at 5,000 elf coins. In addition to temperature and ray systems, it also has a natural lung breathing system. It creates a better ventilation environment for the elf egg, increasing the absorption of oxygen and other beneficial gases. Most importantly, it has an anti-shock feature, so even if it tips over or falls, it won't affect the elf egg. The shopkeeper then introduced various incubation liquids. The basic incubation liquid costs 500 elf coins and provides essential nutrients. The medium-grade liquid is 2,000 elf coins, rich in nutrients that can shorten the incubation time. The high-grade liquid is 5,000 elf coins, able to remove harmful metal ions produced during the egg's metabolism, reducing adverse factors in early development. Finally, the shopkeeper pointed to a bottle of premium incubation liquid, his eyes gleaming with pride. This is our new product, premium incubation liquid, priced at 50,000 elf coins. It not only has all the functions of the previous liquids, but can also repair damaged elf eggs to some extent. It's quite rare on the market, mainly circulating within the league. Ye Qing stared thoughtfully at the premium incubation liquid, a sense of caution rising in his heart. He thought to himself, does the owner know that this egg is a little fire monkey's? Is he setting me up to buy the most expensive liquid? However, even if he knows it's a little fire monkey's egg, he could never guess it's an exceptionally talented one. After careful consideration, Ye Qing turned to his father and said firmly, Dad, I want this high-grade incubator and premium incubation liquid. Ye's father nodded in agreement. As an amateur trainer, he understood the special nature of this egg and knew that only the best equipment could hope to hatch it. His only concern was whether the elf inside the egg was rare and exceptional enough. Ye's mother gently stroked Ye Qing's hair, pleased to see the rare confidence in her son. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the shopkeeper carefully placed the elf egg into the apparatus for cleaning. Moments later, an orange egg appeared before them, its surface covered with fine cracks. The shopkeeper gently placed the elf egg into the incubator filled with incubation liquid. Faced with a customer spending 70,000 elf coins in one go, he generously gifted a high-grade ball worth 1,000 elf coins as a token of appreciation. Ye Qing learned that the high-grade ball in this world contains a one-time use medicinal spray, capable of healing a severe injury or various abnormal statuses in an elf. Even better, it can be refilled at an elf center after use. This feature greatly enhances a trainer's survival ability in the wild, eliminating the need to rush back to the city if an elf gets injured. Walking down the bustling street, Ye Qing's mind was far from calm. He held the transparent incubator tightly in his hands, gazing at the little fire monkey egg floating slowly in the viscous incubation liquid. He secretly anticipated, once the little fire monkey hatches, I will officially become an elf trainer. Ye Qing knew that elves are a species with extremely strong vitality, different from ordinary animals. With the help of high-grade incubation liquid and an incubator, the cracks on the little fire monkey egg should not cause too much impact. Just as Ye Qing was lost in his beautiful daydreams, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Ye Qing. Ye Qing turned his head to see his best friend, Wang Yao. Although Shanghai City is a nearly first-tier metropolis, there are only 3 elf academies in the entire city. Moreover, All senior high school students would come to buy elf eggs or newborn elves this weekend, so it's not surprising to run into a classmate on the street. Uncle Wang. Auntie, hello. Ye Qing politely greeted Wang Yao's parents. Even though Wang Yao's parents were dressed casually, there was still an air of authority about them. They warmly responded, "Ah, Ye Qing, hello to you too." It turned out that Wang Yao's family and Ye Qing's mother were old acquaintances, having played together often as children. Naturally, the two families began to chat, the atmosphere friendly and harmonious. As far as Ye Qing knows, Wang Yao comes from an extraordinary family background. His father is the director of the Alliance Security Bureau, and his mother is the head of the Pokemon Center, making their family quite influential in society. Hey, is this the Pokemon egg you picked? Wang Yao leaned in closer to the incubator in Ye Qing's arms, examining it carefully. Ye Qing grinned. Yeah, I just chose it. His gaze fell on the egg. The color and patterns are a bit unusual. It looks like it could be a fire type, or maybe rock and ground type. Suddenly, Wang Yao's brow furrowed slightly as he pointed to a corner of the Pokemon egg. Hey, why is there a crack here? A crack? Let me see. As soon as Aunt Wang heard this, she perked up, pulling a small magnifying glass from her pocket and quickly stepping over to Ye Qing to take a closer look. Yes, Mom. Please check if it's serious. Wang Yao hurriedly stepped aside to give his mother space. Ye Qing's mother also grew anxious. Yes, Xiao Shuang, please help check. She had been worried about this issue before, and now finally, a professional was taking a look. Aunt Wang gestured for everyone to stay calm, removing a pokeball from her belt and gently tossing it. A flash of white light and a pink, round Pokemon materialized Blissey. Ye Qing discreetly observed the Blissey, astonished to find it had reached level 39, indicating that Aunt Wang was at least a seasoned trainer. Considering her role as the Pokemon Center head, this made perfect sense. Please, Blissey. Ye Qing bent down slightly, cautiously placing the incubator into Blissey's hands. Blissey nodded, its eyes showing sympathy for the crack on the egg. It gently caressed the crack as if sensing the resilient spirit of the Chimchar inside. After a moment of thought, Blissey made a surprising move. It broke off a small piece from the egg on its belly and carefully placed it inside the incubator. Then, Blissey closed its eyes, its hands emitting a gentle glow that enveloped the entire incubator. A refreshing fragrance filled the air, leaving everyone feeling uplifted. Moments later, it opened its eyes and shook its head with a smile at Ye Qing. Aunt Wang gently patted Blissey's head, speaking confidently. There you go, Ye Qing, you can rest easy now. Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely said, Thank you all. Ye Qing bowed deeply to Xingfu Egg and Uncle Wang's family, carefully taking the precious incubator from Xingfu Egg's hands. His heart was filled with indescribable gratitude. Xingfu Egg was willing to use its precious egg to heal the little fire monkey, a kindness he didn't know how to repay. Aunt Wang noticed his thoughts and smiled warmly, saying, No need to be so polite. Xingfu Egg volunteered. Besides, your mom and I have been best friends for years, so this is no big deal. After Ye Qing's family thanked them profusely, Wang Yao's family invited them to have dinner together another day, then bid farewell. Ye Qing's mom watched their figures fade into the distance, sighing quietly to herself. With Xingfu Egg's healing, Ye Qing no longer needed to go to the Pokemon Center for routine checkups. After all, Xingfu Egg's diagnosis was far more accurate than those standard tests. Back home, Ye Qing carried the incubator to his room. Sitting at his desk, he looked through the window at the street scene under the night sky. Pidgeys perched on branches, and the old man next door calling his Jumpluff home for dinner. He gently opened the incubator's manual, carefully adjusting various parameters. The manual stated, the Pokemon needs to be soaked in the incubation liquid for a week, after which the liquid is drained, and the Pokemon will hatch within 1 to 3 days. After studying the manual, Ye Qing turned on his computer to research care strategies for the little fire monkey. The information revealed that fire monkeys are mischievous and curious, prone to jealousy. If a trainer has a girlfriend, they need to be extra cautious. If the fire monkey doesn't like her, it will find ways to cause trouble. Most importantly, fire monkeys are extremely attached to their owners, and during their infancy, it's best not to keep them in a pokeball, but to carry them around to build a bond. Regarding food, aside from regularly providing fire-type Pokemon food and energy cubes, nuts and grains make great snacks. Ye Qing also discovered that the evolution levels, skill learning times, and even the size of Pokemon differed from the Pokédex he knew from his previous life. This was a relief. If Groudon were truly 3.5 meters tall as described, how could it possibly bring about cataclysmic destruction? As he was engrossed in his research, a knock came from behind. Son, are you asleep? Not yet. What's up, Mom? Ye Qing replied without turning around. Ye Qing's mom entered, sat beside him, and placed a bank card down, speaking earnestly. Here's 30,000 yuan. In another half-month, you'll start living on campus under closed management. If your Pokemon needs anything, just go ahead and buy it. Looking at the bank card on the desk, Ye Qing nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Mom. I won't let you down. Okay, get some rest. She ruffled his hair and left the room. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, apart from attending classes, Ye Qing focused on bonding with the little fire monkey through the incubator. Some classmates had already started training their newly purchased baby Pokemon to use skills. Watching Wang Yao and his girlfriend's Trico dash past, Ye Qing felt a surge of emotion. It took him a lot of effort to find a starter Pokemon, while others had them offered without needing help from their parents. Compared to Wang Yao's Trico, Huoming Yao's Pokemon really surprised Ye Qing. It was a lively and adorable Growlithe, with fluffy fur and innocent eyes. However, given Huoming Yao's family background, obtaining a Growlithe wasn't particularly difficult, as she reportedly had a relative working in the security bureau. Ye Qing gazed at the incubator in front of him, which had already drained its hatching fluid, and murmured softly, "Little Chimchar, hurry up and hatch for your dad." As night fell, he sat on the sofa cradling the incubator and turned on the TV to watch the Pokemon tournament. After watching several matches in a row, Ye Qing noticed that the current Pokemon battle strategies were still quite rudimentary. Strategies like stalling with poison or using sun or sandstorm teams were out of the question. In the real world, weather abilities were extremely rare, and Pokemon of ordinary skill levels simply couldn't master them, making them exceptionally rare skills. This situation was understandable, as skill discs had only been developed for less than a decade, and many skills were still in their infancy. "Son, call your sister and see where she is. Dinner is almost ready." Ye Qing's mom called from the kitchen, urging him repeatedly. Ye Qing rolled his eyes. "Mom, you've already asked 5 times." Just as he was about to take out his phone to contact his sister, there was a crisp knock on the door. Ye Qing quickly went to open it. Knowing his sister's habit, she would never use her key if someone was home. The door opened to reveal a little girl with twin ponytails standing outside. "Wow, I missed you, brother," she exclaimed, jumping into Ye Qing's arms. But a second later, she pushed him away. "Where's the Pokemon? Let me see." Yi Minghan changed her shoes and scanned the room with keen eyes, quickly spotting the incubator on the sofa. Seeing her daughter return safely, Ye Qing's mom quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Henin, you're back. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." "Okay," Yi Minghan replied swiftly, but she didn't move, her long legs swinging gently as her bright eyes stayed fixed on the incubator. Ye Qing patted his sister's head, speaking firmly. "Do well on your exams, and I'll pay for you to go to Pokemon Academy." Yi Minghan lightly caressed the incubator with her slender fingers, responding without looking up. "All right, big brother, but going to Pokemon Academy isn't that important." Ye Qing chuckled. "I know you don't believe it now, but you'll see after your exams in a few months." "Okay." Yi Minghan nodded, though she didn't seem to take it to heart. She knew that the family's money was spent on her brother's education, leaving little for her. However, she didn't resent her parents and trusted that her brother would make it up to her in the future. 2 days later, during breakfast, Ye Qing suddenly noticed the Pokemon egg inside the incubator shaking violently. With a crisp crack, numerous fractures appeared on the surface of the orange egg, and a bright light began to pour out from the cracks. "Chimchar is hatching." Ye Qing stared intently at the incubator, his heart racing. The incubator's alarm light flashed repeatedly before it burst apart with a bang. Under Ye Qing's anxious gaze, the white light gradually faded, revealing a Chimchar about 30 centimeters tall on the table. Its orange fur gleamed with a healthy sheen, and a small red flame flickered at the tip of its tail, said to be fueled by gas within its body. It wouldn't extinguish even in water. These creatures can adjust the temperature of their flames at will. If they choose, their owner can touch them without feeling any heat. Ye Qing held his breath, focusing intently on the newborn little fire monkey in front of him. The creature was enveloped in dancing flames that were not scorching but instead emitted a warm and comforting aura. The little fire monkey looked back at Ye Qing with big, sparkling eyes, its nose twitching slightly as if trying to recognize Ye Qing's scent, confirming that this was the person who had been with it recently. Ye Qing's mind filled with information about the little fire monkey, a spirit, fire type, male, with AB potential at level 1 and in good health. Its characteristic was Blaze. It carried no items and had not inherited any skills. Its basic skills included Flame Punch, Encore, Fake Out, and Quick Guard. It could be taught Scratch, but had not yet learned any skill discs. The little fire monkey was mischievous, highly curious, and had a strong fighting spirit and tenacious will. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Qing extended his right hand, trying to make his smile appear friendly. "Hello, little fire monkey," he said softly. The little fire monkey blinked, suddenly turned around to show its backside to Ye Qing, and then looked back to make a funny face. Ye Qing was taken aback, thinking, "Wow, this one's a handful. Does it already think of me as a parent? That's not how you were acting a moment ago." He reached out to grab the cheeky creature, but it nimbly evaded his grasp with a quick backward jump. "Woo-wah-wah," chirped the little fire monkey happily. Although it had just been born and couldn't walk yet, it adapted to its body in just 5 minutes and began leaping around the room, causing chaos. Ye Qing looked at the mess and felt relieved that his family was at work and school. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. To attract the energetic little creature, Ye Qing took out a fire-type beginner energy cube he had prepared. The marble-sized, fiery red cube emitted a unique fragrance that immediately caught the attention of the little fire monkey, who was causing a ruckus on the cabinet. It sniffed the air, its large eyes darting towards the cube in Ye Qing's hand. "Wooer!" the little fire monkey shouted, turning around and leaping towards Ye Qing in a move reminiscent of monkeys stealing peaches. Fortunately, Ye Qing reacted quickly, clasping his hand shut, leaving the little monkey empty-handed. The little guy spun around anxiously, trying to pry open Ye Qing's hand, but hesitating a bit in fear, only able to look up and whine at Ye Qing. Watching the fire monkey scratch its head on the table, Ye Qing decided it was time for its first lesson. He patiently explained that if it wanted to eat, it needed to behave. Spirits were different from other animals. They had high intelligence, could easily understand different species' languages, and comprehended human speech. The little fire monkey nodded its head like it was at a rave, eyes fixed on Ye Qing's hand, even drooling a little. Seeing its greedy expression, Ye Qing couldn't bear to tease it any longer and opened his hand. Whoa! The little fire monkey was overjoyed, quickly grabbing the energy cube with both hands and stuffing it into its mouth. It covered its mouth, watching Ye Qing warily, afraid he might take the treat away. Amused by its adorable behavior, Ye Qing patted its head, thinking he would give his parents a big surprise that evening. Ye Qing's touch delighted the little fire monkey, which closed its eyes and rubbed its head against Ye Qing's arm. Feeling proud, Ye Qing decided to walk to school with the little fire monkey in his arms. As expected, they attracted a lot of attention along the way, much to his delight. As soon as they entered the classroom, Ye Qing's little fire monkey immediately drew everyone's attention. In a class of 50, only 3 students had starter spirits, and with Ye Qing, that made 4. The class was in an uproar, with every eye focused on Ye Qing and the lively, adorable little fire monkey in his arms. It might have been the crowd, or perhaps it was the first time the little fire monkey had so many eyes on it at once, but it seemed a bit timid. Perched on Ye Qing's shoulder, the little fire monkey clung tightly to Ye Qing's neck with one hand, while nervously sucking its index finger of the other hand. The class sports committee member, a bespectacled boy, was the first to rush up to Ye Qing. He stared in disbelief at the little fire monkey, calculating in his mind. The starter Pokemon eggs cost at least 300,000 on the market. There's no way Ye Qing's family could come up with that kind of money. Wow, where did you get this little fire monkey? The sports committee member blurted out. Facing his classmates' astonished gazes, Ye Qing gently petted the little fire monkey's back to soothe it. He answered with a mysterious air, "I found it by sheer luck." "Stop bragging, as if you have that kind of luck," the bespectacled boy scoffed, giving Ye Qing's shoulder a dismissive pat. "Just make sure you can afford to keep it." Though filled with questions, he wisely chose not to press further. Under the envious eyes of his classmates, Ye Qing carried the little fire monkey to his special seat at the back of the classroom. Wang Yao, who had already seen the little fire monkey, quietly gave Ye Qing a thumbs up. Ye Qing returned the gesture with a knowing wink. Since the class prohibited having Pokemon out, Ye Qing reluctantly recalled the little fire monkey. Class beauty Huang Yao watched Ye Qing and Wang Yao thoughtfully, secretly wondering if there was some clandestine deal between the two. Besides Ye Qing's little fire monkey and Wang Yao's Trico, the only other starter Pokemon in the class were the class leader's Charmander and the sports committee member's Totodile. Huang Yao also had a strong Growlithe. Other classes were similar, with only a handful of students possessing starter Pokemon or rarer creatures. The next class was with the homeroom teacher. As soon as Lu Jiangwo entered the classroom, he heard about Ye Qing's little fire monkey and couldn't help but be surprised. Has this kid been possessed? Lately, Ye Qing had left a deep impression on him, not only knowledgeable, but now even having such a high-class Pokemon. Lu Jiangwo cleared his throat, interrupting his own thoughts, and announced while tapping the blackboard, "Since our class's last Pokemon has hatched, I'll apply for a practical class in the forest surrounding the city a month from now. In the meantime, I hope you all take good care of your Pokemon." The day passed quickly. After school, Ye Qing immediately headed to the Pokemon store to buy a month's supply of Pokemon food and energy cubes for the little fire monkey. The food was reasonably priced, but the energy cubes cost him 5,000 yuan, and these were just the basic ones. "Dad, Mom, I'm home," Ye Qing exclaimed excitedly as he entered the house. The little fire monkey perched on his shoulder happily waved at his parents, who were watching TV on the sofa. "Ooh-wah!" Ye's father's eyes widened in disbelief at the little fire monkey. Ye's mother was equally surprised and delighted, exclaiming repeatedly. They both knew that a starter Pokemon was a ticket to becoming a social elite. Trainers with starter Pokemon rarely failed, unless they were exceptionally inept. "Come here, let Mom take a look," Ye's mother said excitedly, getting up to hold the little fire monkey. "Ooh-wah!" The little fire monkey chirped, showing no fear as it leapt lightly into Ye's mother's arms. "Good, good," Ye's father praised, watching the lively and adorable little fire monkey. He felt years of burden lift off his shoulders, as if he could see a brighter future ahead. That evening, the Yi family was enveloped in a long-lost atmosphere of joy. They sat around the dining table, enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Even Ye's father, who rarely touched alcohol, indulged in several drinks, his face glowing with happiness. As Ye Qing looked around the old house, he silently vowed to provide better living conditions for his parents. After dinner, Ye Qing lay on his bed, took a picture of the little fire monkey with his phone, and shared it on social media. Soon, comments from family poured in. Ye's father reminded him, "Don't forget to feed it," while Ye's mother remarked, "Look how playful it is, much more lively than you were as a child." His sister, Ye Minghan, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it's a little fire monkey. Brother, I want one too." Reading these comments, Ye Qing couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling that since the little fire monkey arrived, his own status had plummeted. In the following days, Ye Qing took the little fire monkey out to explore. The little creature was curious about everything, brimming with excitement. Once it fully adapted to its body, Ye Qing began its training. After the teacher's lengthy lecture, the 50 students in the class dispersed with their Pokemon. Ye Qing pointed to a large tree ahead and instructed the little fire monkey, "Try using Ember." The little fire monkey furrowed its brow in thought, then took a deep breath and blew out forcefully. However, only puffs of black smoke appeared, with no sign of sparks. Ye Qing scratched his head, puzzled. Is this how it's supposed to be trained? After some thought, he decided to start with simpler skills. After all, no matter how talented, one must learn to walk before running. So, Ye Qing pointed to a tree about as thick as an arm and gave a new command. "You scratch." The little fire monkey nodded, pushed off with its legs, and the claws on its hands glowed white and extended rapidly. In the next moment, it swiftly scratched at the tree trunk. As leaves rained down, Ye Qing stepped forward to inspect. 2 claw marks, about 2 millimeters deep, were left on the tree trunk. For the little fire monkey's first use of a skill, this was quite impressive. After another hour of training, Ye Qing let the little fire monkey rest briefly and took out his phone to show it a tutorial video on the Ember skill. These basic skills were explained in detail on the league's official website. After watching attentively for a while, the little fire monkey took a deep breath, tilted its head, put its hands on its hips, and handed the phone back to Ye Qing with a look of half understanding. Ye Qing took the phone and, seeing the little fire monkey's pretentious demeanor, thought, could it really be this good? Did it learn Ember just by watching a few videos? After all, Huomingyuo's Growlithe had practiced for several days without mastering this skill. Just then, Huomingyuo jogged by with her Growlithe. Seeing Ye Qing, she couldn't help but say, "Ye Qing, aren't you being a bit too impatient? The little fire monkey is only a few days old." The bespectacled boy following Huomingyuo chimed in. "Exactly, my Totodile took 3 days to learn Water Gun. You should give it a rest." Ye Qing was about to retort when he suddenly saw the little fire monkey take a deep breath towards the Growlithe. It then opened its mouth wide, releasing a burst of black smoke mixed with sparks. Woof! The Growlithe was startled but bravely jumped in front of Huomingyuo, shielding her protectively. The bespectacled boy was so shocked his glasses nearly fell off, stammering, "Is this its inherited skill?" He recalled the little fire monkey had been an egg just a few days ago. Uft! Huomingyuo almost burst out laughing at his words. Inherited Ember, really? Seeing the Growlithe's vigilant stance, the little fire monkey became spirited, clenching its fists and staring intently at its opponent. Huomingyuo and Ye Qing exchanged a glance, a peculiar emotion stirring between them. Just as Huomingyuo was about to speak, Ye Qing suddenly interrupted her. Today, Ye Qing decided to train Xiao Huaho for the class assessment battle scheduled for next week. Huomingyuo, understanding Ye Qing's intentions, smiled and greeted Xiao Huaho before continuing her jog with her well-trained Growlithe. Meanwhile, a bespectacled boy, trying to maintain his dignity as the sports committee member, casually gave Ye Qing some advice, but soon slinked away to follow Huomingyuo. Ye Qing ignored the bespectacled boy's ignorant remarks and focused on observing Xiao Huaho's training. He deliberately refrained from letting Xiao Huaho use its inherited skills, wanting to see how remarkable this high-potential Pokemon could be when learning new skills. After several attempts, although Xiao Huaho was panting heavily, it remained full of fighting spirit. Suddenly, Xiao Huaho took a deep breath, puffed up its cheeks, and a series of flames quickly shot out from its mouth. It roared towards the sky, and the flames burst forth continuously like a Gatling gun. The surrounding students were stunned, discussing why such a young Xiao Huaho could already use Ember. Even Huomingyuo and Growlithe paused, marveling that their own Pokemon had only recently learned this move. A nearby teacher, though surprised, silently took note of Ye Qing, drawing on his decades of teaching experience. Xiao Huaho bent over, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the prolonged Ember. Ye Qing approvingly patted its head and fed it an energy cube. With the energy replenished, Xiao Huaho was invigorated, pounding its small chest with its fists, and the flame on its tail blazed higher. Ye Qing pointed to a tree trunk riddled with scratches, encouraging Xiao Huaho to practice Fire Punch. Xiao Huaho's eyes sparkled with determination as it swung its right fist with a whooshing sound against the trunk. However, No flames appeared with the punch, leaving Xiaohuaho scratching its head in confusion. Ye Qing was not surprised, knowing that although Fire Punch was one of Xiaohuaho's inherited moves, mastering it required time and practice. A week flew by, and Xiaohuaho grew rapidly through continuous training, becoming increasingly strong. That night, after dinner, Ye Qing and Xiaohuaho went to the garden downstairs to continue their training. Ye Qing commanded it to use Fire Punch, and Xiaohuaho widened its eyes, its right fist igniting with a fierce flame, striking a rock like a burning comet. Bang! The football-sized rock shattered into pieces under the punch, sending fragments flying and rustling the surrounding leaves. Ye Qing was thrilled, immediately rewarding Xiaohuaho with an energy cube. Xiaohuaho was equally pleased, standing with its hands on its hips, looking proud and smug. Ye Qing's little Chimchar has reached level 7 with AB potential and is in good health. This male fire-type Pokemon boasts the Blaze ability. Although it hasn't inherited any skills, it has already mastered basic moves like Fire Punch, Encore, Fake Out, and Quick Guard, and has learned Scratch and Ember. The Chimchar is mischievous and curious, with a strong fighting spirit and unyielding determination. One calm night, Ye Qing was resting at home when his phone suddenly vibrated, displaying a call from Wang Yao. As he answered, Wang Yao's excited voice immediately came through. Good news. Why else would I call you this late? Wang Yao explained that since they'd be starting dormitory life on Monday, he and his girlfriend planned to camp in the Jynx forest on the outskirts of the city and battle wild Pokemon. Ye Qing initially wanted to decline, but Wang Yao mentioned that a pretty girl his girlfriend's best friend would be joining them. Glancing at his eager Chimchar on his shoulder, Ye Qing finally agreed to the invitation. They decided to meet at 8 a.m. the next morning outside Ye Qing's building. When Ye Qing returned home, his mother, though a bit worried, helped him pack his bags. She cautioned, Jynx Forest? You all should be careful. Ye Qing asked about his father's whereabouts and learned that he had been sent out of town for research by his company. The next morning was bright and sunny, with a sky as clear as a wash. Ye Qing and his Chimchar were waiting outside the neighborhood early. Passers-by admired the Chimchar, and an elderly man even praised Ye Qing's generous parents. Just as Ye Qing and his Chimchar were enjoying the morning, a screeching brake sound shattered the tranquility. A Mercedes G-Class pulled up at the gate, and Wang Yao's excited face appeared as the window rolled down. Ye Qing, hop in. Ye Qing took out a pokeball, and with a flash of red light, the nut-munching Chimchar was instantly recalled. The half-eaten nut fell to the ground, seemingly foreshadowing the adventure that lay ahead. Ye Qing placed his luggage in the trunk and sat in the back seat, immediately drawn to the girl beside him. She seemed about his age, with chestnut-colored hair that accentuated her delicate skin, making her look particularly adorable. However, she gave off a somewhat dazed impression. Wang Yao turned around and introduced, This is my good buddy Ye Qing. This is my girlfriend Sun Xiaowei, and this is her friend Sui Qing. Ye Qing nodded politely, and then shifted his gaze to the driver's seat. Sun Xiaowei, with her sunglasses, shoulder-length hair, and denim outfit, exuded a unique charm. In stark contrast was the naturally innocent-looking Sui Qing. Ye Qing and Wang Yao exchanged a knowing glance, with Wang Yao smiling knowingly, clearly aware that Ye Qing was silently impressed by how quickly he changed girlfriends. The car sped along the highway and soon reached the foot of the mountain. Due to the weekend, the place was teeming with tourists. Sun Xiaowei, carrying a backpack, excitedly suggested, Let's go to the back of the mountain. The front has been developed, and isn't that interesting? Sui Qing hesitantly adjusted her sun hat and said, I'm not sure. Our creatures are quite weak, and if something dangerous happens. Wang Yao interrupted with a laugh. Oh, don't worry. We won't go far. Right, Ye Qing? Ye Qing took a backpack, observing the flirtatious exchange between Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei, and understood. Weighing his options, he considered that the front mountain was crowded, making it hard to find wild creatures for battles, so he agreed. I think as long as we don't go too far, it should be fine. After a moment of contemplation, Sui Qing, seeing the consensus among the others, decided not to object. Leading the way, Wang Yao waved and said, Follow me. I know a path to the back of the mountain. They avoided the crowd, traversing a rugged path to the back mountain. Unlike the developed front, this area boasted towering ancient trees, their dense foliage providing a canopy against the harsh sun. Faced with this untouched forest, the group's adventurous spirit was fully ignited. Ignoring the warning signs, they released their creatures and ventured deeper into the forest. Ye Qing crouched down, gently petting his little fire monkey's head, whispering, Little fire monkey, I'm counting on you to protect me. The others also released their creatures. Wang Yao's Trico was level 9, Sun Xiaowei's Torchic level 10, and Sui Qing's Swablu level 8. Sun Xiaowei lovingly stroked Swablu's cotton candy-like wings, exclaiming, Your little Qing is just adorable. Ye Qing glanced at the cute Swablu and murmured, Traitor to the dragon clan? Wang Yao didn't catch it and asked, What did you say? Ye Qing shook his head. Nothing, let's go. With that, he took the lead into the forest. Su Yiqing gently patted Swablu on the head, softly instructing, "Little Qing, keep an eye on the sky." Swablu nodded and flew up to circle above them. The group stepped into the unknown depths of the forest, and the adventure officially began. Noticing Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei holding hands and strolling, Ye Qing turned to Su Yiqing, who was trailing behind, and suggested, "Why don't you walk with me? It'll help prevent any wild Pokemon from ambushing us from the bushes." Sun Xiaowei, with her sharp eyes, caught her friend's slightly shy expression and gently nudged her towards Ye Qing, saying with a smile, "Yes, Ye Qing, you should walk with Ye Qing for some company." Su Yiqing thanked him softly, nervously walking alongside Ye Qing, her slender fingers twisting together unconsciously. Ye Qing was quietly amazed by Su Yiqing's tall stature, feeling a bit of pressure even though he himself was 6 feet tall. As they stepped into the forest, Trico seemed to find its element, darting nimbly among the branches. Chimchar, though envious, remained focused on its duty to protect Ye Qing, cautiously scouting the path ahead. Torchic leisurely followed at Sun Xiaowei's heels, enjoying the leisurely pace. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes to their left, breaking the calm. Chimchar instantly became alert, swiftly retreating in front of Ye Qing and assuming a defensive stance. Trico and Swablu also perched watchfully on the branches above, eyes fixed on the source of the noise. Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei wondered aloud if they had encountered a wild Pokemon, but before they could finish, a purple figure leaped out of the bushes, lunging straight at Chimchar. "Chimchar, quick defense," Ye Qing ordered decisively. Chimchar crossed its fists over its chest, instantly forming a transparent shield that deflected the purple figure. Ye Qing quickly checked the Pokemon's information. Rattata, level 6, potential F, healthy, male, normal type, ability, guts. Ye Qing was pleased. This was an ideal opponent for Chimchar. "Everyone, stay alert. Chimchar, go for a scratch attack," Ye Qing directed. Wang Yao nodded, promising to keep an eye on the surroundings. Chimchar charged at Rattata like an arrow, while Rattata turned into a streak of white light, rushing forward. Ye Qing made a quick decision. "Grab it." Chimchar took a hit, but managed to seize Rattata firmly. Seeing Rattata's fangs glint white, Ye Qing immediately commanded, "Use Ember." Chimchar unleashed a flurry of sparks, bombarding Rattata's face like bullets. In no time, Rattata was unable to continue fighting. Ye Qing patted Chimchar's head appreciatively. "Well done." Chimchar excitedly pumped its fists, letting out a victorious shout, full of fighting spirit. Standing nearby, Su Yiqing asked curiously, "Ye Qing, your little fire monkey was just born, right? How did it learn Ember so quickly?" Sensing an opportunity, Wang Yao immediately praised. "What else could it be? It's got great potential." He had always wanted to match Su Yiqing with his buddy, and this was a perfect chance. Su Yiqing nodded in bewilderment, muttering to herself, "Spirits with high potential really don't play by the rules." Sun Xiaowei looked around warily and urged, all right, let's get going. "I remember Rattata are group-living spirits." There was a hint of unease in her voice. Ye Qing nodded in agreement, his expression serious. "This isn't an anime world, and we don't have a protagonist halo. Facing a spirit's attack could really be life-threatening," he explained. "In this world, because of the spirits, plants have evolved over time to produce a special resin. This resin automatically secretes when exposed to fire or damage, allowing it to extinguish flames and heal itself. Otherwise, with the spirit's constant bombardment, this forest would have disappeared long ago." The group continued deeper into the forest, taking care of lunch along the way. During the journey, the little fire monkey not only defeated a few Rattata, but also overcame some Caterpie and Oddish, brimming with fighting spirit. Observing the surroundings, Ye Qing suggested, "I think we've gone far enough. Going further might be dangerous." The two girls were already exhausted, and Su Yiqing immediately agreed. "Good idea. I'll have Xiaoqing check if there's a river nearby, where we can set up camp." "Chirp," Swablu responded cheerfully, ready to take flight. "Don't go," Ye Qing shouted urgently. "This isn't the city. The forest is full of wild spirits, each with its own territory. Swablu flying up like that might be seen as a provocation by other flying spirits." Sun Xiaowei waved dismissively. "Oh, come on, the sky is so big. What are the chances of running into something?" Su Yiqing frowned, considering Ye Qing's warning. Just as she was about to call Swablu back, a strong wind suddenly swept through. Chirp chirp. They all felt a large shadow pass overhead, followed by Swablu's cry of distress. "Xiaoqing!" Su Yiqing exclaimed, quickly retrieving Swablu with a pokeball. Ye Qing looked up to see a large Fiero glaring at them from above the forest. He quickly assessed Fiero's information. Spirit, Fiero. Level, 17. Status, severely injured and exhausted. Gender, male. Type, normal. Ability, keen eye. Thankfully, it prevents accuracy from being lowered. Held item, none. Inherited move, quick attack. Basic moves, peck, fury attack, aerial ace, mirror move, pluck. Top moves, none. TM moves, none. Notes: a spirit that has forcibly evolved by overextending its potential. If someone dares to provoke it, it will attack anyone near its territory ferociously. Level 17. Ye Qing furrowed his brow, quickly analyzing the situation. A spirit of this strength is not something any one of our spirits can handle alone. But luckily, it's badly injured. If our spirits work together, we might have a chance. Wang Yao stared at the fierce-looking Swellow in front of him, his legs going weak. He clutched his girlfriend's hand tightly, his voice trembling. Oh crap, this must be its territory. Let's get out of here. Yet, Ye Qing calmly stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the Swellow. We can't outrun it with our speed. The dense trees here limit its movement. Instead of running, let's give it our all. Before she finished speaking, the injured Swellow transformed into a streak of white light, charging at them. Ye Qing pulled Su Yiqing behind a large tree and commanded Chimchar. Use Ember with all your might. By now, Sun Xiaowei was already caught up in the battle's intensity. The usually well-behaved young lady's eyes shone with excitement. She shook off Wang Yao's hand and shouted to Torchic. We use Ember too. Seeing his girlfriend's unusual excitement, Wang Yao gritted his teeth. Let's do this. Trico used Bullet Seed. The three Pokemon skills converged into a powerful energy stream, striking the rapidly descending Swellow. With a loud crash, dust and debris flew everywhere, and the shockwave spread outwards. Ye Qing shielded herself from the flying debris and yelled to Chimchar. Seize the moment. Jump on its back. Chimchar agilely maneuvered through the dense branches, closing in on its target. Meanwhile, Torchic and Trico launched a fierce offensive. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Yiqing released the heavily injured Swablu to recover its strength. Despite its injuries, the enraged Swellow displayed astonishing combat prowess. It severely wounded Trico with its sharp beak and countered Torchic with Ember, each fireball the size of a grape, packing a powerful punch. As Swellow focused on dealing with Torchic, Chimchar seized the opportunity and leaped onto its back. Its flaming fist struck the top of Swellow's head, causing it to stagger. Seeing Swellow about to retaliate against Chimchar, Su Yiqing made a quick decision. Xiao Qing, use Peck. The Swablu, having recovered most of its strength, launched a precise peck at Swellow's face. Though seemingly light, the attack was deeply insulting, enraging Swellow, which immediately turned to chase after Swablu, wildly swinging its sharp beak. The little fire monkey seized the opportunity, its fighting spirit erupting like a volcano. The flame on its tail shot high, and its right fist, engulfed in blazing fire, smashed down onto the head of the large-beaked bird. With a resounding bang, the flames exploded, and the once arrogant bird let out a mournful cry, its eyes rolling back as it plummeted to the ground. Awesome! Wang Yao shouted excitedly, raising his arms in disbelief that this fierce bird had been defeated by their group of rookies. The little fire monkey stood on the bird's back, gasping for breath, its energy drained from repeatedly using its flame punch. Ye Qing quickly checked the little fire monkey's stats, and sure enough, this battle had caused a significant leap in its level, jumping straight to level 8. Su Yiqing recalled her injured green bird, looking at Ye Qing who stood in front of her, and whispered a thank you. Before Ye Qing could respond, he suddenly heard the sound of hundreds of wings flapping. Oh no, it's a horde of Spearow. Run! His face turned pale as he recalled the scene of Ash being chased relentlessly in the past. Although the other three didn't know the details, seeing Ye Qing's expression, they realized the urgency of the situation. Hundreds of Spearow burst out from the forest, attacking the group of 4 frantically. Run! Ye Qing recalled the little fire monkey, grabbed the stunned Su Yiqing, and dashed into the dense forest. Oh my god, run honey! Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei were equally terrified. They had never encountered such a situation before, their minds blank, knowing only to run for their lives. Su Yiqing covered her ear with her right hand, her left hand held tightly by Ye Qing, as they fled in the opposite direction. The Spearow split into 2 groups, fiercely determined not to stop until they tore the 4 apart. Minutes later, Ye Qing's clothes were slashed open in several places, and Su Yiqing, behind him, was out of breath. I can't go on. Su Yiqing felt her heart pounding out of her chest, her lungs burning. Ye Qing glanced back at the relentless Spearow, his mind racing for a solution. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water reached them. We're saved, because Su Yiqing had slowed them down. Both had multiple bruises from the Spearow pecks. Pushing through a thicket, they found a river about 3 meters wide. At this moment, Ye Qing didn't hesitate. He wrapped his right arm around Su Yiqing's waist and leaped into the river with her. With a splash, they were carried away by the swift current. However, Ye Qing underestimated the Spearow's persistence. The flock dove into the water like arrows, causing splashes everywhere. But the non-swimming Spearows soon struggled, and after a brief search, they retreated in disarray. Ye Qing choked on several mouthfuls of water, his lungs rapidly consuming air. It was then he realized he couldn't swim. Su Yiqing held her breath, her long legs quickly slicing through the water, dragging the near-drowning Ye Qing towards the surface. The rushing river swept Ye Qing and Su Yiqing forward, carrying them with its force. Suddenly, they both noticed a gap in the Distancia waterfall. They exchanged a terrified glance, but before they could react, they were swept over the edge. Fortunately, the waterfall was only 2 to 3 meters high. Ye Qing plunged into the pool below, swallowing a few mouthfuls of water. He quickly looked around and saw Su Yiqing floating motionless on the surface. Ye Qing immediately swam over, using all his strength to drag her to the shore. Panting heavily, Ye Qing lay sprawled on the ground, still shaken by the ordeal. He thought with relief that if Su Yiqing couldn't swim, they might have met a watery grave. Turning to look at her, he saw that her condition was no better. Her clothes were torn in several places, and her body was covered in wounds from fierce bird attacks, clearly having suffered more during the fall. After catching his breath, Ye Qing struggled to sit up and released his Chimchar from its pokeball. Chimchar, come out. Chimchar appeared and supported Ye Qing, letting him lean on it to rest. By now, the sky had grown dim. The forest echoed with the cries of various beasts, adding an element of danger to the unfamiliar surroundings. Ye Qing glanced around and found himself in a basin area. Beside him was a pool of river water, with Goldines and Poliwags occasionally surfacing to watch them. Seeing that Ye Qing and Su Yiqing weren't leaving, the timid Pokemon reluctantly disappeared back into the water. The river continued to snake deeper into the forest, flanked by dense, impenetrable trees. Ye Qing looked at Su Yiqing, who lay unmoving beside him, and had Chimchar help him over to her. Su Yiqing, wake up. Ye Qing gently patted her wet face, relieved when he felt her breath. She's just unconscious. Chimchar tugged on Ye Qing's clothes, holding its empty stomach with an expression of hunger. Hungry? Give me a moment, Ye Qing said, patting Chimchar's head to reassure it. He opened his backpack, finding only Chimchar's food, a flashlight, a blanket, and some food supplies. He gave Chimchar some food to tide it over, then looked at his and Su Yiqing's soaked clothes, deciding to start a fire for warmth. Su Yiqing's wet clothes clung to her, accentuating her figure. Ye Qing found himself momentarily distracted but quickly snapped out of it, chastising himself. What am I thinking? I can't betray Gardevoir. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts, and gently lifted Su Yiqing, placing her under a tree. Chimchar, help me gather some firewood, Ye Qing instructed. Since Su Yiqing's pokeballs had a biometric lock, he couldn't open them and had to rely on Chimchar again. Chimchar quickly stuffed some food into its mouth, reluctantly leaving its meal to fetch branches from the forest. Ye Qing arranged the branches into a campfire, and Chimchar breathed a small flame onto them, igniting the dry wood. Ye Qing stripped down to his shorts, then carefully tore the fabric on Su Yiqing's back, applying a prepared ointment to her bruised back. Crackle and pop. As night fell, the sky above the forest was heavy with dark clouds, threatening to descend. The intense glow of the campfire dispelled the surrounding darkness, and the burning dry wood produced a crisp sound. Ye Qing and the little fire monkey sat around the fire, enjoying their meal. Halfway through eating, Ye Qing's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the pitch-black forest, his brow slightly furrowed. The little fire monkey, sensing his unease, grabbed a handful of its food and offered it to Ye Qing with wide, blinking eyes, as if to say, why the long face? Is it not tasty? Ye Qing was amused by the little monkey's gesture and gently patted its head. He pulled an energy cube from his backpack and handed it to the little creature. The fire monkey, thrilled by the scent, danced around, mistakenly thinking Ye Qing wanted to trade food. Quickly, it stuffed its food into Ye Qing's mouth and snatched the energy cube with its other hand. Caught off guard, Ye Qing found his mouth full of bean-like spirit food, his eyes widening as he coughed. Although humans could consume this spirit food, its taste was akin to excrement. He discreetly spat it out, and, seeing the little monkey's innocent, curious eyes, thought it meant no harm. He flicked the monkey's forehead lightly, signaling it to go play. Ye Qing wasn't overly worried about Wang Yao and Sun Xiaowei's safety. They had fled in the direction they came from, and as long as they kept moving forward, they would soon exit the forest. Their backpacks contained spray to repel spirits, which would keep even the fiercest sparrows at bay if they encountered danger. Looking up at the sky, Ye Qing watched the restless little fire monkey leap agilely among the treetops, occasionally letting out excited cries. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from a nearby bush. The monkey jumped down in alertness, crouching in front of Ye Qing, its eyes fixed on the source of the sound. Ye Qing quickly picked up 2 burning torches and moved cautiously towards Su Yiqing, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. The energetic little monkey, unable to contain itself, scratched its ear and bared its teeth at the bushes. However, its provocation went unanswered, as if a cold, watchful gaze lingered in the dark forest. As time passed, the rustling in the bushes grew louder, as if something terrifying might emerge at any moment. Sweat beaded on Ye Qing's forehead. He knew the little fire monkey was still too young, and the forest housed many spirits that could pose a threat. Just when the tension peaked, Su Yiqing on the ground let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Did I pass out just now? She asked, somewhat dazed. Seeing her awake, Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded excitedly. Yes, quickly release your Swablu. I have a feeling something is watching us from the darkness. As Ye Qing and Su Yiqin were conversing, a lurking spirit suddenly launched an attack. A purple shadow leaped out from the bushes, heading straight for them. Ye Qing, being on guard, immediately ordered his small fire monkey to intercept. The small fire monkey swiftly moved in front of the shadow and delivered a precise strike. With a dull thud, the purple shadow was knocked back, revealing its true form, a female Arbok. This level 12 Arbok had an E qualification, a poison attribute, and an intimidating trait. Its slit pupils glimmered with fear, yet it kept a fixed stare on the small fire monkey. Arbok naturally possesses skills like Poison Tail, Poison Sting, Bind, Haze, and Bite, and it enjoys lurking in the shadows to swallow Pidgey or Spearow eggs whole. Seeing this, Ye Qing immediately commanded the small fire monkey to pursue with Ember. However, the fire monkey hesitated, unable to advance. Ye Qing realized that Arbok's intimidation trait was affecting it, and quickly encouraged, "Come on, little fire monkey, be brave. It's just a crooked snake." Taking advantage of this moment, Su Yiqin swiftly released her own Spirita Swablu. The Arbok recovered from the surprise attack, coiling its body and raising its head, its slit eyes fixated on the two spirits before it. Ye Qing ordered again, "Use Ember." The small fire monkey finally mustered the courage, let out a shout, and spewed a stream of scorching fire. Arbok agilely dodged and shot purple poison stings to collide with the Ember. With a boom, the clash of skills sent shockwaves rippling. The small fire monkey was pushed back repeatedly, while Arbok only slightly recoiled. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yiqin commanded, "Shaoqing, peck." The Swablu flapped its wings like the wind, swiftly pecking at Arbok's vital spot. Arbok screeched in pain and immediately retaliated, its poison-gleaming tail striking heavily on the Swablu, which had just used a protective move. Ye Qing seized the chance, quietly instructing, "Surprise attack, fire punch." The small fire monkey let out a fierce howl, darting towards Arbok, delivering a fiery punch to its striking tail. Arbok writhed in pain, its body engulfed in flames. Enraged, Arbok furiously coiled around the small fire monkey, attempting to squeeze the life out of it. The small fire monkey struggled to breathe, with only its head visible. Ye Qing, anxious, shouted, "Don't give up, use your strongest Ember." However, the suffocating pain made it difficult for the small fire monkey to concentrate. It opened its mouth wide, trying to release Ember, but the lack of oxygen prevented it from gathering strength. Su Yiqin's urgent voice pierced through the tense atmosphere. "Use Fury Attack." The battered Swablu struggled to peck at the head of the Arbok with its sharp beak. However, Arbok reacted instinctively, opening its jaws wide and swallowing the Swablu in an instant. Witnessing this, Su Yiqin was stunned, watching a few feathers drift down from the sky. Ye Qing gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'll help you." He charged at the Arbok with a torch, aiming directly at its vulnerable spot. Caught in a dilemma, Arbok, its mouth and body occupied, slightly released the Chimchar and lashed its tail at Ye Qing. Ye Qing quickly blocked with a wooden stick and shouted, "Now Chimchar!" Seeing its trainer's determination, Chimchar was ignited with passion. Its eyes blazed, and the flames on its rear flared up. With claws like knives, it ferociously attacked Arbok's head. Arbok couldn't hold on any longer, regurgitating the Swablu it had yet to swallow, and fell heavily to the ground, convulsing. Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief, shivering as he looked at the broken torch. He was thankful that Arbok's tail wasn't longer, otherwise, he might have been seriously injured. Su Yiqin rushed over and cradled the injured Swablu, spraying it with expensive medicine. Ye Qing praised, "Great job, Chimchar." He handed the panting Chimchar an energy cube, delighted that it seemed to have mastered the Fury Swipes move. "Is Swablu okay?" Ye Qing asked as he approached Su Yiqin with Chimchar in his arms. Su Yiqin, kneeling on the ground, gently stroked Swablu's head and reassured, "It's okay, I've applied the medicine. It just needs some rest." Swablu chirped softly and nuzzled Su Yiqin's hand, as if to comfort her not to worry too much. Swablu glanced at its dirty wings and tugged on Su Yiqin's hand, wanting to go to the river to clean up. It was a level 9 female Pokemon with normal and flying types, and its ability was Cloud 9. It carried a Soothe Bell, an item that helps Pokemon bond with their trainers. Swablu had learned moves like Peck, Fury Attack, and Safeguard, and had inherited moves such as Roost, Agility, and Haze. However, when the cold river water washed over Swablu's wings, it cried out in pain. The water rinsed away the freshly applied medicine. Su Yiqin frantically apologized. "Oh no, I'm sorry, little Swablu." She hurriedly dried Swablu with a blanket, feeling deeply regretful. "Oh no," Ye Qing gasped, frozen in place by the scene before him. Without the cover of the blanket, Su Yiqin's clothes slipped off her shoulders like a waterfall, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. "Ah!" Su Yiqin's scream pierced the night sky, startling the birds in the forest into flight. Instinctively, she covered herself with her hands, her eyes flashing with embarrassment and anger. Ye Qing, what happened to my clothes? Faced with Su Yiqing's question, Ye Qing raised his hands as if electrified, repeatedly declaring his innocence. In his panic, he pointed to the empty medicine bottle on the ground, trying to explain the accident. The little fire monkey, sensing the tension, mimicked Ye Qing's gesture, raising its hands as if it had nothing to do with the situation. Fuming, Su Yiqing stomped her foot and quickly wrapped herself in a blanket. The atmosphere by the campfire became tense. To ease the awkwardness, Ye Qing picked up the little fire monkey and nonchalantly asked, "We've known each other for a while, but I still don't know what your family does. Is this Swablu-bot?" Su Yiqing's cheeks were still flushed as she softly called the Swablu back into its pokeball. Gazing at the flickering flames, she quietly replied, "We're in business. This Swablu is the child of my mom's Pokemon." Ye Qing nodded, but the awkwardness lingered. He helplessly pulled out his phone to check, but the no signal icon was still there. "I wonder how Wei Wei and the others are doing." Su Yiqing poked the campfire with a stick, her tone filled with concern. Ye Qing reassuringly patted the little fire monkey trying to climb onto his face, saying, "Don't worry, those 2 bottles of repellent spray are in their bags, they'll be fine." "Okay." Su Yiqing nodded gently, and after a moment, she whispered, "Thank you." "No problem." Ye Qing waved it off, thinking that she was quite sensible. Su Yiqing hugged her shoulders and, after looking around, suggested, "Should we move somewhere else? There was quite a commotion here earlier." Ye Qing refused without a second thought. "No need. Wandering around so late is even more dangerous." "Oh." The little fire monkey nodded in agreement, sensing more than one dangerous presence lurking in the surrounding bushes. Meanwhile, at the front of Jynx Forest, a disheveled couple stumbled out of the dense woods. "Phew, I'm exhausted. I can't run anymore." Sun Xiaowei collapsed to her knees on the concrete, clutching a little Pidgey and gasping for air. Wang Yao was equally tired, but he didn't pause to rest, and immediately took out his phone to search for a signal. "Damn it! Why is there still no signal here?" He squeezed his phone in frustration, worried about Ye Qing and Su Yiqing's safety. Sun Xiaowei asked in confusion, "How can there be no signal here?" Wang Yao, fighting fatigue, pulled Sun Xiaowei to her feet, urging, "Get up, we need to find a place with a signal to get help for them." "All right." Sun Xiaowei, worried about her friend's safety, pushed her aching legs to continue down the mountain. After more than half an hour, they finally reached the foot of the mountain, and their phones finally regained signal. Just as they were overjoyed, a stern voice called out from the security booth, "Who are you? Why are you still here so late?" "Sir, we got lost in the mountains. We're leaving right away." Wang Yao signaled his girlfriend to quickly call for help while he approached the security guard to stall him. The security guard scolded angrily, "Haven't you seen the news? Don't you know there are members of the our organization active in the mountains? You kids just keep causing trouble for the adults." The name of the organization, R, sent a shiver down Wang Yao's spine. He suddenly realized why there had never been any signal in the mountains. It was likely blocked by this notorious high-tech crime syndicate. The old man, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, nodded slowly to confirm but then reassured him, "Don't worry, the Alliance has already infiltrated. I believe they'll soon capture them all." At that moment, Sun Xiaowei rushed back to Wang Yao, panting heavily, "I've contacted my family, and rescue will be here soon." As night fell, the forest was shrouded in an unsettling darkness. The treetops rustled in the wind, and eerie cries of wild beasts echoed from distant hills. Ye Qing listened intently for a moment, frowning, and said, "Something seems off. It sounds like there's large-scale hunting of spirits nearby. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such frequent cries." Su Yiqing nodded in agreement, thoughtful. "It is strange. I've never heard such frequent beast cries at night while camping with my family before." As the only combat-capable spirit in the group, the little fire monkey took on the role of guard. Its eyes wide open, it vigilantly scanned the surrounding darkness. Ye Qing and Su Yiqing didn't sit idly by. They quickly gathered a large amount of branches. Under Ye Qing's guidance, the little fire monkey dug a trench about 10 centimeters deep around the tree they were at, leaving a gap on the riverside. They piled the gathered combustible materials into the trench and soon lit this makeshift defensive line. The flames rose, forming a safety barrier over 10 centimeters high. Seeing this wall of fire, Ye Qing and Su Yiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that relying solely on the little fire monkey, they couldn't have possibly made it through the long night safely. Ye Qing dusted off his hands and said confidently, "If Wang Yao and the others have returned safely, they'll surely send someone to rescue us. This fire circle will also help the search team locate us more easily." Su Yiqing softly agreed, and seeing Ye Qing's confidence, her fears gradually subsided. As the fire circle continued to burn, the air became rich with fire elements. The little fire monkey, excited, danced around and cheered, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Just then, a sound of something cutting through the air came from the sky, followed by a loud, high-pitched cry, "Pidgeot." A large Pidgeot descended from the sky, its powerful wings creating gusts that nearly extinguished the ground fire. On Pidgeot's back, three figures became clear. It was Wang Yao, Sun Xiaowei, and a stern-looking middle-aged man. Sun Xiaowei eagerly patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and said urgently, "Brother Su, quickly let Pidgeot land." The man, referred to as Brother Su, gently tapped Pidgeot's back, and the giant creature obediently folded its wings and slowly descended into the center of the fire circle. Vivi, seeing her friend safe, Ye Qing was so excited she nearly jumped up, grabbing Sun Xiaowei's hand and shaking it vigorously. However, Brother Su's expression remained serious. He scanned the distant forest warily and shouted to everyone, "Get on quickly! It's not safe here." Hearing this, everyone swiftly climbed onto Pidgeot's broad back. Though Pidgeot was large, carrying 5 people still felt a bit cramped. Sitting on the outermost side, Ye Qing had to hold tightly to the person next to him, afraid of falling from such a height. Pidgeot soared into the sky, and even while slowing down to accommodate its passengers, it reached high altitude in just a few breaths. Brother Su kept his eyes fixed ahead, urging Pidgeot to speed up towards the city. Sun Xiaowei held down her windblown hair, her brows furrowed with dissatisfaction. "Brother Su, can't you slow down a bit? There's no need to be so tense, is there?" Su Ji's expression was serious as he scanned the surroundings vigilantly, patiently explaining, "Miss, you don't know. Recently, there have been traces of our organization's activities around our city. It's best to enter the city quickly." "Our organization?" Ye Qing's eyes narrowed at the familiar name, his mind momentarily drifting. "Yes," Wang Yao nodded solemnly, immediately explaining the evil deeds of our organization to Ye Qing in detail. After listening, Ye Qing felt a chill in his heart. Although the name of this organization was different from the rocket team of his previous life, their actions were eerily similar, obsessed with live Pokemon research and conducting dangerous genetic engineering experiments repeatedly. Besides, crimes like stealing and selling rare Pokemon were rampant. The organization had 2 ultimate goals: to gain wealth and control the world. Ye Qing felt a shiver run down his spine, cold sweat seeping out. He pondered to himself, does this mean that one day in the future, this organization might also create Mutuo? Or has Mutuo already been created? If our organization seeks breakthroughs in genetics, searching for Mew is almost an inevitable direction after all. As the ancestor of all Pokemon, Mew contains the genes of every Pokemon. Su Ji's pupils suddenly contracted, his voice tense as he commanded Pidgeot. With a sharp cry, Pidgeot reacted swiftly, its strong wings flapping vigorously. In an instant, 2 sharp blades of compressed air shot rapidly toward the left front. Hyper Beam. Just as everyone was puzzled, a deafening shout came from afar. Immediately afterward, an orange-yellow beam of destruction sliced through the night sky like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, shattering the air slash and continuing its unstoppable trajectory straight toward Pidgeot. Dodge. Sugu opted not to confront the attack head-on, instead directing Pidgeot to sharply change course, diving toward the depths of the forest. Everyone turned pale with fright. These sheltered individuals had never experienced such a perilous situation. Thanks to Pidgeot's excellent speed, they quickly shook off their pursuers. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, another fierce attack whistled toward them from ahead. "Hold on tight. Use agility." Su Ji's face changed dramatically, instantly realizing they were surrounded by enemies. Continuing to maneuver like this would be disastrous. Only Pidgeot's speed could break through the encirclement. Ye Qing and the others clung tightly to Pidgeot's feathers, a powerful inertia hitting them as the sharp wind roared in their ears. Ye Qing fought the discomfort, forcing his eyes open to check their surroundings. What he saw nearly scared the soul out of Hemo Windblade, about 2 meters long, was hurtling toward his side. "Macamp, use Protect." Fortunately, Sugu had been closely monitoring their surroundings. Noticing the anomaly, he immediately released a robust Macamp. With 2 hands firmly grasping Pidgeot's feathers to stabilize itself, Macamp used its other 2 hands to swiftly erect a green energy barrier. Boom. Although the Protect move completely absorbed the damage, Macamp was still knocked onto Pidgeot's back by the powerful impact, landing heavily on the edge where Ye Qing was positioned. Ye Qing felt a tremendous force slam into him, so strong that the Pidgeot feather he was tightly gripping snapped off at the root. Staring at the feather he had inadvertently torn off, Ye Qing's mind went blank for a moment, followed by the piercing wind of free fall in his ears. Ye Qing. At this point, the others on Pidgeot's back realized the dire situation. Wang Yao even risked letting go with one hand, trying to catch the falling Ye Qing. However, Macamp firmly pressed him back onto Pidgeot's back. With the boost from agility, Pidgeot vanished into the distant sky within moments. "Help me." The Pidgeot has already flown away, and the feeling of weightlessness is becoming stronger, with the roaring wind filling Ye Qing's ears. He futilely grasped at the air, the words "help me" stuck in his throat. The fear of death instantly consumed his thoughts, but the instinct to survive made him focus on the poke ball at his waist. "Monkey King, help me." Ye Qing trembled as he released Chimchar. Ooh! The newly emerged Chimchar screamed in fright at the sudden high-altitude scene, but quickly reacted. Its left hand clung tightly to Ye Qing's wrist, while its right hand flailed wildly in the air, trying to slow their descent. Falling from over 10 meters where the Pidgeot had been flying, they now plunged into the canopy. Ye Qing realized these towering trees would determine their fate. Now use Fury Swipes. He curled into a ball, protecting his vital areas. Understanding the command, Chimchar gripped Ye Qing with its left hand, while its right hand and feet became a blur, slashing through the dense branches to slow their fall. Leaves scattered and branches splintered from the towering trees. Ooh! Chimchar seized the moment, its left fist enveloped in searing flames, punching fiercely into the tree trunk. The fire punch pierced the bark, leaving a trail of scorched marks as they slid down. Ooh! Flames shot from Chimchar's eyes and tail, its burning arm fiercely rubbing against the trunk, the pain continuously jolting its nerves. The deceleration from the fire punch was significant, and finally, Ye Qing landed heavily on a branch as thick as a thigh. Chimchar pulled its charred arm free, but just as it was about to move, it fainted from exhaustion. Boom! While the two were unconscious, fierce battles erupted throughout the forest, with explosions echoing and fiery light illuminating the dark woodland. In his unconscious state, Ye Qing felt waves of heat wash over him, the choking smell of scorched wood permeating the air. Cough, cough. After a bout of violent coughing, Ye Qing groggily woke up. Seeing Chimchar still unconscious, he returned it to the pokeball. Looking down from the branch, the ground was about 3 meters below, with a large hole blown open at the base of the tree, flames spreading up the trunk. Although the tree was secreting a special resin to save itself, the intense fire exceeded its self-healing ability. Using the trunk for leverage, Ye Qing landed with a perfect roll to absorb the impact. Such high-difficulty maneuvers were second nature to him after all. Besides learning Pokemon theory during his first 2 years of high school, he spent his free time honing wilderness survival skills. A qualified trainer can't rely solely on commanding Pokemon in battles. Listening to the explosions and beastly roars around him, Ye Qing frowned in thought. Could it be that the League has already clashed with Team R? Alright, I should just get out of here first. As Ye Qing recalled the direction the Pidgeot had flown, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He crouched down, picked up a stick, and carefully drew a map in the soft soil. After determining the general direction, he cautiously felt his way forward. Meanwhile, in the lavish living room of a villa in the affluent district of Shanghai City, a tense atmosphere was brewing between a father and his son. Dad, you're the minister, can't you help me? Ye Qing is in danger because of me. Wang Yao cried, his voice tinged with desperation as he held his head in his hands. Facing him was his father, Wang Yugang, a man whose every gesture exuded authority, and whose face bore a slight resemblance to his son's, now clouded with anger. How many times have I told you? The Alliance is in conflict with the R organization, and the Jinsei Forest is off-limits. No one is allowed to enter. Ye Qing's mother is an old acquaintance of your mom's. If I could help, do you think I wouldn't? A woman emerged from the kitchen, interjecting with discontent. Yugang, can't you talk to your son properly instead of arguing? Wang Yugang ignored her, glaring at the tear-streaked Wang Yao, his tone filled with disappointment. You're old enough to stop crying. Can't you be more mature and independent? I'm already independent enough, Wang Yao defended, wiping his tears. Independent? Wang Yugang scoffed. Spending my money, going against my words, this is what you call independence? Talk to me about independence and maturity when you don't rely on my money or anything I provide. Wang Yao abruptly stood up, clenching his fists. So, are you going to help or not? It's not that I won't help, it's that I can't, Wang Yugang said, shaking his newspaper. I've already put in a word. They'll keep an eye out for Ye Qing during their mission. Fine, then I'll go save him myself. Wang Yao snapped, turning to storm out. You've gone too far. Lock him in his room. Wang Yugang commanded. At his words, the Jynx at the door's eyes glowed, and Wang Yao collapsed unconscious to the floor. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Ye Qing crouched behind a bush, observing the clearing ahead by the light of a fire. The ground appeared to have been plowed, with uprooted turf and broken branches everywhere. 2 individuals in uniforms were facing off. One leaned weakly against a magneton, his voice hoarse. I never expected you to be an Alliance mole. The other, wearing a bat mask and riding on the back of an Arcanine, clutched his bleeding chest and smiled wryly. I thought I was deep enough undercover, but you still found me out. Don't forget, I was the one who recruited you. Is your goal Mutwell? My goal. The masked man sneered. You'll know once you're dead. Maybe you're the one who'll die. Though 20 meters away, Ye Qing heard everything clearly. He discreetly opened his Pokemon information viewer. Pokemon, Magneton. Level, 33. Condition, severely injured. Type, Electric Steel. Ability, Sturdy. Basic moves, Tackle, Thunder Shock, Magnet Bomb, Thunder Wave, Light Screen, Flash Cannon. Top moves, Electroweb. TM moves, Thunderbolt, Double Team, Explosion. Notes: a large gathering of magneton can cause an electromagnetic storm. The three magnemite that form its body can temporarily separate to avoid attacks. A big explosion? Upon hearing the skill name and the man's decisive tone, Ye Qing couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. His gaze swept over the deep crater not far away, and after a moment's contemplation, he decided to move closer, just in case. The member of the R organization gave a wicked smile, gently patting the neck of his Arcanine. After a brief moment of gathering strength, the Arcanine seemed to have regained enough energy to directly finish off its opponent. Yes, only the dead are obedient, he thought to himself. Just then, the magneton beside him suddenly burst into a brilliant light, an extremely unstable magnetic field spreading from within it. This is an explosion. The man's face changed drastically, exclaiming in surprise. He had thought victory was in his grasp, not expecting the magneton to unleash such a rare move. Flamethrower, take it out, he ordered decisively. Although the explosion was powerful, its activation was slightly slow, leaving room to interrupt it. The Arcanine, with a serious expression, opened its mouth and unleashed searing flames. Useless, just wait for your doom. The R organization member sneered, standing motionless beside the magneton, calmly watching the traitor from the Alliance. Let the traitor you brought in be dealt with by yourself, he mused. The flamethrower emitted an astonishing heat, distorting the surrounding air. The tongues of fire shot out like snakes, instantly engulfing the magneton and its trainer. However, shockingly, the glaring white light still flickered amidst the flames. How can this be? How could the explosion activate so quickly? The Arcanine's trainer's face was filled with despair. Boom! Just as Ye Qing barely dove into the crater, a deafening explosion resounded across the sky. Under the intense tremor, a terrifying shockwave spread out like a tsunami. Wherever it reached, rocks shattered, dust and broken branches filled the air, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Ye Qing felt his ears ringing, his mind in a haze. After a long while, he patted his ears, gradually hearing the crackling sound of burning trees following the explosion. Climbing out of the pit, he looked around to see charred land stretching for hundreds of meters, with several meters-high trees uprooted, a thick scent of burning in the air. Seeing the two who perished together, Ye Qing hastily made his way through. Suddenly, a weak voice called out, "Wait, wait a moment." Looking closely, Ye Qing realized the voice belonged to a member of the Alliance, lying beside an unmoving Arcanine. Apparently, the Arcanine had shielded its owner from most of the explosion's damage at the last moment. Even so, the Alliance member was barely alive, with not a single unscathed area on his body. Ye Qing paused and thought for a moment, deciding to check on him. After all, someone capable of being a spy usually had a good character and might leave behind valuable items or information. Besides, Ye Qing figured that wandering around aimlessly here might lead to a quicker demise, so gathering some clues was wise. The man looked weakly at Ye Qing, struggling to speak. "There's a vial in my clothes. Please give it to me." Ye Qing didn't act immediately. He'd only heard part of the story before. What if the man was lying, or a double agent? After a brief consideration, Ye Qing decided to proceed cautiously. He first kicked away all the pokeballs from the man's waist to ensure safety, then carefully reached into his clothes to search for the potion. Ye Qing cautiously watched the charred face as he carefully fed the potion from the metal box into the man's mouth. As the potion took effect, the man suddenly opened his eyes and spoke urgently. "My name is Li Jiong, but you can call me brotherly. The potion only gives me 3 minutes of clarity, so listen carefully and don't interrupt." Without waiting for Ye Qing to respond, Li Jiong continued, "I'm an undercover agent sent by the Alliance into the R organization. This mission is codenamed Gene, and its purpose is to uncover the R organization's god-making plan." He took a deep breath, speaking even faster. "Judging by your appearance, you must be a student who stumbled in here. I assure you, you can't make it out alone, and encountering anyone from the R organization is a death sentence." Despite his weak and trembling voice, Li Jiong persisted. "I have a special magnetic card made by the Alliance in my pocket. It can help you disguise yourself as one of the R organization. The reset password is 3213, and it contains all the details of my undercover mission." His eyes pleaded, "I'm showing you a way out. Help me get the information on the Mutuo project back to the Alliance, and not only will you survive, but you'll also be rewarded." Feeling his life slipping away, Li Jiong reached out with a charred hand, gripping Ye Qing's collar tightly, his voice growing more urgent. "Your family will be protected by the Alliance too. Helping me is helping yourself." Ye Qing wasn't sure if it was the first or last sentence that moved him, but he looked into Li Jiong's fading eyes and said resolutely, "I'll try my best." "Good, good." Tears welled up in Li Jiong's eyes, and moments later, he released his grip on Ye Qing. Ye Qing checked Li Jiong's breathing to confirm he had passed away, then gently closed his eyes. This was Ye Qing's first time witnessing death, yet strangely, he felt little turmoil inside. In the distance, the sounds of battle continued, explosions echoing through the air. Flames were consuming the forest, and trees were crashing down. Ye Qing began to formulate his next plan of action. He carefully retrieved the magnetic card, about the size of a bus card, from Li Xiong's clothes. Tapping the screen, a 4-digit password prompt appeared. Ye Qing entered the password Li Xiong had given him, and the screen flickered as streams of data scrolled rapidly. A blue light scanned and recorded Ye Qing's fingerprints and portrait. Backup system activated. The card displayed new information. Our organization 3rd squad member, under direct command of Bloodhand Officer. Identity replaced, codename Bloodbat. Undercover persona, silent, ruthless. Bat mask has voice imitation function. Suggestion, destroy all original items. Ye Qing quickly memorized the information, marveling at the Alliance's thorough preparation, even having a contingency plan for their agent's demise. Glancing at the distant flames, Ye Qing had no choice but to continue with the disguise. He glanced at his still signalless phone and set a message to be sent in a day, hoping to reassure his parents and friends. Then, Ye Qing called out to his Chimchar, instructing, Chimchar, dig a hole in the tree and put it in. Chimchar. The little monkey was full of energy, evidently having recovered most of its strength and injuries in the pokeball. It quickly grabbed the phone and nimbly climbed up the tree. Meanwhile, Ye Qing didn't waste any time. He quickly donned Li Xiong's tattered clothes, surprised at how similar their builds were. Shaking his head, he placed the bat mask from Li Xiong's face onto his own. After completing these tasks, Ye Qing attached the 3 pokeballs from Li Xiong's belt to his own. Although he couldn't use them due to biometric locks, they might serve to confuse others in a critical moment. Testing. Ye Qing tried out his voice, finding it identical to Li Xiong's. The only remaining difference was his hair. With no other choice, Ye Qing picked up a burning branch and gave himself a natural perm. A sharp smell of burning filled the air as Ye Qing hurriedly patted out the flames flickering atop his head. He ran his fingers through his singed hair, secretly relieved. With this look, even my own mother wouldn't recognize me. At that moment, a small fire monkey gracefully leapt down from a tree, curiously examining Ye Qing's peculiar appearance. It tilted its head, letting out a puzzled wooer sound, as if pondering how this human had suddenly changed. Suddenly, a faint bark broke the silence. Ye Qing turned towards the sound to see a weak-looking Arcanine watching him from the ground, not far away. Ye Qing couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a Pokemon, its vitality is truly tenacious. He approached the Arcanine with the fire monkey in tow, noticing its gaze was fixed on Li Xiong's lifeless body. Squatting down, Ye Qing gently stroked the wounded Arcanine, speaking softly. My condolences, Arcanine. If you're willing, we can avenge him. Upon hearing this, the Arcanine threw back its head and let out 2 earth-shaking howls. Its eyes, once moist, now brimmed with a resolute determination, silently conveying a vow. Ye Qing noticed a few bottles of Pokemon potion in a nearby tattered backpack. He quickly used them all on the Arcanine. Though it couldn't immediately return to peak condition, it regained enough strength for a fight. The trainer's death had fully unleashed the Arcanine's potential. It let out a long howl, its aura surging. The surrounding flames seemed to answer its call, rising into the air and converging around it, transforming into fiery tongues that lifted it skyward, resembling a majestic hellhound. Ye Qing silently recalled the Arcanine's stats, level 37, male, fire type, with the flash fire ability. It could absorb fire-type moves and boost its own fire-type attacks. Although it wasn't holding any items at the moment, it knew several powerful moves, including Flare Blitz, Burnout, and Morning Sun. The Arcanine let out a mournful cry, its claws gripping the ground. The flames covering its body coalesced into a dragon-like form, lunging towards Li Xiong's corpse. In the blink of an eye, the flames consumed the body entirely, leaving not even ashes behind. This sudden scene startled the little fire monkey. It quickly scampered onto Ye Qing's shoulder, burying itself in his hair, leaving only one wary eye peeking out to survey the surroundings. The Arcanine paused to catch its breath, gently shaking its body. Its long fur swayed, as tiny sparks from nowhere gathered on its body, accelerating its recovery. Ye Qing watched in awe. The Arcanine before him, nearly 2 meters tall and over 4 meters long, was impressively majestic and imposing. He couldn't help but think, this is just too cool. After everything was done, the Arcanine gazed longingly at the spot where Li Xiong once lay, then turned to Ye Qing, letting out a low growl. Ye Qing understood. From this moment on, he was Li Xiong, and Li Xiong was him. Thrilled, Ye Qing grasped the Arcanine's fur and deftly climbed onto its back. It was his first time experiencing the thrill of riding a Pokemon, and his heart was racing with excitement. However, the Arcanine's gaze fell on the Pokeball at Ye Qing's waist. Its expression was serious, as if contemplating something. Moments later, the Arcanine seemed to make a decision, spitting a small fireball that incinerated the Pokeball. Seeing this, Ye Qing suddenly understood. It's not yours, I get it. He said softly, reaching a silent agreement with the Arcanine. Ye Qing quickly understood Arcanine's intention. He realized he couldn't use Li Xiong's Pokeball, and if he returned to Team Rocket without recalling Arcanine, it would certainly raise suspicion. It was better to claim that the Pokeball was accidentally damaged and then replace it later. The only regret was that the last item Li Xiong left for Arcanine would also disappear with it. The Chimchar cautiously stroked Arcanine's fur, and seeing that it didn't mind, began to play happily on its back. Arcanine sniffed the air sharply, eyes fixed southeast, and lightly waved its paw. Following its gaze, Ye Qing tentatively asked, "Are you saying the R organization people are in that direction?" Arcanine nodded in confirmation and suddenly turned to bark loudly behind them. Ye Qing looked in the direction Arcanine was facing and saw someone in an alliance uniform with a Persian stealthily approaching from about 100 meters away. "Don't engage, let's go." Ye Qing, not wanting to become an enemy of the alliance, urgently commanded Arcanine to leave. Arcanine understood and immediately dashed away at high speed, disappearing from sight. The alliance member saw Arcanine escape and quickly reported through a walkie-talkie. "Damn, I spotted the enemy here. They're currently escaping southeast." As soon as he finished speaking, a hydro pump shot past him in Persian, striking a nearby tree. Battles erupted in the forest as Arcanine, with its agile movements and keen sense of smell, managed to detect enemies in advance and cleverly evade them. Ye Qing sat steadily on Arcanine's back, relieved that he hadn't left recklessly, which might have led to his demise. Suddenly, from the side, a loud shout came. "Onyx, use Rock Tomb." Immediately, several boulder-sized rocks blocked Arcanine's path. "Our organization members, prepare to meet your end," yelled a man as his Nidoking charged furiously towards Arcanine. Ye Qing quickly assessed the opponent. Nidoking, level 30, potential E, lightly injured, male, ground poison type. Its ability is Poison Point, with a 30 chance to poison opponents using contact moves. Nidoking carried no items and had inherited the move Double Kick, with basic moves like Peck, Double Kick, Poison Sting, and Horn Attack. It had learned Super Fong through tutoring and acquired Venoshock, Thunderbolt, Double Team, and Rock Tomb via TMs. Nidoking's powerful tail, strong forelimbs, and deadly poison horn were formidable weapons. "Flamethrower," Ye Qing said gravely, deciding not to have Arcanine flee but to confront the threat head-on. Arcanine howled skyward, unleashing a searing flame that engulfed Nidoking. In a critical moment, Nidoking's trainer shouted, "Block it with Rock Tomb." Nidoking quickly formed 4 or 5 large rocks in front of it, creating a sturdy shield that withstood the flamethrower. Chimchar, enraged by the scene, was about to join the battle but was stopped by Ye Qing in time. Ye Qing knew Arcanine lacked effective long-range moves against Nidoking and reluctantly prepared for close combat. "Avoid the front, use Flare Blitz," Ye Qing ordered in a low voice. Arcanine cloaked itself in a colorful film, then nimbly leaped to Nidoking's side. With a low growl, its body ignited in flames, charging madly towards the Nidoking that was ramming with rocks. Although the flames of the Flare Blitz grazed Ye Qing's body, the intense heat still caused his skin to sting painfully. In that split second, the Nidoking's trainer across from him turned pale and swiftly commanded a Thunderbolt attack. Being the ace Pokemon of the league, he knew all too well the incredible speed of the Arcanine. However, it was too late. The Arcanine, already boosted by extreme speed, combined with the power of Flare Blitz, was far beyond the sluggish Nidoking's ability to withstand. With a thunderous crash, the Arcanine collided with Nidoking's chest, and the violent flames exploded at the point of impact, scattering sparks everywhere. Nidoking's massive body was sent flying, crashing heavily into a large tree behind it, snapping it in two. Arf! The Arcanine let out a low growl and continued to dash forward without pause. Ye Qing lay on its back, rubbing his chest, which throbbed painfully from the impact. Seeing this, the little Chimchar immediately ran to his side and helped by massaging him with its tiny hands. Noticing the worried look in Chimchar's eyes, Ye Qing patted its head and offered a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, he reminded himself, battles in reality are not like playing games in his past life. Some moves are double-edged swords, and a moment's inattention can cause self-harm. After avoiding a few intense battlefields, the Arcanine finally slowed its pace. Passing through a dense forest, Ye Qing discovered a large gathering of our organization members. Clearly, they had entered the core area of their base. Soon, a clearing appeared before them. It was filled with injured people and researchers in white lab coats, with 5 massive transport helicopters neatly parked on the field. "Hey, you're back, Bat." A sudden voice from behind made Ye Qing's heart skip a beat. Although he had assumed Li Xiong's identity, he hadn't inherited his memories and knew nothing about this unexpected interlocutor. Remembering the taciturn personality suggested by the ID card, Ye Qing simply responded softly and then guided the Arcanine towards a less crowded area. "What's with the attitude?" The person spat, holding their injured arm, and continued to guard the entrance. Ye Qing sat down under a tree, observing the comings and goings of the crowd, pondering their true purpose for being here. This area didn't seem to have any treasures worth such a big fuss. "Hey, you there!" Put your Pokemon away. A young man in a white lab coat suddenly shouted at Ye Qing. The Pokeball is broken. I can't recall it for now, Ye Qing replied, lowering his head slightly and maintaining a calm demeanor. Arf. The Arcanine immediately crouched defensively beside Ye Qing, baring its teeth and glaring at the newcomer. Chim. The little Chimchar was not to be outdone, striking an intimidating pose atop the Arcanine's head. Then go get a new one. There's a supply machine over there. The young man in the lab coat pointed towards one of the helicopters, complaining impatiently. Having Mutwo is already a headache, and now even these grunts are such a hassle. Have they all lost their minds? Ye Qing shot him a glance, but said nothing more. She walked towards the supply machine with her Arcanine, filled with curiosity. Gently swiping her ID card on the side of the machine, multiple categories appeared on the display. Pokeballs, medicines, miscellaneous, berries. First, she checked Li Jiong's points 1,001 in total. What can you do with just these points? Ye Qing shook her head and sighed, but decided to spend 500 points on a high-level ball. With the remaining points, she bought 2 bottles of good healing potions. After swiping her card for payment, she noticed a mail icon lighting up on the corner of her card. Just as she was about to check it, a deafening explosion echoed in the air. Boom! In the night sky, a golden lightning bolt tore through the darkness, followed by the roaring sound of dragons echoing in the sky. Ye Qing and everyone in the camp instinctively looked up. Above them, a massive black and yellow Pokemon were fiercely battling, their destructive skills causing havoc in the sky. Rumble! A thick bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking a helicopter in the camp and shattering it into pieces. Arcanine swiftly moved, positioning itself protectively in front of Ye Qing and the small Chimchar, its eyes fixed solemnly on the aerial battle. Is that a Dragonite and a Hydreigon? Ye Qing murmured to herself. Since coming to this world, this was her first time witnessing a battle between pseudo-legendary Pokemon. From such a distance, she couldn't scan the specific information of the 2 Pokemon. Suddenly, the battle took a turn. The camp descended into chaos as many members were driven back. The presence of Alliance troops began to emerge around them, methodically closing in. The tension escalated as members of Team R fought back, pinning their hopes on the largest transport aircraft. In this critical moment, after several rounds of intense combat, the Hydreigon succumbed to Dragonite, being struck down by a hyper beam. Roar! The wounded Hydreigon crashed into the camp, and the man on its back shouted towards the largest transport aircraft, "Release Mutwo." Ye Qing was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. A group of scientists quickly operated the machines, while other Team R members looked on with ecstatic expressions, their eyes fixed on the largest transport aircraft. By now, the Dragonite in the sky had recovered from the hyper beam's recoil. It unleashed a powerful thunder attack aimed at the transport aircraft. Hydreigon, stop it! Roar! The central head of the Hydreigon let out a deafening roar, white light rapidly gathering in front of its mouth. In the next instant, a flash cannon shot towards the lightning. However, the Hydreigon was already at its limit. With Dragonite's relentless power, the thick lightning bolt broke through the flash cannon's defense and continued towards the transport aircraft. Ye Qing held Chimchar tightly, her eyes fixed on the largest transport aircraft. Suddenly, a faint hiss sound was heard as cold air was expelled from the transport aircraft. In the next moment, a Pokemon appeared out of thin air above the transport aircraft. This Pokemon stood about 1.9 meters tall, its body entirely silver-white, with a thick neural bundle running from its back to its head, and a robust tail swaying in the air. Welcome, Mutwo! With Mutwo's arrival, everyone in the camp dropped to one knee, shouting with fervent enthusiasm. To avoid suspicion, Ye Qing quickly knelt on one knee as well, while she couldn't help but check Mutwo's information. At that moment, Mutwo's gaze shifted slightly in midair, its eyes curiously focusing on Ye Qing among the crowd. Ye Qing's heart skipped a beat, and a chill spread down his spine. Mutwo's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate everything, causing him to lower his head involuntarily, unable to meet its eyes. His mind raced, and he suddenly realized that his ability to view Pokemon information might also be a form of psychic power. This thought made him break out in a cold sweat, regretting his boldness in front of the progenitor of psychic abilities. However, Ye Qing's gaze inadvertently caught something unusual about Mutwo. A complex set of restraints tightly bound Mutwo's brain and central nervous system, so subtle that they were almost imperceptible without close observation. Ye Qing frowned, speculating whether this was the method used to control Mutwo. At that moment, Mutwo withdrew its gaze, and a voice like a thunderclap exploded in everyone's minds. Who am I? What is the purpose of my existence? Who can tell me? The power of this voice was astonishing, leaving Ye Qing dizzy, while 9/10 of the surrounding alliance members fainted on the spot. The remaining people were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground, losing their ability to fight. However, the man in the sky seemed undeterred. He shouted angrily, commanding, "What trickery is this? Dragonite, use Dragon Rush." A gigantic dragon-shaped aura formed around Dragonite, charging at Mutuo with great momentum. Yet, Mutuo casually raised a hand and made a simple gesture. To everyone's horror, Dragonite, which had been so formidable a moment ago, was suddenly suspended midair, then plummeted to the ground like a broken kite. With a thunderous crash, dust flew up as Dragonite created a large crater, its trainer lying nearby, bloodied and unconscious. Sensing the dire situation, the Hydreigon's trainer immediately ordered, "Clear the field and prepare to retreat. Alliance reinforcements could arrive at any moment, and even with Mutuo, we can't face the entire Alliance heathen." However, Mutuo turned, its expression serious, and said, "Did I say I was leaving?" As soon as the words left its mouth, the restraints on its body lit up with blinding electricity. In the next moment, the once godlike Mutuo unexpectedly fainted. The man recalled Hydreigon and commanded an elderly man, "Erase the recent memories and put it into a dormant state." The elder respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Yanlang," promptly leading his subordinates into action. Yanlang turned to his camp, waving a hand. "Captains, count your teams. Everyone board within a minute." For officers in red uniforms responded immediately, each heading to a transport aircraft to gather their men. Ye Qing quietly recalled his Infernape and Arcanine, exchanging a glance with the latter. Arcanine growled softly towards the leftmost transport aircraft. Yanlang then pointed at the unconscious Dragonite and its trainer on the ground, ordering, "Also, take him and Dragonite down." Ye Qing recalled Arcanine, keeping his head down as he quickly followed the group into the transport aircraft. Fortunately, given the tense situation, no one noticed his slightly unusual behavior. Soon, all the transport aircraft took off, swiftly disappearing beyond the horizon. Ye Qing glanced at the team out of the corner of his eye. There were 9 people besides the captain. Before he could take a closer look, the captain's order rang out, "Return to your rooms and stand by. Medical staff will attend to the injured." A cold sweat immediately drenched Ye Qing's back, had no idea what his room number was. As the crowd around him gradually dispersed, his anxiety grew more intense. When only 2 people remained, Ye Qing had a sudden idea. He let his body go limp and collapsed to the ground. "Shuefu, what's wrong?" The captain rushed over, patting Ye Qing's cheeks. Ye Qing carefully controlled his breathing, trying hard to mimic a fainting state. However, his lack of experience made it difficult to gauge the right intensity, and if the captain checked his breathing, he could be exposed on the spot. As the captain leaned in closer, Ye Qing's heart raced uncontrollably, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The captain frowned, about to check Ye Qing's carotid pulse, when the last team member suddenly spoke up. "Captain, I saw Shuefu escaping from Nidoking's grasp when I returned. He might be injured." "All right, let's get him back to his room," the captain said, glancing at Ye Qing's rising and falling chest and nodding slightly. Ye Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling himself being carried and then placed inside a room. He remained still until he was sure he was alone, then cautiously opened his eyes. The room was small, with barely enough space for a single bed. Ye Qing released the little fire monkey, who eagerly tried to climb onto his head. "You've got some nerve," Ye Qing exclaimed, pulling it down and giving it a few pats on the bottom. The little fire monkey protested loudly, pointing at Ye Qing's nose in defiance. "You're the one acting like a child." Ye Qing fumed, unable to resist arguing with it. The little fire monkey, undeterred, continued to glare and shout back. "You little rascal, it seems you need some discipline to know who's in charge." Ye Qing angrily returned it to the pokeball. The room finally fell silent, and Ye Qing leaned against the headboard, lost in thought. He recalled the camp incident where he was chased by a flock of Spearow and somehow ended up as an undercover agent for a criminal organization. The League had likely confirmed the existence of Mutuo by now, and his task was simply to obtain specific information about it. Ye Qing tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He couldn't help but imagine how convenient it would be if Mutuo's data matched the game, allowing him to complete his mission with ease. Shaking his head to dismiss this unrealistic notion, he pulled out the magnetic card again, hoping to uncover new clues. Ye Qing recalled the email icon flashing in the lower right corner of the screen just after she swiped her keycard. At the time, the situation was tense, and she hadn't had the chance to look at it closely. Now, she carefully unlocked the keycard and, sure enough, found the mysterious email again. Her sense of caution urged her to thoroughly check her surroundings first, ensuring there were no surveillance devices in the room before cautiously opening the email. What appeared before her was a detailed dossier on several members of the art organization, making Ye Qing hold her breath. As she slowly scrolled down, she noticed that each member's information consisted of 2 parts, a personal photo and position, along with their Pokemon details. Ye Qing realized this was likely the intelligence Li Xiong had gathered earlier. First on the list was the trainer who controlled a 3-headed dragon. Only now did Ye Qing learn his code name Yanlang, a senior officer in the R organization. Next was the mad scientist, a senior scientist in the organization, whose Pokemon was also a 3-headed dragon. The third notable figure was Bloodhand, the head of the organization's Special Operations Unit, whose Pokemon included an exploding Magnezone, Mytena, Fearow, and Ursaring. After carefully reviewing the information, Ye Qing found that aside from these three key figures, the rest were minor characters, some without even a code name. In addition to personnel information, Ye Qing discovered other intriguing content. However, when she tried to open it, she was prompted to enter a password. Seems like I'm not one of them yet, Ye Qing muttered to herself, then meticulously noted down all the visible information. Lying in bed, Ye Qing's thoughts remained restless for a long time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the transport plane suddenly trembled slightly, and various noises quickly subsided, indicating they had landed somewhere. Meanwhile, in a spacious room inside the transport plane, a mysterious figure sat high on a throne. It was Mutwo, deeply questioning itself. Who am I? Why was I created? Who gave you the right? Am I human or Pokemon? Suddenly, a loud assemble blared from the room's communicator, interrupting Mutwo's contemplation. Ye Qing's expression turned serious as she quickly gathered her things and rushed outside. When Ye Qing reached the outside of the cabin, she found the captain standing with his hands behind his back, and the other 9 team members were ready. The captain glanced at the tardy Ye Qing, but said nothing. Seeing everyone present, he announced the mission. Our goal this time is to prevent wild Pokemon from entering the experimental area. Our team is fortunate enough to guard the camp interior. Remember, you must stick to your posts. Yes, the team responded in unison. The captain nodded in satisfaction and then led the team outside. As soon as they stepped out of the transport plane, a wave of scorching air hit them. The dry air and extreme heat were unbearable. Ye Qing looked around and realized she was atop a 1,000-meter-high active volcano. All around were Rock-type and Fire-type Pokemon, curiously eyeing the massive transports. Looking into the distance, Ye Qing saw this was an island formed by the volcano, surrounded by an endless sea. Our organization's transport plane was parked at the edge of the crater, with steep slopes behind it and the steaming crater ahead. Only a 10-meter-wide circular passageway lay between them. Other our organization members quickly rushed out of the transport plane, releasing their Pokemon to drive away the surrounding wild Pokemon down the mountain. Seeing this, Ye Qing also took out her Pokeball and called forth her imposing Arcanine. After several hours of rest and treatment from the Pokeball, the Arcanine had mostly recovered from its injuries. It raised its head, its sharp eyes fixed intently on the group of people before it, filled with anger and sadness. In the Arcanine's view, these people were connected to its trainer's death. If not for them, it would still be happily living with its trainer, instead of being separated by life and death. Ye Qing keenly sensed the Arcanine's unusual emotions. He gently patted the side of the Arcanine, softly reassuring it. Hang in there. They'll get what's coming to them sooner or later. The Arcanine nodded slightly, trying hard to suppress its murderous intent, and let out a low growl. Seeing this, Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He and the others turned their attention to the largest transport aircraft. At this moment, the Arcanine gently shook its fur, sending a wave of heat rolling toward Ye Qing, instantly making him feel a cool breeze. Gratefully, Ye Qing glanced at the Arcanine, then took a few steps forward to peer into the volcano's crater. The interior of the crater resembled an endless abyss, with bubbling lava at the bottom and occasional bursts of flame. It wasn't long before the transport aircraft's doors opened. Ye Qing quickly looked over, and the first to emerge was a high-ranking officer codenamed Yen Lang, followed closely by a group of scientists led by none other than the mad scientist. Behind them, 6 or 7 members of team are carried various instruments. Once the instruments were set on the ground, the mad scientist approached a smaller red machine, his hands flying over the control panel with rapid precision. Watching this, Ye Qing was filled with questions. He wondered to himself, what are they planning? Could they be trying to capture the Pokemon inside the volcano with Mutwo? But what kind of Pokemon could survive in a volcano, or even in lava that would warrant such an effort from Team R? Heatran? Volcanion? Or perhaps Moltres and Reshiram? Thinking of Mutwo inside the transport, Ye Qing felt a chill and his mouth twitched slightly. He even began to speculate. Could it be Ho-Oh and Groudon? Yen Lang stood at the edge of the crater, hands behind his back. Without turning, he asked, how is Lord Mutwo? A scientist next to the mad scientist immediately stepped forward to report. The memory has been erased, and everything seems fine for now, but what? Yen Lang's voice was calm, like the surface of a tranquil lake. The scientist was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, unable to articulate the prepared report. The other scientists trembled as well, knowing that the leader known as the Smiling Yama was most terrifying when he appeared calm and smiling. Ye Qing, being close enough, could hear the entire conversation. The scientist finally couldn't withstand the pressure and fell to his knees, stammering. Mutwo, Lord Mutwo's psychic power is too strong. Despite our best efforts, we couldn't avoid leaving some traces. This might be the last time we can erase its memory. Yen Lang smiled faintly and asked softly, then do you have any other solutions? No, the scientist replied, trembling. Is that so? Then what use are you? Yin Lang grabbed the scientist by the collar with his right hand and shoved him into the crater. The scientist's screams echoed as Ye Qing watched, feeling a twinge of pity and a deep realization of life's fragility and value. Yin Lang looked down at the bubbling lava, took out a pokeball, and shouted, Hydreigon, use Draco Meteor. Roar! A three-headed dragon materialized out of thin air, its three menacing heads accompanied by three pairs of massive wings, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. The middle head suddenly opened its gaping maw, releasing a yellow orb of destructive energy. The orb exploded midair, transforming into hundreds of meteor-like fragments that rained down onto the bubbling magma below. Boom! The surface of the magma was instantly riddled with holes, sparks flying everywhere. However, this seemingly devastating attack did not disturb the slumbering spirit at the magma's depths. Yin Lang observed this, a sinister grin spreading across his face, madness flickering in his eyes. Excellent. Release Mutuo. Yin Lang commanded, and the scientists beside him simultaneously pressed the buttons on the control panel. Click! The sound of machinery echoed from inside the transport. In an instant, a somewhat bewildered figure appeared beside Yin Lang. It was the legendary Mutuo. It floated in midair, gazing blankly at its hands, as if contemplating the meaning of its existence. Ye Qing watched this scene, pondering whether Mutuo was beginning to question its own existence. Although this wasn't the Pokemon world, and the process of Mutuo's creation might differ from the anime he knew, the essence should be similar. He understood Mutuo's current state of mind and its yearning for answers. A bold thought crossed Ye Qing's mind. Perhaps it was possible to lure Mutuo away. The sudden idea startled even himself. With Mutuo's appearance, a powerful aura unique to a mythical creature filled the area. This force seemed to awaken the slumbering beast, finally eliciting a response from within the magma. A haunting, ethereal cry resonated from the depths of the magma. Instantly, a massive vortex formed within the volcano, hot air rising like a tornado. The entire volcano trembled under this power, as if it might erupt at any moment. Witnessing this, Yin Lang's expression grew even more sinister, his eyes burning with fervor. He fiercely ordered the three-headed dragon to continue its attack, determined to awaken the sleeping beast. The transformation continued. A massive bubble suddenly surfaced in the thick magma, and in the blink of an eye, a fiery red figure burst forth. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous cry, the figure soared into the sky. The violent gusts of wind knocked everyone at the mountaintop off balance. If not for the Arcanine's timely intervention, grabbing Ye Qing, he might have been blown away by the strong winds. Other members of the R organization fared worse, with a few unlucky ones tumbling down the mountain, sustaining severe injuries. Ye Qing barely managed to stabilize himself. Looking up, a large, majestic creature hovered in the air, its head ablaze with intense flames, its sharp beak glinting like a sword. Its streamlined crest and fiery tail feathers added to its regal presence. Its expansive wings were almost entirely engulfed in flames, radiating a suffocating heat. A second-level legendary Moltres? Ye Qing couldn't help but exclaim softly, his eyes filled with admiration and desire. With Mutuo and Moltres now present, all the creatures felt an overwhelming pressure. Even the usually proud Arcanine dared not look directly at these legendary beings. Ye Qing felt a pang of regret, as he couldn't observe Moltres' details from such a distance. Yet, even so, this magnificent mythical creature captivated his heart. Roar! Moltres' eyes burned fiercely as it glared at the intruders who had disturbed its slumber. Its gaze was full of anger, as if ready to unleash a torrent of flames to turn these invaders to ash. Yin Lang slightly bowed, addressing Mutuo with utmost respect. Lord Mutuo, please defeat it. Mutuo heard this and let out a cold laugh. Staring intently at Moltres, it retorted without turning its head. Are you ordering me? Yin Lang's face turned pale for the first time, quickly denying. What a joke. Although he could restrain this guy, the other could kill him in an instant. Moreover, there was another deadly threat looming overhead, like a sword ready to drop at any moment. Just then, a deafening roar echoed across the volcano's crater. The Firebird could no longer contain its fury. Not only had its rest been disturbed, but what infuriated it more was the complete disregard it received after revealing itself. In the past, wherever it went, it was worshipped by all. The current indifference was simply intolerable. The more the Firebird thought about it, the angrier it became. It formed a scorching fireball in front of itself and suddenly hurled it at the greatest threat, Mutuo. Though it had never seen this creature before, instinct told it that this was a formidable opponent. Tricks, Mutuo scoffed, waving its right hand, causing the incoming fireball to explode midair. The crowd gasped in shock. While they had witnessed Mutuo defeating strong foes along the way, they had never seen it contend with a mythical beast. The ease with which Mutuo neutralized the attack was truly astounding. After all, the opponent was a genuine mythical beast. Too powerful, the mad scientist exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as his fingers danced over the keyboard, leaving afterimages. On the monitor before him, the device on Mutuo relayed all its energy levels and bodily responses to the computer. Ye Qing was too excited to speak. This was a battle between mythical beasts, something rarely seen even in the original stories of his previous life. If this could be posted online, it would surely cause a sensation. Although the Firebird was only a second-tier deity, Mutuo was also newly born and not yet fully in control of its powers. Otherwise, a deity of the Firebird's level wouldn't withstand even a few rounds. The Firebird eyed Mutuo from afar, feeling a sense of unease from this unfamiliar adversary. "You're not qualified to fight me." Mutuo maintained its cool and arrogant stance, hands behind its back, showing no concern for the Firebird in the sky. Screech. The Firebird, having never been so insulted since its birth, was incensed by Mutuo's disdain. It unleashed a sea of flames, rapidly spreading toward Mutuo. As the flames appeared, the temperature at the crater soared, and the air visibly warped from the heat. Arcanine struggled to breathe under the pressure of the two mythical beasts' auras. It glanced at Ye Qing, whose hair was nearly singed, and tried its best to use its flash fire ability to alleviate the scorching heat. Ye Qing, drenched in sweat, looked around and noticed that others were prepared, clinging to their water or ice-type Pokemon to desperately cool themselves. Bloodhand, enjoying the icy wind and snow from his frostless, watched his team. When his gaze fell on Ye Qing, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. As far as he knew, Bloodbat had an Ursaring, so why hadn't he released it in this situation? Moreover, ever since their last return, something seemed off about the kid, though Bloodhand couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Shaking his head, Bloodhand cast aside his doubts. He reminded himself that this was his trusted subordinate. What could be wrong? Since losing another trusted aide in the Jynx forest, Bloodbat was his only right-hand man left. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Mutuo's eyes flickered, releasing a tangible wave of psychic energy that collided forcefully with the overwhelming sea of flames. The intense collision instantly transformed into a powerful shockwave, rapidly spreading in all directions. Ye Qing's face changed dramatically, and he immediately shouted, "Arcanine, use Protect." Before his words were even finished, the shockwave was upon them. Fortunately, Arcanine had been on high alert and deployed a protective shield almost simultaneously with Ye Qing's command. Despite the shielding skill, the shockwave's incredible force pushed the human-canine duo backward, nearly sending them over the edge of the cliff. The scene was chaotic. The elite members of Team R and Bloodhand Captain quickly surrounded the scientists, acting as human shields. The less powerful members weren't so lucky, being knocked over along with their Pokemon, looking rather disheveled. Ye Qing glanced around at the few remaining team members on the volcano's edge, inwardly mocking. With this strength, they want to stop wild Pokemon from causing trouble? They're lucky if they can save their own skins. Bloodhand Captain's face twitched as he watched his prized subordinates suffer, feeling heartbroken. However, noticing Ye Qing and Arcanine unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his best operative was safe. Zapdos, seeing its ultimate move blocked again, grew somewhat infuriated. It realized that this opponent was unusual, with strength far exceeding expectations. Mutuo appeared impatient, coldly staring at Zapdos. "Show your true power, or prepare to meet your end." Arrogant. Zapdos was enraged by these words, almost losing its usual grace. If it could speak human language, it would undoubtedly hurl insults at this conceited foe. But it had to admit, this enemy was ridiculously strong, and without going all out, defeat was likely. Zapdos let out a deafening screech, its massive wings flapping wildly, engulfed in blazing flames. Simultaneously, as if responding to Zapdos's power, the entire volcano began to shake violently. The ground cracked open with numerous large fissures, glowing crimson, as if the volcano beneath was about to erupt at any moment. The sky turned dark, clouds rapidly gathering, and thick plumes of ash spewed from the volcano's mouth, soaring skyward. Mutuo was undeterred, raising one hand to summon more clouds. Amidst thunder and lightning, a torrential downpour suddenly began. "Everyone, get out of the way!" Yanlang shouted loudly. Riding on a Hydreigon, he quickly moved the mad scientist and the crucial equipment onto the dragon's back and flew off into the distance. Others were not to be outdone, scattering to escape even before their leader's command. Ye Qing mounted Arcanine, which, with its incredible speed, dashed down the mountain like the wind. Mutuo's eyes gleamed slightly, the opponent's transformation finally piquing its interest. Amidst the rumbling, towering plumes of ash shot skyward, and a scorching river of magma erupted from the depths, reaching for the heavens. The fully unleashed Zapdos was amid this surging magma. Countless glowing rocks propelled into the sky, falling like meteors, leaving fiery trails across the sky. Ye Qing looked back to see a massive flow of magma gushing out like a flood, greedily consuming the surrounding land. The astonishing sight made him gasp. realizing the situation was completely out of control. The sky was filled with black smoke and volcanic ash, resembling an apocalyptic scene. High above, a pink and a golden glow faced off against each other. Mutwo and Moltres. Ye Qing positioned his Arcanine behind a large boulder, watching the legendary battle unfold with intense focus. Mutwo slowly spread its hands apart, psychic energy swirling between them and forming a massive Tunterlong spoon. Moltres, perched above the magma, beat its wings fiercely, stirring up a fiery, molten windstorm. The flames distorted and warped the space they touched, burning away the very air. Mutwo was enveloped in a psychic shield, effortlessly deflecting the incoming flames with its giant spoon, remaining unscathed. It seemed to regard Moltres as a mere practice target, constantly testing the limits of its own powers. As its psychic output intensified, the spoon moved faster, repelling all flames and lava. In the distant sky, Yanlang stood on the back of a three-headed dragon, clapping excitedly. Amazing! This is only Mutwo's third battle, and the organization has created a true monster. Once it fully masters its power, world domination is within reach. Is this all you have? Then let's end it. Mutwo spoke coldly, instantly enveloping itself in a pink spherical shield. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink meteor, charging irresistibly towards Moltres. Moltres let out a sharp cry, its eyes flashing with astonishment. It hadn't expected its strongest attack to merely drain some of Mutwo's energy. With no time to think, Moltres' flames surged, harnessing the power of the surrounding magma. Empowered by its fiery might, it charged headlong into Mutwo. The moment the two legendary creatures collided, it was as if a comet had struck the earth. A blinding white light flared, dust billowed, and the entire world trembled. The explosion sent shockwaves that hurled magma high into the sky, triggering a volcanic eruption. Flames blossomed like fireworks, rain vaporized in an instant, and countless searing rock fragments shot out like arrows. A transport helicopter at the mountain's peak took off urgently to avoid the chaos, as lava cascaded down the volcano, leaving nothing in its wake. Our organization members either perished or fled. Even Yanlang hadn't anticipated the battle's cataclysmic outcome. Ye Qing rode his Arcanine, constantly retreating and deftly dodging the falling lava arrows thanks to the Pokemon's agility. But the lava fell ever thicker, and the room to evade grew smaller. Just then, a shout came from above. Get on! Looking up, he saw Captain Bloodhand riding a fierce Fiero. Arcanine leapt with all its strength, bringing them parallel to Fiero. Eyeing the 1-meter gap and the rapidly passing scenery, Ye Qing hesitated. Jumping at over 100 kilometers per hour seemed like a death wish. His brief hesitation cost him the best opportunity, and after landing, Arcanine could only wait for another chance. Bloodhand's anxious voice cut through the chaos at the volcano's rim. Bloodbat, what are you doing? The situation was dire, and he couldn't understand why his trusted ally was hesitating. If it weren't for the fact that the Arcanine remained in place, he might have suspected a switch of identity. Ye Qing snapped back to reality, noticing the suspicion on Bloodhand's face. He realized his previous actions must have raised alarms. If he failed again, his cover would likely be blown. Arcanine, try again. Ye Qing resolved, giving Arcanine's back a firm pat. The Arcanine deftly dodged a patch of molten lava and leapt once more toward the Fiero. Ye Qing squinted slightly, aware this was his last chance. With no other options, he couldn't afford to worry about the outcome. He pushed off Arcanine's back with both feet, launching himself like an arrow toward Fiero's back. Bloodhand, quick on the uptake, grabbed Ye Qing's clothes and pressed him onto Fiero's back. The bird let out a sharp cry and, with Ye Qing secured, flapped its wings to ascend. Ye Qing clung to Fiero's feathers with one hand, while the other swiftly retrieved Arcanine into its pokeball. Not healed yet. Bloodhand patted Ye Qing's head, his tone showing concern. Ye Qing simply nodded, saying nothing more. At that moment, the battle on the volcano shifted again. The Moltres was struck down, crashing heavily onto the peak. Struggling to rise, it warily scanned the surrounding, predatory crowd. Unwilling to engage further with Mutwo, the injured Moltres desperately flapped its wings, fleeing the perilous scene. Sir, stop it! Yanlang shouted urgently. He had been eyeing the legendary beast, and now, with it wounded, was the perfect time to capture it. How could he let such a prize slip away? Scram! Mutwo glanced at him coldly, its voice indifferent. Its skin flickered, and in the next moment, all its surface wounds healed, thanks to its regenerative abilities. Yanlang clenched his fists in anger, then reluctantly released them. When had he ever been spoken to like that? Yet the power of the creature before him was unfathomable, and even Moltres was no match. To confront it now would be suicidal. Perfect, just perfect. Behind Yanlang, the Mad Doctor's face was filled with delight, as if admiring a flawless masterpiece. With this power, it could even challenge Rayquaza. Facing such a formidable opponent, Mutwo seemed disinterested in pursuit. It looked directly into Yanlang's eyes, calmly stating, I'm tired. I'm going back now. Fine. Yin Lang gritted his teeth, steering his Hydreigon toward the transport aircraft. The volcanic eruption continued, painting the sky in fiery hues, as if the entire world were ablaze. Moltres just got away like that, Ye Qing murmured to himself, gazing at the distant sky. Of course, Lord Mutuo is unbeatable. Bloodhand's voice brimmed with admiration as he spoke of Mutuo. Moments later, the remaining members of team are all headed toward their respective transport aircraft. Ye Qing noticed Bloodhand steering away from their previous aircraft and asked, puzzled, Captain, isn't this the leader's aircraft? Bloodhand nodded, explaining, yes, I just received orders. The other teams suffered heavy casualties, so our team is now tasked with guarding Lord Mutuo. Great opportunity, Ye Qing thought, inwardly elated, clenching his fist. This was a rare chance. To obtain information on Mutuo, he needed to get close to it. The opportunity lay right before him, and he couldn't let it slip away. The plan was to get close enough to proceed to the next step, and ideally, to take Mutuo away with them. They wanted to see their adversaries cry for the trouble they caused. The metal exterior of the transport aircraft glinted coldly in the high altitude, while inside, a flurry of activity was underway. Yin Lang, the mad scientist, and others briskly moved through the narrow corridor, entering a sealed laboratory. Their mission was clear, to transmit the data from Mutuo's recent battle back to headquarters as quickly as possible. Standing in the middle of the lab was Bloodhand, his sharp eyes scanning the 8 subordinates before him. His voice was low and threatening. You must remain vigilant. There might be undercover agents among us from the Alliance. To prevent them from contacting Mutuo, I've assigned you in pairs, each with 2 keys, to monitor each other. Maintain a continuous watch, 24 hours a day. Understood? Yes. They responded in unison, their voices tense and respectful. Satisfied, Bloodhand nodded, his gaze falling on Ye Qing. Bloodbat and Fatty, you will take the first shift. Having given his orders, he strode out of the laboratory. Come on, Bloodbat, said a man weighing over 200 pounds, dragging his heavy steps with a reluctant expression. Noticing something unusual about Fatty's demeanor, Ye Qing asked curiously, what's going on? Why do you look like that? Fatty widened his eyes in disbelief. Really? You don't know? You don't know why our squad has to guard this place? I really don't know. Otherwise, why would I ask you? Ye Qing rolled his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Fatty sighed deeply and lowered his voice. Lord Mutuo needs to eat, but it has a terrible temper. If you deliver something that displeases it, you might get crushed to death. That's why different squads take turns guarding. Seeing Ye Qing's stunned expression, Fatty touched his own neck and added, we've probably lost more people to Mutuo than on this entire journey. Fatty didn't seem to be lying, and Ye Qing felt a pang of doubt. Although Mutuo didn't like humans, it shouldn't be so ruthless. However, considering the organization's and Team Rocket's past notorious acts of killing and selling Pokemon, it seemed reasonable that Mutuo might be angered. With that in mind, Ye Qing feigned indifference and said, if you don't want to do it, I'll take the food in. All right, don't back out. Fatty, who had been worried, was suddenly relieved and smiled with a sense of relief. The two reached Mutuo's chamber, standing on either side of the door. Ye Qing glanced at the surveillance camera above, contemplating how to communicate with Mutuo. He knew that Mutuo had started to question its existence. Even if the organization's process of creating Mutuo differed from the movie he knew, the essence should be similar. Ye Qing wondered if he could gain Mutuo's trust by exploiting this doubt. Amidst his thoughts, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Food. Ye Qing and Fatty exchanged a quick look, and Fatty hurriedly said, please wait a moment, my lord. He then rushed to fetch the food. Do you know me? Despite the door separating them, Mutuo's ability to perceive thoughts was formidable. Ye Qing's expression turned tense upon hearing the question, unsure how to respond. At that moment, Fatty returned with a tray. Without hesitation, Ye Qing took the food, combined his key with Fatty's, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Good luck, brother. Fatty whispered behind him, giving a thumbs up, relieved to have avoided the duty. Thud, thud, thud. Ye Qing's footsteps echoed around him. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was amiss. It felt like he was not in an ordinary room, but in an endless void. Darkness surrounded him, and apart from his own footsteps, there was no other sound. Mutuo. Ye Qing knew this was one of Mutuo's tricks, so he stood still, waiting for whatever was to come. The ethereal voice echoed in his ears, yet Ye Qing felt unexpectedly calm. He looked directly at the unseen presence and declared firmly, you and I are of the same kind. Why should I fear you? The same kind. Mutuo's voice revealed a hint of melancholy for the first time. I have no kind. Ye Qing stepped forward instead of retreating, his tone more resolute. No, in this world, you and I are indeed the same kind. Mutuo was puzzled. Why? I am a Pokemon, and you are a human. Ye Qing's lips curved slightly, sensing he had piqued Mutuo's interest, and boldly retorted, you're a Pokemon? Which mother gave birth to you? Born. Parents. This question plunged Mutuo into contemplation, a mystery it had yet to unravel. Mutwo quickly responded, cleverly turning the question back. If I'm neither a Pokemon nor a human, why are we the same kind? Ye Qing silently admired Mutwo's intelligence, a true standout among psychic types, far beyond ordinary Pokemon. He looked around, but didn't answer immediately. Mutwo, understanding, appeared in front of Ye Qing, saying calmly, "It's safe here. No one can spy on this place except that presence in the universe." Facing the suddenly appearing Mutwo, Ye Qing instinctively took a few steps back. After a moment of thought, he said, "Neither of us belongs to this world. We come from the same place." Mutwo frowned and pressed further. "Not belong? I certainly don't. But why don't you?" Ye Qing didn't answer directly but smiled mysteriously. "I know your past life. All your unresolved questions. I can answer them one by one." "Really?" Mutwo's eyes sparkled with a strong curiosity. Ye Qing spread his hands and earnestly proposed. "You can read my memories, but you must promise to only access those related to your birth." "All right, if what you say is true, I will compensate you." Mutwo agreed eagerly, showing an unusual emotional response for the first time. As Mutwo's psychic energy delved into Ye Qing's mind, everything suddenly plunged into darkness. It was an endless space, devoid of anything but the devouring darkness. Just as it was bewildered, the space suddenly displayed a scene. In the scene was a primeval forest where numerous Pokemon lived carefree. As Mutwo watched intently, the scene shifted, revealing 4 heavily armed humans in the forest, each bearing a prominent or insignia on their chest. The leader at the front glanced at the documents in his hand, murmuring, "The mythical Pokemon, the ancestor of all Pokemon, Mew." Mew. Mutwo pondered internally, not understanding what they meant by Mew. One of the team members chimed in. "Its power is limitless, capable of causing floods, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, moving mountains, and altering landscapes. Throughout history, its legends have been left all over the world." The leader let out a deep sigh, his brows furrowed. "Is he truly extinct?" he murmured, his voice tinged with regret. The aide shook his head slightly, looking uncertain. "I'm not sure, sir. Although no one has seen it firsthand, there have been many rumors of its reappearance recently." The leader scoffed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Ridiculous. To send us here based on mere rumors." Mutwo was quietly immersed in Ye Qing's memories, patiently observing every detail. Suddenly, the scene shifted, as if fast-forwarding through several days. The 4 of them finally arrived at an ancient ruin, where they discovered a mural depicting the legendary creature on a weathered wall. Staring at the design on the mural, Mutwo murmured, "Is this the mythical creature? Why do I feel an inexplicable urge when I see it?" The scene blurred again, and when it cleared, Mutwo found the group inside a simple tent. On the table in the center, a fossil with an imprint of an eyelash stood out. Around them, scientists in white lab coats were busily working. Moments later, the previous leader strode into the tent. A researcher immediately reported respectfully, "Sir, please look. This is our significant discovery of fossilized eyelash from the mythical creature." The leader's face lit up with delight. "Excellent. Send it to headquarters immediately. With this discovery, our God creation project can finally begin." The scene changed again to a massive laboratory filled with advanced equipment and bustling researchers. Data continuously flashed on computer screens, all focusing on that precious eyelash. In a liquid-filled incubation chamber, Mutwo saw a tiny version of himself, the size of a baby. Nearby were many other chambers containing creatures like Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. Mutwo wondered, was I born here? Or was I artificially created? With this question in mind, Mutwo continued to observe, eager for the truth to be revealed. However, the scene suddenly plunged into darkness. "Gone." Mutwo clenched his right fist, filled with frustration. Just as the answers were within reach, the abrupt interruption was unbearable. Ye Qing suddenly clutched his head and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. This mere ripple of emotion from Mutwo was already too much for Ye Qing to endure. Noticing Ye Qing's distress, Mutwo quickly reined in his emotions. After a long while, the scene reappeared, and Mutwo sighed in relief. This time, it showed his younger self, but Mutwo was surprised to find that he had no memories of these events. As he questioned the authenticity of these memories, the young Mutwo in the scene slowly opened his eyes. The laboratory was filled with the sound of scientists' discussions. "Who am I? Where am I?" the young Mutwo thought, puzzled. "It seems like they're talking about me, but what are they saying?" When Mutwo heard the inner voice of his younger self, he felt a strong resonance. From this moment on, he truly realized that the scenes in Ye Qing's mind were indeed from his past. Mutwo saw that a mysterious orb of light suddenly appeared next to his younger self in the scene. Then, a clear voice sounded. "Those are human languages." With the voice, a 3 or 4-year-old girl with blue hair and green eyes appeared beside the young Mutwo. Mutwo stared at everything in the scene, trying hard to search his memory, but he couldn't recall who this little girl was. The little girl looked at the young Mutwo and smiled. "I'm a human. You can call me Xiao AI. We're all similar beings, aren't we?" "Human." The young Mutwo in front of her, and the Mutwo outside the scene asked almost simultaneously, "Does that mean I'm human too?" Xiao AI playfully leaned closer, her bright eyes gazing at the young Mutwo. "You speak the human language, so maybe you are human. Or perhaps you're my spirit." A look of confusion appeared on the young Mutwo's face. Human? Spirit? What exactly am I? Hearing his younger self's question, the Mutwo outside couldn't help but mutter, "Yes, what am I really?" Xiao AI in the scene was stumped by this question, furrowing her brows in thought for a moment before her face suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "It doesn't matter what you are. You and I are the same. Everyone here is the same." Her voice was clear and melodious. "Janie, Seed, woo-woo." With Xiao AI's call, 3 beams of light suddenly appeared in this mental space, forming the images of Squirtle, Bulbasaur, and Charmander. Mutwo was watching intently when the scene suddenly shifted to the bright interior of a laboratory. In the lab, a group of scientists in white coats gathered around a flickering monitor, their faces full of barely concealed excitement. "Is this Mutwo communicating with Xiao AI too?" one scientist asked in surprise, pointing at the screen. "Even the other clones are responding. It seems like telepathy," another researcher analyzed. "Though we can't be certain, it's very possible." The lab was filled with the noisy discussions of the scientists, and Mutwo was growing impatient. Just then, the scene changed again, returning to the young Mutwo's mental space. Xiao AI's voice rang out again, patiently explaining, "We're all clones, so we're not number 1 but 2, and I'm Xiao AI too." Her tone was light, as if sharing an amusing secret. The young Mutwo tilted his head and asked, "So am I too as well?" Xiao AI laughed and replied, "I'm just Xiao AI too. The real me is Xiao AI." The young Mutwo in the scene seemed unable to grasp the meaning, but the Mutwo outside instantly realized they were all clones, not the original beings. The scene shifted once more, this time showing Xiao AI flying with a group of spirits over a city. The city's silhouette gleamed under the sunlight, with the shadows of buildings stretching long on the ground. Xiao AI spread her arms wide, introducing to her companions, "Look, this is where the Xiao AI in my memory was born and grew up." The young Mutwo in the scene pointed at a bright orb in the sky, curiously asking, "What is that?" Xiao AI explained with a gentle smile, her face filled with warmth. "That's the sun, this is the forest, and that's the wind blowing through, sometimes fierce, sometimes gentle." Her voice was full of love and longing for this world. Xiao AI led them flying over the city from the first light of dawn to the golden glow of sunset, patiently explaining every unfamiliar thing. They spent day and night together, inseparable, like a true family. One night, under the starlit sky, the young Mutwo pointed at the twinkling dots in the dark night and curiously asked, "And what are those?" Xiao AI, like a caring sister, softly explained, "That's the moon, and those around it are stars. They remind us that we're not alone, just like we have each other for company." Companions. Mutwo watched everything in the scene, a warm feeling rising in his heart. He realized he hadn't always been alone, that he once had these companions. Mutwo silently vowed to find them, to find Xiao AI. Just then, a sudden change occurred with Xiao AI and the spirits in the scene. The body of the Charmander surrounding Xiao AI began to turn increasingly transparent, as if it were about to disappear. Its outline gradually blurred, eventually dissolving into countless specks of light, quietly dissipating into the air like stardust. "Janie Seed." Xiao AI's voice was filled with unmistakable fear. Following Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur also felt their bodies fading away. They looked at Xiao AI and the young Mutwo, their eyes full of reluctance and fear. Yet, nothing seemed able to stop it. Their forms also gradually dimmed, finally transforming into a sky full of starlight, vanishing into the endless void. The young Mutwo in the scene looks puzzled, his eyes wide open and his body slightly leaning forward as he asks Xiao AI, "Where has everyone gone?" Xiao AI doesn't answer him. Instead, she stares blankly ahead, her eyes unfocused, as if sensing something invisible. "Xiao AI." The young Mutwo's voice trembles. When he sees Xiao AI's body starting to become transparent, edges dissolving into stardust, fear grips him, and he raises his voice. "Xiao AI, what's happening to you? What's going on?" Faced with Mutwo's relentless questioning, Xiao AI slowly turns her head, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. 2 crystal-clear tears roll down her cheeks. She softly says, "I don't know, but it feels like I'm about to say goodbye to you too. You must take good care of yourself in the days to come." The Mutwo outside the scene gazes at this moment, suddenly feeling a sharp pang in his heart, as if something most precious is being forcibly stripped from his memory, leaving him with a hollow pain that makes it hard to breathe. Inside the scene, the young Mutwo watches as Xiao AI gradually disappears, tears welling up in his eyes, wiping at his corners with his small hands. He chokes out one last question. "What is this?" Almost entirely dissipated, Xiao AI's body is nearly a translucent glow. She struggles to explain gently. "These are tears. Only humans cry from sadness." Just before vanishing completely, a faint, bittersweet smile appears on Xiao Ai's lips as she looks at the young Mutuo with deep affection. Thank you. Thank you for your tears. Please don't cry, you're alive. Promise me you'll live on, continue to live, okay? After these words, Xiao Ai's body fully transforms into stardust, briefly flickering in the air before disappearing without a trace. The young Mutuo's eyes release a steady stream of tears, helplessly reaching out to grasp the fading stardust. Xiao Ai, my tears won't stop. What do I do? Teach me. What follows is darkness, a long, deep slumber extending over an endless time. Xiao Ai and those spirits, everything dissipates like smoke in this prolonged sleep. Where is this? Who am I? Why do I keep dreaming in this world without memories? I can't forget the world where I flew with them. The young Mutuo's final declaration echoes in the darkness. With that, all the memories in Ye Qing's mind come to an end, like the closing of a movie. Mutuo doesn't delve further, having found the answers it sought. Ye Qing's consciousness slowly awakens, and when he opens his eyes, he finds himself in a cabin, holding untouched food, with Mutuo sitting not far away, staring at him intently. After calming his emotions for a long time, Mutuo asks in a slightly hoarse voice, "How do you know these things?" Facing a first-tier god-level Mutuo, Ye Qing couldn't help feeling nervous. He swallowed hard, adjusted his posture, and continued to bluff. Because we come from the same world. Is that so? Mutuo's eyes flicker, suddenly becoming excited, leaning forward slightly. Xiao Ai, where is Xiao Ai? Mutuo seems less concerned about the world issue and more eager to ask Ye Qing. Hearing this crucial question, Ye Qing feels a wave of anxiety, even breaking out in a cold sweat. Xiao Ai was the beloved daughter of Mutuo's creator in his past life. But here, without Team Rocket or Giovanni, Xiao Ai might not even exist. Where was he supposed to find Xiao Ai from Mutuo? Just as Ye Qing is struggling, a flash of inspiration hits him, suggesting a solution. Don't lie. At that moment, Mutuo says calmly, with an undeniable authority in his voice. Facing Mutuo's threat, Ye Qing becomes honest, trying to analyze. Xiao Ai might be within our organization, but I can't be sure. Mutuo nods at Ye Qing. Is that so? I understand. You believe me? Ye Qing cautiously asks, uncertainty in his voice. After all, if Mutuo delved into his other memories, it wouldn't be so simple. I only know you're not lying. Mutuo looks up, his eyes seemingly able to peer into the void. Ye Qing nodded gently, feeling a mix of conflicting emotions. As someone who was once an outsider, he had cried his heart out watching the movie Mutuo Strikes Back. Now, being part of the story himself, the feeling was beyond words. This is for you, as a token of my gratitude, Mutuo said, slowly opening its hand. A mysterious energy gathered in its palm, gradually forming a 5 cm-long silver spoon. It emitted a faint glow and floated lightly towards Ye Qing. Hold on to it. If you ever need my help, just turn back. I will be there, ready to sweep away all obstacles for you. Mutuo's voice was deep and resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. Hearing this declaration, Ye Qing's heart raced, a surge of warmth flooding his chest. With Mutuo as his support, wouldn't he be able to command the wind and rain? But reason quickly prevailed. He reminded himself that his relationship with Mutuo wasn't solid enough yet, and it might only help him once. As he reached out and touched the silver spoon, it instantly transformed into a brilliant white light, imprinting itself like a tattoo on his right wrist, leaving a delicate mark. Mutuo watched him calmly and suddenly asked, "You're not with Team Rocket, are you?" "No, I'm not," Ye Qing admitted frankly. Lying to Mutuo was pointless, so he chose to be honest. Meanwhile, a tricky issue surfaced in his mind. Li Xiong's mission was to gather information on Mutuo. If he handed this information to the League, wouldn't that betray Mutuo's trust? What was more concerning was that in his previous life, the League had been deeply infiltrated by Team Rocket, with Giovanni even becoming a recognized gym leader. The League in this world might also be infiltrated by Team Rocket, or at least have its operatives lurking within. If he returned to the League as an undercover agent, would he be discovered and retaliated against by Team Rocket members hidden within? Although the possibility was slim, it couldn't be ignored. The most important thing was that his initial goal was never for the League's accolades, but merely for self-preservation. Having thought it through, Ye Qing looked up and met Mutuo's gaze, anxiously asking, "Are we friends?" "Friends?" Mutuo paused, seemingly contemplating the concept. "Perhaps." Ye Qing's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, "Can you use teleportation to help me escape?" "I'm afraid not," Mutuo replied, glancing down at the metal shackles on its body and shaking its head helplessly. Ye Qing frowned slightly. "What do I need to do to help you?" "These shackles limit my ability to teleport," Mutuo explained, "unless you destroy the control device or take me more than 10,000 meters away from the machine." 10,000 meters? Ye Qing looked troubled upon hearing this condition. The device controlling Mutuo was likely the one the mad scientist had been carrying. Running 10,000 meters away without Team Rocket noticing was nearly an impossible task, even with the speed of an Arcanine. He recalled his school lessons. An Arcanine using extreme speed and agility could maintain a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, covering about 140 meters per second. Running 10,000 meters at full speed would take around 72 seconds. Of course, Arcanine couldn't maintain its extreme speed for the entire 72 seconds. Once its speed boost wore off, it would take nearly 3 minutes to cover the remaining 10 kilometers. Would the organization give him that much time? The device used to control Mutwo could knock it out within 3 seconds once activated, right? Ye Qing furrowed his brow, constantly calculating the feasibility of an escape plan in his mind. Mutwo seemed to sense Ye Qing's thoughts, its golden eyes fixed on him, its voice calm yet firm. I can resist the power of the shackles and avoid going into hibernation, but only for up to 3 minutes. 3 minutes will do. Ye Qing nodded in agreement, then realized he had been in the room for too long and said, "But time's up. You should leave now." Mutwo replied expressionlessly. "All right." Ye Qing realized he had indeed been inside for quite a while. To avoid arousing suspicion, he decided to leave. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a chubby man pacing anxiously outside, his face full of worry. "Brother, you're finally out." The chubby man beamed with relief upon seeing Ye Qing unharmed, patting his chest as he sighed. "I thought something went wrong. I almost believed you were done for in there." "No worries." Ye Qing waved his hand, deliberately feigning a headache as he rubbed his temples. The chubby man scrutinized Ye Qing closely, and seeing that he seemed all right, he patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Hey, as long as you're okay. You're one of the lucky ones. Most others come out of there with their minds scrambled." Seeing the chubby man's earnest expression, Ye Qing didn't doubt him. Given Mutwo's temperament, it was indeed unlikely for an ordinary person to leave unscathed. He turned to look out the porthole, where the endless deep blue sea stretched out, the sunlight dancing on the waves. Ye Qing couldn't help but wonder about the R organization's next destination. If it was an isolated island, the escape plan would be even more challenging, as Arcanine certainly couldn't tread water. With that in mind, Ye Qing casually asked, "Do you know where we're headed this time?" The chubby man shrugged, spreading his hands with an innocent look. "Destination? You're the right-hand man of the Bloodhand Captain, and if you don't know, how would I?" True. Ye Qing realized how foolish his question was. Ever since meeting Mutwo, his thoughts seemed a bit muddled. 6 hours passed quickly as Ye Qing pondered. After a shift change, he returned to his cabin to continue devising a plan. The transport plane's interior was spacious, and each person's cabin was roomy enough for Ye Qing to release both Chimchar and Arcanine. "Come out, Arcanine, Chimchar," Ye Qing called softly. But he wasn't letting them out to play. He intended for Arcanine to teach Chimchar the flame will skill. "Chimchar!" Chimchar jumped out excitedly. "Arf!" Arcanine appeared steadily on the ground. Ye Qing held back Chimchar, who was trying to climb onto him, and turned to Arcanine to explain his idea in detail. Arcanine listened intently, and then growled in agreement without hesitation. Watching the two Pokémon earnestly teaching and learning, Ye Qing leaned against the single bed, continuing to ponder the earlier dilemma. He knew that destroying the terminal controlling Mutwo was almost impossible. He simply didn't have the strength. The only option now was to help Mutwo escape. The helicopter's maximum altitude was around 6,000 meters, so jumping out wasn't feasible. This meant the plan could only be executed after landing. Additionally, Mutwo's specially designed room was extremely sturdy, impervious to ordinary attacks. They would have to find a way to bring it outside to have any chance. The flight on the transport plane was exceptionally long, and Ye Qing continuously observed the outside world through the porthole, searching for any possible escape opportunity. After roughly 10 hours, the team finally flew over a landmass and gradually descended into a hidden base within a dense forest. However, Ye Qing received no new orders, leading him to speculate that this might just be a temporary supply stop, and the team would likely continue onward. Glancing at the clock, it was 2 a.m. The lighting was poor, and it was the time when people were most fatigued. Ye Qing squinted his eyes, pondering under the dim light acting now might increase the chances of success. "Hold on, stop practicing for now." Ye Qing called out to the little fire monkey, who was still repeatedly training. Although it hadn't mastered the flame wheel skill yet, with the careful guidance of the wind speed dog, Ye Qing believed it would soon overcome the hurdle. "Oh." The little fire monkey rubbed its tired eyes, staring at Ye Qing in confusion, clearly not understanding why the training was halted suddenly. Ye Qing bent down, his lips almost touching the little fire monkey's ear, and whispered his plan in detail. After confirming the little fire monkey fully understood, he gestured for it to hide on his back. Ye Qing draped a large coat over himself, perfectly concealing the little fire monkey, then took a deep breath and calmly walked out. The first step of the plan was straightforward: eliminate the two guards outside Mutwo's door, then escape with Mutwo. Ye Qing walked steadily to Mutwo's room, where two guards were nervously standing watch at the door. "Bloodbat, what are you doing here?" The bespectacled guard on the left immediately stepped forward to inquire upon seeing Ye Qing. Ye Qing remained composed, fabricating a reason. Nothing much. Bloodhand boss just asked me to pass a message to Lord Mutuo. The bespectacled guard looked troubled. But the chief has ordered that no one is allowed in except during feeding time. Ye Qing instantly feigned dissatisfaction, frowning with a threatening tone. What? Do I need to get the boss here? Hearing this, the bespectacled guard's face changed instantly, quickly putting on a flattering smile. My mistake, Bloodbat. You know how it is. Go on in, go on. Ye Qing snorted coldly, striding forward. Just as he passed the two guards, he swiftly pulled off his coat, covering the bespectacled guard's mouth. At the same moment, the little fire monkey leaped from his back like an arrow, delivering a precise karate chop to the other guard's neck. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, the bespectacled guard's eyes widened in shock. Just as he was about to struggle, the little fire monkey rushed over and knocked him out with a punch. Watching the two guards collapse unconscious, Ye Qing quickly retrieved the little fire monkey, took the keys from the guards, and after piecing them together, opened Mutuo's door. You came. Mutuo floated in the center of the room, gazing calmly at Ye Qing as he entered. Ye Qing nodded briefly, speaking rapidly. Let's go. Once they realize something's wrong in the monitoring room, it's all over. Mutuo didn't say much, immediately following Ye Qing, floating lightly out of the room. Outside, Ye Qing anxiously looked around, ensuring no one noticed, then released the wind speed dog. Blow this open. Understanding the urgency, the wind speed dog didn't hesitate, spewing a scorching flame that instantly burned a large hole on one side of the helicopter. Woo! The shrill alarm blared throughout the transport craft, echoing in every corner. Go! Exchanging a glance with Mutuo, Ye Qing and Mutuo both mounted the broad back of the wind speed dog. Its muscles tensed, leaping dozens of meters, its limbs moving like a whirlwind. The combination of agility and extreme speed skills boosted its speed to astonishing levels. Ye Qing could only hear the howling wind in his ears, his vision blurred, unable to focus on anything clearly. 1 second, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 50 seconds. As Ye Qing silently counted the time, the shackles on Mutuo suddenly sparkled with blinding electricity. Enduring the pain, Mutuo tensely reminded, they're coming. At this point, the effect of extreme speed had worn off, and the wind speed dog's pace had noticeably slowed. Hearing Mutuo's warning, Ye Qing turned around to see the three-headed dragon looming into view, its massive form cutting a menacing silhouette across the sky. His heart tightened as he calculated the distance, knowing that at the dragon's speed, it wouldn't take long to catch up to them. Faster! Ye Qing shouted to the Arcanine beneath him. The Arcanine panted heavily, its legs pounding rapidly against the ground. Though its speed was among the top for all creatures, the power gap between it and the three-headed dragon was too vast. Being caught was only a matter of time. Moreover, Mutuo was unable to fight, leaving them reliant solely on Arcanine's strength. 2 minutes. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, encouraging the Arcanine. The Arcanine paused briefly, then tensed its muscles and surged forward with extreme speed again. Using such a rapid burst twice in quick succession pushed it to its limits, and it could only maintain its escape velocity through sheer speed. Three-headed dragon, use Dragon Pulse, a shout came from behind. Ye Qing felt the air tremble at the command. A quick glance back revealed a glaring blue energy beam shooting from the dragon's mouth, racing toward them with alarming speed. Don't stop, use Protect. Ye Qing ordered swiftly. In an instant, Arcanine formed a protective barrier around itself. Boom. The Dragon Pulse crashed into the Protect skill, erupting in a dazzling light. Though powerful, the dragon's attack wasn't enough to break through Protect's limits. Instead, Arcanine skillfully used the force to widen the gap between them and their pursuers. Yin Lang, seeing his attack thwarted, cursed furiously. Damn it. You dare betray the organization? I'll kill you. His face twisted with rage, understandable given that losing Mutuo, the organization's top weapon, would bring unimaginable punishment upon him. Ye Qing didn't waste words on him, focusing instead on urging the exhausted Arcanine onward. Woof! Arcanine growled, its body suddenly enveloped in flames, as if burning its last reserves of strength, charging forward with all its might. We're almost there. Ye Qing's heart pounded with tension as he fixated on the path ahead. He knew all too well that if they were caught within 10,000 meters of safety, it would be the end. As time ticked by, the three-headed dragon closed in once more. Yin Lang pointed at the road ahead of Arcanine, coldly ordering, triple attack. The dragon roared thunderously, its three heads opening wide to unleash red, yellow, and blue energy beams in a barrage on the path before Arcanine. Explosions sent dust and debris flying, forcing Arcanine to dodge left and right. Facing a flying, attacking dragon, combined with a damaged road ahead, Arcanine's speed was hindered, the gap between it and the pursuers closing quickly. Yin Lang glared at Ye Qing with malice, gritting his teeth. Let's see where you run now. Hyper Beam, kill him. The dragon obeyed, swiftly gathering energy, its three heads forming a brilliant energy sphere. In the next moment, a thick beam of destructive energy hurtled toward Ye Qing and Arcanine. The hyper beam's path left destruction in its wake. Rocks shattered, trees toppled, everything in its way obliterated. The terrifying energy warped the very air. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The distance shrank rapidly, and Ye Qing could feel the terrifying energy within the hyper beam, its intense light turning the surroundings as bright as day. Boom. The hyper beam finally struck Ye Qing, exploding with intense energy. He felt himself lifted like a leaf in a storm, utterly powerless to resist. I did my best, Ye Qing thought, his ears ringing, his mind blank, looking helplessly at the ground 10 meters away. Just a little more, and they would have succeeded. He screamed inwardly. Then, he realized something was amiss. Why am I not dead? Why am I still conscious? Looking back in confusion, Ye Qing saw Mutuo standing behind him and Arcanine. The devastating hyper beam, which should have been fatal, had only caused Mutuo minor injuries. Thud. Though Mutuo had blocked the hyper beam, the force's inertia sent them all flying, crashing to the ground in succession. Prepare to die. In a flash, the three-headed dragon closed in from behind, its three heads launching a simultaneous triple attack at the defenseless Arcanine and Ye Qing. Arcanine sprang up instinctively, trying to shield Ye Qing. However, just at that critical moment, another figure appeared first. Mutuo hovered in front of Ye Qing, effortlessly blocking the ferocious attack of the Hydreigon as if brushing away a speck of dust. Begone! A silent yet forceful mental shout exploded in Yen Lang's mind, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Without daring to linger, he immediately turned and flew off into the distance, not even daring to look back. He knew all too well that Mutuo, having just broken free from its restraints, had regained its full strength, and he was no match for it. His only task now was to survive and report everything to his boss. With a slight shake of its arms, the restraints on Mutuo shattered into fragments, scattering like rain. It turned to look at Ye Qing and Arcanine, its eyes glowing with a pink light, and in the next instant, all three vanished from the spot. Ye Qing felt a blur before his eyes, and when his vision cleared, the surroundings had completely changed. Under the pitch-black night sky, gigantic umbrella-like tree canopies and tangled vines enclosed the entire valley. Inside, streams trickled, birds sang, and wild Pokémon played in this hidden paradise, exuding a sense of peace and tranquility. Big brother, you've recovered? Ye Qing immediately understood that Mutuo had teleported them to a safe location at least 10 kilometers away. Big brother. Mutuo frowned slightly, seemingly pondering the meaning of the term. Ye Qing quickly explained, Big brother is a term for a friend. Aren't we friends? Friends. Mutuo mused. Yes, you helped me, so we are friends. But what about Xiao Ai and me? Are we family? Family. Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief, tentatively answering. Mutuo contemplated for a moment, then looked at Ye Qing and Arcanine. I have some matters to attend to. Where are you heading? I can give you a lift. Ye Qing was overjoyed at the offer. Big brother, I want to go home, to the place where we first met. Arf arf. Arcanine nodded in agreement. Although its trainer had passed away, its partner and offspring were still at the police station, and it was time to reunite with them. All right. Mutuo gently rotated its hand, its eyes once again enveloped in a pink glow. Ye Qing and Arcanine's vision went black, and when it returned, they found themselves on the edge of Jinsei Forest. Ye Qing looked around at the familiar surroundings, excitedly mounting Arcanine. Arcanine, help me retrieve my phone, never mind. Mid-sentence, Ye Qing remembered that his phone was left at the site of Li Zhiyong's demise. If Arcanine went there, it would undoubtedly be reminded of the past. He sighed, dismounting and gently stroking its large head, tentatively asking, would you like to be my Pokemon? Arf arf. Arcanine's eyes showed a hint of resistance, and it gently shook its head. Ye Qing wasn't surprised. He understood that Pokemon who had formed deep bonds with previous trainers were often reluctant to choose a new one, and he wasn't particularly eager to capture Arcanine. All right, I won't force you. In that case, could you help me keep my identity hidden and return to the League as if you never saw me? Arf. Arcanine nodded solemnly, promising not to reveal any information about Ye Qing. Thank you. Ye Qing removed his clothes and other items, and Arcanine unleashed a flame to completely destroy them. Arf. Arcanine tilted its head in confusion after completing the task, looking at Ye Qing. Ye Qing politely declined the offer from the Arcanine and decided to walk home. The city was full of surveillance cameras, and he didn't want to risk being seen riding the Pokemon. He released his Chimchar from its Pokeball, but the little Pokemon was still sulking about earlier events, perching on Ye Qing's shoulder with a displeased expression. Ye Qing, in high spirits, didn't bother to argue with the little brat, already planning a rigorous training regimen for it once they got home. Now Mutuo's like my big brother, huh? Ye Qing laughed aloud as he walked, leaving Chimchar bewildered and wondering if its trainer had lost his mind. As night deepened, Ye Qing reached the foot of the mountain and saw the security booth with its lights still on. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over. He knocked gently on the door, apologetically asking if anyone was there. A gruff voice answered from inside, and soon a sleepy, 60-something man opened the door. "What's your deal, kid? Roaming around in the middle of the night in your underwear, harassing your elders?" The old man grumbled irritably. Despite feeling a chill, Ye Qing realized he had been the one to intrude first. He politely asked to borrow the man's phone, explaining that all his belongings had been stolen. The old man rubbed his eyes, scrutinized Ye Qing for a moment, then handed over the phone with the condition that the call be on speaker. Chimchar blinked its eyes, its stomach growling, urging Ye Qing to hurry up. Ye Qing dialed Wang Yao's number and spoke on speaker. "Hey, Wang Yao, stop sleeping and come pick me up at the entrance of Jinxia Forest." On the other end, Wang Yao was ecstatic, exclaiming, "Holy crap! Qingzi, you're not dead? That's awesome. You know, I haven't slept in 2 days." Although Ye Qing had only been missing for less than 2 days, the mutilated body found in Jinxia Forest that morning had terrified Wang Yao. Seeing that Wang Yao was about to continue his repentance, Ye Qing rolled his eyes and urged, "Just come quickly and bring some clothes. I'm freezing here." After hanging up, he smiled and returned the phone to the old man. The old man took back the phone, his gaze falling on the glowing spoon mark on Ye Qing's wrist, marveling. "Young man, that's a pretty unique tattoo you've got there, and it even glows." "Oh, this? It's a new style." Ye Qing brushed it off casually, secretly thrilled that this adventure had somehow linked him to the legendary Mutuo. Mutuo, a Pokemon that could rival Rayquaza, was a legendary creature that most people wouldn't even dare to dream about. "You're not going to sleep, sir?" Ye Qing asked curiously, noticing the old man still at the doorway. He had just finished a pleasant daydream, and only now realized the old man was still standing guard. The old man, hearing this, got irritated. He lit a cigarette and grumbled, "Sleep? With you kids making a ruckus here in the middle of the night, how could I possibly sleep? You're all such a handful." Ye Qing wasn't bothered by the old man's scolding. Instead, he felt lucky to have someone to chat with. He cheerfully agreed. Yes, you're absolutely right, sir." In contrast, the little fire monkey didn't have such patience. It covered its ears with its hands, clearly unable to bear the old man's rapid-fire nagging. As Ye Qing was listening intently, he suddenly noticed a line of fire at the foot of the mountain. The fire approached quickly, and soon, a majestic flaming horse was galloping towards them through the intense flames. Ye Qing squinted and recognized Wang Yao riding on the horse's back. Wang Yao tightened his legs around the flaming horse's waist, bringing it to a slow stop in front of Ye Qing and the old man. Seeing Ye Qing unharmed, Wang Yao's face lit up with joy. He leaped off the horse and immediately embraced Ye Qing warmly. "Whoa!" Startled by Wang Yao's overly enthusiastic gesture, the little fire monkey quickly jumped from Ye Qing's shoulder to the ground, looking on with disdain at the two embracing. Ye Qing, finding it hard to breathe from Wang Yao's embrace, gently patted his back and said, all right. He tried to extricate himself from Wang Yao's hug, but Wang Yao only held him tighter, tears in his eyes as he said, "I'm so relieved. You have no idea how stressed I've been these past 2 days." The old man finally recognized Wang Yao as the troublemaker from a few days ago, wiping his eyes as he said, "So it's you, kid. None of you are easy to handle." Wang Yao paid no attention to the old man's words. He pulled Ye Qing and the little fire monkey onto the back of the flaming horse and sped away. On the way, Wang Yao tentatively asked, "Shall we head to my place first?" Ye Qing, holding the little fire monkey, thought for a moment and said, "No, I think I'll check on my home." Wang Yao disagreed with Ye Qing's suggestion. As he directed the flaming horse towards his house, he explained, "Home? Dude, it's almost dawn. And you're planning to go back in just shorts? Look at your face, all bruised and battered. You'll only worry your parents." Ye Qing pondered for a moment and realized Wang Yao had a point. Besides, with school starting at dawn, it was best not to complicate things. He nodded, "All right then." Soon, they arrived at Wang Yao's house. Although not extravagantly wealthy, Wang Yao's family was quite well off. They lived in a 2-story detached villa, with many spirit creatures roaming freely in the yard. Wang Yao quietly opened the door and whispered to Ye Qing, "Come in, wash up quickly. Here's some new clothes I just bought. See if they fit." Ye Qing looked around cautiously and asked, "Are your parents home?" Wang Yao shook his head while searching for clothes. "My dad's busy and not home. My mom's a light sleeper, so let's keep it down." Ye Qing gave an okay gesture to show he understood. He returned the mischievous little fire monkey to its pokeball and went into the bathroom to freshen up. After washing up, Ye Qing realized it was still some time before dawn. He fed the little fire monkey and let it continue practicing its flame wheel in the front yard. Watching the little fire monkey train diligently, Ye Qing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. As the first light of dawn appeared, the sun slowly rose over the horizon. Ye Qing and Wang Yao bought 2 steaming Jianbing guozi and leisurely strolled towards the nearby academy. The exhaustion from the past few days finally hit them, and Ye Qing yawned, with last night's sleeplessness adding to his fatigue. Suddenly, a piercing cry for help shattered the tranquil morning. Help! The voice came from a nearby alley. Wang Yao abruptly stopped, frowning. That voice, doesn't it sound like one of our classmates? Despite his drowsiness, Ye Qing became alert upon hearing that a classmate might be in danger. Let's go check it out, he said decisively. And remember to record it. Wang Yao pulled out his phone, only to find it had shut down due to a dead battery. He was about to inform Ye Qing, but saw him already rushing towards the alley. Deep in the alley, a group of unwelcome intruders was enacting a despicable scene. 3 men and a Mac hop had cornered a bespectacled couple, and the girl's coat had already been torn off. Please, let us go, the interest you're asking for is too high, the girl pleaded tearfully. Zhang Xiaoqiang, the leader, sneered as he patted the boy's face. Let you go? Who's going to repay my money then? Mac hop, keep undressing her. Mac hop punched the boy, blocking its way to the ground, then advanced towards the trembling girl. Zhang Xiao and his group laughed recklessly, relying on their connections without any fear of consequences. Don't come any closer, the girl cried, collapsing in fright, her tears flowing like rain. At this critical moment, a plastic bag flew through the air, hitting Zhang Xiaoqiang squarely in the face. Hey, have some breakfast. Ye Qing's voice rang out. The Jianbing guozi exploded on Zhang Xiao's face, splattering him with golden oil and shredded potatoes. What the hell? Zhang Xiaoqiang fumed with rage, turning to glare at the alley entrance. Wang Yao, Ye Qing, help! The girl on the ground shouted hoarsely, as if seeing a lifeline. Mac hop, shut her up, Zhang Xiaoqiang ordered coldly. Mac hop! The Mac hop slapped the girl across the face, leaving her cheek swollen. Wang Yao rolled up his sleeves, glaring angrily. Zhang Xiaoqiang, don't think you can do whatever you want just because your dad is the vice principal. Ye Qing added sternly. Don't you know it's illegal to instruct Pokemon to attack people? Although he didn't think highly of Wang Shuang, he decided to help since her girlfriend had often assisted him. Zhang Xiaoqiang dismissed them with laughter. Ha ha ha. Did you see that, guys? The class dunce is trying to lecture me on the law. Yeah, right, Ye Qing, who are you trying to impress? Just get lost, the others chimed in mockingly. Then, 3 more flashes of light appeared, and 3 more Pokemon materialized in the alley, glaring menacingly at Ye Qing and Wang Yao. Whoa! But Ye Qing's Chimchar, perched on his shoulder, showed no fear towards these accomplices of evil, roaring with a righteous fury. Wow, you actually got a little fire monkey. Did you steal it from somewhere? Zhang Xiaoqiang's 3 sidekicks eyed Ye Qing and Wang Yao with disdain, clearly not taking them seriously. They stood deep in the alley, tension in the air. Ye Qing, please save us. At this moment, the sports committee member Wang Shuang came to his senses, kneeling on the ground, sobbing and pleading, his body trembling slightly. Ye Qing quickly assessed both sides, calculating the strength comparison, and had to change his strategy on the spot. I'm telling you, we recorded everything. Zhang Xiaoqiang, if you don't want this to blow up, you'd better leave now. Ye Qing said firmly, his expression serious. Hearing Ye Qing's words, Wang Yao felt a shiver down his spine, but the situation left him no choice. He had to bluff, pulling out his already dead phone to intimidate the others. From a distance, he hoped they couldn't see the screen was off. The bluff worked. Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered, his eyes blazing with anger. Fine. Ye Qing, you've got guts. Let's go. With that, he led his 3 lackeys towards the other end of the alley, kicking Wang Shuang hard as he passed to show his displeasure. Once Zhang Xiaoqiang and his group disappeared, Wang Shuang quickly helped his tear-streaked girlfriend up, saying urgently, thank you both for today. I'll take her to the hospital now. Let's go. Ye Qing patted Wang Yao on the shoulder, his face expressionless. He didn't have much fondness for Wang Shuang, who often mocked him. If it weren't for them bullying a girl, he wouldn't have bothered. Did you record everything? Exiting the narrow alley, Ye Qing looked at Wang Yao with some concern. The phone's dead. Wang Yao spread his hands innocently, showing Ye Qing the black screen of his phone. For crying out loud, Ye Qing's forehead veins bulged, tempted to flick Wang Yao's forehead. You could have told me ahead of time, man. Wow. The little fire monkey joined in, mimicking Ye Qing's tone and expression, arms akimbo as it glared at Wang Yao. Wang Yao spread his hands innocently again. It's not my fault. I was in a rush to pick you up last night, and forgot to charge it. All right. Zhang Xiaoqiang's in the wrong here. Plus, he doesn't know we don't have evidence, so he probably won't do anything for now. Let's wait for Wang Shuang to return from the hospital and get the full story first, Ye Qing said with a hint of resignation. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqiang and his lackeys exited from the other end of the alley. Behind him, a brawny lackey looked worried. Zhang Xiao, are we going to be in trouble? Zhang Xiaoqiang frowned. What do you think, strategist? The one called strategist was thin and wore thick glasses. He pushed up his glasses, analyzing expressionlessly. Commanding a spirit to attack people is indeed illegal. I warned you before, but you didn't listen. I think there's a good chance Ye Qing recorded us. We should prepare 2 approaches. First, send someone to offer Wang Shuang some money to appease them, and then scare them a bit. A mix of carrot and stick should work. Strategist paused, adding, see if you can get them to transfer to our class. It would be a safeguard. Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment, clenching his fist. Let's do that for now. That Ye Qing really is a nuisance, daring to meddle in my business. If you block my path to riches, don't blame me. Ye Qing and Wang Yao walked side by side into the academy, borrowing a power bank from the campus store. The sports field was sparsely populated, with the occasional student hurrying by with luggage. Students like Ye Qing and Wang Yao, with empty hands, were rare. Wang Yao nudged Ye Qing's shoulder, lowering his voice. Did you hear? We're moving to the new campus on the back hill today. There'll be an exam in the morning, and dorms will be assigned based on it. Ye Qing frowned slightly, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Is it really that complicated? Aren't all the dorms the same? What's the big deal about assigning them? Wang Yao turned his head and gave him a look, a hint of superiority from his broad knowledge in his eyes. Oh, there's a big difference. Our school has always emphasized survival of the fittest and collective honor. Of course, talented individuals need special attention. Ye Qing's eyes lit up with interest, and he leaned forward slightly. So, what are the differences between the dorms? Wang Yao straightened up, unconsciously adjusting his collar, and spoke with a hint of pride. There are 6 classes in our grade, and because of limited dorm space and conditions, they're divided into 6 zones. The first zone has the best conditions and the largest space, and I've heard they even have a private training room for the elves. His voice suddenly lowered, and his expression turned sympathetic, but the 6th zone is terrible. Not only do they lack a training room, but they also have to share with others. Ye Qing thoughtfully touched his chin, a look of realization in his eyes. If it weren't for Wang Yao telling him, he wouldn't have known any of this. Wang Yao's lips curved into a smug smile. How about that? My info is pretty comprehensive, right? But our class coming in first is out of the question, with us 2 dragging the team down. Getting third would be an achievement. Ye Qing disapprovingly patted Wang Yao's chest, frowning. What are you talking about? My knowledge is on a whole new level now, don't you know? Wang Yao threw his head back and laughed, his eyes sparkling with teasing light. Oh, come on. I know you too well. You just got lucky with a few questions last time, and now you're claiming to be on a whole new level. Ye Qing rolled his eyes, not bothering to explain further. He noticed more and more people gathering on the field, as students from various classes arrived, filling the space with noise. After waiting for over half an hour, most of the students in the grade had arrived. They were organized into 6 orderly squads on the field, waiting quietly for the meeting to start. Ye Qing looked around and noticed that the other class teachers were already in place, except for their own, old Lu, who was nowhere to be seen. Where's our class teacher? I don't see him, Ye Qing asked, puzzled. Wang Yao scratched his head, looking confused. Not sure, but I heard old Lu might be sick. Just then, Wang Yao's phone buzzed. He quickly pulled it out to find a message from Wang Shuang, the sports committee member. Thanks for today, we decided not to pursue the matter. Wang Yao frowned deeply, his face full of disbelief. Ye Qing, take a look. If they're handling it this way, didn't we help them for nothing? He hurriedly handed the phone to Ye Qing. After reading the message, Ye Qing also frowned, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Forget it, they did owe Zhang Xiaoqiang money. After all, we only pretended to record them. The other side must have been prepared. Even though Wang Shuang set us up, it's understandable. Wang Yao sighed heavily, his shoulders drooping slightly. So what do we do now? Didn't we make enemies for nothing? Hearing this, Ye Qing's brows furrowed in determination, a resolute light in his eyes. What are we afraid of? If I can't even stand up for this bit of justice, then what kind of elf trainer am I? What are you two talking about? Ye Qing and Wang Yao. A clear female voice called out from nearby. Ye Qing's voice had been a bit loud, catching the attention of class beauty Huang Mengyao, who was standing not far away. Nothing, nothing. Wang Yao waved his hands quickly, an awkward smile on his face. Well said. At that moment, the sound of clicking high heels approached. Ye Qing turned to see a woman in her 20s with wavy hair walking gracefully to the front of their class. The woman gave Ye Qing an approving look and clapped her hands to get the class's attention, her voice clear and strong. Mr. Lu is unwell, so I'll be temporarily taking over as your class teacher. My name is Zhao Xinran. Oh wow, a beautiful teacher. Upon hearing this news, Wang Yao was so excited he started dancing around as if he had won the lottery. He recalled the time he got scolded by teacher Lu for his poor grades and felt secretly relieved. Clap, clap, clap. The classroom erupted instantly, with applause like thunder. A few mischievous boys even whistled, and the atmosphere was as lively as a concert. Zhao Xinran smiled slightly and gestured for everyone to quiet down. Holding a document, she announced clearly, "In a moment, I'll hand out your exam room and seat numbers. Please proceed to your assigned exam rooms accordingly. Additionally," she paused, her tone becoming serious, "this exam will affect your dormitory assignments. I hope everyone will do their best." After speaking, Zhao Xinran gave a meaningful glance at Ye Qing and Wang Yao, raising an eyebrow. "I've heard about your grades from teacher Lu. My expectations for you are simple: just perform normally." Upon hearing this, Wang Yao straightened up immediately and promised loudly. Don't worry, teacher. I won't disappoint you. Zhao Xinran nodded in satisfaction and began distributing the seat numbers. The classroom was soon filled with the rustling sounds of students exchanging their exam room information. Exam room 3, seat 17. Wang Yao murmured to himself as he read his slip of paper. Ye Qing waved his slip and smiled. What a coincidence. I'm in exam room 3 too. So am I, said Huaming Yao with a shrug, a hint of resignation in her voice. I didn't expect to be in the same exam room with the two dynamic duo of our class. Wang Yao immediately grinned cheekily and leaned towards Huaming Yao. Class beauty, you'll have to let me copy your answers later. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the classroom teased. Wang Yao, do you even need to copy? Just compare your answers with Ye Qing's, eliminate the ones you've both chosen, and the remaining ones have to be correct, right? Ha! The surrounding classmates burst into laughter. Wang Yao's face turned red with embarrassment, and he waved his hand in annoyance. Get lost. It's none of your business. Seeing this, Zhao Xinran chuckled and clapped her hands to quiet the commotion. All right, stop laughing. It's time to enter the exam rooms. In the exam room, Ye Qing's seat was in the third row by the window. Not the best spot, but not the worst either. As he looked around, the last student walked in Zhang Xiaoqiang. Ye Qing frowned slightly, thinking to himself, not him again. Hey, we meet again, loser. Zhang Xiaoqiang made a throat-slitting gesture and casually sat down in his seat. Ye Qing smirked, choosing to ignore him. He knew well that although this guy was unruly and a bully, his grades were top-notch in the year. Both his father and the teachers favored him greatly. Wang Yao, seeing this, couldn't help but retort. Better than some people who look decent but are beasts inside. At this point, Zhang Xiaoqiang's burly sidekick chimed in. I'd advise you two not to bother with the exam. You'll just drag down your class's average score. Isn't that right, everyone? Other students from Ye Qing's class sighed at this, their faces showing resignation. Having classmates like Ye Qing and Wang Yao was indeed unlucky. Hearing this, Wang Yao was about to argue when class beauty Huaming Yao interjected. That's our class's business. What's it got to do with you? Students from 6 different classes, all aware that Zhang Xiaoqiang was the vice principal's son, watched the drama unfold with interest. Zhang Xiaoqiang feigned sincerity. Don't say that. Having the courage to take the exam is progress for them. Ye Qing shot Zhang Xiaoqiang a cold glance, thinking to himself, Zhang Xiaoqiang, huh? We'll see. He knew his reputation for poor grades was well known, and arguing now would accomplish nothing. It was better to prove himself with results. Besides, he had reviewed the past few years' exam papers, which were all basic questions, and scoring well should be easy for him. Trash, Zhang Xiaoqiang tossed his head, dismissing the comment without looking back. Wang Yao retorted defiantly. No one could be more trash than you. The tension in the exam room rose instantly, with everyone holding their breath, anticipating what would happen next. Upon hearing the challenge, Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up and a sly grin spread across his face. Oh, you want to go head-to-head with me? How about this? Whoever loses has to bark like a dog. Zhang Xiaoqiang taunted, his tone dripping with disdain. All right. Ye Qing nodded expressionlessly, maintaining an unexpectedly calm demeanor. Huaming Yao, upon hearing Ye Qing's response, furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Her gaze was filled with confusion as she looked at Ye Qing was notoriously poor in academics, so why would he gamble with Zhang Xiaoqiang? It seemed like he was inviting humiliation. Wang Yao stood nearby, his jaw practically hitting the floor. His grades were just as bad as Ye Qing's, and he couldn't believe Ye Qing had impulsively agreed to such a bet. The rest of the class began whispering among themselves. Although Zhang Xiaoqiang wasn't well liked, he was academically far superior to Ye Qing. This wasn't even a fair match. Ye Qing, taking advantage of the teacher's absence, signaled to the dumbfounded Wang Yao and whispered, I'll place my paper a bit outward. Copy as much as you can manage. Copy you. Wang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, considering whether he should eliminate both his and Ye Qing's answers and choose the remaining options for possibly better scores. Seeing Wang Yao's shocked expression, Ye Qing shrugged helplessly and said no more. Silence. A commanding voice interrupted the classroom chatter as a white-haired teacher strode in, accompanied by a sun spirit radiating warmth. The teacher's eagle-like eyes scanned the students, instantly quieting the room. First, no cheating. Second, no whispering. Third, no help from any spirits. Anyone caught will be expelled immediately. The teacher's voice was authoritative and unquestionable. The sun spirit perched nimbly on the desk, its forehead gem shining brightly, illuminating the classroom. Ye Qing wasn't surprised. He knew it was to prevent anyone from using psychic-type spirits to cheat. As the bell rang, fresh exam papers were swiftly distributed. Ye Qing received his paper and focused on the first multiple-choice question. Select the option that is different from the other 3. A. Geodude, B. Onyx, C. Rhydon, D. Nosepass. Without hesitation, Ye Qing eliminated A, B, and C, choosing Nosepass. The question was straightforward. The other 3 had dual ground and rock types. while Nosepass was solely rock type. Next, he encountered a short answer question. Describe the abilities of Superior and their specific effects. Ye Qing frowned slightly, recalling that the abilities were Overgrow and Contrary. He smoothly answered each question, his pen gliding across the paper until he reached the final 10-point bonus question, which made him pause. List the Pokemon that Nidoking, Nidorino, and Nidoran can breed with. Interesting. Ye Qing smirked, surprised by the examiner's unique taste in crafting such a bonus question. In the past, Nidoking was often humorously discussed for its supposed preference for small, cute Nidoran, as Nidoqueen and Nidorina lacked reproductive organs. Despite Nidorino and Nidoran being more logical, imagining Nidoking breeding with the tiny Nidoran was bizarre due to their size difference. This kind of question was clearly beyond the standard curriculum, known only to researchers specializing in Pokemon, making it a fitting bonus question. After completing the exam, Ye Qing double-checked his answers to ensure nothing was missed or incorrect. He then strategically placed his paper outward for Wang Yao to see. As a student with a poor track record, he wasn't worried about others copying him. Even if the proctor noticed, they wouldn't alert anyone because they shared Ye Qing's sentiment who would copy from a failing student. Ye Qing's pace wasn't particularly fast, so a few top students had already finished and were either reviewing or resting. Hua Mingyao, seated diagonally in front of Ye Qing, occasionally glanced back and was surprised to see his paper filled with answers. Her long-standing impression of him was that he either handed in blank papers or scribbled nonsense. Why was he suddenly taking it so seriously today? Catching Hua Mingyao's curious gaze, Ye Qing smiled confidently at her, as if to say, "Don't worry." Meanwhile, Wang Yao sat at his desk, chewing on his pen and pondering over the questions. Seeing Ye Qing sitting upright like he had suddenly become enlightened, and comparing it to his own half-empty paper, Wang Yao finally made a decision. To hell with it, he thought. I'll copy everything I can. Time's up. At the teacher's command, all the exam papers were swiftly collected. The 1-hour exam concluded, and the exam hall erupted with excitement as students rushed out, eager to go online and check the answers. Wang Yao hurried after Ye Qing, anxiously patting him on the shoulder. Bro, don't let me down. His eyes were full of worry. Ye Qing responded calmly. Don't worry, I'm confident. He didn't say much more, knowing that only results would prove his point. On the playground, 6 classes were neatly arranged in formation, and a tense atmosphere hung in the air. This exam's results not only determined the students' accommodation, but also directly affected each teacher's performance evaluation and salary. Zhao Xinran clasped her hands together, glancing at her watch occasionally. There were still over 10 minutes until the results were announced. Although she had heard about Ye Qing's unusual behavior during the exam, she didn't comment much, considering it a momentary joke between the two. After all, she knew that improving grades wasn't something that happened overnight. Around them, classmates were buzzing with discussions, and the bet between Ye Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang spread quickly. Ye Qing, you were too impulsive. How could you make a bet with Zhang Xiaoqiang? Everyone agreed that Ye Qing was bound to lose. Ye Qing looked up at the glaring sun, a hint of disdain in his voice. The results aren't out yet, and you're so sure I'll lose? With your grades, do we even need to guess? You're overestimating yourself, someone mocked, shaking their head. Everyone chimed in, wondering what had gotten into Ye Qing lately to make him so arrogant. Wang Yao felt uneasy hearing this, wanting to defend Ye Qing, but recalling his own poor grades, he could only remain silent. Ye Qing didn't get angry. He understood that given their previous bottom-of-the-class scores, being criticized was to be expected. Besides, the results affected everyone's future learning and living conditions, so their reactions were normal. Not far away, Zhang Xiaoqiang stood with a few followers in another formation, eyes full of disdain. Whether it was family background or academic performance, he never considered Ye Qing a threat. Noticing Ye Qing's gaze, Zhang Xiaoqiang's cronies all raised their middle fingers in unison, waiting to see Ye Qing embarrassed. Soon, a group of leaders took their seats on the stage. Among them, a middle-aged man with glasses caught Ye Qing's attention. It was Zhang Xiaoqiang's father, Vice Principal Zhang Jihong. Zhang Jihong walked to the podium, picked up the microphone, and delivered a lengthy speech. Once his mouth was dry, he pulled out a remote and pressed a button. Now, please look at the big screen. The exam rankings will be displayed from last to first. As he spoke, a large screen several meters high rose behind him, allowing over 300 people to clearly see the names and scores displayed. 300, Zhang Zichuan, 6 points. 299, Ma Tianyu, 13 points. 298, Zhao Zilai, 36 points. Holy cow, Ye Qing! We're not in the bottom 10. Wang Yao exclaimed, clutching Ye Qing's sleeve in disbelief as he stared at the screen. This had never happened in previous major exams. Their names were always among the bottom 10. Zhao Xinran was also surprised as she looked at the rankings. She recalled how teacher Liu had specifically mentioned the two students' grades during the handover and couldn't help but feel puzzled by the change before her. Wang Yao was so thrilled he could hardly contain himself, almost jumping for joy. This was the first time he had been so happy about his grades. His excitement drew the attention of his classmates, who began to whisper among themselves as they watched Ye Qing and Wang Yao from behind. It was understandable. Some students had already seen their rankings, but no one had spotted the names of these two, often referred to as the dynamic duo, leaving many puzzled as to why they seemed to have left the exam room first. Ahem. Zhao Xinran, standing by the podium, crossed her arms and cleared her throat, trying to maintain order amid the growing chatter. Despite her efforts, she couldn't hide her curiosity, glancing inquisitively at the composed Ye Qing and the still ecstatic Wang Yao. 153rd place. Oh my goodness. Wang Yao was almost dizzy with excitement, his eyes shining as he gestured wildly. I never thought I'd live to be called an average student. Yet a question suddenly popped into his mind. Since he had copied Ye Qing's test, what on earth could Ye Qing's score be? Hua Mingyao flicked her ponytail, her gaze unconsciously settling on the calm Ye Qing in front of her, curiosity stirring within her. It seemed like Ye Qing had changed since that day, as if he were a different person. Boss, something's not right. How did Wang Yao get 153rd place? A subordinate whispered to Zhang Xiaoqiang. Zhang Xiaoqiang frowned at the news, his expression serious, but he said nothing. Wow, the top 50 have been announced, and Ye Qing's not on there. Wang Yao's eyes widened, thinking perhaps the exam graders had missed Ye Qing's paper. Zhao Xinran twirled a lock of hair around her long fingers, her gaze increasingly focused on Ye Qing, her confusion deepening. Why are you looking at me, teacher? Ye Qing asked, feeling a bit uneasy under Zhao Xinran's gaze. After all, anyone would feel a bit nervous being stared at by a beautiful teacher. Nothing, Zhao Xinran replied with a slight smile, turning her attention back to the large screen. Vice Principal Zhang Jihong's voice boomed across the field through the loudspeaker. All right, please look at the top 10 rankings. Rank, name, score. 10th, Zhang Yiwen, 94 points. 9th, Ma Huadeng, 95 points. 8th, Zhao Peikai, 96 points. The rankings from 4th to 10th held no surprises, as these top students were already well known. However, some observant students noticed that Sun Xiao, usually in 10th place, had been pushed to 11th. 3rd place, Hua Mingyao, 101 points. 2nd place, Zhang Xiaoqiang, 103.5 points. 1st place, Ye Qing, 110 points. As the top 3 names were announced, the entire field erupted into a frenzy. Oh my god, what am I seeing? How is Ye Qing's name up there? Did he cheat? How could he score full marks? Did he solve the extra questions? I'm seeing things. There's no way Ye Qing could get a perfect score. If Ye Qing really got first place on his own, I'll eat my hat. Ye Qing, did you have some kind of arrangement with the exam graders? The discussions grew louder and more chaotic. Wang Yao stood there, his legs weak, nearly fainting. Ye Qing's score was the highest in the grade, an international level joke. Others might not know, but he spent every day with Ye Qing and knew there had been no significant change in him. They had been at the bottom of the rankings for 2 whole years. Ye Qing looked at the stunned Wang Yao and gave him a light slap, thinking how absurd Wang Yao's thought process was. Hua Mingyao stood in line, her slender fingers covering her lips, too shocked to speak. Zhang Xiaoqiang was shaken to his core. Being someone who had consistently topped the grade, he never imagined he would one day be surpassed by someone who had frequently been at the bottom. This couldn't be possible unless Ye Qing had cheated. With that thought, Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly turned and whispered instructions to his subordinate. He cheated. At that moment of collective shock, a loud accusation rang out from the ranks of the adjacent class. Cheating? That could be it. That's the only way to explain how Ye Qing got first place. No wonder. I was just saying, how could this guy possibly do it? Ye Qing turned towards the voice and saw Zhang Xiaoqiang standing at the front of the crowd, looking innocently at him. The voice wasn't from Zhang Xiaoqiang but from one of his henchmen behind him, making a provocative comment. Ye Qing saw the smug expression on Zhang Xiaoqiang's face and decided to ignore if this kind of petty tactic only proved that the other side was nothing more than a clown. Even so, Ye Qing understood that the doubts weren't entirely baseless. A student who had consistently ranked at the bottom suddenly rising to the top was indeed unusual, leading people to suspect something was amiss. Plagiarism? Cheating? This suspicion caught the attention of the school leaders on stage. The vice principal raised a hand to quiet the crowd, frowning slightly. He had heard about Ye Qing's surprising results and, after a moment of thought, looked directly at Ye Qing in the audience and asked, "Did you cheat? If you admit it now, we can handle it more leniently." Class teacher Zhao Xinran furrowed her brows. Although she didn't appreciate others questioning her student, as a newly appointed teacher, she didn't fully understand her students' backgrounds yet. Absolutely not. Ye Qing stood straight, looking ahead, and answered firmly. The vice principal nodded and turned to face the faculty. Who was the invigilator in Ye Qing's exam room? Please come up and analyze the situation. Also, quickly review the exam hall surveillance footage. The invigilator stepped up to the podium. After carefully recalling Ye Qing's behavior during the exam, he found no obvious issues except for the suspicious placement of the test paper at the end. However, noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's subtle signals and considering his special status, along with his own opportunity for a promotion this year. While I didn't find concrete evidence of Ye Qing cheating, there were indeed some irregularities. The invigilator's words caused an uproar, with discussions erupting around the field. Even Ye Qing's classmates thought it was unlikely for him to rank first, but this was related to dormitory selection. If Ye Qing and Wang Yao's results were legitimate, their class's average score might top the whole grade. Then, the teacher responsible for monitoring analysis concluded, during the exam, Ye Qing made eye contact with Wang Yao, Huameng Yao, and others, so cheating cannot be ruled out. After hearing the two teachers' analyses, Zhang Xiaoqiang smirked triumphantly and provocatively flipped Ye Qing off. With these two pieces of evidence, the field was filled with jeers. If Ye Qing couldn't clear his name, he would certainly face disdain and exclusion from his peers at school. Despite Zhang Xiaoqiang's provocation, Ye Qing felt no fear. Given another chance, he would still stand against a bully like him. He might have ignored it before, but now that it happened, he wouldn't let it slide. Zhao Xinran realized the situation was spiraling out of control. She approached Ye Qing, looked him in the eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Tell me the truth, did you achieve this with your own ability?" Smelling the faint fragrance from the teacher, Ye Qing responded with a determined gaze, "Yes, teacher." "Good." Zhao Xinran nodded, understanding what she needed to do next. The vice principal thought for a moment, calmed the noise, and announced, "Ye Qing, after discussion, the school has decided to conduct a retest for you. We hope you understand the teacher's good intentions." Before Ye Qing could speak, Zhao Xinran stepped forward and passionately argued with the school leaders. "Without solid evidence, how can you demand Ye Qing retake the test? This questions his integrity and undermines teacher Lu's teaching ability." Her powerful words caught Ye Qing's attention, and he glanced at this new homeroom teacher, whose sense of justice was evident. The classroom erupted instantly. "That's right. We believe in Ye Qing." Wang Yao led the chant, and other classmates echoed, "Why can't a poor student score full marks? This is discrimination." The vice principal quickly tried to calm the situation, saying, "There's been a misunderstanding." But internally, he acknowledged Zhao Xinran's influence, knowing he couldn't afford to offend her, given her parents' high positions in the education department. In the midst of this dilemma, his son, Zhang Xiaoqiang, suddenly proposed, "If Ye Qing is truly capable, why not have a live challenge to see who's better?" His supporters immediately cheered, "Yes, a live challenge. If Ye Qing wins, we have no objections." The vice principal, seizing the moment, decided, "All right, I'll set 3 questions for you both to answer. Ye Qing, do you agree?" All eyes turned to Ye Qing. He knew this was Zhang Xiaoqiang's attempt at revenge, but remained unfazed when it came to knowledge about elves. He was unrivaled. However, Wang Yao loudly objected, "No way. The vice principal and Zhang Xiaoqiang are related. This isn't fair. I suggest the new teacher, Zhao Xinran, should set the questions. She isn't familiar with anyone, ensuring true fairness." This suggestion gained immediate support. Zhao Xinran stepped forward. "I'm willing to set the questions." Ye Qing was secretly impressed by Wang Yao's quick thinking at such a critical moment. The vice principal, feeling awkward, coughed and reluctantly agreed. "Then let's have teacher Zhao Xinran come up and set the questions." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that the principal wasn't present, which would have made the situation even more difficult to handle. As Zhao Xinran gracefully ascended the podium, the students whispered among themselves, "This teacher is really beautiful. With a homeroom teacher like her, I could get first place too." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xinran scanned the crowd before focusing on Ye Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Are you both ready? My questions will be challenging, and it's normal not to know the answers. If you both get them right, the winner will be determined by speed." Ye Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang exchanged a glance and replied in unison, "We're ready." The tense atmosphere filled the classroom as everyone held their breath, anticipating the impending showdown for fairness and justice. Zhao Xinran had a sudden inspiration, recalling a topic she had studied at the institute a few years ago. With a piercing gaze that swept across the room, she asked, "First question, what are the 3 dragons of Tao, and what do they represent?" The question was like a bombshell, exploding in the room. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, confusion written all over their faces. The students whispered among themselves, 3 dragons of Tao? What is that? Some kind of mythical beast? Even the leaders on the platform appeared perplexed, clearly stumped by the question. In this sea of confusion, only a white-haired old teacher nodded slightly, seemingly having some vague understanding of the concept. He recalled having heard about it during an academic discussion once, but the memory was hazy. Zhang Xiaoqiang frowned, his mind racing yet coming up blank. The term 3 dragons of Tao was completely new to him. He stole a glance at Ye Qing, secretly hoping his opponent was equally clueless. Wang Yao looked nervously at Ye Qing beside him, feeling anxious. He worried, thinking, can Ye Qing answer such a profound question? However, Ye Qing gave Wang Yao a reassuring look. Clearing his throat, he spoke with clarity and confidence. The 3 dragons of Tao are Res Hiram, Zekrom, and Kiram. They represent the extremes of yin and yang. Reshiram, with its fire dragon attributes, represents the positive extreme. Huram, with its ice and dragon attributes, represents neutrality, and Zekrom, with its electric dragon attributes, represents the negative extreme. Ye Qing's answer was concise and precise, though he felt a bit uneasy. This information was strictly confidential in upper society, inaccessible to children from ordinary families. But Ye Qing felt fortunate. Although his father's family was ordinary, his mother's family had an extraordinary background. It was this connection that allowed him to access such classified information. The room fell silent, then erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Though most were hearing these concepts for the first time, they sensed the profound knowledge they embodied. Zhang Xiaoqiang was dumbfounded, unable to fathom how Ye Qing knew such unheard-of information. The most shocked was Zhao Xinran, the questioner. She had intended to use this question to showcase her knowledge and impress the other teachers and school leaders, never expecting someone could answer it. She pondered. Although the institute proposed this idea years ago, ordinary people shouldn't have access to it. Could it be that Ye Qing's family has someone in the institute? Seeing Ye Qing's calm demeanor, Zhao Xinran suspected he might know even more about the three dragons of Dao. She suppressed her surprise and doubts, continuing with the next question. Ye Qing is correct. Second question, what is the name of the fastest flying creature with wings? Zhang Xiaoqiang and Ye Qing both blurted out simultaneously, Dragonite. Zhao Xinran nodded in confirmation. Correct, but Zhang Xiaoqiang answered faster. So this round goes to Zhang Xiaoqiang. The surrounding students murmured among themselves, with some questioning. Isn't Pidgeot the fastest flying creature? However, Zhao Xinran offered no explanation, simply announcing the score was now tied at 1-1 and indicating the contestants should take a short break. Zhang Xiaoqiang's supporters immediately erupted in cheers. Way to go, boss! Yet Zhang Xiaoqiang himself felt no joy. Facing the composed Ye Qing, he was filled with a sense of helplessness and crisis, as if he was about to face a daunting battle. During a short break, Ye Qing explained the flying speeds of different creatures to Wang Yao and Huaming Yao. His eyes gleamed with confidence as he spoke clearly and forcefully. Dragonite can circle the globe in 16 hours according to world records, which translates to a speed of 2,500 kilometers per hour. Pidgeot, on the other hand, can fly at Mach 2, roughly 2,455 kilometers per hour. So, without a doubt, Dragonite is the fastest. Wang Yao listened with admiration. Although he had no idea where Ye Qing got this information, it didn't diminish his respect for his friend. After a brief rest, Zhao Xinran asked, third question, what are the genders of Gardevoir and Galade? Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up as he eagerly answered. Gardevoir is female, Galade is male. Ye Qing smiled slightly and calmly replied. Gardevoir can be both male and female, while Galade is always male. Zhao Xinran gave Ye Qing an approving look and announced, Ye Qing is correct. Congratulations to Ye Qing for winning with 2 out of 3 correct answers. Zhang Xiaoqiang's face changed drastically, and he shouted in disbelief. Impossible. How can Gardevoir be male? Gardevoir cannot be male. His voice was filled with horror, as if he had thought of something terrifying. Zhao Xinran raised an eyebrow and glanced at the male students below, saying meaningfully, many of you might have this doubt. But I want to tell you, Gardevoir has a 50 chance of being either male or female. That's why knowledge is so important. I hope everyone studies hard in the future, or else. Before she could finish, whispers started spreading among the students. Wang Yao turned pale, recalling his previous behavior with a Gardevoir photo, and shivered. Zhao Xinran turned to the vice principal, who looked displeased, and smiled. Principal, would you like to say a few words? The vice principal nodded and approached the stage with a smile. Thank you, Zhang Xiaoqiang and Ye Qing, for an exciting debate. I believe Ye Qing's results are accurate. Now, let's look at each class's average scores. Zhang Xiaoqiang's lips turned white, his previous arrogance nowhere to be found. His mind was in chaos, unable to accept being defeated in his strongest area by someone he never considered a threat. As the average scores were about to be revealed, everyone on the field held their breath, anxiously watching the screen. This exam meant a lot, and everyone's heart raced. Wang Yao tugged at Ye Qing's sleeve, asking worriedly, Ye Qing, what do you think our class's rank will be? Ye Qing squinted, pondering for a moment before answering. I'm not sure, but without us dragging it down, it should be quite a bit better. As the class rankings were announced, screams erupted from the field. When the first place was revealed, everyone was stunned. Class 1 and Class 3 were tied for first. This result shocked not only the other classes, but also the leaders on stage. Such a tie in average scores was rare. All eyes turned to Ye Qing and Wang Yao, wondering how such an outcome was possible without these two dark horses. The vice principal cleared his throat, conferred quietly with the other leaders, and then announced, due to the tie for first place, the school has decided on an additional test. The top 3 students from each class will use 1 creature each in a battle. The side whose creatures all lose the ability to fight will lose, and no substitutions are allowed. The winning class will earn the first place title. An additional test? Students from both classes exchanged glances, and tension filled the air like a powder keg ready to explode. The vice principal cleared his throat, glanced at the homeroom teachers of the two classes, and asked, "Do either of you have any objections?" Zhao Xinran stepped back to the front of the class, casually spreading his hands to indicate he had none. The homeroom teacher of class 3 also nodded in agreement. "Great," the vice principal decisively announced. "There's a ready-made arena in the dormitory area at the back of the mountain. Let's all head over there now." As soon as he finished speaking, the leaders summoned their flying-type Pokemon and gracefully departed in a cloud of dust. Ye Qing couldn't help but take another look, noticing Zhang Xiaoqiang's father, the vice principal, riding a majestic Charizard, which seemed fitting for his status. "Have you been to the back of the mountain?" Ye Qing turned to ask. Wang Yao shook his head. "No, I don't have any reason to go there usually. Besides, it's generally off-limits." Zhao Xinran clapped his hands and raised his voice. "All right, everyone, stay together and line up." Mountain and Sea City First Pokemon Academy covers a vast area. After a 20-minute walk and climbing a small hill, the group finally saw the practical training area, hidden within a dense forest. This area consisted of 3 tall buildings and a large plaza, 2 dormitory buildings, 1 teaching building, and a plaza equipped with basic facilities. Additionally, there were various special terrain fields around artificial mountains, rivers, deserts, grasslands, volcanoes, and icebergs, all meticulously designed to train different types of Pokemon. "It's beautiful," someone exclaimed, immediately echoed by many others. Zhao Xinran led the way at the front, occasionally pointing at the ground to remind, "Everyone be careful, don't trip over branches or weeds." After another 5 or 6 minutes, the 6 groups finally arrived at the center of the plaza, a large battle area. They took their seats around the arena, where the school leaders were already waiting. Zhao Xinran called Ye Qing and Huang Mengyao to the front, and, after a moment of thought, asked, "Who's the third in our class?" "Teacher, it's me," a timid voice replied. Ye Qing turned to see the class monitor, a girl with an unremarkable appearance and a somewhat timid demeanor. Honestly, Ye Qing didn't have much confidence in her practical abilities. Zhao Xinran gestured for her to come over, smiling. "Your name is Zhang Na, right? Come over here, I'll make a plan for you all." Looking at the 3 in front of him, Zhao Xinran tapped his temple with his finger and apologized. "Sorry, I'm still new here and not very familiar with you all. What are your Pokemon? Do you know what the other class's Pokemon are?" Ye Qing shook his head decisively. He hadn't even memorized his own classmates' Pokemon, let alone those of other classes. Huang Mingyao volunteered. "Ye Qing has a Chimchar, I have a Growlithe, and Zhang Na has a Stereo. In Class 3, Zhang Xiaoqiang has a Charmander, and the other 2 have a Bulbasaur and a Kingler." "I see," Zhao Xinran mused for a moment before deciding. "I think if the other side is smart, they'll expect us to send out a Fire-type Pokemon first. So we should keep Stereo as a contingency. Given that, they might send out Charmander and Bulbasaur. But from what I've observed, Zhang Xiaoqiang is quite prideful and self-confident, so he'll probably want to be the last one to make an appearance, to satisfy his vanity, as the finale. Apart from him, Bulbasaur would not be the first to appear, so the one leading would definitely be Kingler." Ye Qing nodded slightly, agreeing with Teacher Zhao's analysis. Regardless of whether the opponent sends out a Fire-type Pokemon, Kingler is a safe choice. Zhao Xinran made a decisive decision. "In that case, our class will have Zhang Na start, followed by Huang Mengyao, and Ye Qing will be the anchor." The 3 exchanged a knowing glance, all agreeing with this arrangement. Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced coldly at Ye Qing, a disdainful smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself that while he might not surpass Ye Qing in academics, he was confident he could easily win in practical and Pokemon battles. Moments later, the vice principal stood in the referee area and announced, "Since both teams are ready, let's begin." As a supporter of the team his son was in, he gritted his teeth and decided to personally serve as the referee. "Would the first contenders from each class please step forward?" Just as the contestants were about to take the stage, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky. Everyone's gaze was drawn to a rapidly enlarging black dot in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a massive salamence appeared above the arena, with powerful winds sweeping across the field, making it difficult for everyone to keep their eyes open. Ye Qing squinted, carefully observing this pseudo-legendary Pokemon. He realized that this Salamance's aura was no weaker than the Dragonite and Hydreigon he had encountered in the Jynx Forest. He secretly vowed to train several pseudo-legendary Pokemon like this in the future. Did I make it in time for the battle? A middle-aged man with an unremarkable appearance but extraordinary presence leaped down from Salamance's back. The white-haired old professor immediately stood up, joyfully approaching him. "Principal Jiang, you're finally back from your studies." Principal Jiang quickly waved his hand, laughing. "I'm back, haha. No need to worry, Professor Yuan. I've brought back the materials you requested." He handed the documents to the staff beside him, but his gaze landed on Ye Qing in the candidate area. Turning his head, he asked, Isn't this Ye Qing the one who was always at the bottom of the class? How did he get selected for this competition? The head of teaching was a bit surprised. Principal, you remember this student? Principal Jiang chuckled and explained, I might not remember others, but I always take note of the one at the bottom. The head of teaching perked up and eagerly described Ye Qing's impressive performance over the past few days. As an experienced educator, Principal Jiang quickly deduced that Ye Qing's family background was not simple, as he could even answer questions posed by a researcher like Zhao Xinran. With this in mind, Principal Jiang calmly announced, seeing such outstanding students in this cohort makes me very pleased. Now I have decided to offer a mysterious prize to the person with the most outstanding performance in this battle. Not only for this competition, but for all future large-scale school competitions, there will be special prizes in addition to monetary rewards, and that's my promise. A mysterious prize? Ye Qing, Zhang Xiaoqiang, and others' eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but speculate about what this mysterious prize could be. But one thing was certain, this prize would definitely not disappoint. The surrounding students' eyes glimmered with envy, silently vowing to work hard and nurture their own creatures. At this moment, the vice principal stood upright, his voice booming across the arena. Let's welcome the contestants to the stage and release their creatures. The principal's arrival heightened the tension in the air. Everyone straightened their posture, eyes sharp and focused, hoping to make a lasting impression on the formidable figure, with the hope of being chosen as a disciple. Zhang Na took a deep breath, gripping her pokeball tightly, and shouted, Come on out, Starmie. A flash of red light, and Starmie appeared in the center of the arena. Opposite her, the contestant from Class 3, a boy with a face full of acne, cast a sly glance at Huang Mengyao before leisurely releasing a fierce Kingler. The battle begins, the vice principal announced. Zhang Na hesitated for a moment before commanding, Starmie, use water gun. However, Kingler swiftly dodged the attack. The boy smirked, issuing his command, Kingler, use agility, then clamp. With its speed greatly increased, Kingler easily evaded multiple water gun attacks. In a blink, Kingler was upon Starmie, its massive claw clamping down hard. Starmie groaned in pain, the situation dire. Ye Qing felt a pang of concern, recalling Kingler's abilities. Although their levels were similar, Kingler's skills were superior. With Starmie's weaker physical defense, it seemed unlikely to withstand Kingler's strong physical attacks. Though Zhang Na was nervous, her palms sweating, she quickly issued another command. Quick, use rapid spin. Starmie spun rapidly within Kingler's grip, its 5 points striking against its opponent's arm. But the boy sneered, unrelentingly commanding, Endure it, then slam. Kingler's eyes flashed with ferocity as it endured the pain, swinging its claw to slam Starmie heavily onto the ground. With a loud thud, Starmie fainted immediately. The vice principal promptly declared, Starmie is unable to battle. Kingler wins. Zhang Na, looking dejected, recalled her creature and walked off the stage with a pout. She approached Ye Qing and Huang Mengyao, apologizing softly. I'm sorry. Principal Jiang took a sip of mineral water, his expression neutral, but with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. If this was the level of the top tier this year, it was indeed worrying. Huang Mengyao gently hugged Zhang Na, smiling as she consoled. No need to apologize. You did your best. Leave the rest to us. With that, she confidently strode onto the stage. Hello, Mengyao. The acne-faced boy gave a smirk that was unsettling, his gaze leering. Huang Mengyao shot him a cold glance, choosing not to engage, and simply stated, It's your turn, Growlithe. Woof! Growlithe barked loudly as it appeared, standing spiritedly and ready to face Kingler. Growlithe was a level 7 fire-type creature with a potential rating of Great. It possessed the Flash Fire ability, allowing it to absorb fire-type attacks and boost its own fire abilities. Growlithe knew moves like Bite and Flare Blitz, and its sense of smell was 5,000 times more sensitive than a human's, able to remember any scent it encountered. At this moment, the loyal companion was fully focused, awaiting its owner's command, ready to showcase its skills. Mengyao's eyes were sharp as she pointed to the Kingler on the field and said firmly, Don't give it a chance to breathe. Growlithe, use Ember. On the other side, Acne was equally determined, shouting, We'll use Bubble. In an instant, Growlithe and Kingler launched their attacks simultaneously. The Ember and Bubbles collided fiercely in midair, creating a spectacular scene of crackling sounds. Seeing that Bubbles alone couldn't secure a victory, Acne decided to take a bold approach, use agility to charge in. Mengyao smiled slightly and whispered, Just what I wanted. Growlithe, get ready. Growlithe let out a low growl, its eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching Kingler, its muscles tensed and ready to spring into action. Acne shouted excitedly, Now, grab it with all your might. Just as Kingler's claws were about to reach Growlithe, Mengyao decisively ordered, Use Crunch. With a crunching sound, Growlithe felt a sharp pain in its waist, but Kingler wasn't faring well either, as 2 deep rows of teeth marks were left on its hard shell. Both trainers almost simultaneously yelled, Slam. Flare Blitz. As Kingler raised its claws high, Growlithe was engulfed in flames, its limbs striking powerfully against its opponent. With a heavy thud, Kingler was sent flying several meters, landing heavily on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unable to continue fighting. The vice principal announced loudly, "Kingler is unable to battle. Growlithe wins." Mengyao Hua was overjoyed, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Although Growlithe was pleased to have secured victory for its trainer, the persistent pain in its waist and the previous exertion left it a bit breathless. The next contestant was Sun Zhiliang, the class monitor from Class 3, wearing glasses. Ye Qing recognized him as the usually unremarkable, introverted student. Feeling a gaze upon him, Ye Qing turned to find Zhang Xiaoqiang looking at him with a mocking expression. Ye Qing ignored him, silently resolved to defeat him honorably in battle, thereby crushing his pride. Sun Zhiliang took his position and called out, "Come out, Bulbasaur." A level 10 male Bulbasaur appeared on the field, possessing the chlorophyll ability, which increased its speed in sunny weather. Bulbasaur had mastered moves like Tackle, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, and Ingrain. Despite the type disadvantage against Bulbasaur, Ye Qing was concerned about Growlithe's condition. Its energy was significantly depleted, and the injury to its waist would affect its agility. He speculated that Sun Zhiliang must have bought the Bulbasaur during its juvenile stage to rapidly level it up in a short time. With the vice principal's command, the battle began. Both sides issued commands simultaneously. Dodge and use Ingrain. We'll use Ember. Growlithe barked fiercely, unleashing a barrage of embers like a machine gun. Under the gentle sunlight, Bulbasaur's chlorophyll ability increased its speed, allowing it to dodge most of the embers, with only a few exploding on its body. Bulbasaur quickly ingrained itself, sending roots deep into the ground to absorb green energy and replenish itself. Mengyao Hua bit her lip, realizing the unfavorable situation. Ingrain? We'll use Flare Blitz. She decided to take a risky move, hoping to defeat the opponent in one go. Seeing this, Ye Qing sighed. It's a trap. He realized that Bulbasaur had learned Poison Powder and was waiting for Growlithe to get close. If Growlithe continued to use Ember, they might not defeat Bulbasaur, but they could at least keep depleting its energy. Now, the situation had completely reversed. As Ye Qing had anticipated, Sun Zhiliang was waiting for this moment. Bulbasaur nimbly dodged the Vine Whip attack, quickly extending two vine-like tendrils from its side. In the next instant, it used the ground as a springboard and leaped into the air above Growlithe. Hua Mingyao's eyes lit up as she pointed at the airborne Bulbasaur and shouted, "Now's the chance, use Ember." However, Growlithe was already panting heavily. The energy expenditure from 2 consecutive flame charges was taking its toll. Despite hearing its trainer's command, it struggled to produce even a single spark. After all, they were young Pokemon, not yet able to handle such intense exertion. In that split second, Sun Zhiliang remained calm and issued a command, "Tackle," then use Poison Powder. Using the momentum from its descent, Bulbasaur rammed into Growlithe's side. Immediately afterward, a cloud of purple poison powder enveloped Growlithe. Seeing this, Hua Mingyao urgently commanded, "Ember." Growlithe, fighting through its discomfort, began to turn a shade of purple itself. It managed to open its mouth and release a small ember. However, Sun Zhiliang was prepared. Bind its mouth. Bulbasaur quickly extended its vines again, and after enduring a third of the ember attack, it firmly tied up Growlithe's mouth. MMPH. Growlithe, with its mouth bound, was thrown into a panic. Most of its abilities relied on its mouth to execute. Despite her excellent theoretical knowledge, Hua Mingyao lacked practical experience. Faced with this unexpected situation, she was at a loss and could only helplessly call out, "Break free, Growlithe." Sun Zhiliang's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking that victory would come easier than expected. He calmly ordered, "Finish it." Bulbasaur swung its vines forcefully, sending Growlithe flying in a graceful arc before it crashed heavily into the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The vice principal nodded silently from the sidelines, acknowledging the teaching skills of his son's homeroom teacher. The referee declared, "Growlithe is unable to battle." From the stands, Wang Yao shouted with concern, "Come on, Ye Qing. There are still 2 opponents left." Hua Mingyao approached Ye Qing and said regretfully, "I'm sorry." Ye Qing shook his head and reassured her, "It's okay, leave the rest to me." Okay. Although Hua Mingyao wasn't entirely confident that Ye Qing could win against 2 opponents, she still hoped for a miracle. Ye Qing lightly tapped on the Pokeball and whispered, "It's your turn, Chimchar." Sun Zhiliang watched Ye Qing with interest and said, "Ye Qing, huh? I didn't expect there to be someone like you hidden in Class 1. Ye Qing nodded confidently. "Good to know." Sun Zhiliang, surprised by Ye Qing's response, said with a hint of annoyance, "You sure are confident. Just so you know, having a type advantage won't be enough to beat me." Chimchar, the little fire monkey, gestured provocatively at Bulbasaur, unfazed by this level of opponent after witnessing Mutwo and Arcanine. Sun Zhiliang didn't say more and instructed, "Bulbasaur, use Ingrain." Ye Qing smiled slightly and took no action. He thought that Growlithe hadn't really dealt much damage to Bulbasaur, so interrupting Ingrain wouldn't make much difference. While the move could heal injuries, it wouldn't restore the energy already spent. Every move the opponent used now only drained Bulbasaur's stamina further. Watching Ye Qing and the little fire monkey stand as steady as a rock, Sun Jiuliang felt uneasy. Just as Ye Qing had predicted, the young Bulbasaur was already quite exhausted, with every additional move draining its energy further. Observing the Bulbasaur rooted to the ground, Ye Qing softly commanded, "Ember." The little fire monkey puffed out its chest, and a scorching line of fire shot towards the Bulbasaur. Sun Jiuliang, with a serious expression, quickly instructed, "Dodge and use Vine Whip to toss it into the air." The Bulbasaur swiftly severed its ground roots, dodging nimbly while extending 2 Vine Whips to tightly bind the little fire monkey. Excellent. Sun Jiuliang rejoiced internally, thinking that Ye Qing was now out of options. However, Ye Qing was well prepared, eyes gleaming with intelligence as he decisively ordered, "Fire Punch." The little fire monkey's right fist blazed with intense flames, gripping the entwined vines tightly. The fire quickly spread along the vines, racing towards the Bulbasaur. In a panic, the Bulbasaur cried out, desperately trying to retract the burning vines, but the little fire monkey held on firmly, releasing another ember directly at its opponent. Sun Jiuliang was shocked, hurriedly commanding the Bulbasaur to evade, but it was too late. The trapped Bulbasaur took the full brunt of the ember's damage and collapsed instantly. How is this possible? Sun Jiuliang was full of doubt. How can this little fire monkey use Fire Punch? Is it an inherited move? But no one could answer his confusion at the moment, as he watched helplessly while the charred Bulbasaur groaned in pain. Ye Qing gave his opponent no time to recover, immediately commanding, "Rush in for a fury swipes." The little fire monkey, like an arrow released from a bowstring, dashed to the Bulbasaur, claws slashing wildly. "I give up." Seeing Ye Qing relentless, Sun Jiuliang conceded to prevent further harm to the Bulbasaur. The vice principal raised a flag, announcing, "The little fire monkey wins. Let's have the last contestant from Class 3 step forward." Zhang Xiaoqiang exchanged a meaningful look with his father and calmly stepped onto the stage. He rarely saw his father give him such a look, which further convinced him that the prize mentioned by Principal Jiang was extraordinary. Facing the composed Ye Qing, Zhang Xiaoqiang decided against the verbal taunts he had planned, fearing such low tactics might displease Principal Jiang and prove counterproductive. Their gazes met in midair, as if unseen sparks were flying between them. Zhang Xiaoqiang threw his pokeball with force, shouting, "Charmander, take him down." An orange-yellow Charmander emerged from the red light, and the pokeball was swiftly retracted by the yellow belt at Zhang Xiaoqiang's waist. This smooth maneuver drew gasps of admiration from the students below, who exclaimed, "Boss is cool. So impressive." Such an expensive belt was not something an ordinary person could afford, even more rare and valuable than a high-grade ball. The little fire monkey, full of fighting spirit, stared at the flame on the Charmander's tail, its own aura rising in response. The Charmander wasn't to be outdone, its tail flame doubling in size instantly. The 2 fire-type Pokemon were ready to clash, setting the stage for an intense showdown. The trainers remained silent, but their Pokemon seemed determined to fight to the finish. The flames on Chimchar's rear blazed higher, while across from it, Charmander's tail flame doubled in size, refusing to be outdone. The 2 Pokemon exchanged blows, their fiery attacks expanding until they were completely engulfed in flames. The audience watched in awe, worried that these feisty creatures might exhaust themselves. Charmander, level 9, male, fire type. Its ability is Blaze, which significantly boosts the power of fire-type moves when its health is low. This Charmander isn't holding any items, but has inherited powerful moves like Dragon Pulse, Air Slash, and Dragon Dance. Its basic moves include Scratch, Ember, and Smokescreen. From birth, Charmander's tail has been a light, a symbol of its life force. Ye Qing's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking, the opponent inherited Dragon Dance, but it's just bad luck running into me. "Let the battle begin," the referee declared. Zhang Xiaoqiang sneered and immediately commanded, "Dragon Dance." Ye Qing almost simultaneously shouted, "Fake out." Just as Charmander was about to execute its move, it was suddenly struck by Chimchar's swift blow, sending it flying. Zhang Xiaoqiang shouted in disbelief, "What? It knows Fake Out, that annoying move." Fake Out is indeed a troublesome move, almost instant in execution and ranked among the fastest moves. However, it has its limitations and cannot be used repeatedly in a short span. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xiaoqiang yelled, "Use Smokescreen." Charmander quickly got up and spewed a thick black smoke. Ye Qing frowned, thinking, "Smokescreen, huh?" He must have trained Charmander to navigate by sound. Luckily, Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't order a close-range move, or Chimchar's Quick Guard would be ready. But Quick Guard only works against close-range moves, and if the power gap is too large, it won't be effective. As the smoke enveloped most of the arena, Zhang Xiaoqiang seized the moment and commanded loudly, "Now!" Use Dragon Dance. Ye Qing responded calmly. Use Ember to ignite the smoke. While this might not be very effective in the games, in reality, the smoke emitted by a Fire-type Pokemon is flammable. As taught in textbooks, Fire types produce black, combustible smoke, whereas Water types like Horsia produce ink-like substances. The energy produced by Pokemon is closely related to their type. For example, Greninja's smokescreen couldn't produce black smoke because it doesn't generate that type of material. Zhang Xiaoqiang was well aware that the smokescreen from the little fire dragon was flammable, but now the little fire monkey was also caught in it. Using Ember at this moment would harm the little fire monkey as well. To his shock, the little fire monkey unleashed a barrage of scorching embers from its mouth. The thick smoke ignited instantly upon contact with the flames, and in the next moment, a loud boom echoed as an enormous fireball erupted at the center of the arena, blasting both creatures away from the explosion's core, each landing heavily on the ground. The little fire monkey, enduring intense pain, quickly got back on its feet and charged at the little fire dragon, which was just barely standing. Ye Qing noticed keenly that during its run, the little fire monkey repeatedly tried to curl its body, as if attempting to roll forward. Flame Wheel. Ye Qing observed this detail and was about to instruct the little fire monkey to try this move when it had already reached the little fire dragon. Use Scratch. Encore. Two commands rang out simultaneously, and Zhang Xiaoqiang panicked upon hearing Encore. This skill was extremely tricky, meaning that for the next few seconds, the little fire dragon could only use Scratch repeatedly. We'll use Fury Swipes, Ye Qing decided, abandoning the more powerful Fire Punch firstly. Fire-type moves only deal half damage to the little fire dragon, and secondly, Fire Punch consumes too much energy, making Fury Swipes a more economical choice. The little fire dragon swiped at the little fire monkey's face, but the little fire monkey retaliated fiercely, its claws creating afterimages as it scratched the little fire dragon's face 4 or 5 times in quick succession. Due to Encore, the little fire dragon had no choice but to continue using Scratch against the little fire monkey. The blaze ability of the little fire dragon made Ye Qing hesitate, but she calmly commanded, "Keep using Fury Swipes." The arena turned into a comical scene. The two creatures clung to each other, clawing furiously as if in a cat fight. Huang Mingyao frowned slightly. If the little fire dragon's ability is Blaze, this could be troublesome. Zhao Xinran nodded but didn't say much, trusting that Ye Qing had a plan. Wang Yao, munching on a bag of chips he somehow acquired, commented, "Ye Qing, use Fire Punch. This looks like a cat fight. Principal Jiang, what do you think?" The headmaster wiped his glasses and turned his head, asking, "I see with my eyes." Principal Jiang smiled slightly. Currently, the little fire monkey has a higher chance of winning, but we mustn't underestimate the comeback potential of the Blaze ability. Roar! Just as another round of Fury Swipes ended, the little fire dragon, covered in wounds, suddenly exuded an astonishing aura, with heat waves emanating from its body, pushing the little fire monkey back several meters. Blaze has been triggered. All eyes were on the little fire dragon, and the students of Class 1 and Class 3 held their breaths. This battle was pivotal for their collective interests. Zhang Xiaoqiang regained his confidence. "Well done. Use Ember with all your might." Little fire monkey dodge. Ye Qing calmly instructed. The little fire dragon is at its limit. Once the blaze effect fades, it will be finished. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With the blaze ability enhancing Ember, its speed and power increased significantly. Despite the little fire monkey's evasive maneuvers, it was still hit by a few embers. "Keep using Ember." Zhang Xiaoqiang saw a glimmer of victory, confident that he could defeat the little fire monkey before the blaze effect ended. "Go, little fire dragon. Take him down." As the battle reached a critical moment, the entire Class 3 stood up, cheering loudly. Though the little fire dragon was panting heavily, it still mustered all its strength to unleash Ember once more. Ye Qing knew that he couldn't continue like this, or else the little fire monkey would definitely lose its ability to fight. He gritted his teeth, a determined look flashing in his eyes. "Give it your all. Run to dodge, and block with Scratch if you can't avoid it." The little fire monkey seemed to understand its trainer's urgency, its eyes igniting with fighting spirit as it swiftly started to change positions and run. Whenever it faced unavoidable fire lines, it immediately extended its claws, expertly blocking the attacks with Scratch. Though sparks still exploded on its body, the damage was far less than taking the full brunt of the attacks. Ye Qing kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield, fully focused on observing the opponent's movements. He was waiting for the perfect moment to turn the tide, a chance to take down the opponent in one decisive move. On the opposite side, Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly felt an inexplicable tension, his heart involuntarily beating faster. A sense of foreboding gripped him, as if something terrible was about to happen. "Blaze!" The classmates from Class 1 shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the battleground. As more and more sparks ignited on the little fire monkey, a miraculous transformation began. Its eyes burned with an even fiercer flame than before, and a bright blaze rose from its tail, spreading almost instantly across its entire body. Now, use Flame Wheel. Ye Qing decisively commanded, choosing to attempt the powerful skill in this blazing state, despite it being not fully mastered. Wow! The little fire monkey let out a loud cry, leaping into the air and curling into a tight ball. It rolled towards the little Charmander with increasing speed, a fiery shield forming around it, turning it into a rapidly spinning fireball. We did it! Ye Qing nearly jumped with excitement, watching in disbelief as the skill, thought to be not fully mastered, was perfectly executed at the crucial moment. Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes widened in disbelief, shouting defiantly, "How is that possible? Use Ember again." The little Charmander was clearly exhausted, bending over and panting heavily. But hearing its trainer's command, it gritted its teeth, closed its eyes, and mustered all its strength to unleash one last fiery line. Bang! 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 A series of sparks exploded on the flame wheel, scattering in all directions. However, these attacks only slightly slowed the flame wheel, failing to interrupt the powerful skill. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the flame wheel crashed into the little Charmander with tremendous force. The impact sent it flying out of the battle area, landing heavily on the ground, incapacitated. Zhang Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth, glaring at Ye Qing with disbelief and anger. He never imagined he would suffer such a defeat at the hands of an unknown kid. Awesome! We won! Ye Qing! Class 1 students cheered and shouted, celebrating their victory with joy. You, very good. Zhang Xiaoqiang trembled, pointing a finger at the triumphant Ye Qing. He wanted to say something harsh, but remembering the school leaders watching, he swallowed his words. Ye Qing gently patted the little fire monkey's head, satisfied as he returned it to its pokeball. Then, he provocatively looked at Zhang Xiaoqiang and said, "Of course I'm good, just that some people will have to bark like a dog. You want to die?" Faced with this blatant provocation, Zhang Xiaoqiang could no longer contain his anger. What a great match, Ye Qing, right? Principal Jiang stood up, clapping to ease the tense atmosphere. Stand down. Noticing his son's loss of composure, the vice principal quickly whispered a stern command. We'll see. Zhang Xiaoqiang mouthed silently, slowly stepping down from the stage. He was sure Ye Qing would understand the unspoken threat. Watching Zhang Xiaoqiang's retreating figure, Ye Qing suddenly felt a wave of relief. He thought, even if he made an enemy, it didn't matter, rivals surpassed would only fall further behind. Principal Jiang was well aware of Zhang Xiaoqiang's nature. His previous tolerance of certain behaviors was only out of regard for Zhang's academic excellence and his father's influence. The school nurse, who had been waiting nearby, immediately directed the Chansey forward to begin treating the injured Pokemon. Just now, Ye Qing checked the information on the little fire monkey and found that although it had reached level 10, it still hadn't mastered the flame wheel skill. It seemed more practice would be needed to fully grasp it in the future. Principal Jiang strode over to Ye Qing with a pleased smile on his face, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. I didn't expect you to be such a dark horse. I've underestimated you all these years. Here, this is your reward. Ye Qing accepted the box, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Thank you, Principal. Principal Jiang grasped Ye Qing's hand, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear. I put a lot of effort into this gift. Don't you dare change schools on me. All right. Ye Qing agreed without hesitation, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on the box, curiosity welling up inside him. We're number one. Number one. The entire class cheered and hugged each other in excitement. In contrast, students from other classes looked disheartened and dejected. It was no surprise. The first prize was a private dormitory, a luxurious single room, while the others didn't have such benefits. The last place students even had to squeeze 4 to a room. Ye Qing returned to the group, nodding to Huang Mingyao and others, but before he could speak, he was surrounded by a group of excited classmates. Wang Yao was especially enthusiastic, covering Ye Qing with crumbs from his chips. Principal Jiang clapped his hands, his voice rising above the noise. All right, now that the dormitories have been allocated, teachers, please lead your students to their accommodations. Zhao Xinran raised her hand to quiet the noisy students and led the class towards the dormitory area. Along the way, she continuously introduced the surroundings. The plaza not only has a battle arena but also a spirit hospital and a spirit supermarket. Basically, it has everything you need. The dormitory area wasn't far from the plaza, and after a few minutes' walk, 2 blue and white dormitory buildings came into view. Zhao Xinran pointed to one of them and said, the 5th and 6th floors are our class's dorms. Please collect your dormitory number and key from me. We'll meet in front of the teaching building at 1 p.m. Ye Qing casually took a key. 606, not a bad number. Wang Yao immediately swapped for a 605 dorm key and wrapped his arm around Ye Qing's shoulders as they headed upstairs. Ye Qing jingled the key in his hand and suddenly remembered, what about our luggage? Wang Yao's expression turned pained at the mention, but he quickly feigned nonchalance. Forget it, there's a supermarket here anyway. Whatever you need, I've got your back. Noticing Wang Yao's evasiveness, Ye Qing narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute, Did you break up with Sun Xiaowei again? Ah, yes. We broke up, Wang Yao admitted when he realized there was no hiding it. Ye Qing slapped him on the shoulder. What's going on with you? You just started dating and already broke up again. You've gone through 3 this month alone, right? Wang Yao straightened his back, speaking with conviction. You saw her family not even helping when you fell off the Pidgeot. Why would I stay with her? I don't need that kind of girl. Ye Qing could only shake his head helplessly. As the victim of the incident, he couldn't really comment further. Wang Yao nudged Ye Qing towards room 606. All right, let's check out the room first. Holding the small box, Ye Qing pushed open the door and was taken aback by the sight before him. The first thing he saw was a spacious, bright living room, complete with European-style double sofas and a coffee table. At the end of the room, a floor-to-ceiling window opened onto a wide balcony filled with various flowers and plants. The interior layout was simple yet practical. Besides a bathroom, the living room had a door on each side. The left door led to the master bedroom, equipped with a cozy double bed, a wooden wardrobe, and a desk, with all the necessary furnishings. When Ye Qing opened the right door, he was completely stunned by what he saw. The room was almost empty, except for a window and a sophisticated sand table device on the wall. Is this the environment simulation system? Ye Qing wondered as he approached the sand table, having heard it was a new addition to the school that no one had seen before. Following the steps in the guidebook, Ye Qing turned on the switch. Volcanoes, grasslands, deserts, rivers, various landscapes appeared on the selection panel, offering a wide array of options. Considering the fire attribute of the little fire monkey, Ye Qing unhesitatingly chose the volcanic environment. Click. With a slight sound, the scene before Ye Qing left him speechless. The floor and walls in the center of the room unfolded like mechanical arms, revealing a miniature artificial volcano rising before him, with lava-like terrain rapidly spreading out. The indoor temperature soared suddenly, and a wave of heat hit him. Within seconds, a complete volcanic training ground was formed, leaving Ye Qing momentarily at a loss for words. Come on out, little fire monkey, and practice your flame wheel here, Ye Qing called out, snapping back to reality as he took out the pokeball. Woohoo! The little fire monkey joyfully hopped and ran around on the ground as soon as it appeared, exhilarated by the fire-rich environment, its face filled with delight. This training room, designed specifically for Pokemon, could evidently withstand attacks of various attributes. Watching the little fire monkey completely absorbed in its own world, ignoring him, Ye Qing shrugged helplessly. He closed the training room door, walked over to the spacious sofa, and took out a small box given to him by the principal, quietly examining it in his hand. What could it be? Unable to guess after pondering for a while, Ye Qing decided to open it and see for himself. As the lid lifted, a coin-sized scale appeared before his eyes. Sunlight streaming through the window hit the scale, reflecting a dazzling array of colors, like a miniature rainbow. This is a beauty scale? Ye Qing murmured in surprise, not expecting the principal to give him such a valuable gift. The beauty scale is a rare item that can help a Phoeba evolve into a Milotic, a Pokemon known for its beauty and power, a truly rare find. Ye Qing carefully closed the lid of the box, and seeing the beauty scale, he also clarified his goal for choosing his second Pokemon. Knock knock. The sudden sound of knocking interrupted Ye Qing's thoughts, and he got up to open the door. Wang Yao's self-proclaimed handsome face peered through the crack. What are you up to, buddy? Waiting for you. Ye Qing shrugged, his tone calm. Waiting for me? Wang Yao looked puzzled, wondering what this guy's waiting for me for. To buy a phone. Ye Qing spread his hands, reminding him helplessly. Wang Yao suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. Oh right, almost forgot about that. After a quick lunch at the cafeteria, they headed to the supermarket to buy what Ye Qing needed. Ye Qing picked out a phone similar to his old one, and also got a new SIM card. While downloading various apps, he noticed Wang Yao staring blankly. What are you looking at? Ye Qing tapped Wang Yao's shoulder. Wang Yao wiped away a bit of drool from the corner of his mouth. Those legs are so white. I mean, that cabinet is really white. Ye Qing rolled his eyes and looked in the direction Wang Yao was staring. The first thing he saw was a pair of straight, fair legs. But just as he was about to look up, the girl turned and disappeared behind a shelf. Come on, let's go, Ye Qing said, pushing the dazed Wang Yao toward the Pokemon section to buy food. Pushing the shopping cart, Wang Yao filled it with snacks while curiously asking, Hey, Ye Qing, what did the principal give you as a prize? Why so mysterious? With people bustling around in the supermarket, Ye Qing picked up a bag of dried fruit that the little fire monkey loved and put it in the cart, shaking his head with a mysterious smile. If I told you, you'd be scared to death, so it's better not to say. Wang Yao rolled his eyes. Honestly, do you think I even want to know? Good then. After paying for his purchases, Ye Qing, with a colorful lollipop in his mouth, and Wang Yao carried their heavy shopping bags back to the dormitory. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them, adding a touch of vibrancy to their ordinary campus life. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the classroom was filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. Teacher Zhao Xinran, dressed in a sleek black business suit, made a crisp sound with her high heels on the podium. She surveyed the young faces in front of her, her voice clear and firm. Students, today marks my first day in charge. To better understand you all, the class positions will remain unchanged for now. Once I get to know you better, I'll make the necessary adjustments. She paused and then continued. Additionally, there's an important announcement. In a month, the entire grade will participate in a wilderness survival challenge. This event is not only a chance to hone your practical skills, but also offers substantial rewards. I hope you all make the most of this time to train your Pokemon. Throughout the afternoon, teacher Zhao Xinran explained the rules and regulations in detail. Although Ye Qing appeared to be listening attentively, his mind had drifted elsewhere. He was fingering the beautiful scale in his pocket, constantly thinking about how to quickly implement his plan to cultivate Milotic. Unfortunately, despite searching through all the textbooks, Ye Qing couldn't find a fixed habitat for Phoeba. Even the wild area, a large hunting ground, had no specific records. This left him somewhat frustrated. As the bell rang, Wang Yao eagerly approached Ye Qing, inviting him to check out some short skirts by the roadside. Ye Qing politely declined his friend's invitation, deciding instead to head to the library to continue his research on Phoeba. Just as Ye Qing was packing his bag to leave, teacher Zhao Xinran approached him. Noticing his distressed expression, she asked with concern, Ye Qing, where are you off to? Ye Qing snapped back to reality, somewhat flustered, and replied, Teacher, I'm planning to go to the library to look up some information. Intrigued by Ye Qing's research interest, Zhao Xinran inquired further, the library? What information are you looking for? Maybe I can help you save some time. Ye Qing thought for a moment and then honestly said, well, I'm trying to find information on Phoeba's habitat. Zhao Xinran raised an eyebrow, casually brushing her hair aside. Phoeba? What are you looking for that Pokemon for? While its evolved form is indeed powerful and beautiful, evolving it isn't easy. Ye Qing smiled and shook his head, cautiously replying, I just really like this Pokemon and want to learn more about it. He deliberately kept the beautiful scale given by the principal a secret, both as a trump card and to avoid attracting attention. After all, such a rare treasure as the beautiful scale could easily be exchanged for a luxurious house. Zhao Xinran blinked, thought for a moment, and suggested, I see. Then you should check the third floor of the library. You might find something there. Thanking her gratefully, Ye Qing quickly headed to the library. Along the way, he kept contemplating the formation of his team. Since Phoeba would take a long time to evolve and become battle-ready, he needed to capture another Pokemon to fill this gap. As for the economic aspect of raising Pokemon, Ye Qing wasn't too worried. The Academy offered numerous bounty tasks, such as harvesting berries or clearing out wild Pokemon. The most effective way, however, was to achieve high rankings in Academy events, with past champions reportedly earning prize money in the hundreds of thousands. At the library's third floor, since this academic area had only opened for the first day this year, there were almost no other students besides the administrator. Ye Qing carefully examined the rows of bookshelves and soon found a book titled Detailed Habitats of Water-type Pokemon. Eagerly, he flipped through the pages, his eyes quickly scanning the lines of text. However, upon reading the description of Phoeba, he couldn't help but frown. Habitat: Phoeba can live in both oceans and rivers, often residing in areas with abundant aquatic vegetation. Ye Qing sighed in exasperation. Areas with abundant aquatic vegetation? That's as good as saying nothing at all. The ugly fish, a resilient aquatic creature, thrives even in polluted waters. They typically inhabit ponds abundant with aquatic plants and are often shunned by humans and other creatures due to their unattractive appearance. Because of long-standing discrimination based on their looks, ugly fish rarely appear in densely populated areas. Ye Qing lingered on this description for a while, keenly noting two key points: remote and murky waters with abundant vegetation. He made a mental note of these characteristics, convinced that finding such a habitat would lead to a discovery. However, lacking the strength for a wilderness expedition, Ye Qing decided to gather more resources before making any plans. Time quietly passed, and the golden glow of the setting sun filtered through the library windows, casting a warm hue on Ye Qing as he focused on his research. He closed his book, realizing that without a way to acquire a Milotic, he needed to consider alternative options. Ye Qing had already devised a detailed plan for training Chimchar, believing that following it methodically would prevent any major issues. Now, it was time to consider the next creature to add to his team. With Chimchar's final evolution being fire and fighting types, and Milotic being water type, Ye Qing decided to exclude these three attributes to maintain balance. Additionally, he ruled out the rare dragon, fairy, and psychic types, as well as the dangerous ghost type, through careful elimination on paper. Recognizing the need for a mount, Ye Qing began searching for suitable candidates among the remaining types. Flying-type Pidgey seemed promising, with its final evolution, Pidgeot, known for its speed and impressive strength. Ground, steel, and rock types were too large for a quick escape mount, so they were excluded. Although bug types matured quickly, Their small size and short lifespan led Ye Qing to set aside this idea for now. The electric-type Zebstrika had a fitting appearance, but its combat abilities were not outstanding, making it less ideal. While weighing the options between Pidgeot and Zebstrika, Ye Qing felt a vague sense of something forgotten, as if a perfect creature was just out of reach in his memory. At that moment, a pair of classmates walked by, conversing quietly. The boy sighed. "Xiaomei, did you hear? The neighboring county was attacked by wild creatures again, causing many casualties. I really wish I could become a creature trainer soon to protect my family." Xiaomei nodded in agreement. "Yes, the more strength we have, the better our chances of survival. Disasters have been frequent in recent years. I wonder if mythical creatures are behind it." The word disaster struck Ye Qing like a bolt of lightning, suddenly reminding him of the elusive creature he had been trying to recall, Absol, the disaster Pokemon. Overcome with excitement, Ye Qing slammed his hand on the table, creating a loud noise that startled the entire library. Realizing his outburst, Ye Qing quickly apologized to the onlookers. Sorry, I got too excited." As Ye Qing calmed down, he began to sort through the various rumors about Absol. This mysterious creature always appeared in places prone to disasters, and was even considered a symbol of catastrophe in the early days when technology was underdeveloped. Superstitions further demonized it, suggesting that approaching it would bring misfortune. Ye Qing recalled the scenes of people driving away Absol in terror whenever it appeared. Although some experts recently suggested that Absol might have the ability to foresee disasters, the deeply ingrained impressions and the decline in expert reputations made it difficult to change the public's entrenched views. Suddenly, Ye Qing frustratedly raked his hands through his hair. He realized that he had been lost in thoughts about the mythical creature and had overlooked a crucial point. An Absol that could venture out on its own must be incredibly powerful, and as a novice, he had no means to capture such a formidable being. "So I forget it." Ye Qing lightly tapped his forehead, temporarily shelving this unrealistic idea. He consoled himself. After all, I'm part of the Transmigrator Brigade. Who knows, maybe a pseudo-legendary will fall from the sky tomorrow. With a temporary plan in mind, Ye Qing glanced at the time and left the library. The following 5 days were uneventful, but he was grateful that after intense training, his Chimchar finally reached level 11 and fully mastered the Flame Wool skill. This new skill perfectly compensated for Chimchar's inability to quickly approach enemies. On Friday afternoon, Ye Qing and Wang Yao leisurely climbed over the back hill, walking arm in arm to the school gate. Wang Yao asked smugly, "Have you seen the latest release from Gardevoir?" Ye Qing rolled his eyes and retorted, "Why look at that when you can catch one yourself?" Wang Yao laughed heartily. "Yeah, right. Do you know how rare Ralts is? You think you can catch one? If you do, I'll eat dirt while standing on my head." Ye Qing shrugged confidently. "Mark my words, you'll see." As they reached the school gate, other students teased Wang Yao, who was hailing a cab. "Hey, isn't this the great Wang? No luxury car or pretty girl to pick you up today." Wang Yao glared at them impatiently. "Get lost, will you? With only 2 days off after a week of lockdown, I don't have time for that." Ye Qing shook his head and hailed a taxi home. Stepping out of the cab, he looked at the familiar yet run-down apartment building, feeling a wave of emotion. Glancing at the spoon mark on his wrist, he thought about how close he came to not making it back from the R organization adventure. Ye Qing knocked on the door and waited quietly outside. With a creak, the old security door opened, and a little girl with pigtails peeked out. "Brother!" Yi Minghan exclaimed happily upon seeing Ye Qing. Ye Qing ruffled his sister's hair and squeezed inside, calling out, "Where's Mom? I'm hungry." Saying this with confidence, Ye Qing felt a sense of relief. The cautiousness he maintained on the journey, fearing a misstep could cost him his life, was something he could set aside only at home. His mother's voice came from the master bedroom. "Is my son back? Just wait, I'll go get some groceries." "Thanks, Mom." Ye Qing replied with a smile, watching his sister return to her studies. He quietly followed her into the room and stood beside her as she focused intently on her homework. After observing for a while, Ye Qing furrowed his brows. "Huan, didn't I ask you to prepare for the Elf Academy exams? Why are you working on questions unrelated to elves?" Yi Minghuan didn't look up, her little hand pausing its writing. She knew her brother was upset, but she just pouted and kept her head down, as if the workbook on her desk was the most fascinating thing in the world. Watching his silent sister, Ye Qing's initially tense expression softened, like a deflated balloon. He gently closed the door, sat beside Yi Minghuan, and softly but firmly turned her head towards him, meeting her bright yet evasive eyes. "Tell me, do you want to become an elf trainer?" Yi Minghuan avoided Ye Qing's gaze, her head slightly shaking, her lips tightly sealed, still silent. Ye Qing's heart tightened, as he understood what his sister was worried about. Their family's savings were almost entirely spent on his education, leaving nothing for her to attend the expensive elf academy. He gently turned her head again, speaking with determination. "All right, I promise you, I'll have 100,000 yuan in cash in a month. Will you believe me then?" Tears welled up in Yi Minghuan's bright eyes. Her first instinct was to shake her head, but facing her brother's unwavering gaze, she hesitated for a long time before nodding slightly, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Ye Qing sighed in relief and gathered up all the papers on her desk. All right, then we have a deal, 1 month from today. Leaving his sister's room, Ye Qing stood in the hallway, his eyes slightly stinging. This is perhaps the sorrow of a poor family, he thought. But fortunately, in this life, he had the power to change it all. Returning to his room, Ye Qing settled into his chair, took a pokeball out of his pocket, and released the Chimchar that had been cooped up inside for some time. Wah! As soon as Chimchar appeared, it sat quietly on the desk, one hand propping up its chin, its expression clearly showing it felt wronged. Seeing the little guy's forlorn look, Ye Qing felt it necessary to give it some psychological comfort. Chimchar, tell me honestly, is it boring being inside the pokeball for so long, every day? Chimchar nodded vigorously, its big eyes blinking, its sense of grievance evident. For an active and lively creature like Chimchar, being confined in a pokeball for extended periods was indeed a torture. But it was a necessary measure. The school had strict rules against releasing Pokemon during class. Otherwise, the appearance of a Gloom or Grimer could be disastrous. Not to mention if someone let out a Ralts, who could focus on the lesson then. Ye Qing gently patted Chimchar's head, comforting it. I understand you want to play, but I hope you can understand me too. Just think, if everyone let their Pokemon out, wouldn't the classroom be in chaos? Chimchar thought for a moment, then showed a frustrated expression, seemingly understanding Ye Qing's predicament. Seeing its downcast demeanor, Ye Qing changed his tone. But there is a way around it. If you promise to train well when I let you out, then I can take you out of the Pokeball during class and pick you up afterward. Chimchar was initially excited, but its face fell when it heard it had to train by itself, clearly finding the condition less appealing. With its head drooping, Chimchar listened as Ye Qing continued to paint a rosy picture, while its little mind raced, trying to find a way to avoid staying in the Pokeball without having to train. Wait. Suddenly, Chimchar's mouth curled into a smile, its eyes lighting up as it seemed to have discovered a loophole. The little fire monkey gazed at Ye Qing, a cunning thought flickering in its mind. Since training was happening outside, how could Ye Qing constantly keep an eye on it? Why not agree for now and enjoy some freedom later? Pleased with its cleverness, the little fire monkey looked up at Ye Qing, who was still talking incessantly, and nodded firmly. Ye Qing was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the little fire monkey, which had just been reluctant but now seemed to have a change of heart. Without questioning it further, he happily patted the monkey's forehead, thinking this was a win-win situation. It solved the problem of the monkey's reluctance to stay in the Pokeball and encouraged it to train. After sending the little fire monkey off to play with his sister, Ye Qing opened his computer to think about the skills the monkey needed to learn next. Currently, its skill set was quite limited, making it difficult to turn the tide against tough opponents. He logged onto a website to browse the Pokemon store, carefully examining various skill discs. The Shadow Clone skill disc was reasonably priced and well-stocked. Ye Qing purchased it for 8,000 yuan and continued browsing other options. However, other skills were either too expensive or beyond the monkey's current capabilities. Frustrated, he closed the computer. Rubbing his forehead, Ye Qing listened to the joyful sounds of his sister and the little fire monkey playing in the next room when a brilliant idea struck him. Counter Shield. This was Ash's signature move, first appearing in the Diamond and Pearl series. Counter Shield combined offense and defense, making it an excellent skill. Recalling the execution of Counter Shield, Ye Qing took out a piece of paper to work through it. The core of this skill lay in spinning. The Pokemon spins rapidly in place while using the skill, causing the attack to cover a broader area rather than focusing on a single point, thus forming a move that combines offense and defense. Although its effectiveness in the wild might be limited, in a confined battle area, it was undoubtedly a formidable move. If the little fire monkey could master Counter Shield based on its Ember attack, it would be a great asset in future battles. Even against flying or very fast Pokemon, it could handle itself well. Ye Qing decided to take action immediately. Considering the school surveillance, it was the perfect opportunity to practice at home. Little fire monkey, let's go out for a bit. Ye Qing put on his clothes and called the monkey to the door. Be careful, you too. His sister called out from her room with a smile. Ye Qing let the little fire monkey jump onto his shoulder and replied with a grin. Yep, you focus on your studies. Hearing the commotion, Ye's mother came out of the kitchen, displeased. Son, where are you going? Dinner is almost ready. Without turning back, Ye Qing said, I need to verify something. You all go ahead and eat without me. His mother sighed. Honestly, always in such a rush. How will you ever find a girlfriend? Ye Qing took the little fire monkey downstairs, where many elderly people were out for a walk. To avoid drawing attention, they headed to a nearby abandoned construction site. Surrounded by tall iron fences, the site was deserted after the developer went bankrupt, leaving behind piles of debris and unfinished buildings. As the sky gradually darkened, Ye Qing shivered inexplicably while looking at the buildings looming like black holes. He carefully stepped over scattered debris and found a relatively flat open space with his little fire monkey. The little fire monkey looked around warily, its round eyes filled with confusion. Ooh-ah. It seemed puzzled as to why Ye Qing had brought it to such a desolate place. Was something shady about to happen? Right here, Ye Qing said, pointing at the open space. Try spinning around a few times, let me see. The little fire monkey scratched its head and clumsily spun around on all fours. No, not like that, Ye Qing said, lying down on the dusty ground to demonstrate a Thomas flare despite his lack of skill. He misjudged his balance and ended up sprawling on the ground in a clumsy heap. Oh. The little fire monkey clapped its hands gleefully, enjoying Ye Qing's mishap. Ugh. Ye Qing spat out the dirt from his mouth and glared at the little fire monkey. He pulled out his phone and found a video tutorial on the Thomas flare for the monkey to watch. The little fire monkey's eyes lit up as it watched the cool moves in the video, eager to give it a try. Ye Qing put away his phone, gesturing for the monkey to attempt it on its own. The little fire monkey placed its hands on the ground, trying to lift its body and spin as shown in the video. However, lacking coordination, it promptly fell over. Ye Qing stifled his laughter and indicated for it to stop, then patiently explained the key points of the move. To complete this move, you need to control the descent of your center of gravity while using your legs to swing in opposite directions, combined with the force of your shoulders and arms to generate horizontal spinning momentum. This allows you to shift your center of gravity properly. As you bring your leg in, your body and shoulder should slightly turn left, twist your hips, and your left hand should find support early to connect to the full Thomas flare. After guiding the little fire monkey through several attempts, Ye Qing let it practice on its own. The monkey sat in thought for a moment before beginning to break down the Thomas flare step by step. Observing from the side, Ye Qing marveled at the creature's strength. Even with one hand, the little fire monkey could easily support its body. With each move becoming more fluid, the little fire monkey gradually sped up. Dust swirled around, lifted by the force of its spinning. Ye Qing stepped back, retreating behind a pile of debris. As the monkey's spinning reached its peak, Ye Qing shouted, "Now use Ember." The little fire monkey immediately opened its mouth, shooting bullet-like flames. Its constant spinning caused the flames to form a fiery whip, lashing out in all directions. Just as Ye Qing was filled with excitement, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. In the next moment, the fiery whip broke, and the little fire monkey was flung away by the immense momentum. Ooh! The little fire monkey lay dazed on the ground, struggling to get up. Ye Qing hurried over to check and saw scorch marks on the monkey's legs. After a moment of thought, he concluded that with a bit more practice, the monkey could avoid this problem. Ye Qing applied some medicine to the little fire monkey's wounds and carefully picked it up, heading toward home. It was late in the evening, and Ye Qing, along with the little fire monkey, was dragging their weary bodies, stomachs growling, ready to end the day's training. However, just as they were about to leave the construction site, an inexplicable chill crept up the back of Ye Qing's neck, as if someone was softly blowing behind his ear. Forcing himself to stay calm, Ye Qing quickened his pace toward the exit. Just then, a strange laughter echoed across the empty construction site. Who's there? Ye Qing spun around, his hair standing on end. Yet, behind him was nothing but the dark outlines of buildings standing in the night. The laughter sounded again, this time seemingly coming from all directions, accompanied by footsteps approaching from afar. Ye Qing's heart tightened. Although he suspected it might be a ghost-type spirit playing a prank, he couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. Damn it, picking on people, huh? Ye Qing shouted, feigning calm. Although the exit was close, he didn't dare turn and run, knowing that doing so might invite an ambush. At that moment, the little fire monkey, just regaining its senses, suddenly jumped to the ground and yelled forward. Oh! Startled, Ye Qing quickly called the fire monkey back to his shoulder. He realized there was likely more than one ghost-type spirit here, and attacking recklessly could cause bigger trouble. The fire monkey obediently returned to Ye Qing's shoulder, its large eyes scanning the surroundings warily, the flames on its rear flaring up dangerously close to singeing Ye Qing's hair. After waiting for a moment, the laughter didn't return. Ye Qing pretended to be frightened, instructing the fire monkey to watch their backs, while he quickly ran out of the construction site. He knew most ghost-type spirits just enjoyed pranks, and acting scared might satisfy their vanity. Once outside the site, Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the bustling street, he was secretly glad there was no real attack. He also speculated that the security bureau might be understaffed, leaving these prankster spirits unchecked. Carefully avoiding the passing vehicles, Ye Qing hurried home, still shaken. He couldn't help but reflect on how dangerous this spirit-filled world was, and he certainly didn't have the superhuman strength to carry a Ukiare on his shoulders. Not long after Ye Qing and the fire monkey left, several ghastly appeared at the construction site, recalling Ye Qing's scared, stiff expression and bursting into laughter. Back home, Yima was sitting on the couch watching TV. Seeing the sweaty Ye Qing and the fire monkey, she smiled. Back already? Hurry and eat, the food's still warm. I'll take a shower first, Ye Qing replied hastily, heading straight to his room with the fire monkey. Leaning against his desk, Ye Qing still looked shaken, thinking he had encountered ghosts in a roundabout way. The fire monkey perched on his shoulders seemed unfazed, merely considering them as a few spirits posing a threat, nothing to be afraid of. Suddenly, Ye Qing caught a whiff of a sour smell. What's that smell? He frowned, looking at the fire monkey. The fire monkey immediately waved its hands, indicating the smell had nothing to do with it. Ye Qing shook his head helplessly, realizing that this perilous night still had more surprises in store for him. Ye Qing wrinkled his nose, shaking his head at the smell coming from the little fire monkey. He said irritably, "Come on, let's get you a bath." As soon as he spoke, the little fire monkey tried to escape, but Ye Qing was ready and caught it. Dragging the screeching fire monkey, Ye Qing quickly changed out of his dirty clothes and carried it into the bathroom. From outside, his mother called out worriedly, "Son, be gentle, don't hurt him." Ye Qing chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, Mom, I won't hurt him." Turning to the fire monkey, he teased, "If you don't take a bath, don't expect me to buy you any energy cubes." Although the fire monkey still seemed defiant, its struggle noticeably lessened. Just as Ye Qing was about to relax, his sister Ye Menghan's cheerful voice came from outside the bathroom. "Brother, you go eat. I'll help you wash him." Ye Qing gladly agreed and handed the fire monkey over to his sister. Strangely, the fire monkey calmed down immediately in Ye Menghan's hands, behaving unusually well. After a hearty dinner, the once filthy fire monkey was now clean as a whistle. Ye Qing slept soundly through the night. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, warming Ye Qing's face. Still groggy with sleep, he was abruptly awakened by a knock on the door. Not wanting to get up, he nudged the little fire monkey beside him, muttering, "Fire monkey, go answer the door." The fire monkey, still drowsy, simply kicked Ye Qing's head with its foot, refusing to budge. With a sigh, Ye Qing reluctantly got up to open the door. It was a delivery. The skill disc for Shadow Clone had arrived. After a bit of fussing, Ye Qing was wide awake. He freshened up, had a quick breakfast, and got ready to train with the fire monkey. Ye Qing put the still sleeping fire monkey into its pokeball, then attached the center of the skill disc to the protrusion on the ball. He was curious about how Pokemon learned skills inside the ball. Could it be like he imagined in his previous life, with Pokemon sitting on a sofa watching TV to learn? As the Pokeball glowed green, the skill disc shattered into pieces. Ye Qing guessed that must have done the trick, as it was his first time using a skill disc. After getting dressed, he hurried downstairs and found an open space in the neighborhood to release the fire monkey. The fire monkey looked bewildered, as if its mind had suddenly filled with new information. Ye Qing commanded, "Use Shadow Clone." The fire monkey tilted its head, looking confused. A gentle breeze rustled a few fallen leaves, as if mocking the failed attempt. Ye Qing awkwardly spoke again, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "I said, use the Shadow Clone technique." The little fire monkey blinked its round eyes, looking perplexed as it squatted on the ground, muscles tensed, straining so hard that its face turned red. Seeing the little creature's comical expression, Ye Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, are you trying to take a dump?" The little fire monkey was a bit frustrated too. Although the method to use the Shadow Clone technique was etched in its mind, it felt like something was missing. After a moment of thought, Ye Qing decided to try a different approach. "All right, start by running quickly," Ye Qing suggested. The little fire monkey nodded and immediately dashed across the open ground, its short legs moving rapidly. "Not fast enough, faster." Ye Qing raised his voice, "Even faster." As Ye Qing's voice grew louder, the little fire monkey exerted all its strength to accelerate, its limbs creating a blur on the ground. At the moment the little fire monkey reached its top speed, Ye Qing shouted, "Use the Shadow Clone." With a loud cry, the little fire monkey's figure flickered, instantly splitting into two afterimages. Though the afterimages lasted only briefly, the attempt was undoubtedly a success. Ye Qing nodded in satisfaction, thinking that this skill needed further practice. That day, Ye Qing focused solely on training the little fire monkey, aside from eating. Though the little creature was usually mischievous, it was impressively serious during training and battles, which made Ye Qing see it in a new light. On Monday morning, Ye Qing was unexpectedly summoned to the homeroom teacher's office. As he opened the door and saw a group of teachers inside, he felt his scalp tingle and cautiously walked in. "Ye Qing, you're here. Just a moment." Zhao Xinran put down her lesson plan and led Ye Qing outside. Stopping in a secluded corner of the hallway, Ye Qing asked curiously, "Teacher, is there something you need?" Zhao Xinran smiled and said, "It's like this. I wanted to ask you about the Tao of the Three Dragons. Last time, you answered so confidently. You must have more details you didn't share, right?" Ye Qing shook his head and straightforwardly replied, "No, that's all I know." "Really?" Zhao Xinran bent down, her pretty face close to Ye Qing, staring at him with unblinking eyes. "Really?" Ye Qing, catching the faint fragrance from Zhao Xinran, unconsciously touched his nose. Meanwhile, In a secret base within a modified cave, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair sat in a chair, asking without turning his head, "How's the investigation?" Bloodhand, holding a large wolf dog, bowed respectfully and replied, "Reporting to the boss, I've dispatched the large wolf dog and the Houndoom squad to investigate separately. Based on the scent left at the scene, we've eliminated numerous locations." Yen Lang angrily demanded, "So you found his location? Then why haven't you taken action? Do you know how little time the leader has given us?" Bloodhand trembled and stammered. "For now, we've only confirmed the target is within Huagua, but the specific location is unclear. Because, due to our last operation, Huagua has increased its defense level. Acting rashly now could fall into their trap." Yen Lang said disappointedly. "Is that so? Haven't you thought of any solutions? Having a traitor among your trusted men, it seems you need a good rest." Bloodhand's legs shook as he replied with a quiver in his voice. "I do have a plan. I've arranged for 3 death warriors, who have entered Huagua with the large wolf dog that has sniffed the target's scent. They should soon resolve the target." At that moment, a violent explosion suddenly erupted. Boom! Yen Lang was slightly startled, seeing a large hole blasted in the mountain. Through the opening, a floating figure came into view, Mutuo, coldly watching them. "Super Mutuo!" Yen Lang gritted his teeth, locking eyes with the formidable creature. Mutuo's face remained expressionless, its voice as cold as ice. "Facing death, yet you still seek trouble elsewhere." Ye Qing felt the warm breath of teacher Zhao close by, calming himself to meet her bright eyes. Under Ye Qing's unflinching gaze, Zhao Xinran was the first to relent, straightening her slender body with a resigned smile. All right, if you don't want to say, I won't force you," she sighed lightly. "Okay." Ye Qing nodded quickly, feeling relieved. "Remember, don't be late for class next time," Zhao Xinran said playfully, tapping Ye Qing's forehead with a long finger before walking gracefully towards her office, her skirt swaying gently. Recalling his promise to the little fire monkey, Ye Qing glanced at his watch. There were 15 minutes before class. He hurried across the stone-paved square towards the volcanic area of the sports field. The temperature here was noticeably higher, and after just a few steps, sweat began to bead on his forehead. He stopped when he saw the steaming artificial lava pool not far away. "Little fire monkey, make sure to train well here," Ye Qing said, releasing the little fire monkey from its pokeball and giving it a special reminder. Oh, the little fire monkey leapt with joy as it appeared, feeling extremely comfortable in the hot environment. It rolled on the ground, its orangered fur picking up some dust, then waved at Ye Qing to indicate it understood. "You should hurry to class." Secretly, it thought, "Once you're gone, you won't know if I'm slacking off or not." Noticing the overly excited little fire monkey, a glint of cunning appeared in Ye Qing's eyes, and he smiled slyly. "All right, I'll leave my phone here recording to monitor you, so I can check on your training anytime." Wow! The little fire monkey was stunned, its eyes wide open. It thought to itself, "Humans are really devious, using such tricks against me." Knowing it couldn't back down now, the little fire monkey crossed its arms over its slim waist, glaring at Ye Qing with a look that clearly said, "You don't trust me." Ye Qing scratched his head, surprised by the little fire monkey's strong reaction. Considering that the cultural classes weren't many, with only 2 sessions each morning and the rest being outdoor training, he figured it wouldn't be too much of a problem if the little fire monkey slacked off a bit. After all, balance is key. Thinking it was no big deal to compromise, especially if the little fire monkey found a female monkey, Ye Qing wouldn't want to spy on that. He ruffled the little fire monkey's fluffy head, speaking gently. "All right then, I won't leave my phone. I'll come to pick you up after class. But if you dare slack off, you better watch out." "Ooh." The little fire monkey immediately stood upright, patting its chest to assure Ye Qing it wouldn't be lazy. "Good." Ye Qing nodded with satisfaction, checked the time, and quickly headed to the classroom. For the first few days, the little fire monkey behaved well. During breaks, Ye Qing would check on it and found that it was diligently training, not only reaching level 13, but also mastering the shadow clone and counter shield moves with fluid precision. After observing for several days, Ye Qing felt reassured, regularly leaving it on the field and only picking it up for afternoon training sessions to build battle synergy. "Have you heard? There's a monkey running wild in the volcanic area of our sports field. No idea whose it is, but it's out of control. Yeah, it even injured my little Ponita the other day. Whose else could it be? There are only a few monkeys in the entire grade." Ye Qing frowned as he listened to the chatter of his classmates, feeling puzzled. From their excited discussions, it seemed that a certain mischievous monkey had caused quite a stir in the volcanic area. Not only was it naughty, but it was also quite powerful, rumored to be invincible. Ye Qing's heart tightened, and his frown deepened. Could it be his own troublesome monkey, the one that seemed to be obediently training every day? Class is starting. Teacher Zhao Xinran, holding a textbook, stepped onto the podium, scanning the unruly students in the classroom and raising her voice to command order. "Teacher, I need to go to the bathroom." Ye Qing suddenly stood up, feeling increasingly uneasy. He needed to make a surprise visit to the little fire monkey and find out what exactly was going on. Zhao Xinran took a sip of water and nodded casually. Okay, be quick. She then opened the textbook, preparing to begin the day's lesson. Teacher, I need to go to the bathroom too. Wang Yao's eyes were fixed on Ye Qing's sneaky retreating figure. Knowing full well that this guy was up to no good, he decided to follow and see what was happening. Zhao Xinran raised an eyebrow, her tone stern. What? Just because someone else is going to the bathroom, you have to go too? Hold it. Wang Yao immediately put on a pained expression, clutching his stomach and lamenting. Teacher, that's not fair. What if I get sick from holding it in? My family line would end with me. Faced with such shameless behavior, the young Zhao Xinran, although aware that this kid was probably lying, reluctantly nodded after some consideration. Fine. You be quick too. Got it. Wang Yao leaped up and dashed out of the classroom, chasing after Ye Qing. Ye Qing had just reached the school square when he heard Wang Yao calling from behind. He stopped and turned around, puzzled. Wang Yao? Why are you following me? Wang Yao, of course, wouldn't admit he was just curious, so he lied. I was worried you might have something urgent going on and wanted to see if I could help. Really? Ye Qing raised an eyebrow, fully aware of his childhood friend's intentions. However, on second thought, every time he went to check on the little fire monkey, the monkey seemed to sense his presence, likely because it could smell him. If he let Wang Yao investigate instead, he might actually discover something. Wait, the scent. Ye Qing suddenly realized, as if he had grasped an important overlooked clue. What's up, Ye Qing? Wang Yao asked, puzzled. Ye Qing snapped back to reality and waved his hand. Nothing. How about this, you go check on the little fire monkey for me? My stomach is bothering me. Sure, you take a rest here. Seeing Ye Qing's pained expression, Wang Yao wisely turned and left. Sitting on the steps of the square's fountain, Ye Qing finally sorted out his thoughts. It was the scent. Although he hadn't shown his face when he was with the R organization and had later escaped using Mutwo's teleportation, seemingly flawlessly, his scent must have lingered inside the transport plane. If they sent a Pokemon with a keen sense of smell to trace his path, they would eventually find his hiding place. Realizing this, Ye Qing slapped his thigh, enveloped by a strong sense of crisis. What should he do? With his current strength, he couldn't protect himself, let alone his family. There was only one option left: seek protection from external forces. He recalled the textbook content. The various evolutions of EV had been thoroughly researched by academia, but information about legendary Pokemon remained scarce. Mr. Zhao was always interested in the topic of the three dragons of the way, wasn't he? Ye Qing's eyes lit up as a thought suddenly crossed his mind: using this information to break into the academic world and increase his social influence. A few impactful papers could boost his exposure, and once he became a public figure, the organization would have to think twice before acting against him. He was lost in this idea, contemplating its feasibility. Ye Qing, come and see what I've found. His thoughts were interrupted as he looked up to see Wang Yao running back with an exaggerated expression, as if he had discovered a treasure. What is it? Ye Qing temporarily set aside his plans and asked. Wang Yao eagerly ran up to Ye Qing, practically shoving his phone screen into his face with excitement. Guess what? Your little fire monkey is about to become the king of the mountain in the volcanic area. King of the mountain? Ye Qing was taken aback and turned his gaze to the phone screen. The sight before him made him chuckle. In the video, the little fire monkey had taken on the demeanor of a mountain king, having recruited most of the spirits in the volcanic area. These spirits were not only obediently massaging his back, but also offering all the snacks and energy cubes given by trainers to the little fire monkey. The scene was both amusing and absurd. This guy. Ye Qing shook his head. Despite feeling a bit exasperated, he was somewhat gratified to see his spirit able to reach such a status. At least it wasn't embarrassing him. Let's go. Ye Qing's eyes sharpened as he recalled the potential crisis he had just realized. He was determined to give the little fire monkey a profound lesson, especially since training should be the top priority right now. Ye Qing and Wang Yao headed to the volcanic area together. As expected, the group of spirits had already sensed their arrival and were all pretending to be busy. The little fire monkey was diligently using a fire punch on a rock, and upon closer inspection, one could even see sweat rolling down his face, his acting skills truly admirable. If it weren't for Wang Yao's video evidence, Ye Qing might have been convinced he had wrongly accused him. Little fire monkey, come here. Ye Qing called out sternly. Whoa. The little fire monkey immediately stopped what he was doing and hopped over to Ye Qing, making an exaggerated show of wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, as if he had been training hard. Look at this. Ye Qing thought his acting deserved 100 points, but he remained expressionless as he handed Wang Yao's phone to him. Seeing Ye Qing's dark expression, the little fire monkey held on to a sliver of hope at first, but when he saw the video of himself acting all high and mighty, that last hope shattered. Ugh! The little fire monkey, embarrassed and angry, turned to Wang Yao, baring his teeth. He had noticed his scent earlier, but hadn't thought much of it, not expecting to be sold out by him in the end. Today you'll stay inside your Pokeball and reflect. Ignoring the little fire monkey's protests, Ye Qing returned him to the ball. Back in class, Ye Qing's mind was far from the lesson, constantly replaying information about the three dragons of the way. In the evening, at the library, Ye Qing chose a seat by the window, using the moonlight and the dim lamps inside to take out a sheet of paper and begin diligently organizing the information he knew. As for the potential skepticism the article might provoke once published, he already had a plan in mind. Ye Qing. As Ye Qing was deep in thought, a gentle fragrance wafted over. He turned to see his class teacher, Zhao Xinran, standing beside him with a concerned look. Zhao Xinran had noticed Ye Qing's distraction in class and thought it might be due to their previous conversation, so she followed him to the library. Did our previous talk affect you? If so, I apologize. Ye Qing shook his head. No. Zhao Xinran let out a sigh of relief, gently tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, and casually asked, "Oh, is there anything you need help with? You seem a bit puzzled." Ye Qing pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on Zhao Xinran's bright, star-like eyes, and slowly said, "Actually, yes. I want to publish an article about the three dragons of the Tao. Do you have any suggestions, teacher?" The three dragons of the Tao? A hint of excitement flashed in Zhao Xinran's eyes, but she quickly furrowed her brow and raised her hand to stop him. Absolutely not. Topics about mythical beasts are forbidden from being circulated among the public, so even if you publish it, it won't be accepted. Ye Qing was momentarily stunned, his expression slightly frozen. Upon reflection, he realized this was indeed the case. He silently chastised himself had been considering the issue from the perspective of his past life, which didn't apply in the current era. As far as he knew, information about mythical beasts was tightly controlled by the Alliance, and ordinary people were completely unaware. Zhao Xinran leaned forward slightly and continued to ask, "Didn't you tell me this morning?" Ye Qing interrupted without hesitation. "I'm in a bit of trouble and was hoping to create some momentum for protection." Trouble? Zhao Xinran raised an eyebrow, surprised that someone Ye Qing's age could be facing any significant issues. The people he interacted with couldn't be more than his peers. Ye Qing nodded lightly, his tone somber. "Yes, but I can't go into details." Zhao Xinran didn't respond immediately, her captivating eyes seemingly trying to penetrate Ye Qing's thoughts. Ye Qing avoided her gaze, his eyes inadvertently falling on Zhao Xinran's foot, tapping lightly beneath the desk in pointed high heels, hoping she wouldn't accidentally kick him. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xinran's eyes flickered as if weighing the pros and cons, and she spoke. "I can help you with this. As you know, I used to be with the Institute of Elven Studies, so I have the authority to submit your article to higher-ups. If the content is genuine and significant, you'll receive due recognition." She paused, tapping her fingers on the table. "However, your article won't be publicly visible in the media, but if the Alliance finds you to be of high value, arranging protection won't be an issue." Ye Qing remained silent, frowning slightly. He knew his article could have a significant impact, and handing the manuscript to Zhao Xinran made it difficult to ensure she wouldn't take advantage of it. After a while, he looked up directly at Zhao Xinran, lips tight. "How can I trust you?" Zhao Xinran was taken aback, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, clearly not expecting such wariness from him. She adjusted her posture and said gently, "Your aunt and I were in the same research institute before. If you don't trust me, you can give it to her first, and she can pass it on to me." Ye Qing ignored her last words, his brow furrowing, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "Have you investigated me?" Zhao Xinran looked apologetic, explaining softly, "You're my student, and I have a responsibility towards you. When you answered my question, I was quite surprised, and curiosity led me to pay more attention to you." Ye Qing didn't fully believe her, maintaining a neutral expression. "Wait a moment, teacher." He quickly pulled out his phone, his fingers swiftly moving across the screen as he sent a message to his mom. "Ye Qing. Mom, how's my aunt doing lately? You two are pretty close, right?" His mom replied almost instantly, "Silly boy, she's my sister. Of course we're close. Don't ask such silly questions in the future." Ye Qing thought for a moment and sent an ellipsis. His mom quickly followed up. "Is something up?" "Need more money." Ye Qing replied quickly. "I wrote an important paper that I want to submit. Our homeroom teacher says she knows my aunt, so I wanted to confirm with you." His mom responded, "Okay, hang on." Seeing his mom's reply, Ye Qing put down his phone, his expression relaxing a bit as he awaited confirmation. Zhao Xinran calmly sat across from Ye Qing, rhythmically tapping her slender fingers on the table. Suddenly, Ye Qing's phone chimed with a ding, and he immediately checked the message. "Mom, your aunt wants you to hand the article directly to her. She says Zhao Xinran has a complicated background, and befriending her can only bring benefits." Ye Qing realized the source of Zhao Xinran's confidence. She was the legendary Red Second Generation, with a gilded background. Noticing the change in Ye Qing's expression, Zhao Xinran playfully leaned in closer, her red lips slightly parted, and asked with a smirk, "So, do you trust me now?" I do. Faced with his peerage teacher, Ye Qing was completely convinced. As night deepened, the library grew sparsely populated. With his mother's assurance, Ye Qing felt more at ease and began quickly compiling information about the 3 dragons of the Tao on paper. Considerately, Zhao Xinran silenced her phone and quietly flipped through a book, careful not to disturb Ye Qing's train of thought. Ye Qing couldn't reveal the true legend of the 3 dragons, so he concocted a roughly similar version. He briefly introduced Reshiram and Zekrom. Reshiram represents truth, willing to assist those who pursue it, but punishing those who disdain it. Zekrom can create an anti-gravity field, unaffected by air resistance and Earth's gravity, often accompanied by thunderstorms upon its appearance. After introducing these 2 creatures, Ye Qing described their overdrive mode. He deliberately avoided mentioning fusion and the gene wedge, planning to keep those details in reserve to maintain his value. Though the article glossed over some details, it was sufficient for the Alliance, which had little knowledge of the 3 legendary creatures. As far as Ye Qing knew, it was rare for any country to have even 1 or 2 secondary legendary creatures as guardians, let alone a primary legendary one. Public data showed that no primary legendary creature had explicitly supported any nation. Ye Qing handed the completed content to Zhao Xinran, shaking his sore hand. Zhao Xinran noticed the keyword overdrive mode and asked in confusion, "Are you saying the Reshiram and Zekrom we know aren't in their strongest form?" Ye Qing nodded and replied, "You could think of it that way. You're familiar with Mega Evolution, right?" Zhao Xinran straightened up, feigning confidence. "Of course." Ye Qing shrugged and explained, "Then you should understand. Overdrive mode is like the massive power boost a creature gets after Mega Evolution. Just think of it that way for now." "Humph, who's underestimating whom?" Zhao Xinran muttered softly. Although she knew the term, her understanding was limited. Every time she asked her family, they refused to tell her, which left her feeling quite frustrated. Judging by the look of this kid, he seems to know more about Mega Evolution than I do. What kind of prodigy is this? Is their family planning to groom him towards becoming a senior researcher? Zhao Xinran frowned slightly, suppressing her doubts for the moment. She glanced at her watch and stood up, flashing Ye Qing a professional smile. "All right, it's getting late. I'll probably get back to you around Friday, and there might even be an unexpected reward." Ye Qing nodded in agreement, feeling relaxed. After all, his safety was guaranteed within the academy. Back in his dorm, Ye Qing changed into soft pajamas and deliberately didn't release his Chimchar. He silently resolved to train this Pokemon's temperament well this time, to prevent it from becoming unruly after evolving. Over the next week, Ye Qing intensified Chimchar's special training. Each day's session lasted until the Pokemon was nearly exhausted, and in just 7 days, it had lost nearly 2 pounds. Wang Yao stood by, watching Ye Qing's strict training methods, and couldn't help but joke, "What a tough life for a monkey." As he spoke, he casually tossed a branch, instructing his Trico to retrieve it with a quick attack. On Friday afternoon, just before the end of classes, Ye Qing finally received a notification from Zhao Xinran, asking him to come to the meeting room. Standing at the door, Ye Qing took a deep breath and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, he opened the door and entered. The scene inside the meeting room was just as Ye Qing had expected. Besides the principal and vice principal, Zhao Xinran was there, along with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Principal Zhang set down his teacup and introduced, "This is Ye Qing from our school. Ye Qing, this is Professor Qian, a researcher from the Alliance." Ye Qing sized up the so-called old professor, thinking, this person looks only about 40 or 50, hardly old. Professor Qian's gaze was sharp as he looked directly into Ye Qing's eyes, speaking seriously. "Hello, Ye Qing. I'm from the Capital Spirit Association. I read your article, and honestly, it was very helpful to us. Now I have one question, if you could answer it for me." As he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became tense, an invisible pressure bearing down on Ye Qing. Ahem. Zhao Xinran coughed lightly, seeming dissatisfied with Professor Qian's attitude. Principal Jiang sipped his tea, signaling her with his eyes not to interrupt. "Please, go ahead," Ye Qing replied, meeting the man's gaze without flinching. He chuckled inwardly. "Seriously? I've even met Mutwo, and you think your presence intimidates me?" Professor Qian's gaze remained intense, his tone even more serious. "All right, I want to know how you came to know these things. Where did you get this information? As far as I know, not long ago you were just a student who wasn't interested in studying, right?" Ye Qing smirked, answering calmly. "That's right, but let me correct you on one point. It wasn't that I wasn't interested in studying. I just wasn't interested in attending classes and exams because I already knew everything they were teaching. As for how I know this information, I can tell you I met a legendary Pokemon. We hit it off immediately, and it shared this information with me." After saying this, Ye Qing leaned back in his chair, not expecting them to believe such an absurd story. Principal Jiang couldn't hold back and sprayed tea everywhere, quickly apologizing. Sorry. The vice principal snorted, speaking sternly. "Ridiculous. We're not here to play games with you. Watch your words." He clearly thought Ye Qing was speaking nonsense. Zhao Xinran shivered, her face showing disbelief. Forming a sworn brotherhood with a mythical beast? Such a notion was absurd, making her frown. However, Professor Qian remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on Ye Qing, his tone calm, yet probing. Can you convince me? As soon as he spoke, everyone in the room sat up straight, their eyes all turning to Ye Qing. Each person was curious about what evidence he could provide to support his claim. Ye Qing shrugged slightly, his gaze sweeping to the vice principal standing nearby, and said calmly, "There are too many people in the room." Professor Qian's eyes shifted slightly, and Principal Zhang immediately understood, turning to Vice Principal Zhang and saying, "Vice Principal Zhang, please step outside for a moment." Sure. Vice Principal Zhang was perceptive, recognizing it as Professor Qian's intention, and left the room without hesitation. Once the vice principal's footsteps faded away, Professor Qian's expressionless face turned back to Ye Qing. "If anyone else needs to leave, feel free to say so." Ye Qing's lips curved into a slight smile. He knew well how to balance interpersonal relationships. Having just shown authority to the vice principal, now was the time to win over others. No need. These two are trustworthy elders. His words indeed brought a satisfied smile to Principal Zhang's face. A glimmer of approval in his eyes. His efforts in mentoring this young man were evidently not in vain. Zhao Xinran rolled her eyes. While being called trustworthy brought her a bit of inner satisfaction, the term elder left her displeased. She wasn't that old. How could she be considered as elder? Professor Qian gave a simple nod. "Then please, go ahead." Ye Qing raised his right arm, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "There is a lingering aura of that mythical beast here. If you don't believe it, you can have a psychic Pokemon sense it, but I won't be responsible for any adverse effects." Since Ye Qing was wearing long sleeves, no one present could see what was hidden beneath them. "All right." Professor Qian didn't say much, directly pulling out a Pokeball from his pocket and tossing it lightly. With a flash of white light, an Alakazam appeared in the center of the room, hovering in midair. Ye Qing's eyes lit up, knowing the rarity of psychic Pokemon, and Alakazam was among the best. He quickly analyzed the Pokemon's information. Pokemon, Alakazam, level 50, status, healthy, gender, male, type, psychic, ability, inner focus, held item, twisted spoon, inherited moves, trick, barrier, guard swap, basic moves, teleport, kinesis, confusion, disable, psybeam, miracle eye, psycho cut, recover, calm mind, top moves, telekinesis, ice punch, TM moves, psychic, light screen, double team, shadow ball. Notes: Alakazam has little physical power, preferring not to use violence, but can attack and defend using psychic abilities. A level 50 Alakazam. This was equivalent to the main Pokemon of a gym leader. Ye Qing was inwardly amazed, not expecting such strength from the old professor. It seemed the league really valued him. However, he also noticed an issue. No matter how strong these Pokemon were, few mastered weather-altering skills. Could it be that only those with extraordinary talent could comprehend such abilities? Professor Qian pointed to Ye Qing's wrist. "Alakazam, take a look there." Alakazam. The Alakazam concentrated its psychic power into 2 silver spoons, slowly extending it towards Ye Qing's wrist. Alakazam. As soon as the psychic power touched the mark left by Mutuo, Alakazam let out a cry and rolled its eyes, fainting on the spot. Principal Zhang was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that he spat out his tea. Knowing Professor Qian well, he was aware of Alakazam's strength. Even if it wasn't a match for his own Salamence, it was still a formidable opponent. The most astonished of all was undoubtedly Professor Qian, who was well aware of his Pokemon's capabilities. What kind of presence could leave such a terrifying aura? Just a slight contact had rendered Alakazam, highly skilled in psychic abilities, unconscious. Zhao Xinran's perception of Ye Qing completely changed. Initially, she thought he was merely a knowledgeable person, but now it seemed his mysteries were ever growing, making him a true prodigy. Seeing Alakazam faint on the spot, Ye Qing was also taken aback, hurriedly raising his hands in explanation. "Don't make me pay for this. I warned you all beforehand." Professor Qian retrieved Hu-Di, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his face. The sunlight streaming through the window softened the stern lines of his face. "It's all right. I might have seemed harsh earlier because of work-related seriousness, but now I completely trust what Ye Qing has said," Professor Qian said as he pulled out 2 thin envelopes from the briefcase on his lap and gently pushed them toward Ye Qing, his tone becoming more courteous. "This is the compensation from the Alliance. Please accept it." Ye Qing didn't immediately reach for the envelopes. Instead, he turned to Zhao Xinran, who was sitting next to him, with an inquiring look. "Teacher, wasn't the original request for protection?" Professor Qian quickly explained before Zhao Xinran could respond. "I understand that. For talents like you, Ye Qing, the Alliance will naturally provide protection." He leaned forward slightly, tapping his fingers on the table. "However, our resources are limited. You'll likely travel the world in the future, and we can't have our people following you everywhere. I'm sure you wouldn't want constant surveillance either, so we'll provide support specifically in Shanghai City." After hearing this explanation, Ye Qing finally reached for the envelopes. Feeling their thinness, he nodded to himself. This was exactly what he wanted, just enough to protect his family. With his current abilities, he could only operate around Shanghai City. Once his skills improved, he wouldn't need the Alliance's protection anymore. Besides, this was just a precautionary measure. Perhaps the organization hadn't even sent anyone to assassinate him. Professor Qian observed the change in Ye Qing's expression, a satisfied smile on his lips. Ye Qing, the information you've provided is very useful to us. Do you know anything more? Ye Qing was prepared for this question. He knew only a fool would reveal everything at once. If he did, his value would diminish significantly. Keeping a calm expression, he replied, "Not at the moment. Maybe that person will tell me more one day." With that, he fell silent, refusing to reveal more despite any probing or guidance. Seeing no more information could be extracted, Professor Qian resignedly gathered the documents on the table and stood up. "All right then, I'll handle the security arrangements." Ye Qing remained seated, contemplating the future. With the Alliance's guarantee, his family's safety should be secure. He had many secrets, making it unsuitable for someone to be constantly by his side. Without privacy, how could he act freely? Principal Zhang quickly stepped forward, enthusiastically taking Professor Qian's arm. "Old Qian, since you're here at our school, let me show you around. See how our teaching environment is." Zhao Xinran watched this scene. Smirking knowingly, she understood the principal wasn't just introducing the school. He was looking to secure some sponsorship. Ye Qing looked down at the 2 envelopes in his hands, gently pinching them, wondering how much money they contained. Judging by the thickness, it shouldn't exceed 500. Zhao Xinran approached Ye Qing, leaning slightly against the table, and asked, "So, did the teacher keep her word?" Ye Qing looked up, shaking the envelopes in his hand with a grateful smile. "Thank you, teacher. If there's a lot of money, I'll treat you to a meal." Zhao Xinran initially planned to decline, but then reconsidered, seeing it as an opportunity to extract more information from Ye Qing. She quickly changed her mind. "All right, you said it. I'll hold you to it." She stretched lazily, her perfect figure highlighted under the office lights. "Okay, head home. I'll see what the principal and the others are discussing." "Okay," Ye Qing replied, his eyes lingering on the scene for a few more seconds before turning to leave. Walking down the school hallway, Ye Qing held the envelopes, feeling conflicted. The anticipation of what was inside made him eager to open them immediately. He glanced around, noting the surveillance cameras in the meeting room, and reluctantly suppressed his curiosity, deciding to wait until he got home to take a look. "Mom, I'm back," Ye Qing called out habitually as he pushed open the door. Beside him, his little fire monkey mimicked him with a cheerful woo-ah greeting. However, only silence greeted them. Ye Qing quickly moved through the rooms, but found no one at home. He took out his phone and sent a brief message to his mother before eagerly returning to his room. His eyes landed on the mysterious envelope, and with slightly trembling fingers, he opened it. The contents made his eyes light: UPA bank card and a gleaming gold membership card for the Wild Wilderness Zone. "These are great," Ye Qing murmured excitedly, carefully examining the 2 cards in his hand. He checked the bank card details first: 100,000 spirit coins with the password set to 6 zeros. Ye Qing quickly memorized the information and carefully put the card away. The cash reward from the league is just right, he thought. But the real highlight is those verbal promises. Next, he picked up the Golden Wild Wilderness Zone membership card and quickly searched for information on his phone. This was a custom gold card for the Shanghai City Wild Wilderness Zone, the highest tier among the 3 types of membership cards. A regular card allows entry only once a year to the outer area, with the ability to capture just 1 spirit, priced at 5,000. The silver card is slightly better, allowing 3 entries a year to the middle area and capturing 2 spirits, priced at 10,000. The benefits of the gold card far surpass the others: unlimited entries, the ability to capture up to 4 spirits, and access to the VIP core area. This core area is located in the center of the Wilderness Zone, the most premium part of the area, with spirits carefully selected by the League. A thought suddenly crossed Ye Qing's mind. Could there be a Feeba here? He recalled the rarity of Milotic, not because Feeba were scarce, but due to the difficulty in artificially creating the beautiful scales. These scales need to naturally shed from an adult Milotic and be refined by nature. It's said that a Milotic might never produce one in its lifetime. As for the alternate evolution method of Feeba in the game, Ye Qing wasn't sure if it was feasible in reality. After all, Feeba were notoriously unattractive, and the idea of a fixed beauty value seemed absurd in reality. Let alone convincing a Feeba it was as beautiful as a goddess. Ye Qing continued to browse information about the Wild Wilderness Zone on his phone. This area, located in a forest on the outskirts of the city, had been populated with countless spirits over the years. They thrived there, and with occasional wild spirits joining in, the variety of spirits became exceptionally diverse, even beyond the knowledge of the administrators. Ye Qing realized that if he wanted to capture a second spirit, he would need a certificate from his school. After all, he wasn't yet a certified spirit trainer and couldn't capture wild spirits freely. Holding the gold card in his hand, Ye Qing felt an itch, like having a new game console but not being allowed to play. Although his little fire monkey wasn't strong enough to fight alone, it was on the verge of evolving into a powerful Infernape, just needing the right trigger. Imagining the adorable spirits in the wild wilderness zone, Ye Qing felt a restless excitement. He tossed and turned in bed, his mind filled with the adventures awaiting him. Whoa! The little fire monkey nearly dropped the nut from its hand, glaring disapprovingly at Ye Qing, who was tossing and turning in bed. With a swift motion, the little fire monkey raised its tiny paw and smacked Ye Qing's backside without hesitation. Ye Qing spun around, staring intently at the little fire monkey, and asked urgently, "Did you say you want to go to the wild field zone?" The little fire monkey looked puzzled, tilting its head as if to say, "Did I say that? I didn't say a word." Ye Qing slapped his thigh in excitement. "All right, let's get ready and go next week." The thought of possibly catching a Milotic made him eager to set off immediately. Just as Ye Qing and the little fire monkey were staring at each other, the sound of a key turning came from outside the door. "Brother, we're back," his sister's voice called from outside. Ye Qing sprang up from the bed energetically. "Okay, I'll help you wash the vegetables." He dashed out of the room, leaving the little fire monkey sitting on the bed in a daze, forgetting to eat the nut in its hand, and looking confusedly at Ye Qing's departing figure. In the living room, Ye Qing mysteriously pulled his little sister into his room. Yi Minghan looked at her brother with curiosity. "What's up?" Ye Qing took out his phone and showed her the balance inquiry screen of a newly linked card. "Look at this. 100,000. Yi Minghan's eyes widened, her small hand instinctively covering her mouth as she stared at Ye Qing in disbelief. Ye Qing ruffled his sister's hair and whispered, "I wasn't lying, was I? Study hard, and this money will only grow." Yi Minghan hesitated, clearly worried about the source of the money. Understanding her concerns, Ye Qing reassured her, "Don't worry, it's legitimate." Early Monday morning, Ye Qing submitted an application to his class teacher, Zhao Xinran, to capture a second spirit. The process went smoothly, with Zhao Xinran simply reminding him to stay safe, as the wild field zone wasn't entirely risk-free. As soon as he left the teacher's office, Wang Yao hurriedly caught up with him. "Hey, what have you been up to?" Noticing the barely concealed smile on Ye Qing's face, he pressed on curiously. "Secret," Ye Qing replied, determined to keep Milotic as his trump card and not let anyone know, especially not Wang Yao, who was known as the biggest gossip in school. Wang Yao scoffed. "Secret, huh? I've worn your hand-me-down since we were kids. What secrets could you have from me?" In a nearby corner, Zhang Xiaoqiang watched them with a sullen expression, his gaze sharp as a knife. His lackeys were eager. "Boss, should we ambush him on Friday?" "Yeah, boss, just say the word, and I'll take him down a peg," another lackey chimed in. Zhang Xiaoqiang frowned, scolding them harshly. "Are you all idiots? Everyone knows I have a grudge against him. If something happens to him, I'll be the prime suspect." The lackeys sheepishly lowered their heads. At this moment, the bespectacled guy, known as the strategist, adjusted his glasses and calmly suggested, "Ye Qing is favored by Principal Jiang and has good relations with the teachers. Instead of confronting him directly, why not incite others to clash with him and watch from the sidelines?" Zhang Xiaoqiang's interest was piqued instantly, his eyes lighting up. "You've got a plan?" he asked. The strategist nodded slowly, lowering his voice. "I just thought of something. Didn't we get a transfer student recently? From my observations over the past few days, he's all brawn and no brains." A slight smirk appeared on his face. "And most importantly, he's a lecher. Isn't it said that Ye Qing has a sister who's quite attractive?" Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded, about to speak, but then paused and frowned, a cautious look in his eyes. "Hold on a sec. Let me check with my dad about Ye Qing's background. Our info might not be accurate, and we don't want to get caught off guard." After a grueling week, Ye Qing spent every moment with his little fire monkey, training intensely. They challenged every potential opponent they could find, with Wang Yao's Trico being bullied by the little fire monkey no less than 10 times. Under such high-intensity training, the little fire monkey's strength quickly rose, eventually reaching level 14. Ye Qing sent a brief message to his mom, letting her know he wouldn't be coming home that week, and then headed straight to the mall. He bought a week's supply of Fire-type beginner energy cubes and a set of mixed attribute beginner energy cubes. These alone cost him 1,000 yuan, a price that made him wince. But they were essential for the trip, given the unpredictable nature of the wild and the variety of potential Pokemon encounters. Luckily, the little fire monkey can't handle the nutrients and energy from intermediate or advanced energy cubes yet. Ye Qing mused about his financial situation. "Otherwise, my savings would barely make a dent." He also picked up 2 high-grade Pokeballs with built-in single-use healing sprays and some Pokemon feed. After checking out, he left the Pokemon store. Next door in the department store, he purchased a set of outdoor survival gear, double-checking to ensure nothing was missing before heading towards the wild safari zone. Whoa! Walking down the bustling street, the little fire monkey perched on Ye Qing's shoulder excitedly pointed at a poster on the wall. "Not every milk is called Moo Moo milk." Ye Qing's heart skipped a beat at the ad the little fire monkey pointed to. Moo milk was considered a delicacy in the Pokemon world, renowned for its flavor and nutrition, but he had never introduced such a luxury to the little fire monkey, puzzled as to how it knew. Ooh. Seeing Ye Qing ignore it, the little fire monkey forcibly turned his face, eyes brimming with tears in a pleading expression. Faced with this sight, Ye Qing found himself torn. This wasn't some knockoff. A 500 milliliters can of genuine Moo milk cost 500 Pokemon dollars. After pondering for a while, he finally made up his mind. If you perform well in the Wild Safari Zone this time, I'll reward you with a can. Wha? The little fire monkey's eyes immediately brightened, as if confirming the promise. Ye Qing patted its head, smiling. When have I ever lied to you? He hailed a taxi, watching the road as trainers sped by on various Pokemon and others soared through the sky on flying-type Pokemon. He couldn't help but yearn for the day when he could ride freely like them. After a half-hour drive, the taxi finally stopped outside the Wild Safari Zone. In front of Ye Qing was a massive shell-shaped building, behind which lay a vast forest. To prevent Pokemon from escaping into the outside world, the entire forest was enveloped in a specially designed net. Luxury cars were scattered all around the entrance to the Wild Safari Zone, and there were even a few Zebstrika tethered outside. All these wealthy folks, Ye Qing thought, standing in the plaza and noticing the curious glances cast his way. Although many visited the Wild Safari Zone daily, it was clear that few chose to arrive by taxi. The valet attendants cast disdainful glances at Ye Qing, unwilling to guide him, assuming he was just another poor kid here to look around. Ignoring their looks, Ye Qing headed straight for the lobby. As the automatic doors slowly opened, the opulent interior of the lobby came into view. A massive crystal chandelier hung overhead, casting luxurious light, while the polished floor reflected the surroundings like a mirror. Expensive elf statues lined both sides of the hall, silently showcasing the extraordinary status of the place. Welcome. Is there anything I can assist you with? A sweet voice interrupted Ye Qing's thoughts. Turning around, Ye Qing was surprised to see Su Yiqing, whom he had once camped with in the Jynx forest, standing beside him. Ye Qing? You're alive, Su Yiqing exclaimed, stepping back in shock. Ye Qing shot her an annoyed look and said, Of course I'm alive, otherwise you'd be seeing a ghost. Sorry, I got carried away. Su Yiqing apologized quickly, then eagerly grabbed Ye Qing's sleeve, bombarding him with questions. Why are you here? Are you going into the wilderness area? And how did you survive? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ye Qing noticed several people in the lobby pointing at him and nodded slightly, responding, Yeah. What else would I be here for? Are you working here? Su Yiqing scratched her head awkwardly and explained, My family owns the wilderness area. I come here to experience life when I'm free. Ye Qing was taken aback, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Sure enough, rich kids only hang out with other rich kids. Everyone here, except him, seemed to have a background. Outside, a security guard glanced in and saw the unassuming guy chatting warmly with the young lady of the house. Regrets surged through him, nearly suffocating him. How could he have been so blind and missed such a golden opportunity for promotion? Come. Ye Qing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pulled Su Yiqing to a corner. He had been worried about finding the elusive fish, given his limited time. But with Su Yiqing as his guide, finding any creature would be a breeze. The scene of the young lady being dragged away was caught by the patrolling guards, who immediately prepared to intervene, thinking the situation was serious. What are you doing? Su Yiqing glanced around and waved the guards away, signaling them not to approach. A mature woman in professional attire emerged from the office area, pushing her black-framed glasses up with a puzzled look. She couldn't understand why this ordinary-looking boy was conversing so closely with the young lady. She scrutinized Ye Qing, noting that he didn't appear to belong to the upper class, and hesitated on whether to report this to the boss. Knowing he needed help, Ye Qing rubbed his hands together and asked with a sheepish grin, Do you know if there are any ugly fish in the wilderness area? Ugly fish? Su Yiqing pondered for a moment, frowning. Normally, such information shouldn't be shared with outsiders, but recalling how Ye Qing had helped her before, refusing him now seemed inappropriate. Besides, if she didn't tell, no one else would know. With that thought, Su Yiqing nodded and said, Yes, there are, but why do you need it? It's tough to evolve that creature. As long as it's there, it's good, Ye Qing replied, smiling with satisfaction after hearing Su Yiqing's response. Ye Qing finally felt at ease. He told himself, It's fine. I'm just interested in these creatures. Then he turned to Su Yiqing. Could you draw me a map, please? Su Yiqing gently tucked her smooth hair behind her ear and nodded. Sure, just a moment. She quickly found some paper and a pen, and her slender fingers skillfully sketched on the paper. While Su Yiqing was focused on drawing, Ye Qing suddenly asked, I often hear people outside saying there are quasi-legendary creatures here. Is that true? There are. Su Yiqing replied without looking up, her hand continuing its work. But they're all fully evolved forms, usually spirits belonging to influential figures who leave them here for care. She paused, her tone slightly resigned. But don't get your hopes up. The idea that they leave offspring in the wild is probably just an advertising gimmick. Ye Qing suddenly understood. No wonder. Ye Qing finished the map and handed the paper to Ye Qing. Here you go. Good luck. Thank you. Ye Qing took the map, exchanged a brief farewell with Ye Qing, and then turned to handle some paperwork on the other side. As Ye Qing walked away, Ye Qing watched his retreating figure, then suddenly bit her lip and called out to him. Wait, you can use my card. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a shining silver card, offering it to Ye Qing. No need, I have my own card. Ye Qing didn't look back, casually waving a gold card from his pocket. At that moment, his mind was set on one goal: finding the elusive fish as quickly as possible. A gold card. Ye Qing was slightly taken aback. Although her family owned the wild area, there were many partners involved, and she only had a silver card herself. She hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary Ye Qing to possess a gold card, a symbol of high status. Equally surprised was Zhang, the secretary nearby. She patted her chest in relief, grateful she hadn't acted rashly earlier. You really can't judge a book by its cover, she thought, deciding to learn more about this young man. Honored gold card holder. Hello. Zhang approached Ye Qing with a professional smile, politely asking, My name is Zhang. Would you like me to assist you with the procedures? Yes, I would. Ye Qing glanced at the queue ahead, assuming it was a privilege for gold card holders. Please follow me. Zhang gestured, leading Ye Qing along. As they walked, she casually inquired, May I ask your surname? Ye. Ye Qing replied curtly. Seeing a response, Zhang continued probing. Mr. Ye, may I ask what you do for a living? Faced with the barrage of questions, Ye Qing frowned slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure. I'm just a student. Why, do you conduct investigations here? Oh, I'm sorry, Zhang quickly apologized. I was just curious since you seem so young and accomplished. Amidst the envious glances from those in line, she guided Ye Qing into a special passage. Taking a tray from a nearby staff member, Zhang explained, Here are 4 high-grade balls and a wristband with a location and alarm device, plus a bottle of repellent spray. In the wild area, you can only use these 4 balls. Once they're used up, you need to exit. If you encounter any danger inside, press the alarm button, and staff will arrive within 30 seconds. Ye Qing nodded, attaching the items to himself and leaving his spare balls at the front desk. Zhang entered Ye Qing's student ID information into the computer. All right, Mr. Ye, if everything is in order, please sign here. Ye Qing briefly reviewed the agreement, finding it to be standard disclaimers, and signed his name. After completing all the procedures, Ye Qing took the VIP route, a path leading directly to the core area, accessible only to gold card holders. He was guided onto a special vehicle by the staff, speeding through a meticulously constructed underground tunnel. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle stopped, and Ye Qing disembarked. Ye Qing cautiously released the little fire monkey. Although this place was somewhat safer than the wild, the spirit's wild nature was still not to be underestimated. As soon as they emerged from the underground passage, a lush forest unfolded before them. Towering trees with umbrella-like canopies blocked out most of the sky, allowing only scattered sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves. The trunks were entwined with various vines and parasitic plants, while the ground was covered with shade-loving ferns and shrubs, resembling a vast green web. The forest was vibrant with life. Adorable spirits darted and leapt among the trees, while airy dandelion-like flowers floated in the air. In the distance, a fangtooth trap lay with its mouth wide open, silently waiting for prey to wander in. The little fire monkey immediately became alert, patting its chest as if to assure that it would handle the safety concerns. Ye Qing nodded, tightened his backpack, and cautiously stepped into the lively forest. However, after just a few steps, a sudden pain shot up his calf. Looking down, he realized that a sun seed had accidentally bumped into him. The little fire monkey flared up, grabbing the sun seed as if scolding it for being disrespectful. Seeing this, Ye Qing gently said, Let it go. The fire monkey then relaxed and tossed the sun seed into the nearby shrubs. Instead of rushing forward, Ye Qing carefully observed the surrounding terrain. Despite regular maintenance by staff, the ground was uneven due to the constant activity of diglets and dugtrios. Occasionally, caterpies and weedles could be seen swinging between the trees using silky threads. The forest was rich in oxygen, but the air was humid and stifling, making Ye Qing somewhat uncomfortable. He and the fire monkey each drank a bottle of mineral water, packed the empty bottles into the backpack, and continued along the route drawn by Ye Qing. Along the way, the little fire monkey stayed busy, easily dealing with a few bellsprouts and rattatas that tried to cause trouble. After pushing through a thicket, Ye Qing suddenly noticed a large congregation of metapods ahead. He immediately became vigilant, signaling the fire monkey to hold back. The fire monkey scratched its head in confusion, not understanding why Ye Qing was so wary of these seemingly immobile metapods. Ye Qing contemplated the situation. The evolved form of metapod is Beedrill, a spirit that is not only communal, but also highly territorial and aggressive. If they detected an intruder, they would not hesitate to attack. The metapod gathering area was quite large, and Ye Qing took out the route map for careful comparison. Unfortunately, due to the rush, Ye Qing's drawn route was rather sketchy. Surrounded by dense jungle, a sudden change in route could easily lead to getting lost. Ye Qing found himself in a dilemma, needing to avoid potential danger without deviating from the planned path. After much contemplation, Ye Qing decided it was necessary to take the risk. What if the Beedrill weren't nearby? Crouched behind a bush, he carefully observed the area ahead, his eyes missing no suspicious movement. Once he confirmed there was no sign of the Beedrill, he signaled Little Fire Monkey to proceed cautiously. Stay close to me, and don't touch those Kakuna, Ye Qing warned in a low voice, his heart pounding in his chest. The two of them crouched low, carefully navigating through the dangerous area. Ye Qing's gaze constantly scanned their surroundings, every nerve on edge. The Kakuna hanging from the trees were like ticking time bombs, sending shivers down his spine. The air was thick with tension, as if something ominous was about to happen. Just as they were about to pass through safely, a sudden whistling sound shattered the silence. Ye Qing looked up abruptly, just in time to see a fist-sized stone shoot from a nearby tree, striking a Kakuna with precision. Bang! Ye Qing and Little Fire Monkey froze on the spot, eyes wide with shock. Ye Qing's face was full of terror, while Little Fire Monkey looked bewildered. After a brief silence, the struck Kakuna burst into a blinding white light. In a chain reaction, 5 or 6 nearby Kakuna also began to glow brightly. Ha ha ha! A bizarre laugh echoed from the trees. Ye Qing turned sharply to see a hyperactive Apom on a branch, dancing and laughing uncontrollably, clearly the instigator of this disaster. Run! Ye Qing cursed the Apom's ancestors in his mind, grabbed Little Fire Monkey, and dashed away without looking back. The Beedrill evolved at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, 6 large Beedrill, with their fierce red compound eyes, broke free from their cocoons, each wielding twin needles, and sped after Ye Qing and Little Fire Monkey. Ye Qing glanced back to see the 6 Beedrill in relentless pursuit, their sharp stingers glinting menacingly. If they're going to gang up on me, then I won't hold back. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, quickly checking their information as he ran. Pokemon, Beedrill. Level, 10. Status, weak. Gender, male. Type, bug poison. Ability, swarm attack increases as health decreases. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Basic moves, twin needle, fury attack. Move tutor, none. TM moves, none. Notes, Beedrill typically live in swarms. They are aggressive and territorial, attacking en masse if their territory is invaded. Weak? Is this premature evolution causing it? Ye Qing temporarily set aside the question. The immediate concern was escaping the pursuers. Realizing that running wasn't a viable solution, he turned to the equally frantic Little Fire Monkey and shouted, Ember, whoa! Responding to the command, Little Fire Monkey turned and spat a series of bullet-sized flames at the leading Beedrill. The Beedrill reacted quickly, dodging the attack with agility due to its small size. However, the Beedrill behind it weren't as lucky. With a series of explosions, one Beedrill was hit directly by the flames and fell from the sky. This attack thoroughly enraged the remaining Beedrill, their eyes blazing with fury, their winged beats even more frantic, and their pursuit speed noticeably increased. Ye Qing and Little Fire Monkey, confined to the ground, couldn't match the speed of the airborne Beedrill. The distance between them was closing rapidly, and Ye Qing felt a sense of urgency. Individually, these Beedrill wouldn't be a match for Little Fire Monkey, but together they're dangerous. Little Fire Monkey might handle it, but I can't. Just one Beedrill could easily send me to my grave. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, frantically thinking of a way out. Should I call for help or use the repellent? If I call for help now, I'll have to leave and come back later. Glancing back at the 5 relentless Beedrill, their blood-red eyes left no doubt about their intent to make him a target. Just as he was about to pull out the repellent, he caught a glimpse of yellow from the corner of his eye. Huh. A Psyduck stood not far away, head tilted, clutching its head with both claws, watching the chase with a bewildered expression. Perfect opportunity. The sight of the Psyduck sparked an idea in Ye Qing's mind. Quickly assessing Little Fire Monkey's and the Beedrill's positions, he pointed at the Psyduck and shouted, Jump and use Ember on Psyduck. Though Little Fire Monkey didn't understand Ye Qing's intention, it instinctively followed the order. It leaped agilely and aimed a series of embers at the Psyduck. Boom, boom, boom. The embers struck Psyduck's head directly, exploding on impact. Huh. Psyduck blinked, seemingly confused by what had happened, standing dazed. After a couple of seconds, it finally reacted, glaring angrily and shooting a thick stream of water from its mouth straight at Little Fire Monkey. A jet of water shot forward, but the nimble little Chimchar swiftly dodged to the side. The water stream, missing its target, splashed directly onto the Beedrills that were following closely behind. Hit by the sudden torrent, the Beedrills buzzed with anger, raising their twin needles, and turned to charge at Psyduck. Psyduck looked bewildered, confusion written all over its face. Suddenly realizing the danger, it let out a terrified quack and ran off in panic. However, the Beedrills were not about to let the innocent duck off easily. pursuing it relentlessly with their stingers poised. Seeing his plan to redirect the threat had worked, Ye Qing noticed only 3 Beedrills were left behind him. He quickly took cover behind a tree, a smirk forming on his lips as he called out to the remaining Beedrills. That's what you get for bullying the innocent. Chimchar, get them. With fewer enemies, Chimchar's morale soared. It let out a fierce cry and leapt into the air, transforming into a blazing wheel of fire, charging irresistibly towards the abdomen of one Beedrill. The Beedrill was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The remaining 2 Beedrills glanced at each other, undeterred by their comrade's downfall. They raised their stingers and attempted to flank Chimchar from both sides. Ye Qing squinted his eyes slightly and commanded, "Double slap, fire punch." Chimchar withstood an attack from one Beedrill, using the force to propel itself closer to the other. In an instant, its fist ignited with roaring flames, sending the opponent hurtling away. The last Beedrill was determined for a desperate fight, furiously flapping its wings as it launched a fierce attack on Chimchar. Ye Qing stepped out from behind the tree, calmly instructing, "Conserve your energy, use double team to dodge, then finish it with fury swipes." Chimchar took a deep breath, creating 3 shadowy copies of itself. The real Chimchar swiftly darted to the Beedrill's side, its sharp claws tearing through the enemy, decisively defeating the final opponent. With the battle over, Ye Qing scooped up the panting Chimchar and quickly left the scene. The commotion had been significant, and he feared more Beedrills might arrive as reinforcements. After running a safe distance, Ye Qing paused, cautiously glancing back. Only when he was sure they weren't being followed did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Don't let yourself run into that hyperactive Apom again, or I'll skin it alive," Ye Qing muttered through gritted teeth. He and Chimchar leaned against a tree to rest, replenishing some food and water while carefully studying their map. Fortunately, despite the chaos, they hadn't strayed too far off course. Once Chimchar had mostly recovered its strength, Ye Qing set off again. However, they hadn't gone far when a fist-sized stone suddenly came hurtling from the side. Thanks to Chimchar's quick reflexes, it punched the stone away, averting a potential disaster for Ye Qing. "Who's there?" Ye Qing shouted sternly, though he already had a suspicion. Sure enough, when he turned to look, there stood the mischievous Apom on a branch, looking smug. Ye Qing's anger flared, cursing under his breath. "Damn it! That pesky brat just loves picking on the innocent. Chimchar, teach it a lesson." Despite just having had a fierce battle, the rested Chimchar had regained much of its strength. Facing this opponent, slightly stronger than itself, it stood tall and fearless, ready to protect Ye Qing and face the new challenge head-on. The Vigoroth is at level 19, healthy, male, with the normal attribute and the vital spirit ability, and it's carrying an item. It doesn't have any inherited skills, and its basic skills are Sleep Talk and Hammer Arm. Its learned skills include Scratch, Yawn, Feint Attack, Reversal, and Fury Swipes. This Vigoroth is in an agitated state, gets hungry easily, and enjoys playing tricks on people. Ye Qing clenched his fists secretly, staying alert. A level 19 Vigoroth represents the minimum threshold for a trainer's Pokemon, far surpassing his Chimchar. But this Vigoroth has clearly set its sights on him, and if he doesn't show it who's boss, there could be endless trouble ahead. The Vigoroth on the tree was displeased with Chimchar's aggressive stance and spat out a series of pink bubbles. Ye Qing frowned slightly and immediately ordered, "Use Ember." Chimchar quickly released a burst of embers, colliding with the pink bubbles in midair, successfully neutralizing the yawn attack. Vigoroth glared at Chimchar, scratching its head for a moment before leaping down with its right arm glowing white, swinging a hammer arm directly at Chimchar. Ye Qing hurriedly stepped back a few paces, shouting, "Use double team to dodge, then fire punch." Chimchar instantly created 3 afterimages, confusing the opponent. The hammer arm crashed down, shattering one of the images. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Chimchars raised their flaming fists and charged at Vigoroth. A look of disdain flashed in Vigoroth's eyes as its claws became a blur, swiftly reaching for Chimchar's fists. Chimchar, with a defiant expression, let the flames engulf its arms and launched a full-force fire punch. With a dull thud, the fire punch landed heavily on Vigoroth's palm, their muscles tensed as they locked eyes. In the next moment, with a surge of power from the fire punch, the flames intensified, bypassing Vigoroth's hand, and struck its chest with a loud bang. Although the power of the fire punch was significantly reduced by the grab, it still forced Vigoroth back several steps. Staring at its charred chest, Vigoroth roared furiously, its claws forming afterimages as it lunged directly at Chimchar. Ye Qing quickly shouted, "Quick guard!" But Chimchar was exhausted at this point and was instantly knocked away. Vigoroth seized the opportunity, pushing off with its legs to follow right behind Chimchar. "Dodge!" Ye Qing saw another hammer arm coming and urgently warned. With eyes wide open in anger, Chimchar focused on its opponent's movements and, just as it was about to land, pushed off the ground with its hands, narrowly avoiding the attack with several backflips. Having missed twice with hammer arm, Vigoroth became even more agitated. It suddenly turned its gaze toward the seemingly weak Ye Qing and, with a strange cry, lunged at him. Ye Qing was startled, not expecting this creature to be so unscrupulous, resorting to both sneaky attacks and now trying to capture the leader first. The hyperactive ape was relentless, swinging its long arm as its sharp claws aimed straight for the little fire monkey's face. The crisis was averted in an instant as Ye Qing calmly commanded, "Quick, defend." The little fire monkey immediately got up, crossed its arms to protect its head, and conjured a small transparent shield in front of itself. Clang! The hyperactive ape's attack was blocked, and the little fire monkey seized the opportunity, delivering a fiery punch to the opponent's abdomen. Flames instantly scorched the ape's fur, and intense pain surged through its stomach. The ape suppressed the urge to retch, consumed by anger, and punched the little fire monkey, sending it flying. Thud! The little fire monkey landed heavily on the ground, rolling from the momentum until it stopped at Ye Qing's feet. Ye Qing had only one thought in mind: escape. He quickly scooped up the little fire monkey and pulled a dispersal spray from his pocket, wildly spraying it behind him. The spray's range was limited and posed little threat to the agile hyperactive ape, but it bought Ye Qing and the little fire monkey precious time to flee. The pungent gas caused the persistent ape to sneeze several times, yet it showed no intention of giving up. Once these creatures are enraged, they become frenzied, willing to brave any danger. Ye Qing ran with the little fire monkey in his arms, accidentally kicking a green caterpillar. He discarded the empty spray, calculating the distance to the nearby river. Once they jumped in, they would be temporarily safe. Suddenly, a diglet emerged from the ground, and Ye Qing couldn't dodge in time, falling hard to the ground, with the little fire monkey being flung aside. Realizing it had caused trouble, the diglet hurriedly retreated underground. Ye Qing spat out the dirt from his mouth, cursing his luck, and prepared to press the emergency button on his wrist, a last resort that released a special gas to deter wild creatures. The little fire monkey struggled to lift its head, looking at the disheveled Ye Qing, filled with guilt. If only it were stronger, if only it weren't so playful. In its regret, a powerful force surged within. Roar! The little fire monkey suddenly erupted into flames, struggling to stand, hands on its knees, glaring ahead. The hyperactive ape arrived, surprised by the sudden change, but still leaped from the tree, aiming a kick at the little fire monkey. Whoa! Little fire monkey's eyes suddenly burst into flames, and it let out a long howl to the sky. The flame on its rear flared up, and in the next moment, its entire body was enveloped in a dazzling white light. Yalu! The hyperactive ape was forced to shield its eyes with its hands, nearly blinded by the intense light. Ye Qing was thrilled, his heart racing. This was the light of evolution. Little fire monkey had already reached level 15, and after several extreme battles, its evolution was only natural at this moment. Within the white light, little fire monkey's form expanded continuously until it grew over a meter tall. A long, powerful tail extended from its back. As the white light gradually faded, the evolved blaze monkey revealed stronger limbs and a striking blue and red face pattern. The Pokédex showed blaze monkey, level 16, potential B, health status good, male, firefighting type. Ability: blaze, no held items. No inherited skills, but it has mastered basic skills such as flame punch, encore, fake out, quick guard, and taught skills like scratch, fury swipes, ember, flame wheel, and mock punch. TM not used, can learn double team. Note: blaze monkey can intimidate enemies by extending the flames on its tail. Hacha! The newly evolved blaze monkey dashed in front of Ye Qing, pounding its chest with its arms, its fiery eyes fixed on the hyperactive ape. Ye Qing murmured to himself, did it just learn mock punch right after evolving? Not wanting to hold it back, he quickly got up and moved to the back. Facing the fierce blaze monkey, the hyperactive ape in the tree hesitated, scratching its head anxiously, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Hacha! Blaze monkey roared, its strong legs pushing off the ground with great force, sending turf and soil flying. Its figure vanished in an instant, appearing in front of the hyperactive ape the next moment. Its iron fist, filled with white light, whipped up a gust of wind, causing the leaves around to rustle. Bang! The mock punch struck the hyperactive ape's face heavily with incredible speed, leaving it dumbfounded. Then, Blaze Monkey quickly leaped up, curling its body into a ball, transforming into a massive flaming wheel, crashing into the hyperactive ape with a boom. Yalu! The hyperactive ape let out a piercing scream, flying backward and crashing heavily into the grass, its fate uncertain. Ye Qing excitedly rushed forward, hugging Blaze Monkey, eagerly asking, "Amazing, little fire monkey. Do you feel any adverse effects after evolving?" He was still worried about the crack in the egg when it first hatched, fearing potential issues. Originally, he planned to take little fire monkey for a checkup later, but it unexpectedly evolved at this critical moment. Hacha! After defeating the hyperactive ape, Blaze Monkey smirked, shaking its head dismissively, crossing its arms over its chest. Seeing its arrogant demeanor, Ye Qing was momentarily stunned. What's up? You think you're invincible now? Huh. Blaze Monkey picked up a branch and held it in its mouth, looking at Ye Qing with a superior gaze. Ye Qing frowned slightly. He knew that some Pokemon, like Magikarp evolving into Gyarados, could undergo drastic personality changes due to the transformation from a small fish to a mighty dragon. But this monkey just evolved and was already acting high and mighty. Ye Qing speculated that Blaze Monkey might feel overconfident after its power boost, similar to Ash's Charizard. But their situations were different. He had saved Little Fire Monkey from the brink of death, so how could it treat him like this? With this in mind, Ye Qing devised a plan. Given his current physique, he couldn't physically match Blaze Monkey, so he decided to try the emotional approach. Ye Qing spoke to the Infernape with heartfelt emotion. Do you remember how it felt inside the Pokemon egg? Hearing this, the Infernape squinted slightly, as if lost in memory. It recalled the despair of being surrounded by a thick liquid within the egg. When cracks appeared in the shell, external contamination seeped in, its vitality waned, and each moment was a struggle. Until one day, it felt warm someone held it gently. As the Infernape quietly reminisced, its once defiant gaze softened considerably. Ye Qing noticed the change in Infernape's expression and felt pleased, knowing his emotional appeal had worked. Unlike Ash, who stumbled upon a Charizard, Ye Qing had a deeper bond with the Infernape. Have something to eat. Ye Qing timely took an elementary fire-type energy cube from his pocket and handed it to the Infernape. Although it could now handle the energy from an intermediate cube, he had to make do for now and promised to get it something better later. Hatcha! The Infernape accepted the cube and chewed it. Although it didn't apologize, its previously defiant attitude had noticeably mellowed. Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he needed to quickly capture more Pokemon. The nature of monkeys is such that without someone to keep them in line, they might repeat the same mistakes after evolving into an Infernape. With the Infernape by his side, Ye Qing's confidence soared, and his steps became lighter. Along the way, small creatures like Caterpie and Bellsprout quickly scurried away at the sight of Infernape. Only two daring Rattata approached to provoke them. The Infernape didn't disappoint Ye Qing, delivering a flurry of punches that sent sparks flying from the Rattata's large teeth, making them scurry away with their tails between their legs. After passing through a dense forest of tangled vines, the sound of rushing water gradually reached them, and the surrounding air became humid. A rumble of thunder cracked above, with dark clouds thickly covering the sky, blocking out the sun and creating a stifling atmosphere. A blinding lightning bolt sliced through the sky, followed by rolling thunder, and then a gentle rain began to fall. This weather changes so suddenly, Ye Qing remarked, feeling his wet clothes, and quickened his pace alongside the Infernape. Hatcha! The Infernape shook its wet body in annoyance, the flame on its tail flaring up as if protesting the unexpected rain. Pushing aside the last bush, they found a river about 4 or 5 meters wide in front of them. The upstream waters flowed rapidly, winding through the forest, with lush grass and colorful wildflowers lining the banks. Hidden pools and small waterfalls lurked in the shadows. Raindrops splashed on the river, creating ripples. Due to the rain increasing the oxygen levels in the water, Magikarp and Goldeen leaped joyfully from the river. On the riverbank, grass-type Pokemon like Oddish and Sunflora danced happily in the rain. Among them, Ye Qing even spotted a Chikorita and Mudkip, both starter Pokemon. He checked their stats, but found their potential lacking. Ye Qing contemplated that he would focus on quality over quantity, as he wouldn't have the time, energy, or resources to train many Pokemon. Also, each Pokemon is a living being with its own emotions, and having too many would inevitably lead to neglect. While a trainer might have many Pokemon companions in their lifetime, for the Pokemon, they have only one trainer. Hatcha! The Infernape noticed a change in Ye Qing's breathing and curiously tilted its head to look at him. It's nothing. Ye Qing shook his head, sighing inwardly. As a student, trading Pokemon was clearly illegal. His gaze involuntarily fell on two leisurely strolling starter Pokemon not far away, causing a pang in his heart. Although their potential wasn't outstanding, they could easily fetch hundreds of thousands in the market. Ye Qing suppressed his heartache, marveling at the wonders of this wild area core zone, where even rare starter Pokemon were commonly seen. The Pokemon around them were not alarmed by the appearance of Ye Qing and the Monferno, merely casting curious glances before continuing their play. Ye Qing glanced down at the rain-soaked map. As long as he followed the river, he would reach the heart-shaped pond, the habitat of Phoeba. Carefully folding the map, he decided to start exploring before the rain intensified. As the sky darkened and the rain grew heavier, the dense raindrops formed a curtain of water. Just as Ye Qing was about to give up the search, Monferno suddenly stopped, its body tense. What is it? Ye Qing asked softly, scanning the surroundings warily. Cha! Monferno pointed ahead, signaling Ye Qing to remain quiet. Ye Qing shifted to a new position quietly and peeked ahead. In the distance, partially obscured by trees, a large group of Pokemon had gathered on the riverbank. Driven by curiosity, Ye Qing exchanged a glance with Monferno and carefully moved closer. Ye Qing hid behind a large tree while Monferno agilely climbed to the treetop. Cautiously peering out, Ye Qing saw a tense standoff between two groups of water-type Pokemon, led by a Feraligatr and a Gyarados. Wiping the rain from his face, Ye Qing quickly assessed the leader's information. Realizing they were both around level 30, he instinctively retreated a few steps to find a safer vantage point. While observing, Ye Qing noticed a Magikarp facing away from him, passionately complaining in front of the Gyarados. He frowned, pondering if it had been bullied. The Gyarados, furious after hearing the Magikarp's tale, roared angrily at the Feraligatr. At that moment, the Magikarp suddenly dove underwater, resurfacing moments later behind the Feraligatr's ranks. Both Ye Qing and the Monferno in the tree were puzzled by the Magikarp's actions. Suddenly, the Magikarp darted behind a Quagsire, using the blind spot between the two groups, and made a shocking move. To Ye Qing's astonishment, the Magikarp's body quickly faded and transformed like melting ice cream into a purple blob with a large nose. Ditto, Ye Qing exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth. He finally recognized this extraordinary Pokemon. The Ditto wiggled a few times and transformed into a Totodile. After changing, it boldly pushed aside the Quagsire blocking its way and noisily splashed towards the Feraligatr opposing the Gyarados. Ye Qing suddenly understood the tense situation before him was orchestrated by this mischievous Ditto. It had cleverly used its transformation ability to play a trick on the two water-type leaders. The Ditto, now a Totodile, pointed accusingly at the Gyarados while gesturing animatedly, as if denouncing Gyarados' misdeeds. Ye Qing held his breath, feeling both tense and excited to see how the situation would unfold. After hearing the grievances of his clan, the Feraligatr was angry, yet he remained calm. Unlike the Gyarados, who would fly into a rage, he thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his thick claws, pondering the odd situation. Why does this little Totodile have sesame-sized eyes? Feraligatr squinted, recalling that none of the young in his clan had eyes that small. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and dark clouds loomed overhead like a giant beast, casting a shadow over the river. The air was thick with a stifling tension, like the calm before a storm. Roar! Before Feraligatr could sort out his thoughts, the Gyarados across from him couldn't hold back any longer and opened its massive jaws to roar. The fact that his opponent had the audacity to strike first infuriated Gyarados even more. Unable to endure any longer, Gyarados twisted its body violently, and its enormous tail whipped up a torrent from the river, striking towards Feraligatr with thunderous force. The battle was about to begin. Feraligatr had no time to think further. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, was instantly covered in a layer of glistening white frost, and he swung it upward with all his might to meet the attack. Boom! The Aqua Tail and Ice Punch collided midair, releasing a tremendous energy wave. The water that Gyarados' tail had splashed up was instantly frozen by the cold from Feraligatr's punch, turning into sparkling ice sculptures that floated on the river. With the leaders clashing, the followers from both sides quickly joined the fray, and the river erupted into chaos. Amidst the splashing water, various energy attacks collided, creating deafening explosions that nearly drowned out the distant thunder. The battle grew fiercer, with stray attacks occasionally landing near the riverbank where Ye Qing was hiding, sending sprays of water and clumps of earth into the air. It's on the move. Ye Qing noticed the suspicious little Totodile sneaking away amidst the chaos and immediately called on Monferno to intercept it. This was a rare opportunity he couldn't miss, as Ditto, capable of transforming into any Pokemon, was nearly impossible to detect. Its only giveaway was its tiny eyes, but which while Ditto would stand still for observation. Moreover, if it was confident and calm, those sesame-sized eyes would not easily be exposed. With excitement, Ye Qing and Monferno quickly circled ahead, setting up an ambush along Ditto's probable path. He vowed that if it dared to pass through here, it would face the might of Monferno's iron fist. On the other side, the Ditto, disguised as a Totodile, had just climbed ashore and turned back to glance at the chaotic battle, only to be blasted to the riverbank by a sudden water pulse. Suppressing the pain to avoid revealing its true form, it swiftly transformed into an EV and dashed into the nearby grass like a bolt of lightning. Watching the approaching EV, Ye Qing shivered. The thought of a typically cute and adorable EV sporting a pair of sesame-sized eyes was truly bizarre. Shadow Clone. With Ye Qing's command, Monferno leapt from the grass, splitting into 4 afterimages that surrounded the fake EV. Facing the fierce-looking Monferno, the fake EV immediately halted, feigning a pitiful appearance. If not for its abnormal eyes, it would have seemed like a group of bullies picking on an innocent girl. Use my punch. Monferno grinned, and the 4 afterimages simultaneously raised their fists, striking EV's midsection. Thud! EV let out a cry as it was knocked away. As it hit the ground, its entire body was enveloped in white light again, attempting to escape with quick attack. Use Ember. Ye Qing shouted. Monferno took a deep breath, puffed out its chest, and quickly unleashed a barrage of marble-sized embers at the fake Eevee. Bang, 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 bang. Amid a series of explosions, despite the fake Eevee's desperate attempts to dodge, in its panic, it was still struck by several embers. Ye Qing pulled out a Pokeball, his eyes firm as he shouted, "Give it the final sonic punch." Hacha! The flames on Infernape's tail flared up instantly, as if answering its master's call. With a powerful push from its legs, it shot forward like an arrow. The sonic punch, carried by a gust of wind, struck like lightning towards the fake Eevee under the tree roots. Boom! The fake Eevee's eyes widened in anger as golden stars spewed from its mouth, racing towards Infernape like a meteor shower. Hacha! Facing the oncoming high-speed stars, Infernape grinned, battle spirit shining in its eyes. Its fist did not waver, smashing through the stars that tried to block it, and finally landed a heavy punch on the fake Eevee. Crack! A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the dim surroundings. The fake Eevee was sent flying again, landing heavily in a nearby puddle. The strain of previous transformations, combined with the current injuries, made it difficult to bear. It struggled to stand in the muddy water. Go Pokeball! Ye Qing aimed at the struggling fake Eevee on the ground and threw a great ball with a swoosh. The red light of the Pokeball shot out, only to be suddenly deflected. With a thud, the great ball fell powerlessly to the ground, while the Ditto remained lying there. Hacha! Infernape squatted nearby, scratching its head in confusion, clearly puzzled by what had happened. Taking advantage of the moment, Ditto transformed into a Pidgey and took off into the sky. Stop it! Although Ye Qing had a hunch, he still wanted to give it another try. After all, he wasn't ready to let this prey slip away. Infernape was already poised to strike, and the instant Pidgey appeared, it swatted it down to the ground. Seeing the thoroughly knocked-out Pidgey, Ye Qing pulled out another ball and threw it again. The red light flashed, but was deflected off Ditto once more. It's someone else's Pokemon, Ye Qing thought, recalling Su Yiqing mentioning that some people leave their Pokemon here. He hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. Since it belonged to someone else, Ye Qing had to give up. He took out a potion to help heal Ditto. After all, he felt a sense of responsibility for the injuries it sustained. With the potion, Ditto's injuries quickly improved. It glared at Ye Qing and Infernape, its eyes seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. Ye Qing scratched his wet hair awkwardly and said, sorry, I didn't know you were already caught. He reassured himself that it was for the best. First, Ditto's appearance was too much like a blob of jelly. Second, although it could transform, it lacked the proficiency of other Pokemon skills, making them ineffective. To apologize, Ye Qing offered a normal-type energy cube to Ditto. Ditto, taking the moral high ground, continued to make a fuss. After a while, it reluctantly tossed the energy cube into its mouth. Watching its adept movements, Ye Qing thought this creature must have eaten plenty before. Swallowing the energy cube, Ditto shook its head disdainfully and spat. Its expression clearly indicated the energy cube was subpar and lacked flavor. Hacha! Infernape glared, evidently feeling that Ditto was being ungrateful. The energy cube it usually longed for was dismissed so easily by Ditto. Rumble! A low thunderclap jolted Ye Qing back to reality. He looked at himself and Infernape, both soaking wet, and quickly sought shelter under a large tree to escape the rain. Ditto didn't leave, its beady eyes spun as if it were pondering something. Ye Qing quickly set up the foldable tent and changed into a set of dry clothes, feeling instantly comfortable. As he was about to dry himself off, the Blaziken shook its head, and its fiery body instantly evaporated the moisture, leaving him dry. Ye Qing gave it a thumbs up in admiration and offered it some food. The Blaziken grabbed 2 energy cubes, tilted its head back, and swallowed them, wondering how the Ditto could be so picky about such delicious treats. Raindrops continued to pelt the tent, creating a steady pattering sound. Outside, the ground had turned to a marsh, and the Rainiverse Pokemon had long since taken cover. The Ditto stood outside, stunned, not expecting to be left out in the rain. It had never been treated so coldly, and was fuming, yet knowing it was no match for the others, it shamelessly edged its way into the tent, quietly vowing to get revenge someday. Seeing this, Ye Qing, despite his dislike for the little creature, realized he was partly at fault. He unzipped the tent to let it in out of the rain. The Ditto slithered in defiantly, its expression clearly saying, "I'm staying whether you like it or not." Ye Qing ignored it and took out his phone to look up detailed information about Ditto. The textbooks at the academy only provided a general overview, and in-depth details required consulting special library collections or online resources. The information revealed that Ditto could replicate others' appearances and basic skills by altering its cellular structure. However, there were 2 key points. It couldn't copy skills learned via skill discs and needed direct physical contact to use all of an opponent's skills. The duration of its transformation depended on its own strength and aptitude. The stronger it was, the longer it could maintain the form. For pseudo-legendaries and legendary Pokemon, while Ditto could transform, it struggled to maintain that form for long, let alone use their moves. Only by increasing its strength could it extend the transformation period. Ye Qing recalled from the anime Pokemon Sun and Moon that James's Ditto could transform into a Gyarados without needing to see a photo first, suggesting that a high-aptitude Ditto might not need to glance at its target each time. After gaining a basic understanding, Ye Qing put away his phone and began contemplating how to persuade this creature to temporarily accompany him in the wilderness area, even if just as a temporary bodyguard. The sound of rain continued, and the tent fell into a brief silence as Ye Qing's mind raced, searching for the best persuasion strategy. Ditto watched as Monferno devoured its meal, its tiny eyes darting towards Ye Qing, evidently scheming on how to score more energy cubes. Although Ye Qing's cubes were bland, they were better than going hungry. Ditto silently complained about its missing trainer, who hadn't come to fetch it for so long. Ye Qing noticed Ditto's thoughts and pulled out a normal-type energy cube from his pocket, offering it to Ditto. Here, this is for you. The aroma of the energy cube wafted towards Ditto, and its appetite was piqued. However, it hesitated, wary of Ye Qing's intentions. At that moment, Monferno casually grabbed another energy cube and munched on it, putting on an exaggerated display of enjoyment. Ditto couldn't resist any longer. It snatched the cube from Ye Qing's hand, eating voraciously while keeping a safe distance from Ye Qing, just in case he had any tricks up his sleeve. Ye Qing then remembered he hadn't checked Ditto's information yet, and quickly opened his Pokédex. Pokemon Ditto. Level, 17. Potential, D. Status, healthy. Gender, none. Type, normal. Ability, limber. Held item, none. Egg moves, none. Base move, transform. Tutored moves, none. TMs, none. Note: due to its ability to transform into anything, it can quickly become friends with anyone. As Ye Qing munched on his bread, he reviewed Ditto's data. Although its grade potential wasn't outstanding, it was decent for a rare Pokemon like Ditto. He suspected it might have been abandoned by a rich kid for some reason. Despite its average potential, Ditto's rarity made up for it, making it a useful tool Pokemon. Ye Qing's mind filled with possibilities, turning into a Pidgeot for travel, a Snorlax for napping, or a Gardevoir for romance. How convenient. Monferno noticed Ditto eating Ye Qing's food without gratitude and secretly planned to have a chat with Ditto when Ye Qing wasn't around. It cracked a nut with a crunch, lounged back, and continued to enjoy its snacks leisurely. Ye Qing decided to bond with Ditto, as it might be helpful later. Building a good relationship could be beneficial. Ditto seemed to sense Monferno's unfriendly gaze and wasn't as defiant towards Ye Qing anymore. After some playful moments, Ye Qing decided to test if Ditto could transform as magically as it did in the animation if it could directly mimic a Pokemon's form without needing a photo. He gently pinched Ditto's face and smiled. Ditto, can you transform into an EV for me? Ditto gulped down the last bit of the energy cube, raised its little hand, and with a burst of colorful light, an EV with tiny sesame-like eyes appeared. Ye Qing was amazed. It was just as magical as in the animation. However, he noticed the little creature seemed a bit anxious. Ye Qing stroked his chin and praised. That's amazing. I didn't know you were so talented. He turned to Monferno. Isn't it incredible? Monferno nodded reluctantly. It was its first time seeing a Ditto, and its curiosity was evident. Hearing the compliment, Ditto looked a bit pleased. The feeling of being acknowledged eased its nerves, and its attitude towards Ye Qing improved noticeably. Ye Qing continued to encourage. Well done. Now, can you transform into a Pidgey for me? Morph! Ditto exclaimed excitedly, as a kaleidoscope of colors danced across its malleable body. Ye Qing and the Infernape watched the fascinating transformation process with bated breath, only for an unexpected outcome to occur. The light abruptly faded, and Ditto remained unchanged, failing to transform into Pidgey. Ye Qing frowned, scratching his head. Strange, didn't it transform just now? Ditto. Seeing the disappointment on the faces of its trainer and Infernape, Ditto became flustered. It squirmed frantically, its little arms waving about, clearly embarrassed by its failure. Ye Qing gently patted its bouncy body, offering comfort. Maybe there's a time limit? Infer. Infernape nodded in agreement, recalling the time it witnessed Ditto transform into a Pidgeotto during a battle, leaving a strong impression of Ditto's ability. Ditto. Ditto nodded hurriedly, its tiny arms gesturing rapidly as it tried to explain its limitations. At that moment, a gloom casually strolled past the tent in the rain. Ye Qing's eyes lit up, pointing outside. I know you're amazing. Let's take it slow and steady. Transform into that gloom outside, and I'll time you. Ditto. Ditto looked at the swaying grass-type Pokemon outside, and its body began to glow with a transforming light. When the light dissipated, an identical gloom stood in its place. Huh. Infernape widened its eyes, witnessing for the first time the complete process of Ditto cloning a new Pokemon. Driven by curiosity, it reached out to tug on the leaf atop the gloom. Ditto. Transformed Ditto didn't flinch. Instead, it puffed out its chest proudly, allowing Infernape to examine its handiwork. It had been causing mischief in this wilderness for a while, long without praise. now relishing the attention. Ye Qing observed closely and was delighted to find that the Gloom's eyes were no longer Ditto's signature beady ones. It seemed that when Ditto was confident and relaxed, it could indeed avoid revealing this characteristic trait. Over time, with each successful transformation, Ditto gradually let go of its initial temper and became increasingly cooperative. The rain outside continued to fall. Before long, a well-fed Infernape and Ditto lay in the tent, snoring gently, while Ye Qing remained awake, gazing through the tent window at the hazy world beyond the rain. Feeling bored, Ye Qing took out his phone and started browsing the local forum. As soon as he opened it, a pinned post caught his attention. A series of dots. Have you heard? Some ghost-type Pokemon have appeared near the unfinished building next to Shinron Community. I heard there might even be a Ghastly. Heavens will. Ghastly, ghost, and poison type can infiltrate any place it wants because its body is made of gas. However, when exposed to strong winds, its body can be blown apart, but it can reassemble afterward. Cute Tanuki. So scary. Is the person above the legendary Science Emperor? Annie BBW. I wish I could catch one. Little fanboy. Step aside, I'm going to show off. Watch me suck them all in with one breath. Chi Mozi G. The person above intends to inhale gas. Chinmo. Ghastly is so scary. Shu Tian. I'm a troll. Everyone get lost. The comments veered further off topic, and Ye Qing stopped reading, his brow furrowed in thought. The unfinished building mentioned in the post was likely the place he and his Infernape had explored before. He didn't expect it to garner so much attention in just a few days. Ye Qing pondered. With such public pressure, the League will probably send someone soon to deal with the Ghastlies in the unfinished building to ensure the safety of the residents. When he opened the chat app, as Ye Qing expected, Wang Yao, the adventurous and restless person, had already left him a dozen messages, suggesting they team up for an adventure. Ye Qing stared at the screen filled with messages, his fingers gently scrolling. Initially, he hadn't planned to join in on the excitement, as his little fire monkey wasn't very strong before. But now, things were different. The little fire monkey had evolved and become much stronger. Visiting that location might be worth a try. If he could capture a high-potential ghost-type Pokemon there, it would be perfect. Even without such a catch, training the fire monkey would be beneficial. After all, they were in the city, which wasn't as dangerous as the wild. As night deepened, thick clouds covered the moonlight, and though the rain had lessened, droplets still fell steadily, shattering on the ground. Outside the window, the sounds of wild Pokemon became more pronounced, and Ye Qing felt a bit uneasy. He patted the Blaziken and Ditto beside him, whispering, "You too. Don't sleep yet. I'll set up a night watch." Huh. The Blaziken yawned widely, pushing Ye Qing's hand away, looking unwilling to be disturbed. "Do you want some of the big milk tank's milk?" Ye Qing frowned, thinking how troublesome this mischievous monkey was. Ditto. The Ditto rubbed its tiny sesame-like eyes, drooling as it indicated it could take the first watch in exchange for a few more of those energy cubes. Ye Qing flicked its soft body, thinking that no wonder it hadn't been causing trouble lately. It had been eyeing his energy cubes. I remember EV's hidden ability is anticipation. Transform into an EV and let me check what ability you have. Ditto. Hearing Ye Qing wanted to check its ability, a hint of worry flashed in Ditto's eyes. Amidst a colorful glow, the Ditto transformed into a sesame-eyed EV. Seeing its nervousness, likely due to his earlier words, Ye Qing reassured it before checking its ability. It really is anticipation. Well done. Ye Qing patted EV's head, pulling a normal-type energy cube from his pocket and handing it over. EV nuzzled Ye Qing's hand, quickly swallowing the energy cube. Before bed, Ye Qing reminded, "Remember to wake up the Blaziken to switch with you for the night watch later." EV nodded, indicating it understood. On the outskirts of Shanghai City, Yi Minghan waved goodbye to her friends with a smile and headed home alone. Watching the Pokemon playfully chasing each other on the street, she slipped her hands into her pockets, feeling a tinge of envy. "I wonder how my brother is doing." Yi Minghan sighed softly, her fingers searching for her phone in her pocket, contemplating calling Ye Qing, but worried about disturbing him. "Oh well, I'll see when I get home." She adjusted her mood, humming a tune as she walked home. Not far behind her, two shadowy figures were quietly following. A burly, rough-looking boy whispered, "Zhang Xiao, isn't this a bit much?" Zhang Xiao frowned. "What's wrong with it? Are you okay, Lao Xiong?" Seeing Zhang Xiao upset, Lao Xiong hesitated but insisted, "I've never hit a girl." Zhang Xiao lowered his voice. "You don't have to hit her, just help me catch her." Unaware of the danger behind her, Yi Minghan walked lightly into her neighborhood. Zhang Xiao and Lao Xiong had already scouted the area, knowing the old neighborhood had poor surveillance with many blind spots, making it the perfect place to act. "Let's go." Seeing Yi Minghan turn into a small path, Zhang Xiao signaled Lao Xiong to quicken their pace. "Okay." Lao Xiong pulled a rope from his pocket, ready to act when he suddenly felt a tap on his back. "Who?" Lao Xiong and Zhang Xiao turned around sharply, finding a man in black standing behind them. "You looking for trouble?" Zhang Xiao assumed he was a hero trying to rescue, raising his hand to strike. Take a look at this. The man said expressionlessly, holding up a black badge with his left hand. An alliance sheriff? Zhang Xiao's heart sank as a bad feeling washed over him. Although Lao Xiong's experience was not as extensive as Zhang Xiaoqiang's, he was well aware of the alliance's formidable reputation. Seeing the situation, Zhang Xiaoqiang immediately put on a flattering smile and respectfully asked, "What brings you here, officer? We're all law-abiding citizens." The man snorted disdainfully. "Nothing much, just inviting you for a cup of tea." He felt a sense of relief, initially thinking his superiors had sent him on a pointless errand, only to find that some fool was indeed looking for trouble with Ye Qing. The scene shifts to the wilderness area. Ye Qing, unsure of how long he had been asleep, suddenly felt someone nudging him. He opened his sleepy eyes to see the Infernape warily watching outside the tent, while the Ditto, having transformed into an EV, had reverted to its original form, looking tense. What's going on? Ye Qing instantly became alert, noticing the reactions of his two Pokémon and realizing they might be facing a tricky situation. Inferno. The Infernape gestured outside, indicating for Ye Qing to take a look himself. Peering through the window, Ye Qing saw nothing but darkness outside, with the rain long since stopped. In the nearby forest, a dozen pairs of eerie green eyes were fixed on their tent. This is bad. Ye Qing glanced at the food scraps inside the tent, suspecting that their scent had attracted the creatures. Judging by their numbers, they seemed to be a group of Pokémon, though he wasn't sure which kind. Sitting around and waiting wasn't Ye Qing's style. He immediately ordered Ditto to transform back into EV. Although he had considered asking Ditto to transform into a pseudo-legendary, the first and second stages of pseudo-legendaries weren't particularly strong, and Ditto was only level 17, while the second evolution stage of a pseudo-legendary required around level 30. It was better to transform into a familiar Pokémon. The creatures hidden in the dark seemed to sense the commotion inside the tent. They no longer waited and emerged from the forest surrounding the tent. Ye Qing quickly checked EV's status. Level 17, potential D, healthy, genderless, normal type, with the ability to sense danger and no items held. Its inherited move was Curse, and its basic moves included Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Bite, and Swift. This was the EV transformed by Ditto, with no additional taught moves or TMs. Let's go out. After understanding EV's skills, Ye Qing bent down and stepped out of the tent, intending to investigate. Infernape and Ditto transformed EV guarded Ye Qing on either side, warily watching the encroaching wild Pokémon. Rattata. Observing a group of Rattata led by Eradicate, Ye Qing frowned. These Pokémon were indeed everywhere, and he hadn't expected to encounter them even in the wilderness area. Ye Qing quickly analyzed the lead Raticate. Level 23, potential F, healthy but hungry, male, normal type, with the ability Guts and no items held. Its inherited move was Fury Swipes, and its basic moves included Tackle, Quick Attack, Focus Energy, Bite, and Hyper Fang. Raticate's hard teeth could chew through steel and rock, excelling in moves like Bite and Hyper Fang. Its webbed feet also aided in swimming. This Raticate isn't too strong, we can take it on. Ye Qing scanned the few stronger-looking Rattata and found they were only around level 10. He began quickly formulating a strategy in his mind, preparing for the impending battle. In a preemptive strike, Infernape uses Flame Wheel. Hatcha. Infernape lets out a thunderous roar as flames engulf its entire body. It curls up swiftly, transforming into a spinning wheel of fire, leaving a charred trail on the ground as it charges toward the group of Rattata. Squeak. The leading Rattata reacts instantly, directing its followers to scatter and attack Ye Qing, while it turns into a streak of lightning, rushing headlong to meet the flame wheel. Use Swift. Ye Qing commands decisively. Ditto. Ditto responds immediately, executing its most practiced skill. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of golden stars rains down on the Rattata group with formidable force. Even though Ditto stands valiantly in front of Ye Qing, the sheer number of Rattata is overwhelming, and a few manage to slip past the defenses, attempting to pounce on Ye Qing. Seeing their sharp, glinting teeth, Ye Qing panics and quickly pulls a repellent spray from the backpack, dousing himself thoroughly. The pungent smell spreads rapidly through the air. The Rattata, catching a whiff of it, halt in their tracks, their beady eyes glaring menacingly at Ye Qing, prowling restlessly but not daring to approach. Dodge, Quick Attack. Ye Qing calls out urgently. Hearing the command, Ditto nimbly sidesteps an attacking Rattata, then with a Quick Attack, sends it flying. Due to Ditto's lack of battle experience and relatively weak strength, Ye Qing must stay fully focused to direct its combat moves. On the other hand, Infernape, though not receiving Ye Qing's real-time instructions, uses its innate intelligence and extensive battle experience to gain the upper hand after a few exchanges. As the repellent's scent begins to fade, Ye Qing frantically waves a tent around, trying to fend off the eager Rattata. Ditto fights valiantly beside Ye Qing, but the nimble Rattata make it a difficult task. Hatcha. Infernape deftly uses Double Team to dodge the Raticate's fierce Hyper Fang. It spins, delivering a sonic punch with a gusty whoosh, slamming into the Raticate's skull. Without missing a beat, Infernape propels itself off the ground, catching up with the airborne Raticate and landing a searing fire punch with a resounding boom, striking squarely on its jaw. Water splashes as the Raticate is smashed to the ground by the powerful blow, its eyes rolling back as it loses consciousness on the spot. After dispatching the lead Raticate, Infernape wastes no time, launching into the air with another flame wheel to knock away a jumping Rattata attempting a sneak attack. Then, with sonic punches from both fists, it cooperates with Ditto's attacks to take down the remaining Rattata. Ditto. With the last Rattata defeated, Ditto collapses to the ground, utterly exhausted from the intense battle, feeling dizzy as if its head is deprived of oxygen. Keep watch around us. Ye Qing instructs Infernape to stay vigilant, while he quickly gathers his belongings to leave. The loud commotion of the battle likely attracted other Pokémon nearby. Cha! Infernape pants heavily, its eyes sharp as a hawk's, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious movements. However, unbeknownst to them, a Persian has been stealthily lurking atop a nearby tree, slowly closing in on Ye Qing. Despite the tempting sight of the Rattata scattered around, it refrains from acting rashly, patiently biding its time for the perfect opportunity to strike down these nuisances disturbing its meal. Just as Ye Qing bends down to pack his things, the Persian makes its move. It extends its claws, sharp as daggers, leaping from the tree, aiming straight for the unsuspecting Ye Qing on the ground. Hatcha! Ever alert, Infernape spots the ambusher and quickly fires a volley of scorching ember. Bang, 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 bang. The embers explode accurately on the Persian's body, the impact forcefully altering its trajectory. Meow. The Persian grits its teeth against the pain, skillfully adjusting its posture midair to land steadily on the ground. It glares fiercely at Infernape, letting out a series of enraged yowls. Ye Qing awoke with a start and instinctively took cover behind Monferno and Ditto. Before he could utter a word, Ditto had already transformed into the likeness of the big cat boss with practiced ease. Clearly, this wasn't its first time mimicking the formidable feline, though it couldn't quite match the real thing in size or presence. Quickly assessing the situation, Ye Qing noted the big cat boss, a female, normal type with the limber ability, and no held items. Its known moves included Fury Swipes, Iron Tail, Scratch, Bite, Fake Out, Screech, and Swift. He was well aware that this nocturnal creature, which preyed on small Rattata, was fiercely aggressive and would launch a vicious attack if provoked by eye contact. Facing an opponent far stronger than Monferno and Ditto, Ye Qing's pupils narrowed in realization that a single misstep could be fatal. He maintained eye contact with the big cat boss while discreetly placing his hand on an alarm device, signaling his Pokémon not to act rashly. While Monferno stood fearless, the Ditto, having transformed into the big cat boss, showed signs of apprehension. It had encountered this powerful adversary multiple times in the wild and knew well of its fearsome reputation in the area. The big cat boss quickly noticed the alarm device in Ye Qing's hand. Having lingered in the area for some time, she understood the local rules. Attacking a human with an alarm could lead to severe punishment, possibly even death. This knowledge restrained her aggressive instincts. Sensing no immediate threat from the big cat boss, Ye Qing cautiously took a few steps back. Seeing that she remained still, he decisively withdrew with his Pokémon, leaving the small Rattata behind for her. Only after retreating several meters did Ye Qing breathe a sigh of relief, hastily moving on with his companions. As they followed the river, dawn began to break, casting a soft light over the landscape. Dew glistened on the leaves, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass. The peaceful scene of Combi busily gathering nectar among the flowers sharply contrasted with the earlier tension. Monferno led the way, purposefully using its tail to clear obstructive vines, turning the task into a form of training. After traveling for a while, Ye Qing paused to rest on a rock, thoughtfully observing Monferno's actions. He turned to Ditto, still in the form of the big cat boss, and asked, "You should be able to use Iron Tail now, right? How about teaching Monferno?" Ditto, however, shook its head vigorously, seemingly forgetting their earlier camaraderie in battle. Monferno, noticing this, snorted disdainfully, confident it could learn Iron Tail on its own by watching videos and other methods. Ye Qing gestured for Monferno to hold its tongue. He understood the difficulty of mastering Iron Tail. No matter how talented, it was not a skill easily acquired in a short time. Before we even discuss the skills and insights, let's focus on the hardness required for the Iron Tail technique. Achieving that level of hardness with its tail is not something that can be done in a short period. However, with Ditto's personal demonstration and explanation, Monferno can significantly shorten the time it takes to learn Iron Tail. Spotting this opportunity, Ye Qing immediately took out the last normal-type energy cube and tempted. If you can help Monferno grasp the essentials of Iron Tail, this energy cube is yours. Ditto blinked and twitched its nose slightly. The aroma of the energy cube was irresistible as it wafted into its nostrils. Although it wanted to maintain its pride, The tempting reward was too much to resist. Reluctantly, Ditto nodded in agreement. Turning to Monferno, Ditto signaled that it would demonstrate only once, and how much Monferno could learn depended on its own ability. Monferno crossed its arms over its chest, following Ditto, confident that its talent would soon leave Ditto amazed. Approaching a 1-meter-high rock, Ditto began by flicking its tail to warm up. Suddenly, with a strange cry, it raised its tail and swiftly struck the rock. Monferno watched intently, eyes wide open, absorbing every movement Ditto made. In an instant, Ditto's tail gleamed with a metallic sheen and struck the rock with a bang, leaving fine cracks and a palm-sized indentation. After the demonstration, Ditto glanced at Monferno with a smug expression. The commotion attracted nearby wild Pokémon, who gathered around, watching the spectacle from the corners. Ye Qing took a sip of mineral water and shouted to Ditto, "Don't just bask in your glory, share your insights." Ditto rolled its eyes at Ye Qing, thinking that if not for the energy cube, it wouldn't bother. However, motivated by the reward, it patiently explained to Monferno. An hour quickly passed as Monferno learned and attempted to use Iron Tail, but each attempt ended in failure. Ye Qing wasn't worried. He knew Iron Tail was a highly powerful move with a high damage value. The skill disc for Iron Tail was worth tens of thousands of Pokecoins and often in short supply, indicating the high difficulty of mastering this skill. Ye Qing understood that Monferno's current tail strength was insufficient, and such physical improvements couldn't be compensated by talent alone but required gradual training. If Monferno could learn Iron Tail so quickly, that would indeed be unusual. After letting Monferno practice a bit longer, Ye Qing glanced at the sky and decided it was time to set out in search of Phoeba. He noticed Ditto's leisurely demeanor, suspecting it had lived in the area for quite some time and might know some clues. "Ditto, do you know where I can find Phoeba?" Ye Qing asked. Ditto was momentarily surprised but quickly nodded enthusiastically. However, it was puzzled why Ye Qing was looking for such an unattractive and clumsy fish. Did trainers actually like them? Ye Qing was delighted by the response. "Great. Can you take me there?" With a knowing smile, Ditto took a few steps forward and gestured for Ye Qing to follow. Meanwhile, Monferno continued to strike the ground with its tail. It understood the principles of Iron Tail, and its primary goal was now to strengthen its tail. With a determined "Hatcha," it focused intently on training, resolved to master this powerful move as soon as possible. Ye Qing patted the shoulder of the Inferno Monkey, worried that it might injure itself from overtraining. However, the Inferno Monkey shook its head firmly, indicating it was fine and emphasizing that a true male monkey must remain strong no matter where it is. With this belief, the Inferno Monkey worked even harder, whipping its tail and leaving shallow marks on the ground each time. The water spirits playing in the river and the Psyducks basking in the sun added a touch of vitality to this hot summer day. Ye Qing and his group walked along the riverbank downstream, and after about 10 minutes, Ditto suddenly stopped in its tracks. Ye Qing looked ahead at a stretch of lifeless river water and asked, "Here?" Before him was a pool formed by a sizable tributary, with murky water and overgrown aquatic plants of varying heights. Under the blazing sun, a faint stench permeated the air. Ditto made a face of disgust, unwilling to approach the foul-smelling pool. The Inferno Monkey deftly used its tail to knock down a row of water plants, awaiting Ye Qing's instructions. It wasn't worried about how to lure out the Phoeba, trusting that Ye Qing would never make it go into the water. Holding his breath, Ye Qing crouched down by the pool and stirred the yellowish water with a stick. Ditto stepped back a few paces, puzzled by Ye Qing's composure. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ye Qing remarked on how the July weather was getting hotter by the day. The surrounding grass was silent, with almost no trace of any spirits, evidently driven away by the stench of the pool. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Qing took a water-type energy block from his backpack, crushed it, and sprinkled it into the pool. He instructed, "Inferno Monkey, Ditto, help me guard the entrance to the pool." The Inferno Monkey gestured for Ditto to go guard, while it stayed by Ye Qing's side for protection. Ditto was secretly pleased, watching as Ye Qing and the Inferno Monkey walked into its trap, but outwardly it pretended to be obedient, immediately running to the pool's entrance to stand guard. Its fierce demeanor scared off the spirits drawn by the scent of the energy block. Ye Qing kept his eyes fixed on the water, but after several minutes, there was still no movement. The Inferno Monkey scratched its head in confusion, doubting the reliability of this method. Ye Qing remained patient, changing tactics by placing leaves in the water and sprinkling energy block fragments on them, continuing to wait patiently. Time ticked by, and about 10 minutes later, bubbles finally appeared on the still pool surface. 7 or 8 Phoeba surfaced, their dull, lifeless eyes staring blankly at Ye Qing and the Inferno Monkey on the bank. With their appearance, the stench grew even stronger, making even the Inferno Monkey want to pinch its nose. The Phoeba were accustomed to such reactions. Since birth, they had endured the scornful looks of others. Although they inevitably felt a bit downhearted, they no longer cared as much as they did in their youth. Several ugly fish cautiously swam to the side of the leaves and began to nibble at them. Ye Qing silently assessed their potential, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Most of these ugly fish were of an ED grade, with not even a single C grade among them. He had hoped to find satisfactory ugly fish in the core area of the wilderness, but the results were quite disheartening. Ditto sensed Ye Qing's change in mood and knew it was time to step in. It flicked its tail and pointed meaningfully toward the depths of the pond with its paw. Ye Qing's eyes lit up. Are you saying there are more ugly fish down there? Ditto nodded proudly, as if flaunting its intimate knowledge of the wilderness area. The ugly fish in the pond had already finished sharing the crumbs of the energy cube and swam back to the bottom. Ye Qing didn't stop them and instead turned to Ditto, saying, "How about you go down and lure it out for me?" Ditto pretended to be extremely reluctant, shaking its head repeatedly to refuse. It exaggerated its performance, as if entering this stinky water was a huge grievance. Seeing this, Ye Qing upped the ante, 1 energy cube. When Ditto remained unmoved, he raised the stakes further, 3 cubes. Ditto still looked unimpressed. Ye Qing grew a bit impatient and rolled up his sleeves, saying, 1 intermediate energy cube, and if that doesn't work, forget it. I refuse to believe I can't get it out. Hearing intermediate energy cube, Ditto was momentarily stunned. It recalled the delicious taste of the last intermediate energy cube it had and couldn't help but drool. Seeing this, Ye Qing knew he had a chance and continued to entice. So, will you help me out or not? If not, I'll just have to figure it out myself. Ditto could no longer keep up the act, thinking that such an opportunity to achieve its goal while gaining a reward could only be seized by a clever Ditto like itself. It quickly transformed into a Magikarp and with a splash, jumped into the pond. Ye Qing and the Infernape stood quietly by the shore as time ticked by. Just as they began to worry, the calm pond water finally rippled, signaling the imminent change. A red Magikarp suddenly flipped over and floated to the surface, belly up, seemingly lifeless. Just as Ye Qing was about to conclude it was dead, the fish sprang to life, flipping onto the shore and gasping for air. It turned out to be a Ditto faking its demise. Not wanting to be left out, a Chimchar sauntered over to the Ditto with a twig in its mouth, extending a furry paw to pat it, as if inquiring what was going on. At that moment, the pond began to bubble intensely, and soon, over a dozen Feebas surfaced simultaneously. This group of dead-eyed Feebas stared intently at Ye Qing and his companions on the shore, creating an eerie atmosphere. Even the well-traveled Ye Qing felt a chill run down his spine. But this was only the beginning. In the next moment, a massive whirlpool formed in the center of the pond. Then, a colossal creature, at least a meter long, emerged from the water. It was a giant Feeba. Normally, Feeba only grow to about 30 to 40 centimeters, but this enormous creature was undoubtedly a legendary totem Pokemon. Ye Qing swallowed hard and quickly brought up his Pokédex to check the information on this extraordinary Feeba. Totem Pokemon, Feeba. Level, 20. Potential, A. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, water. Ability, adaptability. Held item, none. Inherited moves, none. Base moves, Brine, Iron Tail, Dragon Breath, Haze, Hypnosis. Top moves, Splash, Tackle. TM moves, Icy Wind, Water Pulse. Notes, Feeba are highly adaptable, capable of living in both oceans and rivers, often found in waters rich with aquatic plants. Seeing this information, Ye Qing nearly fainted on the spot. A typical Feeba, like a Magikarp, can only learn Splash, and only a few with exceptional talent can learn Tackle. Although Feeba have a slightly better skill set than Magikarp, most struggle to master them. But what was the deal with this Feeba? How could it master so many skills in the harsh wilderness? 2 possibilities flashed through Ye Qing's mind. Either it had been captured and released by someone, or it was an exceptionally talented wild Pokemon. When he saw its potential, he finally understood why it could learn so many skills. However, there was still a question. Even with extraordinary talent, without sufficient energy and nutrition, it would be hard to realize its potential. Just like a malnourished person, no matter how gifted, would struggle to make a mark in the world of sports. With the appearance of the totem Feeba, Ditto revealed a smug smile. It transformed back into an Eevee, warmly greeting the Feeba before looking up at Ye Qing with a challenging gaze, as if to say, "This totem Feeba is my friend. If you dare to bully me, you'll be in trouble." Seeing this, Ye Qing suddenly understood that he had fallen into Ditto's trap. But he also realized why this Feeba had mastered so many skills. If it was close to Ditto, it likely received some high-level energy supplements. Instead of being angry at Ditto's scheme, Ye Qing felt grateful. After all, it had brought him such a perfect Feeba, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While Ye Qing was lost in thought, Chimchar had already darted in front of him. As a loyal partner, it knew this Feeba was the Pokemon its master had been dreaming of. Chimchar beckoned to the totem Feeba with a finger, spat out the twig in its mouth with a puff, and assumed a battle-ready stance. Ye Qing stepped back a few paces to give space, silently pondering the conversation between Ditto and Feeba underwater. He couldn't help but worry about how Ditto might describe him, fearing it could affect his future relationship with Feeba. On the water's surface, the leader Feeba stared blankly at the Infernape on the shore, its short tail swaying gently in the water. The other Feeba, sensing their leader was about to make a move, swam backward to clear space for the impending battle. Ye Qing held his breath as he observed, fully aware that this Feeba was no ordinary opponent and could be the toughest foe the Infernape had faced. Just then, Ditto transformed back into its EV form, finally feeling vindicated. It eagerly urged Feeba to teach the unlucky monkey a lesson, recalling the times it had been bullied by the Infernape, its eyes misty with resentment. Feeba understood. Seeing its only friend being bullied, it couldn't stand idly by. It opened its mouth and shot a stream of whitish water straight at the Infernape. Stay alert, Ye Qing warned. Knowing that water types are strong against fire types, and with Feeba in its element, they were at a disadvantage. Infernape dodged the brine attack with ease. Not to be outdone, Feeba immediately launched a green dragon breath. Use Ember, Ye Qing commanded decisively. Infernape took a deep breath and unleashed a barrage of embers, meeting the dragon breath midair. With a loud bang, the two forces exploded, bending the surrounding aquatic plants with their power. Although dragon breath was stronger, it wasn't Feeba's natural move, and it hadn't practiced it much. In contrast, Infernape had mastered Ember through intense training, making its execution flawless. Moreover, Infernape had completed its first evolution stage, surpassing Feeba in all physical attributes. Ditto, watching from the side, grew increasingly anxious, realizing Feeba might not be a match for the Infernape either. Feeba vigorously swayed its tail, forming a soccer ball-sized water orb, which it shot toward the Infernape on the shore. Before Ye Qing could issue a command, Infernape flashed a mischievous grin, predicting the trajectory of the water pulse, and prepared to counter it with Mach Punch. Double team, Ye Qing suddenly shouted. His previous silence was intentional, meant to train Infernape's independent combat abilities and timing judgment. Normally, Mach Punch could shatter water pulse, but Infernape overlooked a crucial factor: adaptability. With adaptability boosting its power, water pulse's strength was doubled, far beyond what Mach Punch could handle. Hearing Ye Qing's command, Infernape hesitated. To him, this Feeba clearly seemed weaker, making him think there was no need to evade the water pulse. Oh no, Ye Qing furrowed his brow, not expecting Infernape to question his order. It's no small matter when Infernape disobeys orders. In a life-or-death situation, such a misjudgment could lead to total defeat and annihilation. Boom. A loud explosion shook the air, confirming Ye Qing's prediction. The surging water pulse collided fiercely with the Mach Punch in midair, and the resulting shockwave sent Infernape flying. Its right arm trembled violently, clearly having sustained significant damage. Infernape crashed heavily to the ground, its face full of shock. It never expected its judgment to be so disastrously wrong. Shame washed over it like a tide, causing it to bury its face in the dirt, unable to meet Ye Qing's gaze. Ditto. The Ditto cheered excitedly from the side, secretly glad that the unfortunate monkey was finally learning a lesson from the seemingly weak Feeba. Surprisingly, Ye Qing didn't reprimand Infernape. Now wasn't the time to assign blame. He decisively commanded, "Get up and use Ember." Hearing the trainer's order, Infernape felt a warmth in its heart. It had expected a harsh scolding, yet none came. Filled with gratitude, Infernape reacted swiftly. Just then, a Magikarp leaped out of the distant river, its tail slapping the water powerfully. It glanced curiously at the battle on the shore before dejectedly sinking back into the water. Clearly, as a mere Magikarp, it was destined to have no part in such intense battles. Hatcha! With a nimble flip, Infernape sprang to its feet and unleashed a scorching Ember attack. Feeba was not to be outdone and retaliated with another roaring water pulse. The two forces collided in midair, with the speed of water pulse decreasing significantly. However, it continued to overpower the Ember, pressing forward relentlessly. Infernape's eyes burned red as it increased its output, but the power of Ember alone was insufficient to completely halt the water pulse. Watching the fierce exchange, Ye Qing couldn't help but feel a bit greedy. Adaptability is such a great trait. It would be wonderful if Feeba could retain it after evolving. He quickly shook off the thought and advised, "No need to face it head-on. Use Ember's advantage to alter the trajectory of water pulse." This insight was like a flash of light, instantly enlightening the struggling Infernape. It immediately adjusted its strategy, slightly turning its head to redirect Ember, skillfully striking the side of the water pulse. As water pulse drew closer, the fur on Infernape's body stood on end from the wind. It could even feel the ocean-like fury within the water orb. Gritting its teeth, Infernape held on with all its might. Just as the water pulse was about to strike, its trajectory was successfully altered, whizzing past Infernape's ear. Hatcha! It worked. Infernape's eyes lit up, its respect for Ye Qing deepening. Feeba, seeing its attack fail, was a bit disheartened. It opened its mouth, preparing to use brine again. Ye Qing, sensing the opponent's intent, quickly ordered, use Fake Out to bring it up. Infernape instantly grasped Ye Qing's meaning. With a swift movement, it leaped into the air, appearing above Fiba in an instant. Before Fiba could react, Infernape delivered a powerful slap to its face, interrupting the brine attack. Immediately after, Infernape firmly grasped the fins on Phoebus's back, its muscles tensing, as it executed a high-difficulty aerial spin, hurling Fiba towards the shore with all its strength. The sudden turn of events left Fiba completely flustered. It struggled desperately in the air, but with nothing to brace against, it could only watch helplessly as it crashed heavily onto the hard ground. The stinging pain on its face fueled its shame and frustration, thinking, they say you shouldn't hit someone in the face, especially when I already look like this. After completing this series of actions, Infernape didn't pause. It agilely stepped on another innocent Fiba, using it to perform a graceful somersault, landing stably on the shore. The battle continued, but the tide was subtly shifting. The leader of the ugly fish on the shore was furious, her cheeks burning with pain that only intensified her sense of humiliation. With a mighty leap, her massive body launched into the air, her tail fins slamming against the ground, propelling her like a cannonball with astonishing momentum towards the Blaziken. Seeing this, Ye Qing shouted, "Don't let her get back to the water, defend quickly." Facing this living grindstone, Blaziken took a deep breath, spread his legs, and crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing for the impact. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Blaziken's arms went numb from the massive force, causing him to slide backward uncontrollably. The earth beneath his feet was plowed into two deep grooves, halting only at the edge of the pond. The ugly fish wasn't done yet. She sprang up again, ready to repeat her attack. Ye Qing immediately ordered, "Flame wheel." "Hatcha!" Blaziken roared, the flames on his tail flaring up instantly as his entire body transformed into a wheel of fire, rolling swiftly towards the ugly fish. Bang! Another loud crash followed as both creatures were flung apart by the recoil. Blaziken landed on all fours, steadying himself, while the ugly fish was sent flying once more. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qing shouted, "Sonic Punch, finish her off." With a powerful kick, Blaziken shot forward like an arrow, catching up to the ugly fish rolling on the ground. His fists rained down like a storm, each punch landing precisely on her face. In no time, her face swelled rapidly, with several clear fist marks joining the earlier slap. Not the face. Ye Qing couldn't help but cover his eyes, unable to bear watching. Meanwhile, the ugly fish fainted from the relentless beating. Nearby, a Ditto was alarmed by the scene and rushed forward, trying to push Blaziken away with its head. Watching the unconscious ugly fish, Ye Qing tearfully tossed a pokeball. Unsurprisingly, the ugly fish was captured without any resistance. Blaziken stood with his hands on his hips, looking smug. He thought to himself, wasn't this what he always did? Especially since Ye Qing had reminded him to finish the opponent off, leaving no chance for a counterattack, or else they'd eventually suffer a setback. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had done the right thing, anticipating Ye Qing's praise, at least to make up for not following orders earlier. Ye Qing picked up the pokeball, shaking his head at Blaziken with a resigned expression, thinking, you might regret this later. With the leader ugly fish captured, the other ugly fish scattered like birds and beasts, vanishing beneath the water's surface in an instant. The Ditto, seeing its protector captured, was terrified and knew it was in for trouble. So, taking advantage of Ye Qing and Blaziken's distraction, it attempted to sneak into the river. Stop! Just as Ditto was about to leap into the river, Ye Qing's stern command halted it. Simultaneously, Blaziken swiftly blocked its path, wearing a smile full of meaning. Ditto, realizing escape was impossible, Ditto drooped its head, crestfallen. Ye Qing approached, his tone softening. Don't be afraid. I'm not here to cause you trouble, just to ask you a few questions. Ditto. Ditto reverted to its original form, looking up with curiosity at Ye Qing, ready to answer whatever was asked. Ye Qing crouched down, meeting Ditto's eyes. Did this ugly fish eat any energy cubes? Without hesitation, Ditto nodded, clearly not something that needed to be kept secret. Ye Qing understood, confirming his suspicions. Despite the ugly fish's high potential, without adequate nutritional support, it couldn't have mastered so many skills. He nodded and continued. One more thing. Is there a pseudo-legendary here? Youth, what are you talking about? Do you have any Dratini, Gible, Bagon, or Larvitar? Ye Qing explained what pseudo-legendary Pokemon were to the Ditto, fearing it wouldn't understand. The Infernape standing nearby noticed that Ditto seemed hesitant and immediately clenched its fists, glaring at it fiercely. Ditto's small eyes darted around quickly, then it nodded and shook its head before pointing to itself with a tiny hand. You mean there are some, but they've all been captured and there are no wild ones left. Ye Qing quickly understood its body language. Ditto nodded, seemingly impressed by Ye Qing's ability to comprehend, giving him an approving gesture. Ditto's response matched what Ye Qing had said, leaving Ye Qing with a hint of disappointment. It seemed reality wasn't as generous as he'd hoped. Nonetheless, he wasn't too disheartened. Given his current strength, and with so many evil organizations and Pokemon hunters lurking, even if he were lucky enough to acquire his pseudo-legendary, he wouldn't dare show it off. Otherwise, not only would the Pokemon be at risk, but his own life could be in danger. Ye Qing glanced at his watch, which showed it was already 3 p.m. He had only one Pokeball left and used in the wilderness area, and he wasn't feeling well since getting caught in the rain yesterday. Unlike the Super Newbies or Team Rocket in the animations, he didn't have a superhuman constitution, so he decided to head home and rest for a day, especially since he had school the day after tomorrow. I'm leaving, Ditto. Ye Qing said farewell. Although they had been together for less than a day, he had grown fond of the little creature. Ditto. Ditto immediately became excited, waving its arms and not even mentioning the medium energy cubes, enthusiastically waving goodbye to Ye Qing. Seeing its enthusiasm, Ye Qing smiled and asked, "How will I find you next time I come?" Ditto paused, its eyes spinning as it contemplated how to brush Ye Qing off, resolved to never see him again. "Don't you want the medium energy cubes?" Ye Qing, prepared for this, smirked slightly, casually adding, "Dit." Upon hearing this, Ditto nearly drooled. It hadn't expected Ye Qing to be so generous, willing to offer energy cubes even after being tricked. Considering its trainer hadn't been around for a while and not knowing when it might taste such delicacies again, it reconsidered. Ditto quickly abandoned its previous thought, pointing to a conspicuous boulder 100 meters away, gesturing animatedly to indicate that it would be waiting there daily for its trainer's return and often played nearby. If Ye Qing wanted to find it, he could look there. Ye Qing generally understood and felt a bit touched. It seemed that Ditto's trainer hadn't visited in a long time. Was it because they had too many Pokemon to care for, or had they completely forgotten about Ditto? Shaking his head, Ye Qing comforted himself that it couldn't be that heartless. Maybe something important had come up. After all, despite Ditto being rare, this one's potential might not be great, but with proper training, it could become a valuable team member. Ditto bid farewell to Ye Qing, carefully avoiding the still watchful Infernape, and transformed into a Totodile, swiftly diving into the river and vanishing. Ye Qing sighed and pressed the alert button on his wristband. Soon, a Pidgeot appeared, circling above the forest, awaiting him. By the time Ye Qing walked out of the wilderness area hall, Ye Qing was nowhere to be seen. "Oh, I forgot to ask for her contact information." Ye Qing slapped his forehead, his face full of regret. After exchanging items with the wilderness area staff, Ye Qing stepped out of the gate. It was not yet 4 p.m., and the sun was still high in the sky as Ye Qing took a taxi home. The flame monkey had grown significantly and was no longer suitable to be casually released in certain public places. "I'm back," Ye Qing announced as he pushed open the security door, greeted by the familiar scent of home. In the kitchen, his mother and sister were busy sorting vegetables. "You're back, son. Wash your hands and wait for dinner," his mother said with a warm smile. Yi Minghan immediately put down what she was doing, wiped her hands, and ran over to Ye Qing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Can you let the little fire monkey out to play with me, brother?" Ye Qing ruffled his sister's hair with a hint of pride in his voice. "It's not a little fire monkey anymore." Saying this, he took out a pokeball from his waist, and with a flash of white light, the agile figure of the flame monkey appeared in the middle of the living room. The flame monkey nodded at Yi Minghan and their mother as a gesture of greeting. "Flame monkey." Yi Minghan's face turned bright red with surprise as she looked at the evolved creature in awe. "I didn't expect brother's little fire monkey to evolve so quickly." Ye Qing was still thinking about another Pokemon Phoebus. He patted the sturdy shoulder of the flame monkey. "All right, go play with Minghan for a while. I have something to do." "Okay." The flame monkey responded cheerfully. Yi Minghan eagerly grabbed the flame monkey's arm and ran towards her room, leaving the kitchen work behind. Their mother shook her head helplessly and continued sorting vegetables while watching TV. Ye Qing headed straight for the bathroom. Living in an old building, the bathroom still had a vintage bathtub which was perfect for housing Phoeba. He filled the tub with water and then activated Phoeba's pokeball. With a flash of white light, the over-meter-long Phoeba landed in the water, its dull eyes staring directly at Ye Qing. Strangely, Ye Qing sensed a complex emotion in those eyes, not anger or joy, but a deep sense of grievance and humiliation. It seemed he understood her feelings. Although others might dislike or even despise Phoeba, she herself didn't care. As the queen among Phoeba, she carried a certain pride. "Why should it matter if others don't like us? We'll just blow them away." This was why this Phoeba trained so hard, ensuring no other creature dared to bully them. "A proud and noble Phoeba?" Ye Qing mused, stroking his chin. "The more she has this kind of personality, the more likely she is to evolve into a Milotic." Noticing Ye Qing staring at her, Phoeba slowly backed away, her movements awkward, as if trying to use the water to hide her unattractive body. She was acutely aware of her appearance and didn't understand why Ye Qing kept looking at her despite her looks. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and the corners of her eyes began to mist over. Ye Qing, however, remained deep in thought. A Milotic evolved with a beauty scale wouldn't be perfect, and that's something I can't accept. If we're going to create a Milotic, it has to be perfect, otherwise, it would be a waste of this extraordinarily talented Phoeba. In reality, while there were no specific beauty metrics or theories about Milotic's evolution requiring extreme beauty, there were energy cubes that could enhance a Pokemon's skin and appearance. These cubes contained beauty-enhancing ingredients, providing nutrition and beauty benefits simultaneously. However, this significantly increased the consumption of raw materials, as one special energy cube required more resources than 3 ordinary ones. The development of these advanced energy cubes initially caused a stir in the academic community. Many experts considered it a waste of rare berry resources. After all, the existing energy cube technology was already quite mature, capable of enhancing a Pokemon's potential based on its attributes while providing comprehensive nutritional support. There were even exclusive energy cubes tailored for specific Pokemon available in the market. However, some wealthy individuals were not satisfied with this. They spared no expense in research to ensure their Pokemon had glossier fur and more perfect appearances. Despite the difficulties in cultivating berries and their low survival rate, these individuals were willing to spend vast amounts of resources for vanity. Ultimately, market demand drives supply, leading to the emergence of these advanced energy cubes. Ye Qing pondered for a moment before taking out his phone to contact Wang Yao. In his social circle, only 3 people had access to such advanced energy cubes: his aunt, his homeroom teacher, and Wang Yao. Wang Yao's mother was one of the manufacturers. Although his aunt was a relative, they didn't interact much. As for the homeroom teacher, Ye Qing felt the cost of obtaining something from her would be too high. Wang Yao's response was swift, as if his phone never left his hand. Ye Qing couldn't help but wonder if this quick response was why Wang Yao could change girlfriends every week. It was truly impressive. Wang Yao, I need a water-type energy cube, the kind that has beauty-enhancing effects. Ye Qing said directly. Wang Yao seemed a bit puzzled. Really, Yezi? Since when did you start liking stuff only rich ladies buy? Ye Qing didn't want to explain further. Don't worry about that for now. Can you get it for me? Price isn't an issue. This time Wang Yao didn't reply immediately. After a while, he said, no problem, I'll bring it to you on Monday. With this promise, Ye Qing felt relieved. His gaze turned to the Phoeba, deliberately keeping its distance in the bathtub, and a pang of sympathy arose in his heart. Appearance is something inherent, and no one can change it. In today's society, almost everyone judges by looks. First impressions are often based on appearance, as it's the most direct feature, followed by understanding the inner self. Ye Qing admitted he wasn't noble. If he didn't know about Phoeba's evolved beauty and strength, he might not have gone out of his way to capture it. Ye Qing took out a water-type energy cube, and a sweet fragrance that only Pokemon could detect began to fill the air. The Phoeba in the corner was immediately drawn to it, but it resisted its inner desire, staring at Ye Qing with determination. It wouldn't be easily fooled, having seen too many humans show disgust and disdain upon seeing its appearance. Seeing Phoeba so guarded, Ye Qing felt a bit helpless. He realized that Pokeballs weren't all powerful. Building a bond required personal effort from the trainer. The hypnotic function of the Pokeball was just an aid, mainly to prevent a captured Pokemon from harming the trainer upon release. Faced with Phoeba's strong wariness, Ye Qing decided to use his ultimate weapon-off photo of Milotic. Ye Qing stood in front of the aquarium, his gaze sweeping over the Milotic. Although they were beautiful and captivating, he felt they lacked something. Their appearances, evolved from the beauty of their scales, seemed imperfect in terms of skin gloss and body lines. More notably, their eyes betrayed a hint of insecurity. Ye Qing thought to himself that these Milotic, who had despised their appearances since their Phoeba days, had never truly accepted themselves, even after evolving. Their inferiority complex lingered like a shadow, never truly dissipating. As Ye Qing pondered, a Phoeba noticed him approaching with a phone. It immediately panicked, its tail nervously splashing the water. The splashing soaked Ye Qing's clothes in an instant. Son, what are you doing in the bathroom? Ye Qing's mother shouted angrily upon hearing the commotion. Ye Qing could no longer hold back. He lowered his voice and thrust the phone in front of the Phoeba. All right, take a look at this. The Phoeba was initially indifferent, but when it saw the photo on the phone, it was stunned. What a beautiful creature. Who is she? If only I could be a tenth as beautiful, it thought to itself. Ye Qing wiped the water from his face and seized the opportunity. That's your evolved form. And this isn't even the most beautiful version. I have confidence you can be even more stunning and enchanting. However, the Phoeba was not convinced, continuing to splash with its tail as if to say, this is just a trick. It had never seen anyone in its group evolve, nor had it seen a Milotic in the wild, so naturally, it didn't believe Ye Qing. Enough. Ye Qing was a bit frustrated, but he didn't give up. He guessed this Phoeba might have been born in the wild and had never seen its evolved form. Since this tactic wasn't working, Ye Qing decided to use his trump card. You've never seen a Milotic, right? You don't believe that's your evolved form? No problem. I can offer you beauty enhancements, filters, skin smoothing, facial reshaping, and blemish removal. After all this, I bet you'll have faith in your future." Without wasting time, Ye Qing asked the Phoeba to stay still and took a close-up photo with his phone, then began editing. The Phoeba looked bewildered, not knowing what Ye Qing was up to. Ye Qing first removed the spots from the Phoeba, then slimmed its body and face, followed by a comprehensive beauty treatment. When he finished, even he couldn't recognize the original Phoeba. Looking at the still confused Phoeba, Ye Qing handed the phone back to it. "How about that? This is your potential future. Follow my methods, and I promise this is just the baseline you can achieve." Seeing the transformed version of itself on the phone, the Phoeba was completely taken in. Despite its unattractive appearance, it wasn't lacking in intelligence. Though the photo showed a drastically altered version of itself, it could still identify a trace of its own features. The Phoeba began to believe in Ye Qing, finding it more convincing than the distant Milotic. Seizing the moment, Ye Qing offered an energy cube to the Phoeba. "Here, eat this to replenish your strength." This time, the Phoeba didn't refuse. It was actually quite hungry, and it quickly swallowed the energy cube. With a gulp, the Phoeba blew a stream of bubbles in the water. It had been a long time since it tasted such an energy cube. It vaguely remembered the last time it tasted one was when a Ditto had given it to it. Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief. This was only the first step in helping Qiaoqiu regain its confidence. He believed that with Wang Yao's energy cubes in place, given some time, Qiaoqiu would fully regain its self-assurance. Returning Qiaoqiu to its Pokeball, Ye Qing decided to keep it as a secret ace up his sleeve, not intending to let anyone know of its existence. After a quick shower, Ye Qing was too tired to even eat dinner and collapsed into bed, falling into a deep sleep. The morning sun bathed the earth, and various birds in the neighborhood chirped away on the branches. Ye Qing was immersed in a wonderful dream, just reaching a critical moment with Gardevoir, when the shrill sound of a phone ringing jolted him awake. "Who is it?" Ye Qing mumbled, half awake and rather annoyed, as he picked up the phone. Wang Yao's loud voice immediately came through. "Leaf, are you still asleep? Have you thought about my suggestion? Want to explore that abandoned building?" "No." Ye Qing, in his morning grumpiness, refused without a second thought. "There are girls. Beautiful ones," Wang Yao quickly added, pulling out his trump card, fearing Ye Qing would refuse. "Not going." Ye Qing hung up and tried to return to his dream. He thought, what a joke. Is there anyone more beautiful than Gardevoir? On the other end, Wang Yao awkwardly put down his phone, looking at the beauty in front of him, bewildered and puzzled. He muttered to himself, "What's up with my buddy? Has he lost interest in women?" Ye Qing slept until noon before getting up for lunch. His mom and sister were out, leaving only his Infernape lounging on the sofa, munching on nuts. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity to relax at home, Ye Qing asked Infernape to make some room for him, then settled down to watch a few ergonomics documentaries for relaxation. After dinner at home, Ye Qing was about to take Infernape for a workout when he received another call from Wang Yao. Wang Yao pleaded, "Come on, Ye Qing, let's explore together." Although Ye Qing had already decided to train at the abandoned building, he didn't plan to go with Wang Yao. Firstly, because his strength wasn't enough to protect others. Secondly, if he told Wang Yao he wasn't going, Wang Yao might not have the courage to go alone. As expected, with Ye Qing's persistent refusals, Wang Yao had to give up. Ye Qing waited at home until past 10 o'clock at night before quietly dressing and heading out to the abandoned building. His goal was simple, to encounter a suitable ghost-type Pokemon, or if not, to give Infernape and Qiaoqiu some training. Despite the late hour, the summer streets were still lively. Street food stalls were open for business, and some night owls chatted and cooled off by the roadside. Ye Qing released Infernape and headed straight for the abandoned building. Turning a corner, Ye Qing saw from a distance that the entrance to the abandoned building was cordoned off with police tape, with a patrol car stationed nearby. This didn't surprise him. After all, the abandoned building issue had already spread online, and the security bureau had cleared out the most dangerous Pokemon inside. As for the remaining small fry, due to their elusive nature and manpower shortages, they hadn't been thoroughly searched and cleared. This place is also an excellent training ground for trainers, with people sneaking in every day for adventure and experience. The city officials turn a blind eye to this, as stronger trainers mean a safer city. The abandoned construction site is vast and complex, with at least dozens of unfinished buildings. Finding all the ghost-type creatures here in a short time is like finding a needle in a haystack, requiring significant manpower and resources. 6 or 7 years ago, this was a bustling construction site with widespread publicity. However, the good times didn't last long, and the developers suddenly disappeared, leaving behind this incomplete building complex. Growing up nearby, Ye Qing knew every inconspicuous path and easily slipped into the site. Hackett Infernape let out a big yawn, following Ye Qing listlessly. It couldn't understand. Having just returned from the wilderness, why were they out again? It felt like it was being taken for granted. Ye Qing nimbly climbed over a corner wall, dusting off and cautiously scanning the surroundings. The site was pitch black, with no lighting. Fortunately, the flame on Infernape's tail was bright enough to dimly illuminate the area. However, this bright flame was also a burden. They were like a moving torch in the darkness, bound to attract the attention of ghost-type creatures. Meanwhile, at the edge of Jynx Forest, two men and a woman were resting under a large tree. The scarred man asked, "Nightingale, how's the investigation?" The woman called Nightingale had a striking figure, with a deep cleavage that was dazzlingly white. She pondered for a moment before replying, "I just had my time to sniff around, and I've sent you the target's home address. Also, the target has quite a grudge against a local wealthy kid named Zhang Xiaoqiang." The scarred man tapped his forehead, his gaze cold as he instructed, "Good. After midnight tonight. Pighead, you go deal with the target. Nightingale, and I will be nearby to support you." The man called Pighead was small and frail, looking weak and fragile. The scarred man stared at him, emphasizing, "If you get caught, remember, no matter what anyone asks, push it all onto Zhang Xiaoqiang." Pighead nodded carelessly and turned to leave. Once he was out of earshot, Nightingale asked, puzzled, "Captain, why aren't we acting together? It would increase our chances of success." The scarred man shook his head and explained, "No, we don't know enough about the target situation, and we don't have organizational support. If we all go and something goes wrong, we could all be wiped out." Nightingale nodded thoughtfully, saying no more. Although every mission was undertaken with the possibility of death, no one wanted to die if there was a chance to survive. The scarred man didn't explain further. Years of assassination work had given him a sharp intuition, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. That's why he decided to send the simple-minded and reckless Pighead to scout ahead. Back at the construction site, a Staraptor circled above a few times before flying off into the distance. In the moonlight, shadows flitted across the site, but upon closer inspection, there was nothing. A breeze whispered low murmurs and cries around them. Infernape subconsciously rubbed its fists, clearly remembering this place. It was here that it had once been so frightened it wet itself. Ye Qing stood in front of the eerie, abandoned construction site, recalling his last encounter there. He was secretly relieved. This time, his strength and courage were far beyond what they used to be. Looking up at the dark, gaping buildings, he decided not to risk entering the labyrinthine interior, wary of falling into the traps set by ghost-type spirits. As Ye Qing and his Infernape stepped onto the site, a few Rattatas scurried past, one of which cast them an indignant glare. Ignoring them, Ye Qing led Infernape to an open area filled with stacks of concrete pipes. The surroundings were pitch black, and the air was thick with a chilling presence, as if invisible ice pressed against his back. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and an eerie sound pierced his mind. Alert! Ye Qing moved closer to Infernape and whispered, "Prepare for battle." Infernape's eyes widened in anger, its muscles tense as it scanned the area with vigilance. A spine-chilling laugh echoed, and a disheveled, blood-covered head materialized 10 meters away, its hollow eyes fixed on them. Infernape took a deep breath, releasing a spark that shot through the air toward the head. However, it dissipated like smoke, replaced by a ghastly the size of a balloon. Ye Qing quickly analyzed the level 18 ghastly's traits and skills, strategizing his next move. The ghastly suddenly extended its crimson tongue, its eyeballs eerily dropping out, using its spook skill. Although Infernape flinched, it held its ground in front of Ye Qing. Reacting swiftly, Ye Qing released his Fei-Ba as backup, the loyal fish determined to protect him. The ghastly did not retreat, growing bolder instead. It confidently thought that with a single call, its companions would swarm in. While Infernape was still recoiling, Ghastly's eyes shot two black beams directly at it. "Dodge to the side," Ye Qing ordered decisively, bracing himself for the challenging battle ahead. Although the Monferno was too scared to use its abilities at the moment, it could still manage to dodge such a fast long-range attack. Upon hearing Ye Qing's command, Monferno quickly moved, forcing itself to ignore its shaky legs and swiftly dodge to the side. However, just at that critical moment, Monferno felt a sharp pain on its left side. It turned to see that it hadn't fully evaded Ghastly's dark gaze attack due to its weakened state. Ghastly, thrilled by its successful hit, decided to repeat the tactic to intimidate its opponent again. Ye Qing, seeing this, immediately shouted, "Don't be afraid, use Flame Wheel." With those words, Monferno curled its body into a ball and transformed into a blazing wheel of fire, soaring into the air. This sudden transformation startled Ghastly. It suddenly realized that it was surrounded by flammable gas, and if Monferno's fire touched it, the consequences would be dire. In a moment of crisis, Ghastly's eyes began to bleed, and it muttered words under its breath. Instantly, a giant phantom of Ghastly appeared on Monferno's path, opening its massive maw to bite down on the flame wheel. "Nightshade, huh?" Ye Qing muttered, watching as the giant phantom engulfed the flame wheel. He quickly retreated with Fei-Ba. A loud explosion echoed. The flame wheel burst inside the Nightshade. Monferno, with its sharp battle instincts, used the explosion's force to adjust its direction midair and rapidly closed in on Ghastly. Ghastly, seeing Monferno coming at it, couldn't help but laugh maniacally, its crimson tongue darting toward Monferno like lightning. Fire Punch! Ye Qing ordered just in time, silently cursing Ghastly's foolishness for daring to engage Monferno in close combat. Fiba, meanwhile, paid no attention to the battle, instead staying alert to their surroundings. It knew Monferno's strength well and thought Ghastly was digging its own grave. Monferno smiled confidently. Just as Ghastly's tongue was about to wrap around it, Monferno's right arm burst into flames, grabbing the tongue. It swiftly spun its arm, wrapping the tongue tightly around its fiery arm. Aya! Ghastly let out a piercing scream as its tongue was seared. Before it could react further, a spark ignited the gas around it, blowing it away in an instant. Level 17. Ye Qing noted Monferno's increase in strength. He quickly recalled the immobile Fiba and moved on with Monferno. As for that Ghastly, Ye Qing had no intention of capturing it. He thought, talent might not matter much, but such stupidity was beyond words trying to attack a fire-type Pokemon with a tongue. Not long after, a swarm of Ghastly gathered at the previous battle site, their blood-red eyes meeting each other as they laughed eerily. Great, someone else has come to play with us. Hee hee. Boom. As Ye Qing and Monferno cautiously advanced, a distant explosion suddenly echoed. They peered over to see flames rising high, indicating a fierce battle. The explosion attracted rangers riding Pidgeots. However, after circling the area a few times, they left. It seemed nothing major had occurred, or they would have intervened. This showed that the league took a lenient approach towards trainers who sneaked in, as it allowed them to train while also clearing out ghost-type Pokemon. However, Ye Qing knew relying entirely on the league for safety was naive. Life and death often hung by a thread, and one couldn't expect them to monitor everyone's every move. 247. Hatcha! Monferno suddenly tugged at Ye Qing's sleeve, pointing towards a building. Ye Qing looked and saw a familiar pink jacket hanging there. Bright pink. Ye Qing's mind alarmed. Isn't that Wang Yao's? He remembered helping Wang Yao buy that jacket, leaving a deep impression. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Damn, he must have snuck in on his own. Ye Qing quickly pulled out his phone to call Wang Yao. But after a long ring, only a cold mechanical voice replied. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Ye Qing exchanged a glance with the fire monkey and quickly rushed into the building. This wasn't reckless behavior. It was based on his confidence in his own abilities. He had a backup plan if he encountered an unbeatable threat. He would summon his big brother, Mewtwo. Although this would waste a precious summoning opportunity, Ye Qing believed saving Wang Yao was entirely worth it. Wang Yao was not only his close friend, but had also helped him multiple times. If he didn't rescue him now, Wang Yao would surely perish here. The building had only its main framework completed, and besides the stairs, it was an empty shell. Inside, it was as dark as ink, with occasional crunching sounds coming from the shadowy corners, and the dust-covered floor was littered with chaotic footprints. The fire on the fire monkey's tail cast a long shadow of Ye Qing that flickered on the walls, adding an eerie touch. Be careful, Ye Qing whispered, the sinister atmosphere sending chills down his spine. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Yao might be trapped here, he would never have set foot in such a place. The environment was complex, and if anything happened, it would be impossible for outsiders to find out. Ye Qing and the fire monkey cautiously explored the first floor, but found no trace of Wang Yao. They carefully moved to the upper floor, and as soon as they stepped onto the second floor, the fire monkey's nose twitched, picking up a familiar scent. Although its sense of smell wasn't as sharp as a dog's, it was far superior to a human's. Somewhere on the upper floor, it had already detected Wang Yao's scent. The fire monkey had memorized this scent the last time Wang Yao reported Ye Qing to the teacher during class. Let's go, said Ye Qing, releasing the ugly fish for extra security. Seeing the ugly fish bouncing on the ground, covered in dust, and unable to move far, Ye Qing bent down to pick her up. Fortunately, despite her size, she weighed only about 30 pounds, similar to a Magikarp, mostly bones. With the fire monkey leading the way, Ye Qing followed closely behind, holding the ugly fish. They made their way to the third floor when the fire monkey suddenly stopped and turned to look at a distant part of the floor. It was pitch black, hiding unknown dangers. The surrounding darkness churned like ink, with only a faint glow of firelight where Ye Qing stood. As Ye Qing pondered his next move, he suddenly felt an itch on his right wrist, and the spoon-shaped mark grew hot. In the next instant, a pink light burst from the mark, dispelling the surrounding darkness. At the same time, a shrill scream echoed from behind Ye Qing. Startled, Ye Qing turned around with the ugly fish in his arms to see a panicked Ghastly retreating in fear, its gaze fixed on the mark on Ye Qing's wrist, clearly terrified. Was it the power left by Mewtwo sensing the lurking danger? Ye Qing furrowed his brow, realizing the mark reacted to the ghost-type energy. If it had been a Machamp behind him, the mark might not have reacted even if he was smashed to bits. After all, this was a mark left by Mewtwo, and while it had no offensive power, Its aura of intimidation was enough to terrify the ghastly. Seeing the pink glow gradually fade, Ye Qing didn't dare to delay. He picked up the ugly fish and had the flame monkey carry him swiftly towards Wang Yao's location. In the darkness, the pink glow cut through the surrounding ghostly shadows like a sharp sword, yet it also attracted a cluster of crimson eyes gathering at the edge of the light. Although the ghosts dared not approach because of the glow, the diminishing light only intensified the sense of threat. A shiver ran down Ye Qing's spine, as if he were standing in front of a blast from 7 or 8 air conditioners at once. The desolate floor echoed with a woman's sorrowful cries. "Whoa!" As he listened closely, whispers and murmurs crept into his ears, sending chills through him. Achoo! The flame monkey sneezed, evidently unable to withstand the eerie surroundings either. The flames on its tail leaped high, illuminating the area in an instant. Ahead, beneath a wall, Wang Yao stood staring blankly with a woman, surrounded by 3 or 4 ghastly and haunter. At the same time, the ghost-type Pokemon that had followed Ye Qing revealed themselves, their crimson eyes fixed intently on him. "Run!" Ye Qing shouted, quickly recalling the ugly fish and bending down to pick up the woman. The flame monkey, limited by its height, had to hoist Wang Yao's upper body onto its shoulder and drag him down the stairs. Chuckle. Ha 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 ha. Though the ghost-type Pokemon dared not approach, they morphed into various terrifying forms, testing Ye Qing's nerves. Faster, Ye Qing urged, clutching the woman's legs and draping her upper body over his back as he dashed forward. The flame monkey was even more exaggerated, grabbing Wang Yao by the collar and running on all fours, paying no mind to Wang Yao's lower body being dragged along the ground. Fortunately, the woman wasn't heavy, or else Ye Qing would have had to drag her like the flame monkey did. Ye Qing's heart pounded loudly, echoing throughout the building along with his footsteps. He silently calculated the rate at which the light was fading, estimating it would last just long enough for them to escape. As they reached the first floor, nearly in sight of the moonlight, an icy chill suddenly swept over them, extinguishing the pink glow on his wrist. "It's over." The ghost-type Pokemon lunged at him, a chill spreading through Ye Qing's heart as the temperature plummeted, and he felt something cold touch his shoulder. "My life ends here, big brother," Ye Qing shouted, his mind going blank. Boom. At that critical moment, a powerful shockwave erupted from Ye Qing, sweeping away the ghost-type Pokemon, some even dissipating into the darkness. Courting death. An icy warning echoed through the empty building, and with that, Ye Qing and the flame monkey vanished from the spot. In a monitoring room within the Mountain Sea City Security Bureau, several staff members were glued to their computer screens when suddenly, an alarm blared loudly, and red warning lights flashed rapidly. A woman in a league uniform glanced at the screen and immediately reported to her superior. "Sir, we detected a strong energy fluctuation near the outskirts of the city 30 seconds ago. The energy level reached a mythical beast threshold. Lock down the exact location for me," a commanding voice ordered, and the staff promptly got to work. Soon after, an urgent report came through the surveillance room. "Deputy Director, the target energy signal has suddenly vanished." There was a hint of panic in the female operator's voice. The deputy director, hearing this, paced back and forth in the small room with his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed. "How could it just vanish?" he muttered to himself. "Could it be some kind of mythical beast capable of teleportation? But none of the known mythical creatures have that ability." At that moment, another staff member interjected. "Director, didn't the our organization recently develop a psychic-type mythical creature?" The deputy director's face turned pale instantly. "Damn it," he exclaimed, spinning around with urgency in his voice. "Gather the team immediately and come with me." Meanwhile, Ye Qing felt a sudden blur in his vision, and in the next second, he found himself on the rooftop of a towering skyscraper. He looked around, seeing the brightly lit city below, realizing he had left the eerie abandoned building behind. "Big brother," a familiar voice called out from behind. Without turning, Ye Qing knew it was the work of Xiaoming. He gently set down the woman on his shoulder, who immediately ran excitedly towards Xiaoming. Xiaoming nodded slightly, its eyes gleaming with a strange light as it recharged Ye Qing's mark with energy. Ye Qing could clearly feel the subtle pressure emanating from Xiaoming, indicating its power had significantly increased. Xiaoming glanced at Ye Qing and said in a flat tone, "Your body is too weak. This mark can't hold much energy. It can only serve as a coordinate." Ye Qing scratched his head awkwardly, understanding the situation. Previously, it was merely the aura from the mark that had scared off the pursuers without causing any real harm. At this point, Ye Qing noticed several wounds on Xiaoming and quickly asked, "Are you injured?" Xiaoming ignored the question and said, "There's something I need to tell you. 3 agents from the our organization are hunting you. It's impressive you've survived until now, but that was my oversight. Don't worry, I'll handle it from here." With that, Xiaoming's figure began to fade, as if it had other important matters to attend to. Ye Qing felt a wave of anxiety after hearing this, grateful for his prior preparations. Otherwise, he might have been caught already. Moments later, Wang Yao and the woman slowly regained consciousness. Ye Qing looked at their pale faces, knowing they were likely in for a serious illness. My dear brother. Wang Yao was more excited to see Ye Qing than if he had seen his own father. He clung to Ye Qing's leg, crying profusely. Seeing Wang Yao's snotty face, Ye Qing felt a wave of disgust. All right, you're not dead. I warned you not to mess around, but you wouldn't listen. Hearing Wang Yao's cries, the woman beside them seemed to recall some terrifying experience and suddenly burst into tears. Knowing they needed to vent their emotions, Ye Qing sent the Blaziken to stand guard nearby while he continued to comfort them. After a while, some color returned to their faces, but they still trembled at the thought of their ordeal. Seeing their condition, Ye Qing felt uneasy. He took out his phone to call for an ambulance and then said to them, I've called 120. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. Wang Yao took a deep breath, trying to calm down. After all, without some courage, he wouldn't have dared to bring a girl to such a place for gaming. He introduced, Qing, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Cici. Thank you so much for today. Although Wang Yao didn't know the full extent of what Ye Qing had gone through to rescue them, he could easily guess it wasn't easy given the circumstances. The girl spoke timidly. Hello, my name is Cici. Thank you for saving us. Although Cici hadn't fully recovered, she was at least able to speak. Shivering all over, she thanked Ye Qing with a trembling voice. Ye Qing simply nodded, not paying much attention. After all, he only saved her as a favor to Wang Yao. Ye Qing thought to himself that this girl seemed somewhat unreliable. It was one thing for Wang Yao to take risks, but as his girlfriend, she should have known the dangers and tried to dissuade him, not follow along. If he hadn't arrived just in time, or if the Blaziken hadn't noticed that jacket, the consequences could have been dire. Sitting on the ground, Cici carefully smoothed her windblown hair and softly asked, By the way, I heard from Wang Yao that you're looking for water-type energy cubes with beauty-enhancing effects? Yes, Ye Qing replied, somewhat surprised that Wang Yao had mentioned this to her. Wang Yao quickly explained, Don't misunderstand, Qing. Cici's family is in that business. Ye Qing teased in a low voice. Oh, so you're just dating her for my sake? Wang Yao panicked and waved his hands. What a joke. We're truly in love. Cici smiled without saying anything. Then after a moment's thought, she offered, Ye Qing, right? To thank you for saving my life, I can give you some of those energy cubes for free. Ye Qing didn't expect such a good offer, and his impression of her improved significantly. Soon after, a large Pidgeot landed on the rooftop, and two medical staff quickly came down to assess the situation. Watching Wang Yao and Cici being taken away, Ye Qing stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance. Hacha, the Blaziken, stood beside Ye Qing, seemingly puzzled about what was so interesting here. Mutwo's words had made Ye Qing particularly cautious, prompting him to wonder about the progress of the Alliance's plans. He took out his phone and sent a message to his homeroom teacher, Zhao Xinran, asking for Professor Qian's phone number. Zhao Xinran replied almost immediately with 1-883-888-XXX, 80589-1212. The top line was the phone number, and the bottom was the class group number, suggesting Ye Qing join when he had time. Ye Qing joined the class group, noticing there weren't many members yet, with new ones joining occasionally. It seemed Zhao Xinran was managing the group, which explained her quick response. He dialed the number provided, and soon heard Professor Qian's voice over the phone. Who is this? The clinking sounds in the background suggested Professor Qian was busy working. Not wanting to waste his time, Ye Qing got straight to the point. Hello, Professor Qian, this is Ye Qing. I wanted to ask. Before Ye Qing could finish, Professor Qian understood his intent. I've already arranged security measures for your family, so rest assured. Also, if possible, please visit the capital when you can. I'd like to discuss the matter of the 3 dragons of the way further. Ye Qing agreed, recognizing the opportunity to build connections with these influential individuals. Sure, I'll visit when I have the time. Goodbye. After hanging up, Ye Qing no longer worried about his family's safety. He checked the time. It was nearly midnight. The cool night breeze brushed against his face, and there were few vehicles on the streets, with only a handful of people still out. Ye Qing walked home with Blaziken by his side, under the dim streetlights. Meanwhile, deep in the Jynx Creek forest, Scar was leaning against a tree, playing with a small knife, while Nightingale was touching up her makeup with a compact mirror. Suddenly, Scar's hand jerked involuntarily, and the sharp blade sliced his finger. As he watched the crimson blood flow, Scarface suddenly changed his mind. He sheathed his knife and said gravely, No, we need to change the plan and split up. Nightingale frowned, puzzled. Huh? What? Scarface calmly analyzed. If Pighead fails, the enemy will surely trace back to us here. We have to go separately, and only contact each other with the code if we discover something significant. Nightingale rolled her eyes, unimpressed. It's just an assassination of an ordinary person. No matter how stupid Pighead is, he wouldn't mess it up, right? At her words, a flicker of annoyance crossed Scarface's eyes. Ordinary person? An ordinary person who can help Mutwo escape? Would the organization send the 3 of us for this task? Seeing the leader's anger, Nightingale stuck out her tongue playfully and quickly released a natural bird. Scarface looked at her intently, reminding her, "Remember, don't contact unless it's important." "Got it," Nightingale replied. The natural bird's eyes glowed pink, and with that, she vanished instantly. After Nightingale left, Scarface's expression turned grim, and he muttered, "Brainless fool, don't blame me for using you two as pawns." He shook his head, internally lamenting the organization's decision to pair him with these two liabilities. Surviving dangerous missions for years had only been possible due to his caution. There was one thing Scarface didn't mention. He suspected there was a deal between Ye Qing and Mutuo. He speculated that in a critical moment, Mutuo might save the target once, but that would be it. After all, as a supreme mythical creature, it wouldn't become a guardian over a single favor. "Once these two fools clear the path for me, the target's end will come," Scarface sneered, then leaped into the river with a splash, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, at Ye Qing's home, the Infernape yawned widely, looking helplessly at Ye Qing, who was still busy. After chatting with Wang Yao, Ye Qing began online shopping, buying various moisturizing masks and skincare products for Pokemon, planning to start pampering Feebas from the next day. Only when fatigue set in late at night did Ye Qing reluctantly put down his phone to sleep. As night deepened, a cloud veiled the cold moonlight. On the rooftop of Ye Qing's building, space distorted, and Mutuo appeared out of thin air. Its injuries were fully healed. Mutuo sat cross-legged in the air, slowly releasing its psychic power. It extracted the assassination plan from Yanlang's memory and decided to lie in wait here to deal with the assassins. At 1 in the morning, the assassin known as Pighead cautiously avoided the few surveillance cameras and quietly approached the base of Ye Qing's building. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one had seen him. Jengar floated outside the window, grinning ominously at the sleeping Ye Qing and Monferno. Downstairs, Pighead breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the task was surprisingly simple, so much so that he didn't even bother to release any guard Pokemon. Just as Jengar was about to phase through the window, a sudden change occurred. 3 Kecleon appeared on the once empty wall, their tongues springing out like coils, instantly binding Jengar tightly. Intense electrical currents surged from Kecleon's tongues, paralyzing Jengar completely. Jengar lamented internally. Defeated before even starting, these youngsters have no sense of fairness. The energy disturbance woke Monferno, who immediately nudged Ye Qing awake after witnessing the scene outside the window. Ye Qing opened his eyes in confusion, only to see the restrained Jengar glaring at him with blood-red eyes. This sight instantly sobered him, cold sweat breaking out as he felt grateful for his prior preparations. A strong sense of danger surged within him, prompting Ye Qing to resolve to quickly capture a psychic or ghost-type Pokemon to bolster his defenses. Downstairs, Pighead was drenched in cold sweat after witnessing the scene. Suddenly, a cold snort came from behind, and an icy claw gripped his neck. "Take him away." He fainted the moment he heard those words. Mutuo didn't interfere, but instead used its psychic powers to read Pighead's memories, gaining clues about the other two. While Ye Qing and Monferno were still in shock, Mutuo suddenly appeared in the room. "Brother," Ye Qing stammered, completely unprepared for Mutuo's sudden appearance. Mutuo glanced at Monferno, and with a flash of red light, Monferno was instantly recalled into its Pokeball. "Come with me." Without explanation, Mutuo started teleporting with the bewildered Ye Qing in tow. "I'm still in my pajamas," Ye Qing complained, but the familiar sensation of teleportation hit him again. Mutuo took Ye Qing to the former hideouts of the Art Organization trio and an abandoned factory. The continuous teleportation left Ye Qing feeling nauseated, and before he could regain his composure, a startled cry rang out. Mutuo, Nightingale, who had been preparing to rest, jumped up from her chair in panic, urgently commanding Xatu to teleport immediately. Ignorance. Mutuo's eyes gleamed with a cold light, and the natural bird it was staring at fell unconscious instantly. Ye Qing fought back the nausea surging within him and looked up. Before him stood a striking woman. Her winered hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her tight leather outfit accentuated her alluring curves, revealing a hint of fair, ample skin at the neckline. Black stockings wrapped around her long legs, adding an extra touch of allure. However, at this moment, her face was ashen, and she sat slumped in the chair, eyes devoid of life. "Nightingale?" Mutuo asked calmly. "Where's the other one?" Nightingale's eyes were vacant. Mutuo's appearance had shattered her last shred of hope. Without waiting for a response, Mutuo read her memories directly. With a wave of its hand, it pulled a rope from the pile of debris and tightly bound Nightingale to the chair. "Kill her," Mutuo said indifferently. "I'll handle the last one myself." With that, it vanished from Ye Qing's sight, taking Nightingale's Pokemon and Pokeballs with it. To Mutuo, if Ye Qing couldn't handle such a simple task, he wasn't worthy of being considered an equal. Noticing Mutuo's departure, Ye Qing swallowed hard. Although he knew this was someone sent by Team R to kill him, as a student, he wasn't mentally prepared to take a life. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qing approached Nightingale and asked, "Were you sent to kill me?" Seeing Mutuo leave, a desire to survive reignited within Nightingale. Dealing with the young boy seemed easy to her. She deliberately straightened her chest and fluttered her eyes with a seductive smile. "Even if I say no, you won't believe me. But if you let me go, I'm willing to do anything for you," she purred, rubbing her smooth leg against Ye Qing's. Feeling the strange sensation on his leg, Ye Qing couldn't help but feel parched. Nightingale, noticing this, became even more pleased, continuing to tease him with her leg. Having hurriedly left earlier, Ye Qing was only wearing shorts for sleeping, and the sensation of her smooth skin against his leg almost made him lose control. Biting his tongue, Ye Qing thought to himself that this woman was indeed dangerous, able to seduce him with just a few words. He resolutely shook his head and released his Monferno. "Hatcha!" Monferno scratched its head, not understanding why Ye Qing had called it out. "Was it to watch the show? You're not interested in women?" Nightingale observed Ye Qing, who remained unmoved, puzzled. By all rights, her figure and looks should have been enough to captivate this young boy. "No." Ye Qing shook his head again, trying hard to avert his gaze from Nightingale's fair chest. "Then what is it?" Nightingale increased her teasing, licking her red lips. "I'm not interested in humans," Ye Qing sighed, deciding to let Monferno finish her off. "You?" Nightingale stared at him in disbelief, as if she were looking at a monster. Monferno swung its arms, showing no understanding of pity. It didn't give Nightingale a chance to speak further, as its iron fist slammed into her forehead with a powerful force. Bang! Accompanied by a chilling crack, Nightingale's forehead caved in. Looking at the lifeless Nightingale, Ye Qing turned his head away, fighting the intense nausea. "Well done." Chao Meng remained hidden until he witnessed Ye Qing kill Ye Ying. Then he appeared. This was his silent test for Ye Qing. "Big brother." Ye Qing stammered with excitement, secretly pleased with his performance. Chao Meng raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking in a calm tone. "Are you not interested in humans?" Before he finished speaking, with a wave of his left hand, Ye Ying's body turned to dust and vanished into the air. Ye Qing was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Beside him, the Infernape was dumbfounded, as if witnessing something monstrous. "All right, I have other matters to attend to. I'll send you back first." Without waiting for a response, Chao Meng teleported Ye Qing and Infernape away, then went to pursue the last person. In the blink of an eye, Ye Qing found himself back in his familiar bedroom. He scratched his head, puzzled. What did Big Brother mean by that? Does he think I'm a freak? Tossing and turning in bed, Ye Qing's mind kept replaying the scene of Infernape killing Ye Ying. Meanwhile, in a corner of Jinsei Forest, Chao Meng unleashed his psychic power, surveying the entire forest. "Found you," he smirked, and in the next moment, he was holding a disbelieving head in his hand. At the entrance of the Shanghai City Public Security Bureau, Zhang Xiaoqiang strode out, spreading his arms to embrace the moonlight, as if reborn. Vice Principal Zhang had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing him, gave him a light smack on the head. "You rascal, don't cause me any more trouble." Zhang Xiaoqiang shrank his neck, reluctantly saying, "Wasn't it your misinformation? How was I supposed to know the Alliance valued Ye Qing so much?" Vice Principal Zhang immediately flared up. "Did I tell you to provoke him? Huh, look at the trouble you've caused these past 2 years. I've spent all my money cleaning up after you." Zhang Xiaoqiang didn't take it to heart, but only shrugged, not daring to argue further. He didn't want to anger his father and end up being sent back in. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the bedroom. Outside, Pidgeys and Spearows quarreled incessantly, their voices echoing all around. The alarm clock rang on time, and Ye Qing, who hadn't slept all night, got up with dark circles under his eyes to wash up. In front of the mirror, Ye Qing muttered to himself, "I was just defending myself. If it happens again, I'll keep killing." His gaze gradually became resolute. In class, Ye Qing was absent-minded, finding comfort in the crowd, and dozed off on his desk. As his snores echoed, the classroom atmosphere turned strange. Wang Yao secretly gave Ye Qing a thumbs up, thinking this guy was really bold to snore during the homeroom teacher's class. "Ye Qing," class beauty Huang Meng Yao called softly, but Ye Qing slept like a log, unresponsive. Other classmates also looked over, holding back laughter, waiting for the scene to unfold. Zhao Xinran finally couldn't stand it, slamming the desk and pointing at the sleeping Ye Qing, shouted angrily, "Ye Qing, wake up! How do you solve this problem?" The shout startled Ye Qing awake. He stood up groggily, instinctively answering, "What are Curlia's evolutions, and how do they evolve?" The equations on the blackboard came into Ye Qing's sleepy view. He forced himself to focus and lazily answered, "Gardevoir evolves naturally, while Galade requires a dawn stone." Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Xinran's lips curled slightly, tapping a ruler against her palm, secretly pleased that the boy finally made a mistake. However, Ye Qing quickly added, "But only male Curlia can evolve into Galade. Apart from their reproductive organs, male and female Curlia look the same." With that, He let out a big yawn and unceremoniously lay his head back down to continue sleeping. Zhao Xinran was instantly infuriated, her heels stomping the ground, wishing she could discipline this audacious student on the spot. Nearby, Wang Yao was left dumbfounded, his pen dropping to the floor as if he had realized something troubling. It wasn't until lunchtime that Ye Qing lazily woke up, feeling rejuvenated. In the cafeteria, Wang Yao handed him a palm-sized glass box. Here, the energy cubes you wanted. Ye Qing set down his chopsticks and, while inspecting the box, teased, "Nice speed, buddy. Are you sure you're okay?" Wang Yao chuckled proudly. "Come on, my mom's a doctor, she's a pro. This little injury is nothing." Ye Qing nodded in understanding, thinking about how advanced medical technology in this world was. Unless someone died on the spot, they could usually be saved. He slipped the box into his pocket and casually asked, "How much for this box?" Wang Yao quickly waved his hand. "Don't mention money, it's a gift from my girlfriend. If you ever need more, just ask, it's free." Ye Qing understood that this was Chun Cici's way of repaying him for saving her life, so he didn't refuse. "Then please thank her for me." As they continued eating, Wang Yao mentioned, "By the way, I passed by Zhang Shaoqiang's class this morning. He looked exhausted, not sure what's up with him." Ye Qing dismissed it casually. Someone like him? Probably just tired from too much physical activity last night. During the afternoon Pokemon training class, Ye Qing had his Infernape practice Iron Tail on a sandbag while he browsed skill discs on his phone. Infernape had already mastered Ember, and it was time to consider learning Flamethrower. But that required purchasing a skill disc, and Ye Qing couldn't help but gasp at the price list online. Flamethrower, 50,000. Hyper Beam, 100,000 out of stock. Hydro Pump, 50,000. Solar Beam, 50,000. Rock Slide, 30,000. Protect, out of stock. These advanced skills were much more expensive than basic ones, with prices as formidable as their power. Ye Qing calculated silently, noting that skill discs were also graded based on the strength of the Pokemon they were recorded from and the number of times they could be used. He fell into deep thought, weighing how best to choose the right skill upgrade path for his Infernape. In the magical store filled with a dazzling array of items, most of the goods are single-use consumables. Among them, the skill discs are the most eye-catching. Standing at the shop entrance, Ye Qing scanned the softly glowing discs, calculating in his mind. The regular discs are suitable for gifted creatures, while the advanced special editions are tailored for those with less aptitude, offering more detailed explanations, practically guaranteeing mastery. Ye Qing glanced at his phone screen, the balance of less than 100,000 on his bank account painfully glaring back at him. Even with his Blaziken's excellent potential, the regular discs were far beyond his budget. He sighed and quietly put away his phone. The money was needed for purchasing energy cubes and daily expenses, so it couldn't be squandered. The school's competitive tournament is coming up soon. Ye Qing muttered to himself, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "I've heard the prize money is substantial. Maybe I can earn a bit from it." Putting aside his worries, Ye Qing focused on training his Blaziken. 3 days passed quickly, and the strength in Blaziken's tail finally reached the desired level. In a secluded clearing, Ye Qing pointed to a rock the size of a watermelon and commanded, "Use Iron Tail." "Hotchop," Blaziken growled, finally seeing the fruits of its hard work. It raised its tail, like a steel whip, and swiftly struck the rock. The air tore with a sharp whistling sound. Boom! The tail hit the hard rock with a heavy thud. Bang! The massive impact shattered the rock instantly, sending dozens of fragments flying like shrapnel. Fantastic! Ye Qing clenched his fist in excitement. A week of training had finally paid off. Although this Iron Tail was much more powerful than Ditto's initial performance, Ye Qing keenly sensed that there was still room for improvement in the move. He pondered that he couldn't simply use Ditto's Iron Tail as a benchmark. After all, although Ditto transformed into a Meowth, its tail wasn't specially trained, and even if it could use Iron Tail, the power wouldn't reach its full potential. Hotchop, Blaziken, too, couldn't hide its excitement, wiping the sweat from its brow and panting heavily. Ye Qing carefully checked Blaziken's information panel. Creature, Blaziken. Level, 18. Potential, B. Status, healthy. Gender, male. Type, firefighting. Ability, Blaze. Held item, none. Inherited skills, Fire Punch, Encore, Fake Out, Quick Guard. Basic skills, Scratch, Fury Swipes, Ember, Flame Wheel. Taught skills, Iron Tail. Skill Disc, Double Team. Satisfied with the data, Ye Qing nodded in approval. The rigorous training not only helped Blaziken master Iron Tail, but also pushed its level to 18. After having Blaziken reinforce the newly learned skill, Ye Qing checked the time and headed back with it to regroup. As night fell, Ye Qing sat in his dorm room, flipping through the creature encyclopedia, starting to research the direction for choosing his next creature. He quickly eliminated some dangerous ghost-type creatures, like Litwick, which absorbs trainers' life force and souls, Drifloon, which likes to take children to another world, and Mimikyu, which causes pain and death to those who see its true form. These daunting creatures were decisively ruled out by Ye Qing. It seems only relatively safe ghost types like Ghastly or Yamask are worth considering, Ye Qing mused. Ghastly is indeed a good choice. Its final evolution, Jengar, is powerful and can turn invisible as a bodyguard. Most importantly, Mega Jengar looks incredibly cool. Turning his thoughts to psychic-type creatures, Ye Qing listed a few candidates: Alakazam, Slowking, Espeon, and Gardevoir. He quickly ruled out Slowking and Espeon, which couldn't teleport. Teleportation is a godsend for escaping. With limited resources, I should focus on the most necessary creatures first. Others can wait. Ye Qing's gaze shifted between Alakazam and Gardevoir, deep in thought. Looking at Gardevoir and Alakazam, Ye Qing made his decision. Without hesitation, he crossed out the names of other psychic-type Pokémon, leaving only Gardevoir. However, the existence of Ralts, a rare Pokémon, made him hesitate. Although not as powerful as pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Ralts' mysterious nature and rarity were certainly tempting. It is said that this Pokémon only appears in optimistic and warm settings and rarely shows itself to humans. Ye Qing's gaze lingered on the paper, finally settling on Ghastly and Ralts. He took a deep breath and resolutely tore the paper to pieces. Although these two Pokémon were dear to him, reality often fell short of desires. If he couldn't encounter them, he couldn't wait forever. The next morning, Zhao Xinran burst into the classroom, arms full of thick textbooks, her face beaming with excitement. Classmates, I have some big news to announce. As soon as she spoke, the class fell silent, everyone sitting up straight with their eyes on the podium. Clearing her throat, Zhao Xinran began to announce, the school has just decided that there will be an internal Pokemon battle competition next Tuesday. It's not only a chance to test your abilities, but also to win generous rewards. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom buzzed with whispers. Wang Yao eagerly raised his hand and asked, Teacher, what are the specific rewards? Zhao Xinran smiled and continued. The first place will receive a 300,000 yuan prize and a Protect TM. The second place will get 150,000 yuan and a Flamethrower TM. Third place will receive 100,000 yuan and a Rock Tomb TM. Those who rank 4th to 10th will also receive 50,000 yuan and a box of intermediate energy cubes. She paused to give the students a moment to digest the information before continuing. Additionally, the top 100 students in the entire grade will have the opportunity to participate in an island training session at the beginning of next month, where each person will have a chance to capture a Pokemon. This news was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the class. Even the usually calm Wang Yao was so excited he couldn't sit still. These weren't ordinary rewards. They were golden opportunities. A real wilderness experience with school-provided security. Such benefits could only be enjoyed during student days. Zhao Xinran stood on the podium, smiling at the excited students. Once the chatter subsided a bit, she announced, one more thing, next Monday, our school will welcome 2 Japanese exchange students. One of them will be studying in our class for 3 months, so I hope everyone will take good care of them. Wang Yao's eyes gleamed as he gave Ye Qing a knowing look, then asked mischievously, Teacher, is the one joining our class a beauty? His comment sent the class into laughter. Zhao Xinran rolled her eyes at him. Stop worrying about that. You'll find out soon enough. Now, let's start the lesson. Meanwhile, in class 3, Zhang Xiaoqiang's strategist sat beside him with a worried expression, quietly advising, Zhang Xiao, I think you should stop provoking Ye Qing. If things keep going like this, it might really lead to trouble. Zhang Xiaoqiang sighed deeply. He knew the strategist was right, but the anger in his heart wouldn't subside. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, until he suddenly slammed the desk with a loud bang that echoed throughout the classroom. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him, but due to Zhang Xiaoqiang's background, they dared not express their displeasure. The teacher, though reluctant to intervene, had no choice but to address him. Zhang Xiaoqiang, please calm down. Can't you see we're in the middle of a lesson? Zhang Xiaoqiang was just about to retort to the teacher when the classroom door was suddenly knocked on. The door slowly opened, and 3 investigators in law enforcement uniforms appeared at the entrance. They scanned the room with their eyes and asked in a deep voice, Who is Zhang Xiaoqiang? The entire class immediately focused their attention on Zhang Xiaoqiang. He looked utterly confused, not yet comprehending what was happening. One of the investigators looked directly at Zhang Xiaoqiang and said sternly, You are suspected of orchestrating a heinous murder involving a spirit. Please come with us. Zhang Xiaoqiang's mind went blank upon hearing this. He knew that these investigators were different from ordinary security officers. They handled major criminal cases. In the past, he had relied on his father's connections to get out of trouble with the police after a few days. But facing these investigators, even Principal Jiang was powerless. Trembling all over, Zhang Xiaoqiang mechanically stood up. The surrounding classmates watched this scene with silent satisfaction, as the usually arrogant Zhang Xiaoqiang finally faced his comeuppance. Officer, I'm innocent. Zhang Xiaoqiang pleaded tearfully. I was just released. Just released? The investigator sneered. Well, the hitman you hired was just caught last night. Zhang Xiaoqiang was completely bewildered, muttering to himself. What a grave injustice. I'm truly innocent. It's a miscarriage of justice. He knew explaining was futile now, so he whispered, trembling, quick, call my dad. In a dimly lit interrogation room, a disheveled Zhang Xiaoqiang sat slumped on a cold iron chair. Across from him were 3 investigators questioning him in turns. After countless rounds of questioning, Zhang Xiaoqiang was utterly exhausted. Officer, I really didn't do anything. I'm a good person. Zhang Xiaoqiang weakly defended himself. One of the male investigators, angered by his words, pointed at him and shouted, Zhang Xiaoqiang, there's no use in lying. Let me tell you, your accomplice has already confessed. You dared to command a Jengar to commit murder. You've got some nerve. Command a Jengar to murder? Murder who? Ye Qing. Zhang Xiaoqiang was on the verge of a breakdown, his mind in chaos, completely unable to understand what was being said. He urgently explained, I don't have any other accomplices. Wasn't Old Bear already released? And I don't even have a Jengar. The investigator sternly asked, Zhang Xiaoqiang, do you know who you've offended? Zhang Xiaoqiang was utterly confused, thinking bitterly, who did I offend? Besides Ye Qing, who else have I offended recently? You can't wrong an innocent person. The news of Zhang Xiaoqiang being taken away spread like wildfire throughout the school. Over the years, his misdeeds, like loan sharking, had made him widely despised. Those who had been bullied by him were secretly rejoicing. The entire school was buzzing with the news. Even the younger students had heard about it. Zhao Xinran was in the middle of a class meeting when she heard the news. She strongly suspected that it was a trap set by Ye Qing for Zhang Xiaoqiang. Wang Yao also glanced at Ye Qing, hoping to get some insider information. Ye Qing just shrugged, indicating that he was also unaware of what was happening, guessing that Zhang Xiaoqiang's numerous misdeeds had finally caught up with him. After school, Ye Qing and Wang Yao walked home side by side. The setting sun cast its glow on them, while Ye Qing's mind was still occupied with various thoughts. The matter with the art organization seemed to be concluded, as Mutwo appeared to have dealt with everyone aware of its existence. Wang Yao suddenly asked excitedly, Qingzi, do you think the exchange student joining our class will be a boy or a girl? I hope it's a girl from Japan, they're so charming. Ye Qing gave Wang Yao a teasing look and said, don't you already have a girlfriend? So what if a girl flirts with you? It's no big deal. Wang Yao immediately looked flustered and a bit annoyed. What are you talking about? I'm only with her because of you. Ye Qing, with his hands behind his head, pondered aloud. Let me get this straight. Sun Xiaowei broke up with me because of you, and now Chen Sisi is with you because of me. Wang Yao, are you sure you don't have some special feelings for me? Wang Yao playfully punched Ye Qing, his mouth twitching. Stop flattering yourself. How blind would I have to be to have feelings for you? Ye Qing just smiled, thinking to himself that with the energy cubes Wang Yao provided, Cho Yu's evolution was one step closer. Wang Yao pulled out his phone, quickly replied to a few messages, and set several alarms for different times. After handling these small tasks, he turned to Ye Qing with a serious expression. By the way, Qing, don't you find it odd? The principal decided to hold a competition right after those 2 exchange students arrived. Could there be something fishy going on? Ye Qing pondered for a moment and tentatively analyzed. Maybe the principal wants to show them who's boss. After all, our school's reputation is among the best in the country. Wang Yao nodded and didn't press further. He quickly got a ride home and shouted as soon as he walked in. Mom, call back your Gardevoir. Wang Yao's mom put down the remote control, grumbling. What do you need Gardevoir for again? You're always in such a rush. Despite her complaints, she called Gardevoir back from outside. With a bang, Wang Yao closed the door. Looking at the elegant and poised Gardevoir, he remembered the question Ye Qing had answered that morning and eagerly asked, are you a sister or a brother? Gardevoir elegantly sat on Wang Yao's bed, crossed its legs, and gave him a meaningful look. With a thud, Wang Yao's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, his mind blank, muttering, I'm doomed. Meanwhile, Ye Qing opened his front door to find only his mom at home. He grabbed a soda from the fridge, took a swig, and casually asked, isn't my sister back yet? And what about Dad? Is he still on a business trip? Ye Qing's mom was engrossed in a TV drama, barely turning her head as she replied, Minghan's not coming home this week, and your dad will be gone for at least a month. There's a project down south. Ye Qing nodded, telling his mom he was going to take a shower, then headed to the bathroom and locked the door. As he filled the bathtub, he looked in the mirror and thought. Money was getting tight, and he was determined to win the prize money from the upcoming competition. There were ways to make money. Although he couldn't sell Pokemon, he could use his special ability to help people choose Pokemon eggs and earn a commission. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. If someone noticed, it could bring unnecessary trouble. Ye Qing thought to himself, I'm just a student. It's plausible that I know a bit about other things, but to identify Pokemon eggs so precisely without years or even decades of research experience is unlikely. Considering all this, he decided to play it safe and wait until he had the strength to protect himself before taking any risks. After all, you only live once. With that in mind, Ye Qing took out a Pokeball, aimed it at the filled bathtub, and softly said, come out, Phoeba. The large body of the FIBA slowly emerged in the bathtub, causing ripples to spread across the water's surface. Ye Qing looked at its smooth skin with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the results of his meticulous care over this period. From his pocket, he took out a specially made energy cube, its translucent exterior emanating an enticing glow. The Phoebus's eyes lit up immediately, sensing the powerful energy contained within the cube, more tempting than any food it had tasted before. Ye Qing offered the cube to it, and the FIBA carefully opened its mouth, savoring the treat bit by bit. Afterward, it joyfully rolled around in the bathtub, splashing water everywhere. Ye Qing picked up the bath supplies he had prepared earlier and thoroughly washed the FIBA. He noticed that it seemed to enjoy the process immensely, and he couldn't help but reflect on how living in a smelly pond had once been a reluctant necessity. Once the bath was complete, Ye Qing gently pressed the Pokeball's button, recalling the FIBA. As he looked at the Pokeball in his hand, Ye Qing silently resolved that when his finances allowed, he would move to a spacious standalone villa. He had already envisioned his ideal setting, a vast yard filled with training grounds of various types, allowing his Pokemon to relax and grow freely. The weekend flew by. To avoid attracting attention, Ye Qing chose a secluded, deserted place to arrange a battle training session between his Monferno and FIBA. Though the time was short, the intense practice yielded significant rewards for both Pokemon, with their battle experience noticeably enhanced. On Monday morning, as the sun began to peek out, Ye Qing arrived at the classroom early, filled with curiosity about the incoming exchange student. Anyone selected as an exchange student was undoubtedly outstanding in every way. He glanced around and noticed Wang Yao already at his seat, waiting eagerly, seemingly more impatient than himself. Hua Mingyao glanced at Wang Yao, internally mocking this walking hormone machine who seemed interested in any female creature. As time passed, the classroom gradually filled with students, all arriving early in anticipation of the new classmate. Suddenly, teacher Zhao Xinran appeared at the door, wearing a smart professional outfit. She seemed slightly surprised to see the room full of students. "Wow, everyone is here early," she remarked. Wang Yao immediately responded, "Well, the competition is coming up soon, and we wanted to come early to study our tactics." Other boys chimed in, feigning an eagerness to learn. Zhao Xinran was well aware of their true intentions, but chose not to expose them. She cleared her throat and said, "Since everyone is so interested in the exchange student, let's invite him in to introduce himself." With that, she gestured toward the door. The entire class's attention snapped to the entrance, while Wang Yao kept muttering, "Pretty girl, pretty girl." However, to everyone's surprise, a boy about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a baseball cap, walked in. The boy's disappointment was palpable, and the room filled with murmurs of dismay. Yet, the new boy seemed unfazed by their reactions. In fluent Chinese, he introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Fuji Miyake. It's nice to meet you all." After his introduction, Fuji Miyake's gaze locked onto Ye Qing, his tone carrying a hint of challenge. "I heard that the top student, Ye Qing, is in this class, so I switched classes with my sister just to challenge him." With that, the entire class's focus shifted to Ye Qing. The air was thick with tension, as if an invisible battle had already begun. Wang Yao lamented, regretting his assumptions that led him to miss the chance of meeting a potential girl. However, the real drama was only beginning, as a showdown between geniuses was about to unfold. Ye Qing smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Despite feeling a bit displeased by such provocations regardless of the occasion, as a student from a major nation, he understood the importance of etiquette. The other students in the classroom didn't pay much attention. After all, Ye Qing's abilities were well known, and they assumed the new exchange student was just trying to make a scene. Zhao Xinran, the class monitor, was the first to clap and welcome, saying, "All right, Fujino Miyuki is not yet familiar with our school, so please help him out when you can." As soon as she finished speaking, Fujino Miyuki walked directly to Ye Qing, looking down at him and provoking again. "Ye Qing, I've heard you're the strongest in the grade. I'd like to test that." This statement caused an uproar in the classroom. The students whispered among themselves, debating whether Fujino Miyuki was either arrogant or truly skilled. After all, challenging repeatedly was no joke. Ye Qing frowned slightly, his tone a bit stiff. "A challenge is fine, but what's the stake?" Fujino Miyuki leaned closer to Ye Qing's ear, laughing softly. "Anything you like. I will win, and you will submit." Ye Qing remained unmoved, instead raising a corner of his mouth. "All right, if you lose, you'll switch classes with your sister. That shouldn't be too hard for you exchange students here for a little prestige, right?" "Bakayaro!" Fujino Miyuki shouted angrily, clenching his fist, ready to start a fight. Seeing this, Wang Yao, knowing his opponent well, seized the opportunity to mock. "What? Chickening out?" Fujino Miyuki suppressed his anger. "No problem. Tomorrow at the competition, see you on the field." Ye Qing nodded. "I'll be ready." Zhao Xinran didn't stop them, believing that healthy competition could foster improvement. Wang Yao, however, shook his head disdainfully. thinking Ye Qing shouldn't lower himself to taunt opponents at his level. Such trivial matters should be left to him. After Fujino Miyuki sat down, Huo Mingyao quietly said to Ye Qing, I know a bit about Fujino Miyuki. He has been an exchange student in other cities and came here because he thought there was no worthy opponent elsewhere. Ye Qing asked with a smile, so he's strong? Huo Mingyao nodded seriously, very strong. Zhao Xinran clapped her hands to stop the discussions and reiterated the details of the next day's competition. After school, Ye Qing went straight back to his dormitory to rest and recharge. The environmental control simulation room was divided into two zones, the fire zone for Monferno and the river zone for Fiba. To protect Fiba, Ye Qing crouched in front of Monferno and asked, Are you confident for tomorrow? Monferno. Monferno roared, clenching its fist, as the flames on its tail shot up to the ceiling. Ye Qing nodded in satisfaction and fed it a newly purchased intermediate energy cube. Lying on his bed, Ye Qing wanted to search for his opponent's battle videos but found nothing, having to admit their secrecy was well maintained. The next morning, the campus was alive with the sound of ceremonial cannons, dozens of hot air balloons floating in the sky, each carrying a banner several meters long. The playground was packed with people, filled with the sound of hushed conversations, creating a lively and extraordinary atmosphere. The young students were buzzing with excitement as they were allowed to head to the college's back mountain teaching area to watch the competition today. As Ye Qing stepped out of the dormitory, he was immediately engulfed by the noise outside. Looking around, he saw a tide of students surging forward to spectate. Inside the stadium, the competition was about to begin. Ye Qing walked alongside Wang Yao towards the field. With a lollipop in his mouth, Wang Yao mumbled, So, Qing, feeling confident about winning the championship? Ye Qing cautiously replied, Shouldn't be a problem unless something unexpected happens. After all, the strength of the two exchange students was still unknown. Entering the gymnasium, the stands were already packed with people. The entire school had taken the day off to watch the event. The sweltering weather made everyone sweat profusely, and Ye Qing felt a sheen of sweat forming on his back just standing there. The school had put a lot of effort into this event, with 10 holographic screens suspended in the air, showcasing the exciting moments of the competition in real time for the audience. Over 300 contestants gathered in the preparation area, having just drawn their competition numbers via their phones. Inside the gymnasium, 10 battle zones were neatly arranged, each surrounded by special glass that could effectively absorb various energy attributes. Ye Qing looked up and noticed Zhang Xiaoqiang had already entered the scene, surrounded by a group of followers circling a girl in a white dress, who looked petite and cute like the other exchange student. Suddenly, a cold voice came from beside him. Ye Qing, my sister isn't bad, is she? Ye Qing smiled naturally and replied, Oh, it's you. She indeed looks nice. A glint flashed in Fuji Miyagi's eyes as he arrogantly said, Not only does my sister look nice, but she's also very strong. I hope you won't be defeated by her. This arrogant attitude annoyed Ye Qing, and he rolled his eyes at Fuji Miyagi, saying, You should worry more about yourself. Seeing this, Wang Yao immediately left the girls beside him to join in. Yeah, don't embarrass yourself by not making it to the top 8. Suddenly, fireworks exploded and cannons roared. Dozens of giant pokeballs burst open in the sky above the stadium, releasing a flock of pidove to soar around the venue. A host in a black suit and sunglasses appeared in the air, riding a braviary, and announced loudly, Welcome, everyone, to the Shanghai City First Pokemon Academy's campus Pokemon competition. I'm your host for today. The best students from the entire school have gathered here. Let's give them a warm round of applause. The 10 holographic screens lit up simultaneously, projecting the images of Ye Qing and others into the sky. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers that echoed throughout the venue. Wang Yao was visibly shaken by the spectacle. Ye Qing nudged him, teasing, Look at you, can't handle this little scene? How are you going to compete in national or even world championships in the future? Wang Yao braced himself and retorted, Are you kidding? Am I scared? I just got a bit of heat stroke, feeling dizzy, he said, pretending to hold his head as if unwell. Fuji Miyagi stood aside, hands behind his back, quietly waiting for the competition to start. For him, this was just the beginning, not the end. He was determined to carry the spirit of his nation all the way to the capital's Pokemon Academy. A loud dragon roar echoed from the horizon as the massive and majestic figure of the Storm Salamander soared over the venue. 10 holographic projections instantly switched scenes, displaying Principal Zhang's kind and approachable face clearly to everyone present. With a warm smile, Principal Zhang greeted everyone. Hello, students. I'm really looking forward to your competition. To not waste any more of your precious time, let's begin. Inside the venue, all the school leaders were in place, including a deputy mayor who had come to the event. Principal Zhang gracefully leaped off the Storm Salamander and began chatting enthusiastically with the deputy mayor. The host's booming voice filled the air. All right, the competition officially begins. Students, Please proceed to your designated battle areas according to the numbers on the projection. Ye Qing glanced up and found himself in the first batch of competitors, assigned to battle area number 10. Meanwhile, Wang Yao scanned the projection, didn't see his number, and leisurely sat aside, enjoying his snacks. As Ye Qing released his spirit, the crowd erupted in awe. A mighty infernape appeared before everyone, instantly drawing countless gazes. It was astonishing that Ye Qing had managed to evolve his spirit in just over a month since acquiring it. Ye Qing's opponent turned pale, glancing at his own small and adorable Oddish, then at the fierce-looking infernape across from him, and felt utterly defeated. Without hesitation, he approached the referee and conceded. As the battles continued, various spirits appeared on the projection screen. Most remained in their initial forms, with only a few having reached the first stage of evolution. These individuals were already school celebrities, and after witnessing Ye Qing's impressive display, the audience seemed somewhat desensitized, reacting less dramatically. When it was Ye Qing's turn to battle again, he walked to the arena with high spirits. At the same time, Wang Yao had just returned from a tough fight, feeling frustrated that his Trico was so close to evolving but hadn't quite made it yet. Before he could catch his breath, Wang Yao looked up to see Ye Qing back before him. Startled, he checked the time and exclaimed, "Wow, hasn't it been less than 5 minutes? How are you back so quickly?" Ye Qing shrugged and calmly replied, "I just got on stage, and my opponent surrendered." Hearing this, Wang Yao was filled with envy and frustration, wishing he could take Ye Qing's nonchalant face and rub it into the ground. Through several rounds of eliminations, Ye Qing faced relatively weak opponents. His infernape easily defeated them with a few simple moves. Meanwhile, Fuji Miyake also advanced smoothly, taking the opportunity to taunt his opponents after each victory. "This lousy school is just wasting my time," he sneered. Naturally, the students from the first school were furious at such sharp insults, but the significant skill gap left them no hope of winning. Finally, the competition reached the quarterfinals. As Ye Qing returned to his seat, a large crowd gathered around him. Throughout the eliminations, he had cleverly concealed Infernape's true strength, never using Iron Tail or Counter Shield. At this point, only Fuji Miyake and Ye Qing from Class 1 had advanced, with even the formidable Hua Mengyao being eliminated in the top 16 by Fuji Miyake's sister. Zhao Xinran personally came to the contestants' area to encourage everyone. She told Ye Qing, "Just perform normally, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Ye Qing noticed the slightly disappointed look on Wang Yao's face and comforted him. "Don't be discouraged. Reaching the top 32 is already quite impressive. You're doing better than many others." Wang Yao let out a long sigh, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Well, at least I've secured a spot for the deserted island training." As soon as he finished speaking, excitement flickered in Ye Qing's eyes. The overseas deserted island, rarely visited by humans, was a paradise for spirits. This unknown territory was full of endless possibilities, captivating the imagination. At this moment, the battle area inside the venue was undergoing final adjustments. The quarterfinals featured 4 special arenas: grass, rock, water, and ice, each presenting unique challenges for the contestants. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the stadium. The glass ceiling overhead slowly retracted like liquid, disappearing into the ground. Following that, the previously smooth floor parted to reveal a massive gap. From this gap, a large rocky battlefield rose slowly, eventually aligning perfectly with the ground. Once everything was ready, the host's voice resonated throughout the arena. "Now, let's welcome contestant Ye Qing and exchange student Moriwaki Minako to the stage." Wang Yao clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Go for it. Give it your all," he encouraged in a low voice. Ye Qing nodded slightly, acknowledged the homeroom teacher, and then strode confidently toward the battle platform. Ye Qing's impressive performance in the previous matches had earned him a lot of popularity, and his entrance was met with a wave of cheers from the audience. As he took his place on the stage, Moriwaki Minako was already waiting on the opposite side. Moriwaki Minako gracefully bowed. "Ye Qing-kun, please take good care of me." Ye Qing smirked slightly. "You're definitely more likable than your brother." On the podium, Principal Jiang was introducing Ye Qing to the deputy mayor. "This is our school's star. I'm planning to guide him toward becoming a professional trainer. I believe he will have a place on the world stage in the future." The deputy mayor, a middle-aged man exuding an aura of authority, made everyone around him feel an inexplicable pressure. Even a simple action like drinking water seemed cautious in his presence. "Not bad, promising young talent," the deputy mayor commented blandly. In his view, although Ye Qing performed well, it was still within expectations and not enough to draw his special attention. The referee raised the flag and announced the start of the match. "Please release your spirits. Go, Infernape." Ye Qing threw out a pokeball. "Go, Jolteon." Moriwaki Minako followed suit. Hatcha. Infernape appeared with a burst of fighting spirit, the flames on its tail blazing fiercely as if to set the entire arena on fire. Shu Jolteon stood on all fours, warily eyeing its opponent, baring its teeth. The countless needle-like hairs on its back crackled with electricity, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. Ye Qing quickly assessed his opponent's spirit. The match begins. Ye Qing's voice echoed across the arena as he decisively commanded, "Use Ember." The Infernape took a deep breath, its chest swelling. In the next moment, a torrent of fiery sparks erupted from its mouth like a machine gun, with orange-red flames dancing in the air. "We'll use Swift." Morikawa Minako responded swiftly. The Jolteon flicked its head, sending a shower of golden stars into the air, colliding with the sparks. Bang! 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 The sparks and stars clashed continuously, scattering smoke and creating a spectacular scene. Morikawa Minako frowned. She had meticulously studied all of Ye Qing's battle videos, expecting him to counterattack as usual, using Fake Out while she was on the offensive. She was caught off guard by Ye Qing's change in tactics. Although Swift was slightly more powerful, Ember was a skill the Infernape had mastered since its youth, reaching an advanced level. The two skills were evenly matched, unable to overpower each other. Morikawa Minako thought to herself, "Looks like I'll have to reveal Thunderbolt. This Ye Qing is indeed no simple opponent." She decisively changed tactics. Quick attack. Swoosh. Jolteon blurred into a dazzling flash of lightning, zigzagging rapidly towards Infernape. Ye Qing understood, such a cautious opponent, afraid of Thunderbolt missing from a distance, or worried about being intercepted by Fake Out. She'll probably try to lure me into using Fake Out, then finish with Thunderbolt. In this critical moment, Ye Qing knew he had to act. Infernape. Quick guard. Infernape's eyes glowed with determination as it swiftly crossed its arms over its chest, assuming a defensive stance. At the crucial moment, a sly smile appeared on Jolteon's lips. Just as it was about to collide with Infernape, it suddenly changed trajectory, leaping into the air. What? The audience gasped in astonishment, none expecting Jolteon to use Quick Attack merely to approach Infernape. Morikawa Minako smiled slightly. Thunder Fong. With Quick Guard rendered ineffective, her next move was to force Infernape to use Fake Out. Once that move was exhausted, Infernape would be an easy target for Jolteon's Thunderbolt. Swoosh. Jolteon dove from above, its mouth crackling with electricity, two electric fangs aimed at Infernape. However, at this critical moment, both Ye Qing and Infernape smiled confidently. Morikawa Minako's heart sank as she realized she might have fallen into their trap. Bang! Under the focused gaze of the entire audience, Infernape's tail swiftly hardened. With a fluid motion, it whipped sideways, striking Jolteon hard in the waist. Yelp! Jolteon cried out in pain, its eyes bulging from the agony. Its small body nearly snapped in two by the powerful blow. Mach Punch. Ye Qing seized the advantage, allowing no respite for his opponent. Infernape leaped forward, catching up with the airborne Jolteon. Its fists, wrapped in a fierce wind, pounded down on Jolteon's head with a sharp cracking sound. Physical defense had always been Jolteon's weakness. Morikawa Minako, desperate, shouted, "Thunderbolt!" Under the relentless barrage of blows, the Thunder Spirit struggled to open its eyes, electricity crackling all around its body. Its fur stood on end like steel needles, and a surge of electricity quickly flowed through it. Ye Qing already had a plan in mind, while Morikawa Minako's panic was evident. The blazing monkey moved swiftly, executing a surprise clap attack that interrupted the Thunder Spirit's imminent Thunderbolt attack. Following up with a forward flip, its steel-like tail arced through the air, landing with a smack and sending the Thunder Spirit crashing to the ground. Boom! The Thunder Spirit hit the ground heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. After several heavy blows, it could no longer sustain itself, and finally fell unconscious. The referee raised the flag, declaring the blazing monkey the winner. In the stands, Principal Jiang led the applause. He had specifically requested these exchange students from Japan, both to pave the way for Ye Qing and to temper the arrogance of these exchange students. That was awesome. Wang Yao cheered, while secretly complaining about Ye Qing's secrecy regarding the blazing monkey's mastery of Iron Tail. Fuji Miyuki smirked slightly, a hint of a sneer playing on his lips. Not bad, he murmured to himself. Ye Qing is a worthy opponent that deserves my full attention. Hearing Fuji Miyuki's words, the surrounding students frowned. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "What a show-off. Who does he think he is? Ye Qing is the top of the entire grade. Is he saying only someone like that deserves his full attention? That's not just looking down on Ye Qing. It's an insult to the entire Shanghai High." Ye Qing handed the blazing monkey's pokeball to the on-site medical staff and glanced at the still-stunned Morikawa Minako before turning to leave the arena. I lost. It wasn't until the referee's call that Morikawa Minako snapped back to reality. Staring at Ye Qing's retreating figure, she muttered in disbelief. So I wasn't the only one hiding my strength. The people here aren't as inferior as those at other academies. The quarterfinals continued. Zhang Xiaoqiang got lucky, not facing Fuji Miyuki, but rather a classmate. The outcome was predictable. His opponent, mindful of Zhang Xiaoqiang's influential father, didn't dare to go all out and conceded after a symbolic effort. After all, With a training spot secured, there was no need to offend Zhang Xiaoqiang. Wang Yao shook his head and sighed. This guy's luck is really something. Ye Qing nodded in agreement. Yeah, having a good dad is always nice. Next, Fuji Miyuki commanded his mighty rooster to another victory, advancing to the semifinals. He weighed the pokeball in his hand, disdainfully eyeing his defeated opponent. This boring place is nothing special. The defeated competitor gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. You, don't leave after school tonight. Meet me in the grove. Fuji Miyuki shook his head, responding arrogantly. Those I've defeated don't deserve to face me again. His words echoed through the arena via the loudspeaker, leaving the students in the audience with dark expressions. Unexpectedly, this newcomer had made it to the semifinals. If he won the championship, wouldn't that imply that everyone else in the school was inferior? The leaders on the podium also looked troubled. This kid was indeed strong, but his arrogance was essentially a statement that their students weren't up to par, which indirectly suggested that they, the teachers, weren't either. Speedy Rooster, Ye Qing murmured as he watched the mighty rooster on the field. What fighter jet? Wang Yao, infuriated by Fuji Miyuki's words, didn't catch what Ye Qing said. Ye Qing was exasperated and uninterested in explaining to Wang Yao, whose mind was clouded with hormones. At that moment, Huang Mingyao interjected. Ye Qing, you need to be careful. Fuji Gongshu's Blaziken with the speed boost ability is tough to deal with. I've heard he defeated 3 schools in just over a month. Ye Qing nodded in acknowledgement, knowing that Huang Mingyao's loss to Fuji Gongshu in the top 16 gave her a first-hand perspective on his Pokemon's prowess. With the final match concluded, the top 4 contestants were announced. Ye Qing, Zhang Xiaoqiang, Fuji Gongshu, and the new transfer student, Bandao Rong. Bandao Rong, a talent scouted by Principal Jiang, expertly handled his Delibird. After a brief lunch break, the matchups for the semifinals were displayed on the big screen. Ye Qing versus Zhang Xiaoqiang. Fuji Gongshu versus Bandao Rong. Wang Yao fanned himself excitedly. Qing, you're in luck. Looks like you're heading straight to the finals. Ye Qing gave him a sidelong glance. Even without luck, I'd make it to the finals. Wang Yao nearly spat out his water. Look at you, getting all high and mighty with a little praise. Even Zhao Xinran, standing at the front of the class, couldn't help but advise. Ye Qing, you should still be cautious. Don't worry, teacher, Ye Qing replied, fully aware of who Zhao Xinran was referring to, but determined to defeat Fuji Gongshu today. With a click, the arena opened to reveal a lush grassy field. The announcer declared loudly, Grass field. Please welcome Ye Qing and Zhang Xiaoqiang. Ye Qing sent out his Infernape, waiting for Zhang Xiaoqiang to make his move. Seeing the evolved Infernape, Zhang Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and reluctantly released his Charmander. The little Pokemon instinctively took a few steps back, intimidated by the formidable opponent. Ye Qing chuckled. After all this time, your Charmander hasn't evolved yet. Zhang Xiaoqiang felt humiliated, recalling his recent troubles, and pointed angrily at Ye Qing. It's all because of you. I've been in and out of the police station. No time to train my Pokemon. Ye Qing couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you tell everyone why you ended up there? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Zhang Xiaoqiang huffed and fell silent. The referee raised the flag and announced, begin the match. Knowing his chances were slim, Zhang Xiaoqiang refused to back down. Use Dragon Rage. Ye Qing smiled calmly. Fake out, Iron Tail. In an instant, Infernape was beside Charmander, interrupting Dragon Rage with a strike, followed by a whip-like Iron Tail that sent Charmander flying. It tumbled across the ground. Ye Qing seized the opportunity. Follow up, Iron Tail to finish it. I surrender. Zhang Xiaoqiang, seeing the imminent defeat, quickly conceded, thinking 4th place wasn't too bad after all. Ye Qing easily secured his spot in the finals. Shortly after, Fuji Gongshu also advanced to the finals by defeating Bandao Rong's Delibird. Despite the loss, the Delibird fought fiercely, determined to inflict damage on the Blaziken. After Fuji Miyuki handed the elf over to the medical staff, he fixed his gaze on Ye Qing, the intensity in his eyes unwavering. The two locked eyes across the distance, as if invisible sparks were flying between them. Meanwhile, the trainer using the Delibird walked away from the battle area with a relaxed smile. Wang Yao frowned and spoke softly. Delibird, that's not a common Pokemon. Ye Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, this kind of Pokemon is fierce by nature, difficult to tame, and highly aggressive. It's generally not suitable as a starter Pokemon. Huang Mingyao interjected. If the principal personally invited them, what's the problem? Wang Yao shook his head, still doubtful. Don't forget, my father is the captain of the security team. Judging by this Pokemon's ferocity, it might have attacked humans multiple times. The match paused momentarily, waiting for Fuji Miyuki's Pokemon to recover. Once the referee confirmed everything was in order, he announced the start of the final match. With a click sound, the previous grass field retracted, and a new arena composed of ice layers and ice rocks slowly rose from the ground. The announcer enthusiastically declared, "This is the final match of the tournament, where the champion will emerge." Let's cheer for them. At the referee's signal, Ye Qing and Fuji Miyuki simultaneously released their respective Pokemon. Ye Qing's Pokemon was an 18-level Blaziken, in good health, a male with a firefighting dual type. Its ability was Speed Boost, which made it faster as the battle progressed. This Blaziken wasn't holding any items but had mastered various moves, including inherited moves like Slash, Agility, and Knock Off, as well as basic moves like Scratch, Ember, Sand Attack, Peck, Fire Spin, and Double Kick. Through tutoring, it learned Fire Punch, and via TM, it mastered Flamethrower. Covered in orange and red feathers, the Blaziken had powerful legs and sharp claws that gleamed on the ice surface. It could kick 10 times in a second, and its piercing cry was enough to intimidate opponents. Its legs held immense destructive power. Ye Qing thought to himself, fire-type attacks only deal half damage to it. I didn't expect to encounter a Blaziken with the Speed Boost ability. He had to admit, Fuji Miyuki's Pokemon was on par with his Infernape in terms of both potential and training. Combined with the Speed Boost ability, winning wouldn't be easy for him. However, seeing the Flamethrower move puzzled Ye Qing. The Speed Boost ability paired with any melee move could achieve astonishing effects, so he couldn't understand why Blaziken was taught Flamethrower. Was it just to show off? Fuji Miyuki confidently declared, "Your journey as a trainer ends here. I will become the demon in your heart." Ye Qing smirked disdainfully. "Your sister is quite pretty." Bakayuru. Fuji Miyuki couldn't hold back and cursed. The crowd was in an uproar. Since Ye Qing had spoken softly, others hadn't heard him clearly, but Fuji Miyuki's outburst was loud and clear. Some robust spectators were already gearing up, thinking they'd show him a thing or two after the match for trying to act tough on their turf. Realizing his mistake, Fuji Miyuki forced himself to calm down, ignoring the external noise. He muttered to himself, "Will any move be interrupted? Then, let's charge in." "Blaze," responded the Blaziken. It moved its legs, arms positioned behind, its claws gripping the ice with each step as it swiftly approached the Infernape. The clear claw marks left on the ice seemed to foreshadow the intense battle that was about to unfold. Ye Qing rubbed his wrist, his gaze sharp as he stared at his opponent. "Trying to get close to dodge my surprise slap attack this way," he commanded calmly, Shadow Clone. Blaziken's eyes were like torches, fixed intently on the approaching Combusken. In an instant, its figure rapidly split, and 5 identical clones surrounded Combusken. Fuji Miyagi reacted immediately. "Use Fire Spin." "Chime." Combusken responded, opening its mouth. A vortex of scorching flames quickly formed, spreading fiercely from its center. Ye Qing raised an eyebrow and decisively shouted, "Jump to dodge." The real Blaziken pushed off with its legs, leaping gracefully into the air, easily avoiding the range of the flame vortex. Seeing Blaziken airborne, Fuji Miyagi's eyes flashed with opportunity. Flamethrower. At this moment, Blaziken was suspended in midair, lacking a foothold to execute its surprise slap attack. Combusken took a deep breath, and a torrent of flames roared out, sweeping towards Blaziken like a fiery dragon. The surrounding air shimmered from the intense heat, creating a breathtaking scene. The audience erupted in gasps, their eyes sparkling with excitement. In this match, initially considered a clash of underdogs, the sudden display of Flamethrower undoubtedly delivered a massive visual impact. Ye Qing clenched his fist and shouted, "Flashy but useless, slice through it." Hatcha! Blaziken's long tail quickly hardened, rolling through the air. Its iron tail became a dark streak, slicing through the sea of flames, aiming directly at the Combusken on the ground. Nonetheless, Blaziken inevitably suffered some damage while crossing the fiery barrier. Fuji Miyagi immediately ordered, "Slash." Surprise slap attack. Ye Qing shouted almost simultaneously. Both Pokemon moved at once. Blaziken swiftly maneuvered to Combusken's side, delivering a fierce slap towards its opponent's face. For most Pokemon, this strike would be unavoidable. However, with the boost from its speed ability, Combusken barely dodged the direct hit, though its move was interrupted by the surprise slap attack. Double kick. Mach punch. Combusken leaped into the air, its powerful legs unleashing incredible force, kicking towards Blaziken. Not to be outdone, Blaziken's fists came whistling through the air like a storm, clashing fiercely with Combusken's feet. Bang! Bang! 2 heavy collision sounds echoed. As the saying goes, an arm is no match for a leg. Despite Blaziken's Mach punch being as fast as lightning and striking first, in an instant, Blaze Monkey reacted swiftly to the attack, counterattacking with lightning speed. With a swift turn, its sonic punch shot through the air, hitting Mighty Fowl's other foot with a deafening explosion. Ye Qing squinted slightly, finally seizing the long-awaited opportunity. He decisively commanded, "Grab him." Blaze Monkey immediately understood, transforming its fist into an open palm, executing a precise, monkey steals the peach, maneuver to seize Mighty Fowl's ankle. Fuji Miyagi, instead of panicking, smirked coldly and shouted, "Ridiculous, maximum power Flamethrower." Ye Qing's eyes were sharp, and he snorted, "Toss him into the air, use counter shield." Responding to the command, Blaze Monkey, with its tremendous strength, swung Mighty Fowl into the air over 10 meters high. The spectators were left in awe, unable to comprehend the tactics of the two trainers. High in the air, Mighty Fowl let out a loud cry, quickly adjusting its posture and unleashing a 3-meter-wide stream of scorching flames. The raging firestorm poured down like a celestial river, aiming straight for Blaze Monkey below. Blaze Monkey's eyes blazed with fiery determination as it hugged the ground, spinning rapidly. Sparks continuously gathered, forming a fiery whip that danced wildly, creating an impenetrable barrier. The flamethrower's fiery column was blocked by the layers of the counter shield, unable to advance. This astonishing scene not only shocked Fuji Miyagi, but also stunned the leaders on the podium. They had never witnessed such a unique skill before. Principal Jiang carefully recalled all known skills and concluded, it must be a self-created skill. The deputy mayor nodded in agreement. A promising talent indeed. Principal Jiang continued to analyze. The flames are too dispersed, lacking cohesion. It seems Mighty Fowl isn't proficient enough with this move. Otherwise, it should have been able to break through this defense. As Mighty Fowl descended, Ye Qing clenched his fist and shouted, Iron Tail. Fuji Miyagi, unwilling to concede, yelled, Don't give up. Use/claw. Outside the arena, Zhao Xinran's eyes flashed with shock, murmuring to herself, a self-created skill? Ye Qing is becoming more and more enigmatic. Wang Yao excitedly clenched his snack bag, loudly cheering for Ye Qing. Taking advantage of its descent, Mighty Fowl swung its razor-sharp claws, slicing through the air with a piercing hiss. Blaze Monkey's eyes widened in fury, ready for a heated clash, but suddenly recalled its battle experience against Ugly Fish. A thoughtful look crossed its eyes as it deftly sidestepped to avoid a direct confrontation. Then, its tail hardened and straightened like steel, striking Mighty Fowl's side while it was unable to adjust its position. Caught off guard by this sudden change, Mighty Fowl hastily adjusted its slash-claw to fend off the side assault of the iron tail. Seeing this, Ye Qing felt a sense of relief. Clearly, Blaze Monkey had moved beyond the wild spirit's brute force combat style and was beginning to learn flexible adaptability. Despite this, the speedy fowl's reputation for swiftness was well-deserved. Even in this prolonged battle, its speed far surpassed Blaze Monkey's. Although responding in haste, Mighty Fowl managed to narrowly intercept the Iron Tail's attack at the last moment. Slash-claw clashed fiercely with Iron Tail, the immense force sparking a dazzling display, emitting a harsh screech that reverberated across the battlefield. After a brief standoff, the Blaziken fell from the air, protected by its defensive claws but not seriously injured. With quick reflexes, Ye Qing seized the opportunity and shouted, Sonic Punch. Fuji Miyagi's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly shouted, Dodge quickly. Like hell you will. You think you're the protagonist? Take him down. Ye Qing shouted excitedly. The Infernape leaped forward, using its legs to catch up with the recoiling Blaziken. Its feet landed on its opponent's abdomen, sliding as if on ice, while its fists rained down on the Blaziken's legs. The Blaziken let out cries of pain, unable to break free. Bang! The Blaziken crashed heavily into the icy rock, barely catching its breath before Infernape's tail struck like lightning. Use double kick. Fuji Miyagi shouted desperately. The Blaziken forced its eyes open, kicking upwards and hitting Infernape's abdomen. Although Infernape was kicked several meters away, the Blaziken's legs were severely injured, weakening the attack. Both Pokémon were at their limits, with the Blaziken struggling to stand due to the pain. Get up! Both trainers shouted simultaneously. Infernape and Blaziken gritted their teeth, panting as they launched a final charge at each other. Despite its injuries, the Blaziken's speed ability allowed it to become a blur as it approached. Now use slash. Fuji Miyagi commanded at the right moment. The Blaziken darted to Infernape's side, claws aimed at its head. Ye Qing was prepared, employing a quick defense he'd been saving. Infernape crossed its arms, an invisible shield blocking the attack. The Blaziken's leg injury flared, causing it to stagger. Seeing this, Fuji Miyagi knew the battle was lost. Infernape's eyes blazed with fire, its tail flame engulfing its opponent, followed by a fiery punch to Blaziken's head. The Blaziken fell, and the exhausted Infernape collapsed as well. Ye Qing understood that the series of intense battles had left Infernape drained, and seeing its opponent fall, its mental support waned. Blaziken is unable to battle. Infernape wins, the referee announced. Infernape wins, and the champion of this school tournament is Ye Qing, the announcer declared enthusiastically. Amazing! Wang Yao cheered, his eyes involuntarily drifting to Fuji Miyagi's sister, with a peculiar gleam in his eyes. The final whistle of the competition sounded, and Principal Zhang stepped onto the podium to announce the successful conclusion of the Campus Spirit Championship. Before he finished speaking, Ye Qing had already picked up the injured Blaze Monkey and hurriedly headed to the infirmary, with Fuji Miyuki following closely behind. After handing the Blaze Monkey over to the doctor, Ye Qing waited anxiously outside the infirmary. Fuji Miyuki took the opportunity to approach, his eyes flashing with the light of challenge. Ye Qing, you were lucky to win this time. I look forward to facing you in the wild. Ye Qing glanced at him absent-mindedly, thinking, I don't have time to play with you. I'm busy with other things. Seeing this, Fuji Miyuki furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, and said, if it's about the stakes, I'm willing to bet 500,000. If you lose, this money is yours. 500,000? Ye Qing's eyes lit up, and his attitude changed instantly. Enthusiastically patting Fuji Miyuki's shoulder, he said, all right, I agree. But I'll decide the time of the match. Fuji Miyuki, surprised by Ye Qing's quick acceptance, nodded in agreement and left, seemingly having forgotten about the combustion in the infirmary. At this moment, Principal Jiang approached Ye Qing with Deputy Mayor Wang. Principal Jiang introduced him with a beaming smile. Ye Qing, this is Deputy Mayor Wang of Shanghai City, who is also the Vice President of the Shanghai City Spirit Association. Deputy Mayor Wang, with his meticulously styled hair and glasses, looked surprisingly youthful. Ye Qing respectfully greeted him. Hello, Mayor Wang. Deputy Mayor Wang nodded with a smile. Hello, Ye Qing. I watched your match and was impressed by your original skills. Thank you, Ye Qing replied politely. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Deputy Mayor Wang and Principal Jiang departed. For someone like Deputy Mayor Wang, while Ye Qing might not be an absolute genius, he was certainly noteworthy. Building a good relationship during the prime of a young talent's career is always advantageous. A moment later, Ye Qing emerged from the infirmary with the treated blaze monkey. The venue had emptied out, leaving only Wang Yao, who had been waiting. He threw an arm around Ye Qing's shoulder, exclaiming excitedly, 300,000, and you kept the skill disuri rolling in it this time, brother. Ye Qing rolled his eyes at him, pretending to be profound. Keep it low-key, 300,000 is nothing. Seeing Ye Qing's pretentious demeanor, Wang Yao nearly lost his composure. The next morning, the prizes arrived on schedule. Several classmates who were streamers were eager to have Ye Qing join them for a live broadcast. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinran stood on the podium, smiling as she announced, our class did well this time, not only taking the first and second places, but also having a significant number of students in the top 100. She paused and continued. Next month, the Academy will hold a desert island survival training to lay a solid foundation for your future as trainers. After all, when you venture out on your own, there will be no one to protect you. As for those who didn't make the top 100, don't be discouraged. Aim to do better in the next competition. After Zhao Xinran announced the list of participants for the training, the classroom erupted with excitement. The students who made it were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of surviving on a deserted island and exploring small forests. In contrast, those who didn't make the cut were visibly disappointed, realizing they would miss out on this exhilarating experience. Ye Qing quietly observed the reactions around him, agreeing with the school's decision. He understood how unpredictable the wilderness could be and how a small mistake could lead to disaster. Teachers might not be able to rescue them in time, so it was indeed safer for students with weaker skills to stay at school. Zhao Xinran's voice rang out again. All right, now I'll distribute the training agreements. Please read them carefully, and if there are no issues, have your guardians sign them. The agreement reached Ye Qing, and he skimmed through it quickly. It mainly emphasized voluntary participation, the need to act within one's abilities, and that the school was not responsible for consequences arising from uncontrollable factors. It also included a link for personal accident insurance, hinting at potential risks. Ye Qing couldn't help but ponder the state of the world. Being a Pokemon trainer was a crucial profession, present all over the world. However, unlike anime protagonists with invincibility, real-life trainers faced millions of casualties each year. Nevertheless, becoming a professional trainer promised a prosperous life, making the high-risk, high-reward nature of the job irresistible to many. At home, Ye Qing handed the agreement to his mother. Have you made up your mind? His mother asked, a hint of concern in her eyes. As a former trainer herself, she knew the dangers involved. Ye Qing nodded firmly. I have. If I don't have the courage for this, how can I be a trainer? His mother smiled reassuringly. All right, then I'll sign it. Her hand trembled slightly as she picked up the pen, clearly nervous. But this was a rite of passage for any trainer, and with the school's support, the risks were minimized. Ye Qing knew that when he ventured out on his own in the future, he wouldn't have such safety nets. Then, it would truly be a matter of life and death. After signing, Ye Qing quickly went to his sister Ye Minghan's room. He glanced at her workbook and asked, are you planning to become a breeder? Ye Minghan nodded. Yes, if you become a trainer, I can support you by being a breeder. Ye Qing ruffled his sister's hair, momentarily speechless. After a pause, he gently asked, aren't you reviewing for your exams? Ye Minghan shook her head with a pout. Those questions are too easy. I learned them all in 8th grade. Ye Qing was a bit flustered by her confidence. She seemed ready to skip a grade. Suddenly inspired, he said, stop writing for a moment. I've got something cool to show you. With that, he pulled out his phone and showed her his account balance. Over 300,000. Yi Minghan exclaimed, her eyes widening in amazement as she stared at the screen. Ye Qing smiled at his sister, Yi Minghan, and said, "See, I told you trusting me wasn't a mistake. Just focus on your exams, and leave the tuition fees to your brother." He noticed his sister was studying energy cubes and had an idea. "By the way, I see you're interested in energy cubes. How about I buy you some berries for further research?" Yi Minghan's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? That's great. Thank you, brother." Ye Qing lovingly ruffled his sister's hair and, after returning to his room, immediately ordered a batch of berries and a flamethrower skill disc online. These berries were quite expensive, costing several hundred yuan just for a few. The price of the flamethrower skill disc was even more staggering, reaching 5 or 6,000 yuan. Early the next morning, Ye Qing picked up the package and went shopping at the mall. With a full backpack, he set off alone to the Jynx forest for some special training. At the foot of the mountain, the familiar security guard immediately recognized him. "Hey, it's you again," the guard said. Ye Qing nodded politely. "What a coincidence, sir," he thought, realizing how often he ran into this guard. The guard glared at him, grumbling, "Coincidence? I'm the only one on duty here, all year round." Ye Qing was momentarily speechless, managing only an awkward smile. Following the same path as last time, he entered Jynx Forest, planning to spend the weekend there preparing for the upcoming wilderness survival training. He took out the flamethrower skill disc and carefully attached it to a pokeball. Seeing the green light, he called out, "Come on out, Monferno." "Hatcha!" Monferno leaped nimbly onto a branch, clearly enjoying the forest environment. Ye Qing asked, "Have you learned flamethrower?" Monferno confidently put his hands on his hips, took a deep breath, and then unleashed a fierce flame into the sky. Ye Qing was impressed. "Well done," he thought, knowing that Monferno had already mastered Ember and, with the help of the skill disc, should have no trouble learning flamethrower. By a small river, Ye Qing released Phoeba. His careful care had obviously paid off, as the brown spots on Phoeba's body had faded, and its once dull scales now shimmered. Initially aloof, Phoeba remained motionless like an iceberg. But when she noticed the wild Pokémon in the river warmly gathering around her, she was pleasantly surprised. Always shunned in the past, she couldn't believe she was finally being accepted. This change boosted her confidence, even bringing tears to her previously vacant eyes. Hatcha! Monferno, eager to show off his new flamethrower skill, stood on the riverbank, itching for a friendly match with Phoeba. Phoeba glanced disdainfully at Monferno, initially reluctant to engage, but out of respect for Ye Qing, she reluctantly launched a water pulse towards Monferno. Ye Qing ignored the contest between his two Pokémon, instead preparing his camping gear for a hearty hot pot meal by the scenic riverside. At that moment, Ye Qing still had a Protect skill disc left, which made him ponder. The Protect skill was extremely rare in reality, practically priceless. As soon as it appeared in Pokémon stores, it was immediately snapped up, with reservation lists extending dozens of names long. Unlike Quick Guard, this skill could block almost any conventional attack as long as it didn't exceed the defense limits, making it an invaluable survival tool. Ye Qing watched the intense battle between Monferno and Phoeba, lost in thought for a moment. Both Pokémon performed admirably, but considering the upcoming deserted island training, he decided to prioritize enhancing the more agile Monferno. Although Monferno had already mastered Flamethrower and Iron Tail, it only held a slight advantage over the water-dwelling Phoeba, lacking a decisive upper hand. Ye Qing called off the battle and returned Monferno to its Pokeball. Quickly checking the time, he attached a Protect TM to the Pokeball. A bright light flashed, and Monferno successfully learned the Protect move. This successive success made Ye Qing marvel at the learning ability of high-quality Pokémon. Meanwhile, Phoeba was indifferent to Ye Qing's choice. She was fully focused on pursuing beauty, unconcerned about whether Ye Qing showed favoritism. Ye Qing unfolded a multifunctional table and set up a pot to start cooking. The enticing aroma soon attracted a group of wild Pokémon. Ferret, Apom, Zigzagoon, Electrike, Wooper, Poliwag, Psyduck, and others gathered around, watching eagerly. Ye Qing surveyed the area and noticed these Pokémon were of average quality. Nevertheless, embracing the philosophy of treating guests well, he took out a box of Poke Blocks and proposed, "I have not only delicious food but also tasty Poke Blocks. If you can last a minute against Monferno and Phoeba, you can camp with us." Monferno leaped from its Pokeball, letting out a battle cry of "Hatcha!" full of fighting spirit. Having just learned 2 new moves, it was eager for opponents to practice on. Phoeba, meanwhile, gracefully swayed her tail in the river. Although she was obedient to Ye Qing, she maintained a cool and aloof demeanor, a long-standing habit not easily changed. The surrounding wild Pokémon exchanged glances, deep in thought. Ye Qing remained calm and patient, taking out a Poke Block and gently scraping off some powder with his nail. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, igniting the appetites of the wild Pokémon, who began to drool. An Apom hanging from a tree even lost its grip and fell with a thud due to distraction. Satisfied with the effect, Ye Qing instructed them to line up and challenge Monferno and Phoeba. Electrike was the first to move, stepping up to challenge Monferno. Monferno clenched its fists and charged at the lunging Electrike with a powerful punch. Initially, there were few challengers for Phoeba, but as Monferno became overwhelmed, some water-type Pokemon began to take turns challenging the seemingly difficult Phoeba. Ye Qing sat leisurely on the ground, lifting the pot lid to add seasoning, savoring the food while enjoying the exciting battles. Nearby, a Psyduck held its head, its gaze shifting between Phoeba, Monferno, and Ye Qing, its cute eyes revealing an indecisive expression. Ye Qing felt a sense of foreboding as he fixed his gaze on the clueless Psyduck. The thoughts of this duck god were always unpredictable, leaving people puzzled. Psyduck stood there, holding its head with its paws in contemplation, as if having an epiphany. Then it started walking towards Ye Qing. Without hesitation, it reached out with its little paw, trying to grab an energy cube from the table. This duck's way of thinking is indeed unique. Ye Qing thought to himself, rolling his eyes at Psyduck. He gently tapped its duck paw with his chopsticks, reminding it, "If you want to eat, go challenge them." Psyduck tilted its head, looking at Ye Qing with a blank expression. It neither reached out again nor moved its feet, just stared at Ye Qing with its round eyes, seemingly waiting for further instructions. At that moment, an Aipom with a bruised face hopped over. It had just completed a challenge against a Chimchar, and despite being battered, its eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. Aipom glanced at the Psyduck next to Ye Qing and thought, "It seems like this guy didn't participate in any challenge." It pointed to its own bruised face, complaining in its Aipom language about Psyduck's unfair behavior. Faced with the seemingly oblivious Psyduck, Ye Qing wasn't sure if it was genuinely clueless or just pretending. But since the rule was set by him, Ye Qing had to sternly refuse. "No, you can't eat without a challenge." Psyduck ignored Ye Qing's words, continuing to fixate on the food on the table with eyes full of longing. Ye Qing shook his head helplessly, ate some hot pot, and then broke an energy cube into pieces and put it into the pot, saying, "Here you go." Aipom clapped its hands in excitement, thinking the beating it took was worth it. As time passed, more and more wild Pokemon completed challenges successfully and gathered around. Seeing that he had eaten enough, and with a dozen wild Pokemon around, Ye Qing decided to let Chimchar and Phoeba take a break. After numerous battles, Chimchar and Phoeba had significantly improved in strength, which was Ye Qing's goal. Battling against Pokemon of different attributes greatly enhanced their combat awareness and experience. Psyduck glanced at the returning Chimchar and Phoeba, then continued holding its head, staring at the energy cubes in front of it. It sneaked a look at Ye Qing, and seeing no one was paying attention, it cautiously placed its duck paw on the food. After waiting a moment, and seeing no one stopped it, it finally showed a satisfied expression. Chimchar grabbed some food and put it in its mouth, chewing while glancing at Psyduck, as if trying to remember whether it had battled this absent-minded duck. Ye Qing noticed Psyduck sneaking food but didn't bother to intervene, thinking it wasn't worth fussing over. Meanwhile, Phoeba ate gracefully, maintaining a ladle-like demeanor. Time flew by, and soon it was Sunday afternoon. Ye Qing began packing up, preparing to head home. The intensive training over the past 2 days had brought a qualitative leap in Chimchar and Phoeba's abilities. Lured by food, various Pokemon had engaged in multiple battles with them. Chimchar not only reached level 19, but also mastered the moves Flamethrower and Protect. Phoeba's progress was even more remarkable, finally reaching level 21. Ye Qing believed that once Phoeba evolved, its strength would soar, possibly gaining several levels at once. After all, both Phoeba and Magikarp are the kinds of Pokemon that undergo a dramatic transformation upon evolution, with their power changing drastically. In the days that followed, Ye Qing continued training the 2 Pokemon on the school field while looking forward to the upcoming island adventure. At that moment, a fierce battle was taking place on the field. Wang Yao commanded a nimble Grovyle with long leaves on its wrists and head, shouting, "Energy Ball!" Upon hearing this, Grovyle immediately took action, placing its hands in front of its chest and forming a soccer ball-sized emerald green energy ball. The energy ball whistled through the air, kicking up dust as it headed straight for Chimchar. Facing the fierce attack, Ye Qing remained calm and coolly ordered, "Protect." Chimchar, facing the incoming energy ball, slightly curled the corners of its mouth, slowly spreading its hands to the sides, ready to meet this intense confrontation. A green spherical barrier instantly unfolded around the blazing monkey, firmly protecting it inside. The energy ball crashed violently against the protective shield, its explosive force reverberating around, but failed to cause any harm to the blazing monkey. The monkey grinned smugly, clearly satisfied with its defense. Wang Yao was immediately displeased upon seeing this and complained, "Ye Qing, this is cheating. How are we supposed to fight like this?" Meanwhile, the forest lizard was panting heavily, feeling powerless against the blazing monkey, which had a type advantage. At that moment, a soft, gentle voice came from behind. "Ye Qingquan." Wang Yao looked up, his eyes lighting up as he adopted a starstruck expression, pointing behind Ye Qing. Ye Qing turned to see that it was Fuji Miyagi's sister, who seemed to be Minako Morikawa. This girl, approximately 165 centimeters tall, had fair skin and long hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing a JK uniform that made her particularly eye-catching. Just as Ye Qing was about to speak, Wang Yao rushed over with astonishing speed, even surprising the forest lizard. He put his arm around Ye Qing's shoulder, staring intently at Minako with a suggestive look, and asked, "Beautiful lady, do you need anything from my friend? Don't worry, feel free to ask, and he'll tell you everything I know." Minako Morikawa smiled sweetly, looking at the two, and said, "My brother can be quite reckless. Please forgive any offenses." Wang Yao quickly put on a magnanimous demeanor and replied, "Don't worry, your brother is your brother, and you are you. We won't treat you the same." This tongue-twisting Chinese left Minako momentarily confused, and she could only force a smile to indicate she understood. "Thank you," Minako Morikawa said with a slight bow. Seeing her response, Wang Yao excitedly asked, "No problem. Do you want to team up? I've heard the island we're training on is going to be quite dangerous." Minako shook her head. "Thanks, but I might need to go with my brother." Watching her leave, Wang Yao stood with his hands still raised in disappointment. Ye Qing pushed him aside. "Really? You can't move when you see a woman?" Wang Yao shook his head dismissively. "You don't understand. It's the exotic charm." Seeing his exaggerated manner, Ye Qing almost couldn't help but laugh. Over the past days, everyone had been eagerly anticipating, and finally, on October 1st, the school announced the official start of the island survival training. The training would take place on an undeveloped island in the domestic sea, with the goal of surviving independently for 7 days. The island was teeming with creatures and dense vegetation, offering both opportunities and dangers. Considering the students' safety, the school arranged an unprecedented protective lineup. Led by Principal Jiang, the team included 20 teachers from various subjects and 10 security personnel for escort. This training focused on wilderness survival, allowing students to carry only items related to their creatures and necessary food and medicine, with all else prohibited. Ye Qing, now quite well off, purchased enough intermediate energy cubes and food for 2 creatures for a month, supplemented with basic energy cubes for different types, and 6 high-grade balls in preparation for his next creature. Since there were no wild animals to hunt, Ye Qing bought a large amount of chocolate and compressed biscuits. As for water, the school had already assured that there were freshwater rivers on the island, so there was no need to worry. That morning, Ye Qing specifically bought an extra-large waterproof travel bag and carefully packed all the essentials. Under the blazing sun, Ye Qing and the group cheerfully boarded a bus and arrived at the Shanghai City Pier. Zhao Xinran stood at the front of the bus, holding up a small device and clearly announcing to everyone, "Attention, everyone. This is an emergency wristband similar to those used in wilderness areas. It has a built-in tracking system and a dispersal spray. In case of danger, press the button, and professional rescue personnel will arrive immediately." Ye Qing took the wristband, examined it closely, and after confirming everything was in order, put it on his wrist. Through the bus window, the vast blue ocean stretched endlessly. Seagulls circled above the pier, eagerly awaiting food from tourists. Luxurious yachts were neatly docked along the shore, with elegantly dressed visitors coming and going. 10 security officers were already in position, standing in a line on the pier, ready for any situation. As soon as Wang Yao got off the bus, he took a deep breath of the salty sea breeze and closed his eyes in delight. Class beauty Hua Mengyao gave him a gentle nudge. "Don't just stand there. There's plenty of time to look at the sea this week." Wang Yao shook his head and sighed. I just feel sorry for my girlfriend back home." The group of 100 quickly formed a line on the pier, waiting quietly for the principal's speech. Principal Jiang, under everyone's gaze, released a mighty salamence, whose impressive and powerful figure instantly became the focus of attention. Exclamations filled the air, and camera flashes went off continuously. "What a magnificent salamence! Oh my, it's a pseudo-legendary. No wonder the faculty at this school is so remarkable. I have to try harder to get my kid in." Principal Jiang was secretly pleased, as this inadvertently served as free promotion for the school. He cleared his throat and called out to Zhao Xinran. "Mr. Zhao, I'll leave the next part to you." Zhao Xinran nodded in agreement and, amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, tossed an ultra-heavy ball. A long, resonant call echoed across the sea, and a Wylord, dozens of meters long and weighing hundreds of tons, emerged in the waters outside the pier, its massive body creating waves that crashed against the dock. Ye Qing and the others were dumbfounded, surprised that their homeroom teacher possessed such a rare Pokemon. Pokemon Profile Display. Wylord, Level 37, Potential C, Healthy, Male, Water Type. Held Item, Damp Rock. Inherited Moves, Aqua Ring, Takedown, Heavy Slam. Basic Moves, Water Gun, Rollout, Whirlpool, Water Pulse, Brine, Mist, Heavy Slam, Roar, Water Spout. Top Moves, Hyper Voice, Icy Wind. TM moves: Protect, Ice Beam, Blizzard, Hyper Beam, Surf. Note: Wailord leaps out of the water to catch prey, creating huge waves. Its appearance in groups is truly spectacular. Looking at Wailord's impressive moveset, Ye Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "Now that's a real money-powered trainer." He thought of how long it took him to save up for a flamethrower TM and was filled with admiration. Zhao Xinran, seeing the astonishment in everyone's eyes, lifted his chin slightly, a hint of pride flashing in his gaze. Other teachers, hiding their envy, released their own flying-type Pokemon, forming an escort around Wailord. The wilderness of this world is not safe, as some highly aggressive wild spirits wouldn't hesitate to attack these easy targets. Led by Ye Qing, more than 100 people carefully climbed onto the broad back of the roaring Whale King via a specially constructed platform at the dock. As their hands brushed over the smooth, soft skin of the roaring Whale King, they couldn't help but marvel at Teacher Zhao's wealth. With a long, resonant call, the roaring Whale King swung its massive tail and swiftly swam towards the deep sea. Thanks to Zhao Xinran's connections, the students of Class 1 secured the best spots on the roaring Whale King. Standing atop the roaring Whale King's head, Wang Yao struck the iconic Titanic pose, drawing laughter from his classmates. Not far away, Fuji Miyuki stood with his sister, staring somberly at the distant sea, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Ye Qing lay leisurely on the roaring Whale King's head, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, looking utterly relaxed. The roaring Whale King's carefree swimming naturally attracted the ire of many sea spirits. Most spirits, seeing the crowd, chose to retreat quietly. However, some hot-tempered ones couldn't hold back. Suddenly, a gigantic Gyarados leaped out of the sea, angrily spewing a water cannon as thick as a barrel straight at the roaring Whale King. "How dare you!" Principal Jiang shouted in anger, immediately giving the order, "Dragon Pulse." A salamence roared, unleashing a blue energy wave that swiftly shattered the water cannon and continued on to strike the Gyarados. Although the Gyarados was hot-headed, it wasn't foolish. After venting its anger, it quickly realized the situation wasn't in its favor and fled, disappearing into the vast ocean in the blink of an eye. This scene made it clear that the salamence had gone easy on the Gyarados. Otherwise, given the immense power difference, the Gyarados would have been severely injured. "A Gyarados!" Wang Yao exclaimed excitedly, almost drooling. Such a powerful and majestic spirit had always been his favorite. Ye Qing continued to lie back with his hands behind his head, nonchalantly saying, "Why not just buy a Magikarp and train it properly?" Wang Yao resisted the urge to roll his eyes and replied helplessly, "Dude, don't you know how slim the chances of a Magikarp evolving are?" Beside them, Morikawa Minako tucked her windblown hair behind her ear and looked at Ye Qing thoughtfully, softly saying, "It's well known that Magikarp are hard to evolve, but Ye Qing's tone suggests he knows something special." A sudden idea struck Ye Qing, and he sat up, sizing up Wang Yao. This made Wang Yao uneasy, and he warily said, "What? I'm telling you, I'm not into guys." Ye Qing flashed a mischievous grin and mysteriously said, "How about I teach you a method to evolve Magikarp? An exclusive secret." Really, Wang Yao was skeptical. If it had been the old Ye Qing, he wouldn't have believed it. But the current Ye Qing seemed like a different person, unpredictable. Morikawa Minako, intrigued, took a few steps closer and asked with wide eyes, "Ye Qingkuan, is there really a special way to evolve Magikarp?" Ye Qing smiled at her, thinking that although her brother wasn't likable, she was quite endearing, beautiful, and cute. Remembering Kojiru's evolution kick, Ye Qing teased, "It won't work for you. Only for rich fools like Wang Yao." "Hey, come on, Qingzi, that's not fair," Wang Yao protested. "There's a lady present. Watch your words." Ye Qing chuckled and continued to tease. "So, do you want to know or not?" Wang Yao stood firm, shaking his head resolutely, and pretended to be a brooding, deep-thinking man as he gazed out at the ocean. Morikawa Minako watched their interaction, unable to suppress a giggle, thinking these two were really entertaining. "Neko, come here for a moment," Fuji Miyuki called out from a distance, unable to hide his frown as he watched his sister chat and laugh with others. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Morikawa Minako politely nodded to Ye Qing and the others before running toward Fuji Miyuki with light, quick steps. Her skirt swayed gently in the breeze, and her hair danced gracefully with her movements. Noticing Morikawa Minako's departure, Wang Yao could no longer contain his curiosity. He hurried over to Ye Qing, his eyes shining with eagerness, desperate to learn about the special evolution of Magikarp. Ye Qing raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly. "Really want to know?" "Absolutely." Wang Yao nodded vigorously, as if he were pounding garlic. Seeing this, Ye Qing decided not to tease him any longer and began to explain the secret of Kojiro's evolution. After listening, Wang Yao's face was filled with disbelief. "Is this for real?" He searched Ye Qing's face for any hint of a joke, but seeing his friend's serious expression, he had no choice but to believe it. "It's true," Ye Qing said solemnly. Recalling the influential background of Ye Qing's mother's family, Wang Yao found the information increasingly credible. His eyes filled with determination. All right, once this training is over, I'll buy a Magikarp and give it a try. If it works, Qing, I'll consider you a brother. Ye Qing continued to encourage him. Why buy one when you can catch one on the island? Wang Yao pondered for a moment before nodding firmly, his eyes shining with resolve. You're right. Without the courage to take risks, how can I complete this evolution? Ye Qing had only been speaking casually and was surprised when Wang Yao took it seriously. He quickly explained, you don't really have to do that. This training is a rare opportunity. It's better to catch some rare Pokemon. You can always buy a Magikarp later. However, Wang Yao had already made up his mind. He furrowed his brows and waved his hand decisively. No, my mind is made up, brother. Don't try to persuade me. Ye Qing was left speechless, unable to understand why Wang Yao had become so stubborn. Seeing his determination, Ye Qing decided to let it go, thinking he could help him find a good Pokemon egg later. Time passed quietly, and about 3 hours later, around noon, a lush island appeared where the sea met the sky. Principal Jiang hovered in the air, holding a loudspeaker, and announced loudly, "We will drop everyone at different parts of the island. During the training, you must complete the Wilderness Challenge independently, without forming teams." As soon as Principal Jiang finished speaking, Zhao Xinran released an Altaria and called out to Ye Qing, "Get on." Meanwhile, other teachers and security officers each took students to the island, filling the sky with a variety of flying Pokemon. Riding on Altaria, Ye Qing looked down at the entire island from above. It was an irregular diamond-shaped island, with a vast beach on the northern side and steep cliffs on the other 3 sides. The sea below the cliffs was turbulent, waves crashing against the rocks with a deafening roar. The island was flat on 3 sides, with only a steep mountain rising majestically on the southern side. Quick-witted, Ye Qing took out his phone and snapped a few photos to roughly capture the island's landscape. This thoughtful action did not escape Zhao Xinran's notice, and she couldn't help but praise him. "You've got a keen eye." Taking advantage of the moment, Ye Qing smiled and said, "It's all thanks to your teaching, teacher. It's an honor to have a teacher as beautiful and talented as you." The compliment clearly pleased Zhao Xinran, and her lips curved into a smile. As they say, no woman dislikes being praised, and Zhao Xinran was no exception. She chose an excellent spot for Ye Qing to land and directed Altaria to descend. "All right, stop with the flattery. You can get off here," Zhao Xinran said with a hint of amusement in her voice. "Got it," Ye Qing replied, feeling pleased. Zhao Xinran had chosen the island's only beach for him to land on, an undeniably prime location. Standing on the soft sand, feeling the gentle sea breeze, and watching the distant waves, Ye Qing was filled with anticipation for the upcoming training. The island was densely vegetated, and a hasty landing in the forest could lead to disaster. Ye Qing was well aware of this, so he chose the open beach as his starting point. The golden sunlight poured over the fine sand, the waves rhythmically lapped the shore, and colorful shells adorned the scene, creating a picturesque coastal view. After gracefully dismounting from the back of the Qishi bluebird, Ye Qing thanked Zhao Xinran. Zhao Xinran merely gave a soft hum, and then flew away, leaving Ye Qing to face the unfamiliar island alone. As Ye Qing admired his surroundings, a large crab suddenly emerged from the sand, glaring at the unexpected visitor with its beady eyes. Irritated by the crab's impolite stare, Ye Qing decided to teach this overbearing creature a lesson. Sparks! At Ye Qing's command, his partner, the blazing monkey, spewed a burst of sparks that exploded at the crab's feet. Startled, the crab was filled with rage but ultimately chose to retreat. However, as it reached the water, it paused and retaliated by spraying a barrage of bubbles with its claws. The blazing monkey nimbly punched the bubbles, shattering them all. Watching the crab escape into the sea, Ye Qing smiled and reassured his slightly frustrated partner, deciding not to pursue further. Next, Ye Qing took out his phone, carefully compared the photos he had taken earlier, and determined the approximate direction of a river. Securing fresh water was a priority, so he and the vigilant blazing monkey headed toward the forest. Upon entering the forest, the environment changed abruptly. The dense canopy blocked out the sunlight, and the humid, stifling air was filled with the scent of grass. Thick vines coiled around ancient trees like snakes, creating an intimidating scene. In the distance, the faint sound of explosions could be heard, indicating that someone was already engaged in battle with wild creatures. Ye Qing cautiously followed the blazing monkey, carefully treading on the thick layer of decaying leaves, trying not to make any noise. They pushed aside obstructing vines, navigating towards the river remembered from the photos. Meanwhile, 10 security officers and numerous teachers were divided into 2 groups, with the first group already flying over the island, ready to provide support. Ye Qing knew that the Real Challenge was just beginning. Hacha! The Infernape moved swiftly at the sound, its agile form darting to Ye Qing's side, delivering a sharp slap towards the bushes. Startled, Ye Qing instinctively stepped back. Suddenly, a deafening bear roar reverberated through the area as a massive creature burst out from the shadows amidst flying branches and leaves. The Ursaring stood on its hind legs, intimidating in stature 4 to 500 pounds and over 2 meters tall, its gaping maw revealing sharp, white fangs. Ye Qing quickly assessed the creature's condition. Ursaring, level 30, slightly injured and hungry male. It possessed the quick feet ability, which increased its speed under abnormal conditions. Though it carried no items, it had a range of powerful moves, including tackle, throw, scratch, lick, fury swipes, slash, hammer arm, and had even learned fire punch and gunk shot. Most terrifying of all, it could detect any scent with ease, even if food was buried deep underground. Level 30. This was already at the level of a trainer's Pokemon, far beyond what Infernape could handle. Run! Ye Qing ordered decisively, sprinting away himself. He moved with agility, rolling down a slope and executing a graceful side flip over the bushes, a display of skill that left Infernape momentarily stunned. Infernape followed closely, its long arms deftly swinging between branches, occasionally spewing sparks to hinder Ursaring's pursuit. The famished Ursaring was relentless, charging like a heavy tank, indifferent to the sparks. Boom! Its massive paw shattered a tree blocking its path, flattening the shrubs beneath its feet. As Ye Qing ran, he weighed his options. Even with Phoeba and Infernape teaming up, they could hardly stop this ferocious beast. His greatest fear was Ursaring charging directly at him, which his Pokemon wouldn't be able to intercept. The intense sprint drained Ye Qing's stamina, and Ursaring's roars grew nearer. Ahead, a towering tree came into view, its trunk so thick it would take 3 or 4 people to encircle it. Ye Qing grabbed the trunk, quickly scaling it with his feet. Thanks to the rigorous training at his school, he had mastered these basic survival skills, except for swimming. Infernape followed closely, occasionally turning to unleash flames, buying precious escape time for its owner. The surrounding plants quickly secreted a unique sap to douse the flames, and the burning branches soon extinguished. Ye Qing reached a height of over 5 meters, steadied himself, and swiftly released Phoeba from its pokeball. Below, Ursaring roared with fury. Boom! 3 streams of energy clashed fiercely in the air. The combined power of the Grimer's poison attack and the Ursaring's strength was evenly matched with the other 2 attacks. Lying on the tree, Ye Qing frowned slightly, silently thinking to himself, is this the level of a trainer's main Pokemon? Truly formidable. Suddenly, the Ursaring roared towards the sky, its right arm glowing white as it smashed into the tree trunk. The giant tree shook violently, nearly causing the Phoeba to fall from its precarious position. The hungry Ursaring had lost all reason, relentlessly pounding the tree trunk with its fists. Ye Qing held onto the Phoeba with one hand and clung tightly to the tree with the other, determined to face off against the Ursaring. He commanded, Flamethrower, Water Pulse. The Infernape and Phoeba immediately launched their attacks, maintaining a stalemate with the Ursaring. After a while, the Ursaring realized it couldn't break through, so it simply stayed at the base of the tree, its fierce eyes fixed on Ye Qing above. Ye Qing saw through its intentions, thinking, so it's planning to wait me out? The Infernape scratched its head, showing a thoughtful expression, clearly feeling the pressure from the Ursaring. Ye Qing fed both the Infernape and Phoeba an energy cube, feeling a sense of relief as he noticed the brown markings on the Phoeba were fading, hoping they would disappear completely soon. As the sun slowly set over the horizon, the Ursaring spent the entire afternoon pacing under the tree, resting before pounding on the trunk again. Fortunately, each attack was thwarted by the Infernape and Phoeba's long-range skills. This tree was exceptionally resilient, its thick trunk withstanding the Ursaring's fierce attacks, which would have toppled an ordinary tree. Ye Qing remained calm, confident that with enough food, he could hold out for a day or 2. In contrast, the Ursaring was restless beneath the tree, its long hunger and previous injuries only increasing its desperation for food. Whenever Ye Qing leisurely ate and drank in the tree, occasionally tossing broken branches at the Ursaring's face, it further infuriated the starving beast. Yet, the Ursaring was helpless against Ye Qing, its attempts to climb or ram the tree effortlessly thwarted. As night fell, the forest echoed with the sounds of battle and the cries of various beasts. Principal Jiang and Zhao Xinran, patrolling the skies, happened to spot Ye Qing trapped in the tree. Zhao Xinran hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, Principal, should we lend Ye Qing a hand? Principal Jiang slightly shook his head, directly refusing the suggestion, no need. Since he hasn't chosen to withdraw, it means he's confident in handling it. Children need to grow. A flower in a greenhouse cannot survive outside. A Pidgeot sped across the forest canopy, the leaves rustling in the wind. Lying on the branch, Ye Qing murmured to himself, looks like someone's been knocked out. The Infernape restlessly scratched its cheek, appearing agitated while squatting on the tree, clearly disliking the stalemate. Below, the Ursaring, weary with hunger, began seeing double. In the first half of the night, the Ursaring launched 3 or 4 more fierce attacks, but each was repelled by the combined efforts of the Infernape and Phoeba. By the second half of the night, its injuries and fatigue began to take their toll, and drowsiness steadily overcame the Ursaring. Ye Qing's eyes sparkled with determination as he silently celebrated the opportunity finally arriving. He had meticulously planned for this moment, instructing Cho Fish to unleash a wave of water whenever the Ursaring began to doze off, disturbing the massive creature. The persistent harassment drove Ursaring into a fury, causing it to rise on its hind legs. Its powerful front paws slammed against the ground with a resounding thud, and its fierce gaze pierced through the trees toward Ye Qing. Yet, Ye Qing remained unfazed, calmly munching on bread while closely monitoring Ursaring's changing state. The Ursaring was already injured, and the continuous exertion was worsening its condition. Ye Qing calculated that once the timing was right, he would have his two Pokémon engage the beast in battle. As dawn broke, sunlight leapt over the horizon, cutting through the lingering mist and casting a glow on dew-covered leaves. Throughout the night, only Ye Qing had managed to catch a brief nap, while the three Pokémon maintained their vigilance until daybreak. While ordinary bears can go months without food, the spirit-like Ursaring could not. The frequent use of its abilities was rapidly depleting its energy, intensifying its hunger. By noon, Ursaring's injuries had reached a critical point. It faced two choices: launch a reckless attack or retreat to find new prey. At that moment, Monferno grabbed some food and stuffed it into its mouth, deliberately turning its back to Ursaring and making a mocking face, goading the creature into action. Roar! Ursaring's infamous temper flared instantly. Any thoughts of retreat vanished as it furiously clawed the ground, unleashing a thunderous roar and charging at the tree trunk. Dragon Breath. Cho Fish immediately released a blue breath, hoping to paralyze Ursaring if it hit. Simultaneously, Monferno unleashed flames to block Ursaring's escape route. Ursaring, wary of the attacks, launched a trash shot, using the smoke from the collision to obscure its movements as it leapt toward the tree. Sonic Punch. Monferno, undeterred by the danger, blocked Ursaring's path, its fist striking like lightning at Ursaring's face. Ice Wind. Cho Fish exhaled a frigid breeze mixed with frost and ice crystals, enveloping Ursaring in a layer of frost, slowing it down even if the damage was minimal. Ursaring ignored the assault, allowing the Sonic Punch to land on its face, and charged forward, sending Monferno flying. It roared and continued its advance toward Ye Qing, jaws wide open, eyes locked on the human figure growing larger in its sight. It had one thought: one punch would turn this wretched human into pulp. Ye Qing held Cho Fish tightly, waiting for the decisive moment. As Ursaring drew near, raising its massive arm to strike, Ye Qing decisively commanded, "Surprise attack, hypnosis." Facing the approaching Ursaring, Ye Qing could even smell its rancid breath, but this was the moment he had awaited. Monferno darted to Ursaring's side with incredible speed, delivering a powerful blow to its face that interrupted its swing. Immediately after, Ye Qing lifted Cho Fish, aligning its eyes with Ursaring's. A peculiar energy burst forth from Cho Fish's eyes, spreading rapidly toward the nearby Ursaring. Ye Qing held his breath, aware that hypnosis had only a 60% success rate, and considering Cho Fish's lack of psychic abilities, the odds were even slimmer. Ursaring's eyes glared defiantly. The hypnosis had failed. Quick guard. Ye Qing's forehead beaded with cold sweat, grateful for a backup plan, lest he be reduced to pulp. The Infernape once again shielded Ye Qing, but in an instant, Ursaring sent it flying with a powerful punch. Seizing the moment, Ye Qing's Phoeba released a dragon breath directly onto Ursaring, the scorching airflow causing the massive bear to roar in pain. In the face of danger, Ye Qing didn't hesitate for a second. He leaped down from a tree approximately 3 to 4 meters high, using the Phoeba below him as a cushion. Upon landing, he rolled several times to effectively disperse the impact and avoid injury. Roar! The Ursaring, still in the tree, was engulfed by a surge of electricity, its muscles twitching uncontrollably. Paralyzed, it could only watch helplessly as Ye Qing escaped, unable to pursue immediately. Use Flamethrower and Brine. Seeing the Ursaring paralyzed, Ye Qing stopped running and stood resolutely under the tree, determined to face the beast head-on. This area was clearly Ursaring's territory. Despite the fierce battle, no other strong wild Pokémon intervened, only a few weak ones. Ye Qing sighed inwardly, thinking that if another powerful Pokémon appeared, he could have used them as a diversion. Ursaring, attempting to counterattack, was interrupted by another surge of electricity, halting its impending gunk shot. Under the dual assault of fire and brine, Ursaring was in agony. In its fury, it broke off a thick branch and hurled it towards Ye Qing with all its might. Seeing the branch hurtling towards him, Ye Qing shouted, "Protect!" Boom! Infernape quickly positioned itself in front of Ye Qing, barely managing to raise a green barrier of energy. The branch collided heavily against it, and though the Protect move absorbed the damage, the force pushed Infernape back several steps. With its speed greatly increased by its quick feet ability, Ursaring leaped down from the tree, arms raised high, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Brine. Fire punch. Ye Qing commanded calmly. Phoeba immediately unleashed a torrent of white water, washing over Ursaring. At the same time, Infernape leaped forward, its fist igniting with intense flames, landing a precise blow on Ursaring's Hiata critical hit. The fiery flames engulfed Ursaring's head instantly. Bang! Ursaring reacted swiftly, using its arm to smash Infernape away. But Phoeba had already sprung from the ground, its iron tail striking Ursaring's head once more. Roar! Ursaring let out a pained cry, its body shaking violently before finally collapsing to the ground. Is everyone okay? Ye Qing quickly retrieved a healing spray from his backpack, gently applying it to the exhausted Infernape and Phoeba. Hatcha! Infernape groaned weakly, its body seemingly falling apart. Each of Ursaring's hits was powerful enough that most Pokemon wouldn't withstand many before losing their ability to fight. Hang in there, Ye Qing said, gently stroking Infernape's head to comfort it. He couldn't return Infernape to its Pokeball yet, as relying solely on the less mobile Phoeba wouldn't ensure his safety. The forest was vibrant in the early morning, with wild Pokemon visible everywhere. A caterpie dangled from a branch, its eyes fixed intently on Ye Qing from a distance. Ye Qing instantly understood the look in its eyes. It was a caterpie determined to aspire to the heights of Rayquaza. As he traveled, Ye Qing tried to avoid conflicts with wild Pokemon while also searching for ones that suited him. The island didn't seem to have particularly eerie places, so he hoped to get lucky and find a Psychic-type Pokemon, ideally a Ralts. As he thought about it, Ye Qing's mind began to wander, and he quickly stopped himself from getting lost in wild fantasies, or else a whole new story about Ralts evolving into Gardevoir would take shape in his mind. The terrain lowered as he approached the river, and the weather was unpredictable. What was clear skies moments ago had quickly turned overcast, as if a storm was imminent. Looking at the bright white clouds over the island, Ye Qing thought they didn't seem like rain clouds. As he pushed aside a thick mass of vines, he calculated in his mind. If he didn't come across a Ralts this time, he'd have to return home to search for an egg. He was well aware that Psychic-type eggs were already rare, and considering how scarce Ralts were, the chances of encountering one were slim. As the sky grew darker, Ye Qing decided to prepare for the worst. With limited backpack space and school rules prohibiting tents, no one had brought one, so they had to build a temporary shelter before the rain arrived. The increasing humidity in the air hinted that a river was nearby. The sound of rushing water reached his ears, and Ye Qing exchanged a knowing glance with his Infernape before quickly heading toward the source of the sound. The vegetation near the river was more lush, with tall, sturdy trees and broad, sprawling leaves. The ground was covered with traces left by various Pokemon serpentine curves and beastly footprints, all indicating the vibrant life here. Hatcha! As Ye Qing hurried along, his Infernape suddenly halted, darting to his side and delivering a powerful straight punch. Bang! Eradicate attempting to ambush them was sent flying by the punch. Ye Qing was initially startled but quickly regained his composure. This freshwater river was the lifeline for the island's Pokemon, and the closer you got, the stronger and more aggressive the Pokemon became. Protecting this precious area required both power and ferocity. Infernape was enraged by Raticate's sneak attack. If not for its quick reflexes, Ye Qing could have been injured, something it couldn't tolerate. Quick, let's go! Seeing Infernape's urge to pursue, Ye Qing hurriedly stopped it and led the way to escape. Although Infernape wanted to chase, it hesitated for a moment before following Ye Qing, trusting that there was a reason for his decision. Sure enough, the Raticate that had been sent flying was furious, crouching down and emitting a piercing squeak sound. In no time, the sound of earth being disturbed rose up, and countless Rattata and Raticate emerged from underground burrows and bushes. They exchanged glances and immediately led their group in a frenzied chase after Ye Qing and Infernape, who had not gone far. The rustling noises behind them grew louder, and when Infernape glanced back, it was like a hornet's nest had been stirred. The ground was swarming with pursuing Rattata. Ye Qing had anticipated this. Both Rattata and Raticate were social creatures, not particularly strong, but with a fierce temper, and they understood the importance of unity. Provoking one was like attacking a Spearow's nest, sure to incite a collective assault. Huff! Huff! Ye Qing shielded his head with his hands to avoid getting scratched by low-hanging branches, fully aware of his limited strength and focusing solely on escaping. Infernape, however, had no such concerns. It swept its iron tail to send Eradicate flying, its fists moving like the wind, knocking away all the approaching Rattata. As long as it wasn't surrounded, these minor adversaries were no threat to it. Boom! A rumble of thunder echoed in the sky, and flashes of lightning tore through the clouds. Ye Qing looked up to see that the once white clouds had turned black, with a storm about to hit. On this island, a light drizzle was a rare sight. Sonic Punch, Fire Punch, Iron Tail. Infernape fought while running, growing more excited with each strike, gradually entering a mysterious state as its genetic memory began to awaken. Monferno squinted slightly, seemingly having an epiphany, and lifted its right foot to deliver a fierce kick at an oncoming Rattata. Bang! The Rattata tumbled to the ground, seriously injured. Is that the low kick skill? Although Ye Qing was dashing ahead with his head down, he kept an eye on the battle behind him and immediately noticed the change. I didn't expect Monferno to be so formidable, learning a new skill on its own during the fight. My Monferno is amazing. With the newfound low kick skill, Monferno's momentum surged. Its fists, tail, and feet became sharp points of attack, weaving through the group of Rattatas, each strike severely wounding its opponents. Ye Qing consciously ran towards a dense area of vegetation, deliberately refraining from having Monferno use flamethrower, treating the Rattatas as practice to hone Monferno's strength. Before long, the Rattata group, having suffered many casualties, finally stopped their pursuit in frustration. Cha! Monferno exited its battle state, exuding an astonishing aura, the flames on its tail almost reaching Ye Qing's eyebrows. Did it level up? Ye Qing, excited, stared at the now level 22 Monferno. Looks like that battle was quite fruitful. Ye Qing stopped, took out an energy cube from his backpack, and handed it to Monferno, then bent over, hands on knees, gasping for breath. If not for the daily physical training at school, he would have collapsed from such prolonged running. Cha! Monferno crushed the energy cube, adjusted its breathing slightly, clenched its fists, and felt the stronger power within. Rustling the surrounding quiet made the sound of water more distinct. The humidity in the air noticeably increased, and the scent of fresh grass lingered at their noses. Hatcha! Monferno suddenly tugged at Ye Qing's clothes, pointing ahead. Ye Qing looked closely and saw an unusual tree. Upon approaching, he noticed it was laden with clusters of bright red berries. Nenab berries. Ye Qing recognized them at once as precious materials for making energy cubes. However, wild berries are usually beloved by wild Pokemon, and such an abundance surely meant a powerful Pokemon was guarding them. Whether we can defeat it is one thing, but with rain approaching, building shelter is the priority, Ye Qing thought. Risking it for a few berries isn't worth it, especially if we catch a cold and have to leave the training. Monferno scratched its head, not understanding why Ye Qing didn't pick the berries, but didn't question it further. At that moment, the spoon mark left by Mutuo on Ye Qing's wrist began to warm slightly and glow. Could there be psychic or ghost-type energy nearby? Ye Qing looked around, seeing nothing unusual in any direction. He glanced at the ground. Could there be a ghastly underground, phasing through walls and ground? With no answers after pondering for a while, Ye Qing made a discreet mark on the spot and decided to explore the area with Monferno. They hadn't walked 100 meters before discovering a river. A waterfall, 4 to 5 meters high, cascaded down, crashing into the water and creating a dense mist. The surrounding plants were lush, and various water-type Pokemon occasionally poked their heads out of the river. Along the riverbanks, a variety of elemental creatures were gathered, cautiously watching Ye Qing and the Monferno as they drank from the river. One Arbok stood out, its eyes glinting menacingly as it reared up, spreading its ribs to fully display its sinister tattoos, exuding an air of threat. Hatcha! The Monferno bared its teeth in defiance, its fur bristling and flames flickering on its fists, clearly signaling, I'm not to be messed with. Ye Qing picked up a sturdy branch, scanning his surroundings warily. He was reluctant to initiate any conflict without understanding the situation by the river. Observing the environment, he noted the lush green grass stretching about 10 meters on either side of the riverbank. A small waterfall created a 3-meter slope, rising above the surrounding ground. This is it, Ye Qing murmured to himself, recalling his teacher's lessons. This is the perfect spot to build a shelter. He handed a pack of food to the Monferno, saying, Eat up, you'll need your strength for some work later. The Monferno eagerly grabbed a handful of food, stuffing its cheeks like a balloon, unfazed by the upcoming labor. Seeing that Ye Qing and the Monferno meant no harm, the creatures along the riverbank gradually relaxed, resuming their drinking or lounging. Once satisfied, the Monferno was full of energy, muscles tensed beneath its red fur. It swiftly began digging at the slope, creating a hole about 1.5 meters high and nearly 2 meters deep in no time. Ye Qing crouched to inspect the damp earth inside the hole, pondering for a moment before instructing the Monferno, use flamethrower to dry it out. Huh. The Monferno gulped, eyes widening at the thought of drying such a large space. It hesitated, glancing at Ye Qing, who looked resolute and uncompromising. With a sigh, the Monferno took a deep breath and unleashed a scorching flame. The interior was bathed in an orange-red glow as steam rose, swiftly evaporating into wisps of smoke. Shortly after, Ye Qing bent down to enter the cave, feeling the warm, dry air. Satisfied, he noted the solid walls and absence of tunnels made by wild creatures. He stomped on the ground, finding it firm and dry, and thought, next, I'll need to create an insulating layer. Otherwise, sleeping on the ground will sap my body heat. Hatcha! The Monferno sighed again, foreseeing more labor ahead. It silently wished for Ye Qing to capture more creatures soon, hoping to escape its current fate as a workhorse. Ye Qing pondered and said, "Help me gather some dry bark, branches, and leaves." Huh. The Monferno nodded wearily, trudging towards the forest. Ye Qing followed closely, aware that he couldn't stray far from his creature's protection in the wild. As they walked, Ye Qing's thoughts drifted to the Phoeba. He had a bold guess if all went well, Phoebus's evolution might occur right here. After laying down the collected bark and large leaves, Ye Qing placed his backpack inside the cave. He lit a campfire at the entrance, its glow illuminating the area. With the sky darkening and rain imminent, he directed the Monferno to chop a pile of firewood for storage inside the cave. The creatures by the river watched Ye Qing and the Monferno with curiosity, their actions captivating them. A few docile oddish even helped transport bark, leaving tiny footprints in the ground. Occasionally, Ye Qing glanced at the spoon-shaped mark on his wrist, which hadn't reacted since its initial glow. Grateful for the help, he shared some food with the little helpers and invited them to rest by his cave. Calling the Monferno over, Ye Qing leaned close to its ear and whispered, "When I bring out Phoeba, make sure to compliment her looks. If anyone dares call her ugly, give them a good beating." Hatcha. Although a bit confused, the Monferno nodded, ready to fulfill the task. It clenched its fists, eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. After all, it excelled at throwing punches. After finishing with Monferno, Ye Qing stepped outside and crushed a few energy cubes, scattering them on the ground to invite the surrounding Pokemon to have a taste. By the river, a variety of Pokemon lived, and while a few fierce ones kept their distance, most were quite gentle. They sniffed at the enticing aroma of the energy cubes, eager and with eyes full of longing. "In a moment, I'm going to release a Phoeba. I hope you all can say some kind words and praise her," Ye Qing said, gesturing to the Pokeball at his waist. "These treats are your reward." The Pokemon exchanged puzzled glances, knowing full well what a Phoeba looked like with its brown spotted body. It certainly couldn't be described as beautiful. But since this trainer was offering such a delicious treat, a few insincere compliments seemed a small price to pay. The Pokemon nodded in agreement, though their eyes remained fixed on the energy cubes. Pleased with their reaction, Ye Qing continued to crush more energy cubes, spreading them evenly on the ground for the Pokemon to enjoy. Typically, these wild Pokemon only had access to ordinary berries, never having tasted such exquisite food. A near scuffle broke out as they scrambled for the energy cubes, and even the usually aloof Arbok couldn't resist sneaking closer for a share. The clouds in the sky began to lower, and the wind on the island picked up, rustling the leaves. Observing the changing weather, Ye Qing decided the time was right. He retrieved the luxury ball containing Phoeba from his waist. After a period of careful feeding, the brown spots on Phoeba had faded significantly. It seemed further feeding would have little effect, so he chose to take a chance today. Surrounded by Pokemon eagerly watching him, hoping for more delicious energy cubes after helping out, Ye Qing took a deep breath and pressed the button in the center of the Pokeball. A flash of blinding white light, and Phoeba appeared in the water. Startled by the sudden appearance of so many unfamiliar Pokemon, Phoeba's small fins trembled. "Wooba meow? Ooh. Kuga." The Pokemon began to shower Phoeba with exaggerated compliments, but as they continued, their expressions shifted from perfunctory to genuine surprise. This Phoeba seemed different from the others they had seen. Her scales shimmered, and the once unsightly deep brown spots had almost vanished. Nearby, Monferno stood alert, his keen eyes scanning the surrounding Pokemon, fists clenched and ready to act. If any Pokemon dared to utter a single negative word, he would not hesitate to confront them. He could joke with his own siblings, but he wouldn't tolerate outsiders' criticism. Bloop bloop. Phoeba swam in the water, hearing sincere compliments about her appearance for the first time. She could tell the surprise on their faces wasn't fake. Was she really becoming more beautiful? As this thought took root and grew within her, an unprecedented sense of confidence emerged. She really could become beautiful. Standing on the bank, Ye Qing noticed Phoeba's change in demeanor. Her once dull eyes now sparkled with life, and her entire posture exuded confidence. However, the anticipated light of evolution remained elusive. It seems in reality, Phoeba requires a beauty scale as a catalyst, Ye Qing pondered, lightly touching his chin. Just like a Sylveon needs both high friendship and to learn a fairy-type move to evolve. Ye Qing held the beautiful scale he had cherished for so long. Just as he was about to throw it away, an unexpected event occurred. With a thunderous roar, the river erupted, sending water spraying everywhere as a colossal creature, 7 to 8 meters long, emerged from the depths. Its entire body was covered in azure scales, menacing fangs bared, and its blood-red eyes radiated an aura of ferocity and violence. This was the infamous Gyarados, nicknamed the Ferocious One. Its massive body stirred up a tidal wave, sweeping everything in the river, including the Phoeba, away like a tsunami, scattering them in all directions. The Pokemon on the riverbank, upon witnessing the appearance of the Gyarados, were terrified as if they had seen a demon, fleeing in panic to distant bushes, peeking out tremblingly to watch the scene unfold. Roar! The Gyarados opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. It had followed the scent of the energy cube all the way upstream, only to find that the tantalizing aroma had vanished into thin air upon its arrival. This infuriated it, and it was convinced that the Pokémon were behind this trickery, determined to teach them a lesson. The more the Gyarados thought about it, the angrier it became. Suddenly, it gathered energy in its huge mouth and unleashed a thick, azure hydro pump, bombarding everything around it. Each blast carried destructive power, creating massive waves and causing the river to surge violently. Amidst the chaos, Ye Qing anxiously looked around but couldn't spot where the Phi-Ba had been swept away. Faced with this sudden crisis, he had no choice but to send out his Infernape to buy some time. At this moment, the Gyarados was at its peak, level 32, healthy, and its combat power doubled by its rage. This male water-flying type beast possessed the Intimidate ability, which could lower its opponent's attack. It carried a damp rock and wielded powerful moves such as Iron Head, Aqua Tail, Crunch, Twister, Ice Fong, Aqua Tail, Hydro Pump, and Water Pulse. It was said that during its evolution, the Gyarados underwent a reorganization of its brain cells, drastically changing its personality, making it extremely aggressive. Once enraged, it would recklessly destroy everything around it. Compared to the previously injured and hungry Ursaring, this fully healthy Gyarados was not only stronger, but its water and flying attributes also countered the fire-type Infernape. This meant that Infernape's attacks would only deal half the damage, making it a disastrous matchup. Even so, until he found the Phi-Ba, Ye Qing had no choice but to command Infernape to hold off the Gyarados. Taking cover by a shelter on the riverbank, Ye Qing shouted, "Hold it off! Use Flamethrower!" Infernape was initially intimidated by the Gyarados' ability, causing it to tremble slightly. Fortunately, the opponent did not immediately attack. Encouraged by Ye Qing's command, Infernape mustered its courage, took a deep breath, and unleashed a fierce flame from its mouth, slicing through the air towards the Gyarados. Seeing a Pokémon dare to challenge it, the Gyarados turned its massive body, eyes widening in anger, and fired another Hydro Pump. Boom! The power of the Hydro Pump unleashed by the Gyarados was earth-shattering, overwhelming the Flamethrower and crashing into Infernape with a fierce impact. Hacha! Infernape cried out in pain, the powerful water stream sending it flying far away, landing heavily on the ground. For a fire-type like it, water-type moves were a deadly blow. Yet, it gritted its teeth, staggered back on its feet, and bravely charged forward again. Seeing that its attack hadn't completely crushed its opponent, the Gyarados grew even more furious, once again gathering a blue energy sphere in its mouth, preparing to unleash a more powerful Hydro Pump. Ye Qing wouldn't let it succeed, immediately shouting, "Mach Punch! Iron Tail!" Infernape leaped, swiftly moving to the side of Gyarados' head, delivering a fierce punch that precisely struck the Gyarados, interrupting its impending Hydro Pump. Immediately after, Infernape's long, powerful tail glinted with a metallic sheen, smacking heavily across the Gyarados' face. Roar! The ferocious one had never suffered such humiliation. Burning with rage, it opened its massive jaws to viciously bite at the Infernape beside its head. Seeing this dangerous situation, Ye Qing urgently shouted, "Quick guard!" Infernape let out a howl, instantly crossing its arms to brace against the Gyarados' upper and lower jaws. Its muscles tensed, struggling to withstand the crushing bite force that could shatter rocks. Seeing it couldn't bite through this tough opponent, the Gyarados violently shook its head, flinging Infernape away. Then, a glint of malice flashed in its eyes as it quickly gathered a blue water pulse in its mouth and shot it out. "Iron Tail, block it!" Ye Qing was anxious, commanding Infernape while quickly scanning the river, but still couldn't find any sign of the Phi-Ba. Bang! Infernape barely steadied itself, swinging its tail to strike the watermelon-sized water ball, only to feel an overwhelming force. The violent energy within the water ball exploded, sending Infernape flying, crashing heavily onto the bank, skidding several meters, raising a trail of dust. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Just at this critical moment, the figure of the Phi-Ba finally emerged in front of the waterfall. The Gyarados had no idea what Ye Qing was thinking. After repelling the Monferno, it opened its massive jaws, releasing a powerful jet of water that roared like a cannonball, aiming straight at Ye Qing. This fierce water cannon wasn't just meant to drown the troublesome human, but also to utterly crush the resilient Monferno. At that critical moment, the Monferno, despite the excruciating pain, forced its swollen eyes open and struggled to stand. It swung its arms, creating multiple illusions that quickly spread out, shielding Ye Qing like lightning. Hatcha! With a furious shout, Monferno summoned all its strength to create a translucent energy barrier in front of it. Seeing this, Ye Qing swiftly pulled a beginner-level water energy cube from his backpack and threw it forcefully into the distance. At the same time, Gyarados' water cannon collided with Monferno's protective barrier. The massive impact sent Monferno flying, and Ye Qing was also violently knocked back. Gardevoir's relentless assault continued like a tidal wave, with another water pulse following immediately, striking Monferno squarely in the chest. After this series of attacks, Gardevoir's attention was drawn to the energy cube Ye Qing had thrown, prompting it to abandon the chase and swim towards the cube. Meanwhile, a Fiba, which had been hiding in the river, peeked out and witnessed Ye Qing and Monferno being blown away. Seeing the person she cared about most getting hurt ignited a surge of fury within her. Despite knowing she was no match for Gardevoir's and that attacking would be like a moth to a flame, she resolutely launched an attack on Gardevoir's. Ye Qing lay on the ground, spitting out dirt, and despite the pain in his chest, he managed to throw a beautiful scale in Fiba's direction. At that moment, Gardevoir's, busy with the energy cube, glanced at the fluttering scale but was completely uninterested as it held no appeal for it. The beautiful scale twirled in the air, reflecting vibrant colors under the sunlight. Upon seeing the scale, Fiba seemed to trigger an instinctive memory buried in her genes, suddenly feeling an intense desire. She vigorously thrashed her tail, splashing water everywhere, and put all her strength into performing her best move splash. Evolution. Ye Qing pounded the ground with all his might, shouting hoarsely, "Hacha!" The severely injured Monferno also let out a roar. But in the next moment, Monferno realized something and fell into deep thought. If the unevolved Fiba was already so aloof, arrogant, and powerful, wouldn't she be even more difficult to handle after evolving? The thought of possibly being overshadowed by a lady boss made Monferno's heartache more than its physical injuries. Overcome with sorrow, it pounded the ground with its fists. "All right, let's watch together." Hearing Monferno's commotion, Ye Qing mistakenly assumed it was equally excited. Leaping into the air, Fiba caught the beautiful scale in her mouth, and instantly, a dazzling white light enveloped her body. Wrapped in the light of evolution, Fiba's form began to change. First, her body elongated, then two pink, hair-like fins grew from her head, and finally, her tail gracefully fanned out like a fan. 3 meters, 6 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters. Ye Qing marveled at the extraordinary features of the leader Cho-Cho fish. Even after its evolution, it remained more slender and elegant than the average Milotic. As the white light faded, the once short and unattractive Cho-Cho fish disappeared, replaced by a breathtakingly beautiful creature. Its creamy white body exuded irresistible charm, and its ruby-like eyes shone brightly. Two silky pink long fins gracefully draped down the sides of its head, while its tail was covered in blue and pink scales, fanning out like a fan and glimmering enchantingly in the sunlight. This was Milotic. Ye Qing and Infernape lay on the ground, staring intently at this incredible transformation. While Ye Qing managed to maintain some composure, Infernape's eyes widened as if they would pop out of their sockets. It looked incredulously at this beautiful and captivating masterpiece, feeling ashamed of its past behavior towards her, and promptly collapsed to the ground. Milotic's serene and ethereal voice echoed along the riverbank, with wisps of mist enveloping her, allowing her to float gracefully in midair. Ye Qing wasn't surprised by Milotic's ability to fly, as he had noticed this trait while watching anime in his previous life. Milotic elegantly swayed her tail, her gaze fixed on the Gyarados. Her beautiful and enchanting eyes now emitted a sharp, killing intent. Ye Qing quickly ran through Milotic's stats in his mind. A leader Pokemon, level 26 potential, S status, female, water type, with the cute charm ability, which could captivate opponents upon contact. She had mastered various skills, including basic ones like Brine, Iron Tail, Dragon Breath, Mist, and Hypnosis, as well as advanced skills such as Jump, Tackle, Bind, Water Gun, Splash, Twister, Refresh, Disarming Voice, and Hydro Pump. Through skill tutoring, she had also learned Icy Wind and Water Pulse. Ye Qing's heart raced with excitement. Not only had Milotic successfully evolved, but she had also directly comprehended a multitude of skills, even advancing 5 levels consecutively. More importantly, her evolution had altered her potential, a rare but possible occurrence. A Pokemon's evolution was akin to a complete transformation, optimizing its innate talent. Naturally, this change was closely related to the trainer's regular cultivation. The better the foundation, the greater the likelihood of potential enhancement. As Ye Qing pondered, Gyarados let out a deafening roar. It was clearly enraged by Milotic's provocation, indifferent to her beauty. Milotic, use Icy Wind. Ye Qing commanded decisively. Milotic let out a gentle hum, gracefully swaying her long tail, and unleashed a biting wind mixed with ice crystals and snowflakes from her mouth. Wherever the icy wind passed, the river instantly froze, and trees withered. The Gyarados in the water had no time to retaliate before it was frozen solid, becoming a massive ice sculpture. Ye Qing clenched his fist. This was Milotic's debut battle, and she absolutely couldn't lose. Smash it with Iron Tail, then use Dragon Breath, he commanded decisively. Milotic's giant tail traced an elegant arc in the air, creating a whistling wind as it struck heavily against the Gyarados' forehead. The ice shattered, and the Gyarados, covered in frostbite, burst from the ice, its massive mouth lined with gleaming teeth lunging to bite Milotic's tail. However, before it could succeed, a brilliant blue dragon breath precisely struck its head once again. Roar! Gyarados fell into the river, causing a massive wave over 3 meters high. Numerous golden electric arcs crackled across its body, indicating it was paralyzed. Yes! Ye Qing finally stood up, raising his arm to cheer for Milotic. At this moment, the battle's outcome was clear. The paralyzed Gyarados was like a lamb to the slaughter before Milotic. Despite Gyarados' fierce and impulsive nature, it wasn't entirely without reason. Realizing the slim chances of victory, it decisively dove into the water, swiftly retreating from the battlefield. For wild Pokemon, the absence of healing sprays and Pokeballs means that injuries have significant consequences. Gyarados understood this well, and without even a moment for tough words, it fled in panic. Where do you think you're going? Ye Qing shouted, alarmed. You still have my damp rock. Milotic narrowed its eyes, letting out a soft me, before launching a hydro pump like an arrow from a bow. In its desperate bid to escape, Gyarados flung the damp rock from its tail into the air, hoping to buy some time. Me no, Milotic gracefully swayed midair, effortlessly catching the damp rock and concealing it with its tail. The victory left it in an exceptionally good mood. As Gyarados fled, other Pokemon began to emerge. Although they had seen wild Milotic before, none were prepared for the breathtaking beauty of this particular Milotic. Numerous male Pokemon crowded around, drooling uncontrollably. Infernape glanced at Ye Qing beside him and finally understood the meaning of "don't let yourself regret." He sighed, realizing his standing in Milotic's eyes was likely beyond repair. Suddenly, a Phanpy beneath Milotic was infuriated and slapped a Breloom across the face. Its angry demeanor seemed to declare that such a magnificent Milotic should be his alone, not to be shared. Breloom couldn't swallow this insult and immediately punched back, leading to a brawl. Other Pokemon eagerly joined in, each trying to impress Milotic. Milotic elegantly extended its body, basking in the surrounding admiration. It was a level of attention it never dared to dream of before, yet here it was, captivating all who beheld it. The scene left Ye Qing in stunned disbelief. He never imagined such jealousy and rivalry could unfold in the Pokemon world. Milotic, like a queen, gracefully floated above, neither encouraging nor discouraging the antics below. Me no. After a while of playful antics, Milotic leisurely drifted toward Ye Qing and Infernape. At that moment, Milotic's large, fan-shaped tail suddenly swept through the air, carrying a gust of wind towards Infernape. Knowing he was no match, and recalling his past actions, Infernape had no intention of resisting. The tail abruptly halted just in front of Infernape, and Milotic slightly lifted its head, then slowly retracted its tail with a squint. Chaha! Infernape scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly at Milotic, indicating she had forgiven his previous rudeness. Ye Qing knew this was just a bit of feminine playfulness. After all, Infernape had often bullied Phoeba, targeting her face during battles. Now that Phoeba had transformed into the stunning Milotic, she naturally wanted to reclaim her dignity. Ye Qing gently stroked Milotic's smooth skin and softly asked, "How does it feel to have evolved?" Milotic slowly descended, nudging Ye Qing's hand with its forehead. She remembered how her trainer and Infernape had fought bravely to protect her from Gyarados. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and soon a torrential downpour began. Ye Qing quickly led Infernape into a cave for shelter, while Milotic coiled outside. Raindrops fell on Mayna's as she tilted her head back, breathing softly, her pores opening as she enjoyed the rain. The surrounding elves hurriedly fled into the forest, except for a few gentle ones like Bellsprout and Oddish, who were invited into the cave to take shelter. Ye Qing took out some energy cubes, feeding Mayna's and Infernape, his gaze resting on Mayna's in the rain. "What happened in the river earlier? Why did it take you so long to come out?" Ye Qing asked. Mayna seemed to recall something, drawing random patterns on the grass with her tail. Ye Qing observed closely, trying to understand. "Are you saying you encountered a deep hole under the river, accidentally fell in, and it took a lot of effort to swim out?" Mayna's nodded, then shook her head, continuing to draw with her tail. Ye Qing suddenly connected this to his earlier suspicion there might be ghost-type or psychic-type elves underground. A thought struck him. "Are you saying the hole is beneath the waterfall?" Mayna sighed with relief and nodded gently. Ye Qing's mind cleared as he speculated that the hole might contain something special, perhaps a rare item. Otherwise, it wouldn't resonate with the mark. Taking advantage of the heavy rain, which made it unlikely for fierce elves to come out and hunt, Ye Qing decided to send Maynas to investigate immediately. "Maynas, please go and check if the hole leads underground, and if there's any air inside." Maynas readily agreed, diving under the waterfall, her massive body vanishing into the river in an instant. The storm soon subsided, and the sun set. Ye Qing ate a simple meal, keeping his eyes fixed on the river. The Bellsprout and other elves had left, and the forest became dangerous at night. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the water, and Manas's large form soared into the air, swiftly floating before Ye Qing. He and Infernape breathed a sigh of relief and quickly inquired about the situation. Manas shook her head to indicate she was fine, then glared at Infernape, who was caught trying to touch her. Embarrassed, Infernape scratched his head with a silly grin. Ye Qing looked at the image Manas had drawn and exclaimed with surprise. The cave really connects to another space? Manas nodded in confirmation, explaining how she had spent time exploring the path inside. Ye Qing felt more assured, but a new problem arose: he couldn't breathe underwater and hadn't brought any diving equipment. If the cave was too long, he might not be able to hold his breath for that long. How long is the cave? Ye Qing asked tentatively. Manas tilted her head in thought, then drew about a dozen of her own figures on the ground. Ye Qing frowned slightly, calculating in his mind the length of a dozen Manas, nearly 100 meters. This distance matched the place he had previously marked. He fell into deep thought, weighing the risks of exploring this mysterious cave against the potential rewards. For Manas, this distance was a piece of cake. With her swimming speed, she could cover 100 meters in just a few breaths. Even if the cave environment was complex, it wouldn't take much time. If things went south, they could always retreat. Ye Qing calculated in his mind, a look of excitement appearing on his face. All right, tomorrow morning we'll go down and find out what's going on. As night fell, the wind began to rise. The campfire at the cave entrance blazed brightly, casting flickering shadows of the forest all around. From a distance, the cries of elves and the shouts of humans could be heard, sending chills down one's spine. Ye Qing gazed at the dancing flames, his thoughts drifting to the distant Wang Yao. With the forest lizard, the darling of the woods, by his side, Wang Yao should be safe. Chewing on the unappetizing compressed biscuits, Ye Qing couldn't help but miss his mother's delicious home-cooked meals. As night deepened, the vigilant blazing monkey sat by the cave's edge with a twig in its mouth, keeping a watchful eye on Ye Qing. Meanwhile, Manas swam freely in the river, the moonlight shimmering on her body. To avoid drawing attention, Ye Qing instructed her to use white mist to conceal herself. Ye Qing took a good 10 minutes to force down all the compressed biscuits. If not for his hunger, he wouldn't have touched such unpalatable food. Looking up, he saw the bright moon hanging high and the stars dotting the night sky, a rare sight compared to the polluted world he once knew. To ensure they were well rested for the next day's exploration, Ye Qing arranged for the two spirits to take turns keeping watch, while he prepared to sleep. After a day and more of dealing with the troublesome circle bear, Ye Qing fell into a deep sleep shortly after lying down, his exhausted body letting out faint snores. It was unclear how much time had passed when the blazing monkey's ears suddenly twitched. The sound of footsteps approached from afar, and the blazing monkey instantly became alert. It gently nudged the sleeping Ye Qing and then tossed a stone into the river. Ye Qing groggily opened his eyes, and once he focused, he shivered, his drowsiness vanishing instantly. What he saw were a dozen pairs of scarlet eyes. The riverbank was surrounded by a pack of gray wolves. These large wolf dogs were entirely gray, tails tucked between their legs, ears perked up, and long fangs protruding from their mouths. One of them was particularly imposing, nearly a third larger than the other wolf dogs. Led by the alpha wolf, they expertly encircled Ye Qing and the blazing monkey. After a brief moment of panic, Ye Qing quickly regained his composure. He was no longer the same person he once was. With Manas by his side, even if he couldn't defeat these wolf dogs outright, he was confident they could protect themselves. With a splash, Manas was awakened by the stone thrown by the blazing monkey. Worried about Ye Qing's safety, she quickly flicked her tail and darted out of the river. Mino, the large wolf dogs, who had disturbed her beauty sleep, made Manas quite annoyed. Didn't they know how important a fairy's sleep was? Hatcha! The blazing monkey roared, and the flames on its tail shot up over a meter high. In the firelight, it looked like a demon emerging from hell, exuding an intimidating presence. Dominant spirit, large wolf dog, level 19 potential, D state, healthy but hungry. Male, dark attribute. With a characteristic of overconfidence, once it defeats an opponent, its confidence surges, greatly increasing its attack power. Under the moonlight, the pack of large wolf dogs, devoid of inherited skills or special tools, appeared particularly imposing. Their lightning-infused fangs glimmered, and they were ready to unleash basic attacks like tackle, sand attack, and bite. Ye Qing quickly skimmed through the wolf dog's data, feeling slightly reassured. These beasts, no higher than level 19, were no match for Milotic and Infernape. Milotic, protect me. Infernape, engage. Ye Qing ordered decisively. Hatcha. Infernape, usually cautious, now displayed an air of arrogance under Milotic's cover. It swaggered toward the pack, eyes gleaming with battle intent. The Wolf King stood still, calculating. It had witnessed Milotic's strength before and estimated that they were evenly matched. With the pack's coordinated efforts, victory wasn't out of reach. As for the monkey, it seemed insignificant against a well-planned strategy. With a long howl, the Wolf King signaled the attack. 6 wolf dogs lunged at Infernape, while the others remained vigilant, ready for a surprise assault. Infernape, unfazed, strutted into the circle. It clenched its fists and casually spat out a twig, seemingly taunting them. In an instant, 4 wolf dogs charged from different directions, fangs gleaming with lightning and cold light. Infernape's fists, like twin dragons, sliced through the night sky with sonic punches, precisely striking the heads of 2 wolf dogs. Its tail, shimmering with a metallic sheen, swiftly sent the other 2 flying. Hatcha! Infernape shook its head disdainfully, even flipping off the Wolf King. At that moment, a lurking wolf dog seized the opportunity and charged at Infernape's back. Yet, as if it had eyes on its back, Infernape deftly sidestepped, nudging the wolf dog with its right foot. The wolf dog tumbled, its face scraping the ground, sparks flying as its fangs met stone. Another wolf dog leaped from a blind spot. Infernape reacted swiftly, dodging while delivering a sonic punch straight to the wolf's face. It then grabbed the wolf dog's scruff and slammed it to the ground. Ye Qing and Milotic observed the battle, ready to assist if needed. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the Wolf King hesitated briefly before leading the pack to retreat quietly. Hatcha! Infernape seemed unsatisfied, as these wolf dogs were perfect for practice, yet they withdrew so soon. Not too dumb, Ye Qing yawned, assigning 2 Pokemon to keep watch while he lay back down to sleep. The next morning at 10, Ye Qing finally awoke. Ouch, he groaned, rubbing his sore back, realizing that the hard ground was far from a comfortable bed. He couldn't help but wonder how his female classmates managed through the night. On the other side of the island, Wang Yao sat by the river with a blade of grass in his mouth, accompanied by a forest lizard whose tail hung in the water as if fishing. The sun beat down mercilessly on them as they waited in vain. Growing impatient, Wang Yao patted the forest lizard on the shoulder, complaining, "Hey buddy, are you even trying? How long has it been? And we haven't caught a single sprite." The forest lizard silently let out a tisk and rolled its eyes, thinking to itself that it wasn't a fishing rod and its tail wasn't bait. Catching a sprite like this would be strange indeed. Wang Yao glanced up at the relentless sun, sweat trickling down his forehead. He thought to himself, this isn't working. Just then, there was movement underwater. A Gyarados was eyeing the 2 floating green leaves on the surface with a look of indignation. It pondered, do they think I'm a fool? Trying to catch me with a couple of lousy leaves? The more the Gyarados thought about it, the angrier it got. With a swift flick of its fin, it surged to the surface. It locked eyes with Wang Yao and the forest lizard for a brief moment before suddenly leaping out of the water, drenching them with a splash of its tail. The icy river water made Wang Yao shiver, and he immediately shouted in anger, "Oh, you're asking for it. Get him." The forest lizard moved quickly, the leaves on its hand extending into a gleaming green blade. It raised the leaf blade, muscles tensed, and leapt towards the Gyarados still flaunting on the water's surface. Wang Yao expected the Gyarados to dodge, but to his surprise, the fish stood its ground, not even attempting to evade, and let the forest lizard knock it onto the shore. What? Wang Yao was baffled, squinting at the Gyarados on the bank, wondering if it was deliberately letting itself be captured for a free meal ticket. On the other side of the river, Ye Qing had just finished freshening up and was crouching by the riverbank with his 2 sprites. They peered into the murky depths together, and Ye Qing decisively said, "Let's take a look." Milotic raised its head gracefully, letting out a melodious Milo, before diving into the water. Its massive form created waves that sent the nearby playful sprites scattering. On the bank, a group of Milotic admirers cheered it on enthusiastically, embodying the spirit of devoted fans despite not being water types themselves. Ye Qing recalled his Infernape to its pokeball and quickly stripped down to his underwear. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the river. The cold water enveloped him, a stark contrast to the scorching sun on the bank. Milotic swam elegantly to Ye Qing's side, signaling for him to hold on. Ye Qing took another deep breath and nodded firmly at Milotic. "Me," Milotic sang, its tail swishing gracefully as it carried Ye Qing swiftly into the water, heading for the cave beneath the waterfall. Though the sunlight outside was bright, the river was icy cold. Ye Qing strained to keep his eyes open, his vision blurred, but he could still make out the underwater scenery. The cave entrance was hidden in a corner of the riverbed, about 2 meters in diameter. Ye Qing inspected the surrounding marks and realized the entrance didn't appear naturally formed. Rather, it seemed to have been forcibly smashed by some powerful force. Milotic, adept in the water, darted into the cave with ease. Are these sword marks? Ye Qing observed the jagged cave walls, marked by cuts from sharp implements. He pondered, what kind of sprite could wield such a fierce technique? Aegislash, Kartana, Surfetched, or Galade? The tunnel stretched about 100 meters, but with Milotic's guidance, they reached the deepest part quickly. Milotic seemed familiar with the area, adjusting its position effortlessly before swiftly ascending. While Milotic broke through the surface with Ye Qing, causing ripples across the calm lake. Ye Qing was left speechless by the sight before him. Countless blue luminescent specks floated on the water, glowing dreamily in the darkness. It felt as if he were surrounded by a sea of stars, the ethereal blue light stretching as far as his eyes could see. These must be glowfish. I never expected there to be so many here, he whispered in awe, careful not to disturb the serene beauty of the scene. The light here is very dim, and apart from his immediate surroundings, Ye Qing can hardly see anything. Based on his deduction, they must be in an underground cave. However, the faint glow alone is not enough to illuminate the distance. Come out, Blaziken. Once out, Blaziken leaped onto Milotic's back, its tail flame burning fiercely. With the light from its tail, Ye Qing could finally see the surroundings. Blaziken happily intensified the flame on its tail, allowing the light to reach further. Milotic turned to warn Blaziken not to move recklessly. This underground cave, formed over countless years, held no other creatures apart from the glowing fish. But the absence of visibility didn't mean absence of existence. Worried about wild Pokemon, Ye Qing instructed Blaziken to spray sparks around. Blaziken complied, shooting intense sparks in batches around them. The bursts of sparks lit up various parts of the cave. Ye Qing guided Milotic to slowly swim towards the shore. The cave was vast, with a dark opening ahead leading to an unknown destination. As Milotic swam, the glowing fish swiftly moved aside, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Ye Qing wasn't surprised, knowing the glowing fish were weak and prey to wingulls even outside. The path remained unobstructed, but as the opening was only about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, Ye Qing had to recall Milotic into its pokeball. Milotic was reluctant to return, worried about the dangers in the pitch-black cave and unsure if Blaziken could handle them alone. What a joke, questioning its capability. Blaziken puffed out its chest, assuring Milotic there would be no problem. Seeing Blaziken's confident promise and realizing the opening couldn't accommodate her, Milotic reluctantly agreed to enter the pokeball. Blaziken, full of spirit, led Ye Qing, walking ahead without looking back. Ye Qing reminded, "Go slowly." Blaziken nodded, understanding that its master's safety was in its hands, and it couldn't be careless. Not long after entering the cave, Blaziken noticed numerous red dots on the cave ceiling, eerily blinking like eyes. Flamethrower. At Ye Qing's command, Blaziken snapped back to reality, unleashing a scorching flame from its mouth. Under the light of the flames, Ye Qing and Blaziken finally saw the true form of the red dots. They were Zubat and Golbat hanging from the cave ceiling. The raging tongues of fire swept through, engulfing the bats in an instant. With the advantage of the terrain, the flamethrower blocked almost all escape routes, catching the Zubat and Golbat off guard and wiping them out, except for a few smoke-covered Golbat that managed to escape. Keep moving forward. Ye Qing didn't regard the Zubat as a big deal, instead observing the cave walls with the light from Blaziken's tail flame. There were claw marks, sword marks, and what seemed like fist imprints. The more Ye Qing walked, the more alarmed he became. The path was filled with battle traces, suggesting 2 Pokemon had fought from the island to the underground, accidentally finding this cave, and continued battling here. After about a minute, they reached the end of the cave. The sight before them left Ye Qing and Blaziken stunned. This was an oval-shaped cave, its smooth walls so astonishing that it seemed neither naturally formed nor man-made, but rather blasted out by some powerful force. Ye Qing murmured to himself, "Destruction beam?" Images of such a powerful move capable of leaving terrifying marks like these flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Ye Qing's attention was drawn to an object in the corner, about the size of a watermelon, covered in dust and resembling a watermelon in shape. Out of caution, Ye Qing released Milotic first before carefully crouching down to inspect it. He was worried that it might be some rock-type creature, like a Crustle, fearing that it might clamp onto him if he wasn't careful. Milotic gently swayed its fin-like hair, attempting to wrap its tail around the object. However, Infernape reached out to stop it, feeling that as a brave male, he should take the risk himself. Hunching his back, he cautiously approached the strange rock and tapped it lightly with his index finger. A clang-clang sound echoed, yet there was no reaction. Infernape speculated that it might just be an ordinary stone. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he kicked it forcefully. Ye Qing didn't stop him, also thinking it might just be a regular rock, its peculiar position being the only reason for suspicion. Just as Infernape finished kicking, a crack sound emerged, and the rock suddenly split, revealing a blue pattern. Ye Qing's eyes lit up, thinking, a treasure. It was well known that rocks couldn't have blue within them, indicating that a treasure was hidden inside. Given its shape and size, Ye Qing had a bold guess. Could it be a Pokemon egg? Filled with curiosity, he quickly moved forward, and under the surprised gaze of Infernape and Milotic, he began peeling away the outer layer of the rock along the cracked seam. As soon as he touched it, Ye Qing realized something was off. What appeared to be rock was actually a clump of mud. He speculated. It must have been here for so long that dust and soil fell from the cave ceiling, mixed with the humid air, forming this rock-like protective layer on the outside. As the mud fell away, a Pokemon egg, primarily white with blue and orange patterns, gradually emerged. However, just as it was revealed, a pink psychic wave suddenly spread in all directions. Boom! Simultaneously, the spoon mark on Ye Qing's hand was stimulated, releasing an energy that intertwined with the psychic force, instantly transporting Ye Qing's consciousness to an unfamiliar space. Meanwhile, outside, Infernape and Milotic weren't as lucky. They were flung by the shockwave, hitting the surrounding walls with a bang-bang. Milotic quickly got up, immediately checking on its owner. Seeing Ye Qing unharmed and standing in place, it breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, Infernape seemed to notice something amiss. It hurried to Ye Qing's side, poking him. No matter how Infernape shook him, Ye Qing stood motionless like a statue. At this point, Milotic also floated over. With its experience in hypnosis, it quickly deduced that Ye Qing was trapped in some kind of illusion. Ye Qing found himself trapped in a strange vision, with a series of intense and thrilling scenes unfolding before his eyes. Dark clouds obscured the pale moonlight, and towering trees surrounded the area. An injured Galade was desperately fleeing, clutching a white egg with green patterns. Hot on Galade's heels was a fierce Zoroark. In the distance, a Gardevoir lay motionless, while a Salamence flew rapidly across the sky. Galade appeared exhausted, clearly at his limit. Ye Qing wondered why Galade wasn't using teleportation to escape. The answer soon became clear. On Salamance's back was a woman wearing sunglasses, accompanied by an Alakazam with eyes glowing pink. Ye Qing realized this was a gang of elite Pokemon hunters, and Alakazam's abilities were disrupting the space, preventing Galade from teleporting. The woman impatiently ordered, "Hyper Beam." Salamence roared, gathering a blinding light in its mouth. In a split second, Galade mustered all his strength and launched a focused psychic blade at Alakazam. Zoroark seized the opportunity, its claws plunging into Galade's abdomen. As Alakazam flinched in pain, Galade seized the moment and initiated a teleport. The space warped, and Galade and Zoroark vanished instantly. The woman gritted her teeth and commanded Alakazam to search the surroundings. The scene shifted to show Galade and Zoroark engaged in a fierce battle at the riverbed, their clash breaking through the river floor and plummeting into a cavern. A searing hyper beam blasted towards Galade, who had no choice but to shield the egg with his back, taking the deadly hit head-on. Gravely wounded, Galade looked at the egg in his arms, eyes filled with reluctance. He knew he could no longer protect it. Zoroark approached menacingly, black energy threads twisting around its claws, ready to finish Galade off. At this critical moment, Galade slowly turned his head, his eyes shining with an intense pink light. The entire cavern trembled as stones and dust defied gravity, rising upwards. Galade, burning the last of his life force, activated teleportation once more in Zoroark's shocked gaze, disappearing into the void with the egg. He didn't choose to flee with the child. Instead, with his last breath, he vowed to take down the enemy to avenge his deceased wife. In the cave, only a lone spirit egg remained, enduring countless years in darkness. Suddenly, a pair of eyes glowing pink appeared before Ye Qing, echoing the words "avenge" all around him. Ye Qing felt the immense anger and pain within those eyes, causing him to clutch his head in agony. He realized this was the lingering will of El Urido, and if not for the protective mark of Mutwo, he might have been overwhelmed by this powerful intent in the realm of consciousness. "I promise you, I'll avenge you. I'll take your child to help you get revenge," Ye Qing shouted, trying to calm the intense will. Moments later, Ye Qing's vision blurred, and he was startled by a monkey face appearing before him, almost giving him a heart attack. Heikia excitedly hugged him, while Milotic sighed in relief and leaned in to closely examine the spirit egg. Ye Qing was panting heavily, sweat covering his forehead. He wiped it away, bent down to pick up the spirit egg, and said with a hint of excitement, "You'll have a new companion soon." Milotic and Infernape both laughed at this, their smiles tinged with amusement. After recalling Infernape, Ye Qing carried the spirit egg and walked back along the original path with Milotic. Sitting by the riverbank, he dipped his legs into the cool water, carefully observing the spirit egg in his hands. Milotic swam freely in the river, followed by a group of admirers. Infernape lay leisurely on the grass, a blade of grass in its mouth, basking in the warm sunlight. Ye Qing thought to himself, could it be a female Ralts egg? He hesitated to scan the egg with his cheat ability, fearing that if it were a male Ralts, he might feel like banging his head against a wall. The egg's surface was dull, having spent a long time in a cold, damp environment, unable to absorb nutrients and sunlight, appearing gray and murky. Ye Qing placed his hand on it, but felt no response from the creature inside. Could it be a dead egg, he worried. Infernape glanced at the anxious Ye Qing, thinking, why is the master so nervous? It's just a spirit egg. Could a wife possibly pop out of it? Just then, a playful Milotic sprayed a stream of water, drenching Infernape. Just as Infernape was about to get angry, it saw Milotic patting the water with its tail, challenging it to a duel. The surrounding Pokemon joined in, egging Infernape on with their words. No way. The Infernape deliberately turned its head away, unable to face the scene before it. It knew all too well that this was the consequence of its foolish actions in the past. If it had known that the Feebas would evolve into such a beautiful and powerful creature, it would never have dared to provoke her. Fortunately, Milotic wasn't one to hold grudges. Her actions now were merely a nostalgic whim. Ye Qing cradled the Pokemon egg, gently tapping its smooth surface. Curiosity eventually overcame reason, and he cautiously began to examine the egg's details. It has to be female, he silently repeated to himself countless times before mustering the courage to check carefully. Pokemon, Ralts shiny. Potential, A. Condition, critical egg. Gender, female. Type, psychic fairy. Ability, trace. Held item, none. Inherited moves, skill swap, synchronize, misty terrain, encore, imprison. Basic moves, none. Top moves, none. TM moves, none. Note, prolonged exposure to cold and damp conditions has put it in critical condition. Immediate action is necessary to save its life. It's female, Ye Qing exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. A female Ralts meant what? It was an irresistible allure for many male trainers. Not to mention, this was a shiny Ralts. He couldn't help but dream of its future mega evolution, with its graceful black gown-like appearance, exuding elegance and sophistication. Infernape and Milotic looked at Ye Qing in confusion, not understanding why he was acting so strangely today. However, Ye Qing's excitement was short-lived as the egg's critical condition brought him back to reality. Critical. Ye Qing frowned, his first instinct being to cancel the expedition. Compared to Ralts' life, this journey was insignificant. He held the Pokemon egg tightly in his arms, and at that moment, something unexpected happened. As Ye Qing's wrist mark made contact with the Pokemon egg, a brilliant light burst forth. Immediately, a steady stream of energy flowed from the mark into the egg. Ye Qing was astonished to discover that it was Mutwo's energy being absorbed. He couldn't help but wonder why the mark left by Galade hadn't been absorbed before. With the release of the mark's energy, the surrounding Pokemon felt a powerful pressure. The weaker ones didn't even dare to lift their heads. However, possibly due to the overwhelming strength of the mark's energy, the egg absorbed only a small portion before stopping. Nourished by the energy, the surface of the Pokemon egg regained a bit of its luster, losing its previous cold, misty appearance. Ye Qing checked the egg's information again and found that the condition no longer displayed critical. This realization made him aware of the incredible power of legendary Pokemon and his previous lack of proper respect for them. Ye Qing gently caressed the Pokemon egg, moving it to a sunny spot. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Milotic, asking, "Can you ask if any of these Pokemon know moves like Aromatherapy or Heal Pulse? We can offer them a reward." Milotic nodded gently, squinting as she softly inquired among her followers. The surrounding Pokemon quickly responded, with a Lovedisk stepping forward to volunteer. Milotic lowered her head, nuzzling it with her cheek as a gesture of appreciation. Her affectionate gesture made the surrounding Pokemon quite envious, each one eagerly watching, wishing they could transform into a healing wave to aid the Pokemon egg. However, this group did not give up. Determined to win Milotic's favor, they marched off confidently in search of companions skilled in healing moves. After all, having been around here for a while, who doesn't know a few healers? Ye Qing couldn't help but smile at the sight. She carefully placed the Pokemon egg in the soft grass, and then focused on grinding energy cubes, planning to mix them into food as a treat for these enthusiastic Pokemon. The midday sun cast a brilliant glow on the river's surface. A gentle breeze blew, and wild Pokemon could be seen everywhere in the forest. The Pokemon egg lay peacefully in the grass, basking in the warm sunlight. Alamamala and Cottonee took turns using healing moves on it. Meanwhile, the other Pokemon enjoyed the energy cube-infused delicacies with delight. When Cottonee and Alamamala finished their round of healing, they too joyfully tasted the food Ye Qing had specially prepared. Watching the two Pokemon eat happily, Ye Qing took out a compressed biscuit and reluctantly took a bite. The taste was indescribable. At that moment, a Farfetch'd carrying a giant leek caught Ye Qing's attention. The leek was over a meter long and as thick as 2 fingers. Farfetch'd walked confidently toward the river, chest out and head high. Suddenly, it stopped and sniffed the delicious aroma in the air, a glint of excitement flashing in its eyes. Simultaneously, Ye Qing's gaze was drawn to the fresh leek on Farfetch'd's shoulder, her eyes also sparkling with excitement. In the next instant, human and Pokemon locked eyes, both seeing the long-desired treasure in each other's eyes. Ye Qing, the bearer of deliciousness. Farfetch'd, the creator of deliciousness. A magical understanding formed between them. With a quack, Farfetch'd changed direction, heading toward Ye Qing with its leek. Ye Qing quickly took out her last 2 normal-type energy cubes. The other Pokemon watched curiously at this unusual pairing. Ye Qing rubbed her hands together and tentatively asked, Could you spare me some of your leek? Farfetch'd hesitated, knowing it was its weapon. But enticed by the aroma of the energy cubes, it reluctantly handed over the leek. Ye Qing took the leek, reassuring with a smile. Don't worry, just a little bit. Farfetch'd eagerly swallowed an energy cube, keeping a watchful eye on its precious leek. At that moment, Infernape, understanding the situation, leapt forward and, with a swift claw, sliced Farfetch'd's leek in half. Farfetch'd was stunned, nearly fainting from anger. It squawked furiously, quack, quack, is this your idea of a little bit? Farfetch'd picked up the remaining half of the leek, pointing angrily at Infernape. If the leek hadn't been cut, it would have jabbed Infernape's face with it. Seeing this, Ye Qing picked up the other half of the leek, pretending to scold Infernape while secretly hiding it behind her back. Infernape wisely bowed its head in apology to the furious Farfetch'd, secretly accepting the fire-type energy cube Ye Qing discreetly handed over. After venting its anger, Farfetch'd looked at the half-leek left, resigning itself to the situation. It comforted itself, knowing there was a spare at its nest, so losing half wasn't too bad. Ye Qing brought the half-leek to her nose, inhaled its pungent aroma, and nodded in satisfaction. The flavor is strong and authentic. Ye Qing rubbed his forehead, pondering how to solve the food problem. He was tired of the compressed biscuits and urgently needed to find other food sources. Images of elves with their own food flashed through his mind. The fruits on the neck of the Tropius, the milk from the mill tank, and the berries he had seen before. However, he knew that eating too many berries could cause stomach discomfort. His determination grew as he resolved to find a Tropius and a Shuckle that could make juice. Ye Qing gathered a dozen or so wild Pokemon that could move on land, thinking they must know the whereabouts of these Pokemon and the locations of the berries. Standing up, Ye Qing addressed the Pokemon seriously. My energy cubes are running low. If this continues, you might not have anything to eat tomorrow. The Pokemon became anxious, chattering among themselves. Milotic slightly curled its lips, knowing its trainer was being clever again. Farfetch'd joined in, having seen the last energy cube in Ye Qing's hand and determined to get it. Ye Qing took out the energy cube and continued, but I know how to make similar food with berries. Whoever can provide clues will get to continue eating the energy cubes. The Pokemon grew even more excited, eagerly recalling possible clues. After waiting a moment, Ye Qing said, I need to know the locations of Tropius, Shuckle, and the berries. Farfetch'd immediately raised its wing with a quack, knowing where the Tropius was. Several other Pokemon also signaled that they had some information. Although Ye Qing couldn't understand their language, he knew these were the clues he needed. He decided to take them along to search one by one. Carrying a Pokemon egg, Ye Qing led the group towards the place where he had found the berry trees. To avoid encountering his teacher and classmates, he specifically recalled Milotic. The group of Pokemon surrounded Ye Qing, advancing in a mighty procession. Monferno led the way, leaving a trail of dust in its path. An Arbok, whose tail had been stepped on, initially wanted to retaliate, but was intimidated by the group's momentum and could only watch them leave in fear. Meanwhile, outside the island, dozens of students had already been returned on the back of a Wylord. The training had been going on for 2 days, and due to a lack of medical supplies and food, more and more students were choosing to quit. On the other side of the forest, Morikawa Minako was desperately fleeing, closely pursued by a rampaging Onix. The massive body of the Onix barreled through, leaving chaos in its wake. Minako Morikawa clutched the injured Jolteon to her chest, her heart pounding as she sprinted forward. She had just defeated a Cyndaquil, but before she could celebrate, she accidentally awakened this fierce Onix, which was now relentlessly pursuing her. Minako gritted her teeth, her mind racing. The Jolteon was already hurt, and the healing potion in her high-grade Pokeball had been used up. If she hadn't been concerned about the Cyndaquil, she would have pressed the alarm and made a quick escape. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Of course, Onix is afraid of water. I just need to head towards the river. Fortunately, the dense trees and overgrown grass in the area significantly slowed down the enormous Onix. Otherwise, with Minako's current speed, she would have been caught sooner or later. At that moment, a loud rumbling noise came from ahead. Minako looked up to see clouds of dust rising, as if some powerful Pokemon was passing through. Her eyes lit up, and she glanced back at the relentless Onix, quickly formulating a plan. Lead the trouble away. Meanwhile, not far off, Ye Qing suddenly frowned. He heard a series of thuds and turned his head 100 meters to the side. The trees there swayed wildly, leaves flying, as if some colossal creature was charging in their direction. Ye Qing smirked and glanced around at his Pokemon companions. Sandshrew, Oddish, Farfetch'd, Shroomish, Electrike, Apom, Poliwag. With them around, what was there to fear? The Pokemon all patted their chests, assuring him there was absolutely no problem, and all they wanted in return was a word in their favor with Milotic. Ye Qing nodded with a smile, understanding that they were probably just after food and Milotic's attention. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the bushes. It was Minako Morikawa, her flexible waist drawing a graceful arc in midair. Her movement was so expansive that a small glimpse of her pale belly was revealed. The nimble Infernape climbed a tree, gesturing to Ye Qing that it was a person and indicating with its hands that it was a woman. As Minako approached, Ye Qing recognized the exchange student. Minako also immediately spotted Ye Qing among the many Pokemon. But before she could feel relieved, she remembered her plan. Ye Qing, run! Minako shouted sharply, pointing to the onyx behind her that was crashing through like a bulldozer. However, Ye Qing remained unmoved, instead smiling and waving her over. Come on over, it's okay. The Pokemon behind him formed a neat line around him, showing no fear of the massive onyx. Minako Morikawa gritted her teeth and rushed toward Ye Qing without hesitation. She speculated that Ye Qing's arrogance and confidence must have some backing. As she got closer, she was taken aback by the sight in front of her. Qing was surrounded by a diverse array of spirits, numbering at least a dozen. Quick as a flash, Ye Qing pulled Minako Morikawa behind him. Facing the massive onyx just steps away, he let out a deafening battle cry. Fire at will. Infernape was the first to respond, letting out a roar and unleashing a fierce tongue of flame. Following suit, the other spirits exhibited their skills. Razor-sharp leaves sliced through the air, water jets gushed, and swift stars sparkled in the night sky. Long-range attacks rained down like a storm, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Excited beyond measure, Ambipom wanted to charge forward and engage Onyx in close combat. Fortunately, Infernape, with sharp reflexes, held it back just in time, preventing it from potentially never seeing its beloved Milotic again. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Onyx struggled to fend off some of the attacks with its iron tail, while the dense vegetation around provided some cover. Without these, it might not have escaped unscathed today. With a rumble, Onyx dared not hesitate. Under the siege of so many spirits, even with another ally, it would struggle to hold on. It immediately dug a large hole and fled in haste. Watching Onyx retreat in a panic, Ye Qing clapped his hands in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Great job, I'll treat you all to an extra meal later." The spirits cheered with joy, waving off the compliment, but inside they were thrilled. Normally, they would avoid a formidable spirit like Onyx, but today they were bold and impressive. Minako Morikawa looked at Ye Qing and bowed slightly. "Thank you so much for today, Ye Qing-kun." Ye Qing replied with a smile. "No problem, meeting like this must be fate. It shows we're quite destined." Minako Morikawa smiled, her large eyes curving like crescent moons. "A life-saving grace cannot be forgotten. I must repay you properly when I return." Ye Qing shook his head. "No need, helping each other is normal among classmates. All right, I won't keep you any longer." With that, he showed no reluctance, picked up the spirit egg, and led the group of spirits away. He couldn't let this woman affect his plans. Minako Morikawa watched Ye Qing's departing figure, her red lips moving slightly as she murmured to herself, "There aren't many good people like him around." Ye Qing looked at the fruit tree not far away and laughed excitedly. "Raspberry tree, here we come." Infernape marched at the forefront with confidence, its group of followers giving it plenty of confidence. However, Ye Qing remained cautious. He knew that a fruit tree of such importance to spirits was bound to have a powerful guardian spirit, which was why he and Infernape hadn't recklessly picked from it earlier. Suddenly, an enormous Seviper slithered down from the fruit tree. It was jet black, as thick as a thigh, stretching 4 to 5 meters long, with 2 purple fangs over 10 centimeters long protruding from its mouth, and a tail as sharp as a blade. As it appeared, the surrounding grass rustled, and several Arbok and Ekans emerged one after another. These Ekans and Arbok clearly followed the Seviper, now quietly coiled behind it, their cold, vertical pupils fixed on Ye Qing and his spirit army. Ye Qing quickly assessed the situation. Spirit, Seviper. Level, 24. Potential, D. Status, healthy. Gender, female. Type, poison. Ability, shed skin. Held item, none. Inherited move, Iron Tail. Basic moves, Wrap, Bite, Lick, Poison Tail, Faint, Venoshock, Poison Fawn. Top moves, Bind. TM moves, none. Ye Qing pondered, knowing that Seviper liked to grind its tail on hard rocks, and usually hid in dense foliage, waiting to strike prey with its venomous fangs. This battle was not going to be easy. Ye Qing didn't act rashly. He stroked his chin, frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, "This is a bit tricky." The surrounding Pokemon were so intimidated by the group of Seviper that their legs were shaking, and the Farfetch'd was so nervous it almost hid behind Ye Qing. If it weren't for Ye Qing and the Infernape being there, they might have scattered and fled. "Hatcha!" The Infernape nodded in agreement, and then turned to point at the Pokeball on Ye Qing's waist, its eyes asking if they should release Milotic. Ye Qing decisively shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. He stared directly at the leading Seviper and said firmly, "I'll have Infernape duel you on Ianon. If I lose, we won't disturb you again. But if I win, I want 5 Nanab berries." The Seviper flicked its tongue, carefully assessing the many Pokemon behind Ye Qing, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, It nodded slowly, agreeing to the proposal. Seeing this, the Pokemon all breathed a sigh of relief, especially the Farfetch'd, who seemed to regain its lost spirit. Hatchup! Infernape excitedly swung its arms. The recent battles had greatly increased its strength, and it was eager to test its skills against a worthy opponent. The Seviper elegantly slithered forward, coiling its body and raising its head high in a fierce battle stance. Ember, Ye Qing commanded. He calculated that since Seviper was a poison type, Infernape's fighting moves would be less effective. Considering that Feint could break through quick defenses, he decided to change tactics. Infernape took a deep breath. Since mastering Flamethrower, its control over Ember had improved significantly. A barrage of embers shot out like a Gatling gun. Bang, bang, bang. The Seviper was no ordinary opponent. Having long occupied the berry tree, it had vast battle experience, with scars all over its body as proof. Its tail, glowing with a poisonous sheen, lashed out like a sharp spear, cutting through the embers and closing in on Infernape. The Farfetch'd, watching the powerful poison tail, seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, clutching its broken leek in one hand and holding a Shroomish tightly with the other, trembling. The other Pokemon were also a bit scared, but the thought of Milotic gave them endless courage. As the poison tail drew near, Ye Qing shouted, "Flame Punch!" Infernape nimbly sidestepped the poison tail and raised its flaming fist, delivering a heavy blow to the base of Seviper's tail. Hiss! Seviper let out a pained roar, its body springing up like a coil. Its fangs, gleaming with a purple poisonous light, shot towards Infernape with lightning speed. Poison Fang, huh? Ye Qing's mind raced as he quickly ordered, "Mach Punch!" Infernape pushed off with its feet, launching a powerful uppercut that struck Seviper's chin. The blow left Seviper seeing stars, but its battle-hardened instincts allowed it to endure the pain and flick its long, forked tongue towards Infernape. Double team, Ye Qing calmly instructed. Infernape instantly created several afterimages, surrounding Seviper and easily evading the tongue attack. Ye Qing, quick to react, pointed at Seviper's vulnerable spot and shouted, "Iron Tail!" Infernape's true form appeared behind Seviper, its tail as hard as iron, whipping towards its weak point. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Iron Tail met Iron Tail, sparks flying. This Seviper was indeed a seasoned fighter. As soon as its tongue attack missed, it anticipated an attack on its weak point, swiftly redirecting its tail to protect it. The Shroomish and Poliwhirl at Ye Qing's feet watched intently, not missing a single move. For these battle-loving Pokemon, every move from Infernape and Seviper was a valuable lesson, worthy of careful study. Compared to the bystanders, the Monferno was equally fired up, thrilled to finally face a worthy opponent after such a long time. Ye Qing frowned slightly, noticing that the Monferno's tail was neither as strong nor as thick as the Seviper's. This seemingly even match was merely the result of the Seviper's hasty response. If there were another round, the Monferno might struggle to hold its ground. Seeing the Monferno about to rely on its iron tail, Ye Qing quickly shouted, "Use Flame Wheel instead." The Monferno paused for a moment, then decisively abandoned its iron tail attack. It curled into a ball, transforming into a blazing wheel of fire, and charged at its opponent with a roar. The Seviper reacted swiftly, lashing out its long tail like a whip, striking the flame wheel with precision. With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere. The Monferno was knocked away like a bouncing ball, but this played right into Ye Qing's plan. With its combat skills halved, engaging the Seviper in close combat would be akin to courting disaster. Using the force to swing onto a tree branch, the Monferno didn't wait to stabilize before unleashing a torrent of fierce flames. For the first time, fear flickered in the Seviper's vertical pupils as it hastily sprayed out a large amount of purple venom for protection. However, the intense flames instantly evaporated the venom, engulfing the Seviper. The flames scorched the Seviper's scales, causing it to writhe in agony within the fire. The commotion alerted the Arbok and Ekans behind it, and they were eager to rescue their leader. Ye Qing waved his arm lightly, and although the surrounding Pokemon were apprehensive, they all stepped forward, their eyes fixed intently on the snakes, not yielding an inch in presence. The Seviper in the flames let out a pained hiss, its tail striking the ground forcefully as it shot like an arrow towards the Monferno on the tree. "Protect!" Ye Qing commanded just in time. The Seviper moved with lightning speed, and the Monferno barely had time to react before the fanged Seviper was upon it. Fortunately, the Protect move activated in time, and with a loud crunch, the Seviper's dagger-like fangs bit into the green shield. Losing its grip, the Seviper fell from midair, and before it hit the ground, the Monferno launched another wave of flames. Hiss! The Seviper was in excruciating pain, barely managing to raise its tail and surrender. Seeing this, Ye Qing smiled and said, "Go pick 5 orange berries." The Monferno, panting heavily, leaped up and swiftly collected the berries under the watchful eyes of the distressed Seviper and Arbok. In fact, the Seviper could still fight, but as a wild Pokemon, They usually avoid severe injuries to prevent greater dangers during their vulnerable period. Ye Qing took out 2 Poison-type energy cubes. She had little contact with these types of Pokemon, so he had plenty in stock. He tossed the energy cubes to the Seviper, unwilling to use healing sprays unnecessarily, but seeing as the opponent accepted defeat, a small reward was warranted. Watching the Monferno happily bounce back, Ye Qing waved his hand grandly. Let's move to the next spot. Just then, a teacher passing by overhead witnessed the scene, rendered speechless in astonishment. He thought to himself, others come here for wilderness survival, but this kid acts like a mountain king. Ye Qing went on a spree, collecting nearly 30 different kinds of berries. Seeing the Pokemon with their bundles, he began to plan for his own food. Farfetch'd, Ye Qing called out. Quack! Farfetch'd immediately raised its leek in response. Ye Qing smiled and asked, Where's Tropius? Farfetch'd, now completely loyal to Ye Qing, pointed into the distance and waved its leek, signaling everyone to follow. Led by Farfetch'd, the group of Pokemon moved like bandits towards their next target. Their presence was so imposing that wild Pokemon scattered wherever they went, with none daring to stand in their way. In a corner of the forest, a large Tropius was leisurely stretching its neck to munch on leaves. Its 4 large leaf-like wings drooped to the ground, and a bunch of fresh, enticing bananas hung from its neck. As dust rose in the distance, Tropius swallowed a leaf and looked curiously towards the commotion. When it saw the large group of Pokemon approaching, Tropius was at a loss. It wondered why so many Pokemon were coming its way when it had only eaten a few leaves. Ye Qing eyed the bananas around Tropius's neck and politely said, I'd like to trade something for the bananas around your neck. What do you think? Farfetch'd gestured with its half-eaten leek, hinting to Tropius not to resist unnecessarily, as it had already learned the hard way. Tropius was stunned. Those bananas were its carefully cultivated fruits, produced only twice a year, and even it was reluctant to eat them. Sharing them with others was out of the question. It shook its head firmly, determined not to give in even if it meant a fight. Ye Qing wasn't in a hurry. He knew the bananas around Tropius's neck were highly nutritious, far superior to ordinary fruits. I'll trade berries for them. 2 berries for your bananas, he proposed. Hearing this, Tropius wavered. Berries were rare and could heal injuries and enhance potential. Unfortunately, its family was mostly solitary and often couldn't compete with more united opponents, so it hadn't had many chances to enjoy them. Shroomish timely produced 2 berries, tempting Tropius. Meanwhile, Monferno tossed a pecha berry in its hand, inhaling its aroma with delight. Tropius couldn't help but swallow and lowered its long neck to sniff the air. Ye Qing continued to persuade. How about it? 2 berries for your bananas, it's a fair trade. Unable to resist any longer, Tropius nodded vigorously, even drooling slightly. The trade went smoothly. Monferno exchanged 2 pecha berries for the large bunch of bananas hanging from Tropius's neck, roughly counting 20 to 30 in total. However, Tropius wasn't satisfied with just 2 berries. It eyed the remaining 20 or so berries in Ye Qing's group with envy. Ye Qing handed the bananas to Sandshrew and glanced at the sky, preparing to leave. At that moment, Tropius suddenly let out a roar. Ye Qing quickly shielded the bananas and asked cautiously, What's wrong? You can't go back on the deal. Tropius emitted a low roar, as if it still had something to say. The tropical dragon lowered its body, exposing its broad back to Ye Qing. A hint of delight flickered in Ye Qing's eyes as she tentatively asked, Are you offering me a ride back? The tropical dragon nodded gently, its mind calculating eagerly. It figured that as long as Ye Qing hadn't finished the fruit she held, she wouldn't leave. After all, Ye Qing already had so many companions, what difference would one more make? Ye Qing examined the dragon's qualities closely, frowning slightly. Although an E grade was decent, it still didn't meet the standards for her team. However, even if she wouldn't capture it, having it as a friend was more than enough. Ye Qing climbed onto the dragon's broad back first, while the other creatures exchanged glances. The blazing monkey quickly took charge, ensuring those carrying fruit boarded the dragon first, while the rest returned to the camp on their own. Ye Qing nodded approvingly at the blazing monkey's arrangement and patted the dragon's neck, signaling it to take off. The dragon's 4 large and powerful wings beat forcefully, creating a whirlwind around them. The immense lift propelled the dragon skyward, and Ye Qing felt thrilled by the wind rushing past her ears. It was her first time soaring through the sky on a flying-type creature. The others were equally excited, knowing that without Ye Qing, they might never experience the joy of flying. The school principal was conducting a routine aerial inspection when he suddenly noticed a figure on the dragon's back. Squinting, he was surprised to recognize Ye Qing. Even more astonishing was the fact that the dragon was carrying numerous creatures. He couldn't help but wonder if Ye Qing had already tamed the dragon. With the dragon as transportation, Ye Qing and her companions crossed the river in a matter of moments and returned to the camp. Ye Qing first munched on a banana herself, then began making fruit dishes for everyone. Though she wasn't a professional breeder, she could manage the basics of fruit cuisine. While the taste might not be perfect, At least it wouldn't poison the creatures. Ye Qing released Milotic to let it play freely. The other creatures, including Breloom, immediately gathered around, eager to boast about their earlier bravery. The new dragon was instantly captivated by Milotic's beauty, comparing its own size to Milotic's and thinking they were a perfect match. Nearby, the blazing monkey curiously eyed the scattered yellow bananas on the grass, feeling an inexplicable urge to try them. Scratching its head, it muttered to itself, "Huh? I've never had this before. Why do I feel this strange craving?" As the blazing monkey cautiously peeled a banana, it couldn't help but swallow its saliva. Then, it devoured half the banana in one bite. With its mouth full, eyes rolling back in delight, it exclaimed, "This is too delicious." Ye Qing, focused on her cooking, hadn't noticed the monkey's sneaky behavior. When she turned around after finishing, she was shocked to see 5 or 6 bananas missing from the dragon's stash. Alarmed, she quickly hid the remaining bananas and sternly warned the blazing monkey not to steal food. She promised, "Once we're back, I'll buy you as many bananas as you want." The blazing monkey licked its fingers, savoring the taste of the banana. Although it wanted more, it decided to hold back after seeing Ye Qing's angry expression. It understood the difference between a single feast and regular meals and knew when to restrain itself. In the following days, Ye Qing lived quite comfortably. When they ran out of fruit, she traded with other creatures. When her own food was gone, she had the tropical dragon and Farfetch take her on little scams. Gradually, more creatures gathered at the camp, and Ye Qing became something of a small mountain queen. Compared to Ye Qing, the other students were in a dire situation. As the days passed, food and medicine became increasingly scarce, and with wild creatures on the island launching frequent attacks, the students couldn't even get a good night's sleep. Gradually, more students were eliminated, and temporary tents were set up on the wide back of the Whale King to accommodate those who ended their training early. Principal Jiang stood atop the Whale King's head, surveying the dense crowd behind him with a scrutinizing tone. "It's the 5th day, isn't it? How many students haven't returned?" Zhao Xinran carefully counted and replied, "There are 2 left, Ye Qing and Fuji Miyuki." "Oh." A hint of a smile appeared on Principal Jiang's face. "Those 2 little ones are quite resilient." The director of education standing nearby hesitated to speak. In his view, it seemed reasonable to say that Fuji Miyuki was enduring a struggle, but as for Ye Qing, it hardly seemed like he was enduring anything. At this rate, it seemed like all the creatures on the island would soon be following him. Wang Yao sat next to Morikawa Minako, playfully flicking his bangs, and said with a grin, "So, how about letting me show you a woman's happiness this weekend?" "A woman's happiness?" Morikawa Minako frowned slightly, unable to grasp the deeper meaning of the phrase due to her limited understanding of Chinese. Inside the tent, Zhang Xiaoqiang lay back leisurely, whistling, quite satisfied with the results of this training. His Charmander had successfully evolved, and he had captured a promising Mareep. The only thing that irked him was that his old rival Ye Qing hadn't returned yet, which meant that the gap between them might be widening. Just as Wang Yao was about to explain further, Morikawa Minako suddenly stood up, her gaze fixed on the distance. "Brother!" She excitedly stood on the Whale King's back, waving vigorously toward the front. Zhao Xinran turned to the principal and asked, "With only Ye Qing left on the island, should we end the training?" Principal Jiang shook his head, his expression turning serious. "No, he might be pushing his limits. We promised 7 days, so 7 days it is." The director of education couldn't hold back any longer and whispered to the principal, "I know where Ye Qing is. I suggest you see for yourself before making a decision." "Oh." Principal Jiang was intrigued. "Why?" The director was at a loss for words, unable to directly say that Ye Qing wasn't there for training, but rather enjoying himself. Seeing the director's hesitation, Principal Jiang instructed others to stay and defend, while he mounted his salamence and took to the sky. Once the principal had flown away, Zhao Xinran couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's up with Ye Qing?" The director sighed and shared what he had witnessed earlier. Zhao Xinran was stunned for a while before responding. "This, genius." It didn't take long for Principal Jiang to find Ye Qing. The river was shrouded in mist, as if hiding some secret. On the bank, Ye Qing lounged like a king on a wooden deck chair, with his Monferno and Farfetch'd standing guard on either side, directing the busy creatures. Even 2 Bellsprouts were diligently massaging his calves. "Ye Qing." Principal Jiang landed the salamence, smiling meaningfully at Ye Qing, who was leisurely sunbathing. The salamence flapped its wings, stirring up a gale that rustled the flowers and trees along the riverbank. "Principal." Ye Qing quickly sat up from the deck chair, a look of embarrassment on his face as he focused on Principal Jiang atop the salamence. Principal Jiang chuckled. "I heard you were living quite comfortably here. I didn't believe it at first, but I really underestimated you." "Not at all," Ye Qing said, scratching his head, looking even more embarrassed. Ye Qing chuckled as he took out 2 Pokeballs, recalling both the Infernape and the Milotic hidden in the white mist. He carefully picked up the Pokemon egg and quickly ran towards the direction of the salamence. Principal Jiang's gaze swept over the dissipating white mist on the river, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had some guesses about the Pokemon in the mist after all. The beautiful scale was given to Ye Qing by him personally, and if the boy wasn't foolish, he would definitely catch a Phoeba. As for the unique patterns on the Pokemon egg, Principal Jiang touched his chin, a thoughtful expression flashing in his eyes. The pattern seemed very similar to a certain Pokemon, though the color was somewhat unusual. At this moment, all the Pokemon by the river gathered around. They had just realized that their goddess had suddenly disappeared, and they wanted to ask Ye Qing about it. However, upon seeing the imposing and majestic Salamence, their legs turned to jelly, and they quickly scattered and hid again. Oh, by the way, Principal, did you need something from me? The training isn't over yet, right? Ye Qing grinned. Principal Jiang shook his head helplessly. I don't think you need any more training. Do you have anything you need to take with you? Just come with me. Ye Qing was about to shake his head when something suddenly occurred to him. He turned around quickly, surprised to find that the group of followers that had been around him had vanished without a trace under Salamence's intimidating presence. Roar! Salamence blinked its large eyes and flipped its claws, as if to say it had nothing to do with it. Ye Qing climbed on his Salamence's back and sighed. Ungrateful little wolves, all just attracted by beauty. Haha, let's go. Principal Jiang chuckled, shaking his head. Salamence flapped its powerful wings, creating a strong wind pressure as it soared into the sky. The Pokemon data automatically appeared in Ye Qing's mind. Pokemon Salamence. Level 57. Potential S. Status healthy. Gender male. Type dragon flying. Ability intimidate. Held items Dragon Gem, Dragon Fong. Inherited moves Dragon Rage, Twister, Dragon Dance, Fire Fong, Hydro Pump. Basic moves Rage, Ember, Dragon Claw, Bite, Headbutt, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Zen Headbutt, Flamethrower, Crunch, Double Edge, Draco Meteor, Fly, Thunder Fong. Top moves Heat Wave, Aqua Tail. TM moves Earthquake, Rock Slide, Steel Wing, Substitute. Note having finally gained the wings it longed for, Salamence often roams the skies to express its joy. Damn, what a capitalist. Ye Qing thought in awe, his eyes darting around Salamence's back. How rich do you have to be to gather all this? And it's carrying 2 items. Let me see where they're hidden. Sensing some unusual activity on its back, Salamence's muscles tensed slightly. Principal Jiang turned around and asked curiously, Ye Qing, what are you doing? Ah, nothing. Ye Qing quickly retracted his gaze, pretending nonchalance. It's just my first time riding a dragon. I'm a bit excited. Principal Jiang just shook his head. All right, we're here. Qingzi. As soon as Ye Qing returned, Wang Yao rushed up, wanting to hug him. Ugh. Ye Qing almost passed out from the smell emanating from Wang Yao, quickly dodging his bear hug. Over 100 people on the back of the Y-Lord turned their attention to Ye Qing. The teacher's conversations had already spread. Wow, they came to the island to survive, but he came here for a vacation. However, everyone was used to Ye Qing's extraordinary feats. Even if someone said he had caught a legendary Pokemon, it wouldn't surprise them. Fuji Miyagi walked up alone, saying coldly, Ye Qing, you're strong. Does our agreement still stand? It does, Ye Qing replied with a relaxed smile. Why would I refuse free money? Good. Fuji Miyagi snorted and said no more. He believed his gains from this training wouldn't be any less than Ye Qing's, maybe even more. Y-Lord spouted a towering column of water, setting off with a deep, resonant whale song. Halfway through the return journey, Principal Jiang's satellite phone suddenly rang urgently. Hello? It's me. Principal Jiang answered, his expression changing dramatically. What? Wild Pokemon invasion? His face turned serious as he shouted to everyone. Zhao Shinran, you and a few others stay on the Y-Lord. The rest of you, follow me back to the city for rescue. The roar of the Salamence was earth-shattering, and with a powerful flap of its broad wings, it shot up from the back of the Y-Lord like an arrow. Meanwhile, sirens wailed across the city as security officers mounted flying Pokemon like Pidgeot and raced toward Shanghai City. Ye Qing and his companions watched the Pokemon soar into the sky, exchanging bewildered glances. Such a massive mobilization by the teachers could only mean something significant had happened. Wang Yao, ever curious, was the first to rush to Zhao Shinran and ask, Teacher, what's going on? Why is everyone leaving? Zhao Shinran's expression was troubled. Instead of directly answering Wang Yao, she clapped her hands to gather all the students. Taking a deep breath, she announced loudly, Shanghai City is under a fierce attack by wild Pokemon, and the situation is very severe. What? The students gasped in disbelief. They couldn't fathom that their home was in such danger after just one outing. Seeing their anxiety, Zhao Shinran continued, Currently, 2 legendary Pokemon are battling fiercely over Shanghai City. At the same time, a large number of wild Pokemon are invading the city along with them. This invasion is unprecedented in scale, and the city's defenses are clearly inadequate. Some families don't even have a single trainer, and without protection, they could be in grave danger. Hearing this, Ye Qing furrowed his brow. It was Friday, and normally both his sister and mother would be at home. Worse still, they didn't have any Pokemon for protection. Frustrated, Ye Qing glanced at his dead phone, unable to contact his family. He looked at the busy Zhao Xinran and considered borrowing her Altaria to return home quickly. But seeing the equally worried faces of his classmates, he knew his request would likely be denied. Milotic, Ye Qing murmured, clutching the Pokeball in his hand. Although Milotic's swimming speed couldn't match that of flying Pokemon, it was undoubtedly much faster than Wylord. Wang Yao noticed his friend's concern and patted him on the shoulder, asking, "Qing, are you all right?" As Ye Qing's close friend, he was well aware of his family's situation. Without Pokemon protection, Ye Qing's family was in a precarious position. Ye Qing's mind was racing, buzzing with worry. After a moment of thought, he looked up at Wang Yao and said, "I need a favor." "Sure, anything." Wang Yao agreed without hesitation. Ye Qing pointed in another direction. "Go over there and create a distraction for everyone. Just for a few seconds." "What?" "Okay." Although confused, Wang Yao quickly agreed. Pressed for time, Wang Yao struggled to come up with a plan. Just then, he noticed Morikawa Minako in a short skirt nearby. An idea struck him, and he took a deep breath before rushing over to flip Minako's skirt. Ah, pervert! The damp sea breeze swept under her skirt, and Morikawa Minako was both surprised and furious, her face turning crimson. She slapped Wang Yao hard across the face. Although she was wearing shorts underneath, preventing any exposure, being teased by a boy was intolerable. This scene indeed drew the attention of everyone on the Wailord's back, including the teachers. "Idiot!" Fuji Miyagi shouted in anger, eyes wide with fury, as he rolled up his sleeves and charged at Wang Yao, his face full of determination to fight. Ye Qing silently mourned for his good friend for a second. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to the conflict, he leaped decisively into the sea. The white spray of water splashed around as he hit the water, quickly pulling out a Pokeball to release Milotic. "Take us home," he shouted urgently in the water. "Malu," Milotic responded, swiftly coiling around Ye Qing and, with a powerful flick of its tail, shot forward like an arrow, covering nearly 100 meters in an instant. Once safely away from the threat of Wylord, Milotic maintained a steady ascent, keeping just about 10 centimeters below the surface, speeding forward. From above, one could clearly see the pale figure beneath the azure waters, Milotic gliding gracefully and swiftly like a legendary mermaid. Ye Qing held his breath until he couldn't anymore, quickly surfacing for air before submerging again. He knew that only in this semi-submerged state could Milotic achieve its maximum speed. Milotic rode the waves, reducing what would have been a several-hour journey to just 1 hour, reaching the coastal area. As the shoreline became clearer, Ye Qing signaled Milotic to slow down. The scene before Ye Qing left him speechless with shock. The sky over Shanghai City was split in two, one side dark with storm clouds, lightning, and torrential rain, while the other was under a blazing sun, with fiery clouds and flames dancing. Not only was the sky affected, but fierce battles raged on the ground and in the air, with countless wild Pokemon divided into two factions, fighting each other. Human trainers in the city were struggling to fend them off, but the city's forces alone were insufficient to drive away the rampaging Pokemon. Roar! In the sky, a yellow Dragonite unleashed a powerful energy, radiating lightning that turned the area within dozens of meters into scorched earth, leaving no Pokemon unscathed. Meanwhile, Moltres and Zapdos clashed fiercely among the clouds, lightning and fire colliding with deafening roars. Furious, Ye Qing pointed skyward and cursed through gritted teeth. "You damn feathered beast. Wait until I have time to catch you with a Pokeball." Malu, sensing its trainer's anger, Milotic quickly consumed the energy cube Ye Qing offered, taking a brief moment to recover before continuing vigorously towards the pier. Finding an area with fewer Pokemon, Ye Qing finally reached the pier. He looked like a drenched vagabond, his clothes in tatters and hair plastered to his face. Yet, anyone who saw the elegant and powerful Milotic behind him would not dare underestimate his strength. Surveying the area, Ye Qing saw no humans on the pier, only countless battling Pokemon. With the city in a state of emergency, weaker trainers had retreated to residential areas, while top trainers defended the city borders against powerful invading Pokemon. After a brief observation, Ye Qing noticed that most of the wild Pokemon here were low-level, ranging from a few to a dozen levels. He decided to start with the weaker ones and carve a path through them. "Use Hydro Pump here," he commanded decisively. Milotic opened its mouth, the surrounding water elements gathering rapidly, unleashing a sky-blue Hydro Pump as thick as a barrel. Boom! The Hydro Pump was ferocious, scattering all Pokemon in its path and clearing a route instantly. "Let's go!" Ye Qing released Infernape to flank him alongside Milotic as they raced towards home. On the street, a Fearow crashed to the ground, followed by a large Pidgeot descending, pinning it with sharp talons and relentlessly pecking at its head. Streetlights, trash cans, and other facilities were overrun by a swarm of Rattata, while nearby, a Machamp punched a private car, sending it flying towards a Conkeldurr carrying two concrete pillars. Despite the fierce battle, Most of the wild creatures fought only in the streets and rarely ventured into buildings. Ye Qing cautiously surveyed his surroundings and noticed some ferocious wild creatures had spotted him and were starting to converge on his position. Hatcha! The blazing monkey roared, spewing a wall of intense flames to block the advancing enemies. At the same time, it leapt nimbly into the air, delivering a powerful straight punch that hit a scorpius falling from the rooftop, sending it flying. Ye Qing issued a low command, and his two creatures immediately understood, crouching and moving quickly. They had to frequently dodge wild creatures blinded by battle frenzy and various debris falling from the rooftops, creating a heart-pounding scene. Damn it! At this rate, when will I get home? Ye Qing cursed under his breath, anxiously scanning the area. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a well-preserved mountain bike by the roadside. At that moment, most of the wild creatures also noticed Ye Qing as an oddity. It seemed they had reached some consensus to eliminate him first. Seeing a group of wild creatures rushing towards him, Ye Qing shouted, Milotic, use Twister. Blazing Monkey, fire your flamethrower into the Twister. Milotic and Blazing Monkey exchanged a glance. It was their first time collaborating. Milotic gracefully swayed its body, conjuring a 4 to 5 meter high Twister out of thin air, which sucked in all the smaller creatures around it. Meanwhile, Blazing Monkey took a deep breath and aimed its fiery breath at the Twister. The Twister grew larger, absorbing the flamethrower completely and transforming into a powerful flaming vortex. A small Rattata attempted to sneak up on Ye Qing, but was caught by the sudden, immense suction and quickly consumed by the scorching whirlwind. Taking advantage of the situation, Milotic unleashed a fierce hydro pump, scattering another wave of enemies. Blazing Monkey became a whirlwind of fists and feet, repelling any enemy daring to approach. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qing quickly mounted the mountain bike. Blazing Monkey blazed a trail ahead, while Milotic floated alongside, providing escort. They sped down the road, and although it was bumpy, the mountain bike allowed for smooth passage. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the sky. The Flame Bird and Lightning Bird once again demonstrated their powers, with large swathes of fire and lightning converging in the clouds, erupting with deafening booms. Fiery arrows rained down from above, scattering across the city. Mine it! Milotic let out a low growl, using its body to block a surprise attack from a Krogunk, then whipped its tail to send the attacker flying. Blazing Monkey took a deep breath, spewing flames to quickly clear the path ahead. This catastrophe had persisted for some time, leaving the streets almost deserted, populated only by battling wild creatures. Only a few brave trainers continued to command their creatures in combat, aiding the wounded. Just then, the blaring sound of a horn cut through the air. A bus came barreling around the corner, knocking wild creatures aside. Ye Qing saw the driver's panicked face and noticed 7 or 8 passengers on board. However, at the end of the street, a hulking Machamp stepped into the road. Its 4 massive arms were poised to stop the bus, as if to showcase its strength. Faced with this formidable obstacle, the bus passengers turned pale, with 1 or 2 even breaking down in tears. Beep! The bus driver slammed the horn but found no way to maneuver around the cluttered street. He gritted his teeth and floored the accelerator, hoping to use momentum to knock the Machamp aside. Yet the uneven road hindered the bus's acceleration, and a collision seemed inevitable. Water cannon! Ye Qing's heart tightened as he watched the bus inching towards the Machamp at a snail's pace. He couldn't help but worry about the driver's recklessness. At that critical moment, Milotic opened its mouth wide, and the surrounding moisture instantly condensed into a sharp water column, blasting towards the Machamp like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud crash, the Machamp was caught off guard and was sent flying into a wall by the water cannon. Ye Qing breathed a sigh of relief, nodded gratefully at the bus driver, who then sped away. The passengers, relieved and overjoyed, gave Ye Qing thumbs up, some even taking out their phones to capture the moment with Milotic and Ye Qing. Hey, take me with you. Ye Qing lamented helplessly as he watched the bus drift stylishly in another direction, leaving only a trail of exhaust behind. Fortunately, the dock wasn't far from Ye Qing's home. After a challenging trek of about 10 minutes, the apartment complex finally came into view. Outside the complex, trainers gathered in small groups forming a defensive line, constantly battling the wild Pokemon. However, since this wasn't the city center, the number of trainers was insufficient, and wild Pokemon surged into the complex like a tide. Get out of here! Ye Qing shouted angrily, tossing his bicycle aside and leaping onto Milotic's back. Infernape followed closely behind, and the trio soared into the sky. With a body over 10 meters long, Milotic twisted and turned in the air like a dragon, surrounded by an aura of mist adding to its mystique. Who is that? A Milotic. When did our Shanghai city get a Milotic trainer looking like a beggar? The onlookers were captivated by the sight of Milotic in the sky, speculating about its origins. However, the mist obscured their view, and they could only vaguely see a monkey with a flaming tail on Milotic's back. Milotic! Milotic let out a long cry, unleashing a water cannon to take down two swooping Golbats, then swiftly headed towards Ye Qing's home. The complex was in ruins, buildings severely damaged, with insulation layers on the walls punctured by Pokemon. On the rooftops, Pokemon continued their relentless battles. Seeing the bloodstains on the ground, Ye Qing silently prayed for his family's safety. Suddenly, a scream echoed from afar. "Ah, help me!" A trainer, unable to dodge in time, was pinned down by a nimble Leopard. Luckily, his nearby Pokemon reacted quickly, rescuing him just in time. "We're almost there." Sensing his owner's urgency, Milotic accelerated, carving a graceful arc through the sky. As Ye Qing focused on his journey, a sharp cry suddenly pierced the air above him. "Caw!" A Fearow swooped down from the sky, its talons gleaming with a cold light, aiming straight for Milotic's vulnerable spot. Ye Qing instantly recognized it as a level 21 Fearow. Though not high in level, with its keen eye ability, its accuracy wouldn't be affected. This aggressive flying-type Pokemon clearly saw Milotic as an enemy. A level 21 weakling dares to act up. Ye Qing's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. "You think I'm a pushover just because I haven't shown my strength?" Pointing at the diving Staraptor, he commanded, "Ice Wind, surprise attack." Hotchomp! Infernape leapt off Milotic's back, soaring 3 to 4 meters into the air, and with a precise slap, interrupted Staraptor's quick attack. With a swift hook of its hands, it flipped and landed steadily on Staraptor's back. Milotic raised its elegant head and unleashed a chilling wind mixed with glistening ice crystals and fine snowflakes, sweeping towards Staraptor. Dazed by Infernape's slap, Staraptor regained its senses only to find itself covered in a thin layer of frost. Hotchomp! Infernape's eyes blazed with fury as its fists ignited with roaring flames, delivering a powerful blow to Staraptor's head. With a thud, Staraptor staggered, trying to retaliate, but was hit heat-in by Milotic's precise water pulse. Infernape continued to land punches on Staraptor's back, feathers flying in the air. Finally, Milotic unleashed a long-awaited Hydro Pump, knocking Staraptor to the ground. Hotchomp! Infernape leapt back onto Milotic's back, its energy suddenly surging, glowing brightly. "A breakthrough? Great, let's push forward," Ye Qing said with a serious expression, directing Milotic to advance. "We're here." Ye Qing's heart raced as he recognized the familiar apartment building. "The glass is shattered," he muttered, staring at the broken kitchen window, a mix of worry and anger rising within him. Bang! Minus. A chunk of concrete suddenly struck Milotic, causing her to let out a painful cry and crash heavily onto the concrete below. Damn it! Although Infernape protected Ye Qing from harm, being so close yet unable to enter his home fueled his rage. Milotic groaned in pain. The recent blow had significant power, but her strong defense prevented her from being knocked out. Grimer. Ye Qing got up and looked at the Grimer by the flower bed with a fierce glint in his eyes. Instantly, information about the Pokemon flashed in his mind. Grimer, level 35, potential D, healthy status, no specific type, poison trait, carrying a toxic orb, no inherited moves. Known moves include Lick, Shadow Punch, Pound, Poison Gas, Harden, Mud Slap, Sludge, Mud Bomb, Fling, Sludge Bomb, and it has learned Thunder Punch. It typically inhabits sewers and garbage dumps, lying unnoticed on the ground until stepped on, triggering a fierce attack. Not wanting to be delayed, Ye Qing immediately ordered, Infernape, head home first, Milotic, Hydro Pump. A massive black fist materialized in front of Grimer, shattering the Hydro Pump with a loud crash. It then opened its mouth wide, launching a large clump of sludge at Infernape. Hotchomp! Infernape leapt to the second floor, deploying a Protect move against the incoming Sludge Bomb. Boom! Although the Protect blocked the Sludge Bomb, the blast shockwave sent Infernape flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Ye Qing frowned, watching the powerful Grimer with growing frustration. Grimer, considering this area its territory, attacked Ye Qing without hesitation. Bang! At that moment, Milotic's tail quickly hardened, striking a poison frog that attempted to sneak attack. The poison frog's explosive punch was too powerful, knocking Milotic's tail aside. It then sprang forward, claws gleaming with poison, lunging at Ye Qing again. Surprise attack. Ye Qing's heart raced, urgently commanding Infernape to confront the threat. The toxic frog's cross-chop was interrupted by the fire monkey, but in the next moment, a bullet punch sent the fire monkey flying. Watching his two Pokemon suffer setbacks, Ye Qing felt the threat of death for the first time. The fire monkey quickly got up, stomped its foot, and used Quick Guard again, positioning itself in the path of the toxic frog's attack. Even though it was not a match, it stubbornly protected Ye Qing. The toxic frog threw a punch, accompanied by a loud bang, sending the fire monkey crashing into the ground and shattering rocks. Divine Bird. Just as Ye Qing was getting anxious, a booming shout echoed from the sky. A giant blue energy bird streaked across the sky, crashing into the toxic frog with unparalleled force. "Brother, are you okay?" A man in a security uniform rode a blazing horse, rushing over from a distance. After repelling the toxic frog, he asked Ye Qing with concern. I'm fine, thank you. Ye Qing quickly expressed his gratitude, worried about his family's safety, and immediately had Milotic fly him home. The man watched Milotic leave, shaking his head in amazement. Milotic, that's a rare Pokemon. Ugh. A Grimer hiding by the flower bed saw an intimidating figure and tried to flee. The man smirked. Grimer? Why don't you join me? Crash. The fire monkey smashed through the already damaged window, rushing into the living room. Ye Qing jumped in right after, quickly recalling Milotic into its Pokeball for treatment. Mom. Sister. Ye Qing called out as soon as he entered, anxiously searching for his family. Son. A surprised voice came from the closed bathroom, while a middle-aged man emerged from the hallway. Who are you? Ye Qing hesitated to open the bathroom door, instead looking at the unfamiliar man with confusion. In a gruff voice, the man replied, I'm here on orders from Professor Qian to protect your family. Ye Qing slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the protection arranged for his family in his moment of panic. Son, why are you back? Ye Qing's mother ran out from the bathroom. Despite Ye Qing's tattered appearance, like a beggar, his mother immediately recognized him. The fire monkey ran to Ye Qing's mother, gesturing wildly to show its injuries. She picked up the fire monkey, soothingly saying, Good child, you've been through so much, haven't you? Seeing his mother safe and sound, Ye Qing sighed in relief and asked, What's the situation outside now? The man took a drag of his cigarette, gazing out the window at the sky. Reinforcements from other cities have arrived. Those two legendary Pokemon won't have it easy for long. Relieved, Ye Qing said, That's good to hear. You should go help the others. I'll stay here and watch over things. The man put out his cigarette and nodded. All right, wild Pokemon rarely enter buildings. As long as you stay inside, you should be fine. Ye Qing advised his mother and the fire monkey to stay indoors, placed the backpack with the Ralt's egg on the sofa, and went to the balcony to release Milotic. Milotic shimmered with a pure white light, its injuries healing significantly thanks to its recovery abilities. It hovered in the air, watching the battle in the clouds alongside Ye Qing. The battle between the Moltres and the Zapdos had reached an intense climax, with mournful cries echoing sporadically from the clouds. Water gun! Ye Qing shouted sharply, his eyes fixed on the window of the neighboring building. A Golbat was attempting to break through, its jaws wide open. Milotic immediately turned midair, releasing a sharp stream of water that precisely struck the unwelcome intruder. The men sent to protect Ye Qing's family had already joined forces with the allies who had previously assisted them downstairs. They hurriedly moved towards other heavily affected areas. Ye Qing glanced around, feeling slightly reassured. Most of the intruders in Shanghai City were wild Pokemon from the Jynx forest. Since this forest bordered the city, the number and strength of its Pokemon had always been strictly controlled and documented. Those that managed to infiltrate the neighborhood were merely the ones that slipped through the cracks. The truly powerful Pokemon had already been stopped outside the city. High in the sky, Milotic appeared like a goddess of water, graceful yet formidable. Each of her attacks was precise and lethal, and the surrounding wild Pokemon stood no chance against her. With no worries left, Ye Qing rode on Milotic's back, weaving through the community, leaving nothing untouched in their path. Milotic's azure form traced beautiful arcs in the sky, drawing the attention of residents who stopped to watch. At the window of an apartment, a little girl excitedly tapped on the glass and turned to ask, Mom, what's that Pokemon? It's so beautiful. The woman, feeding an energy cube to a nearby Bellisum, looked up in shock at the sight outside. That's a Milotic. I never expected to see one in our neighborhood. Not far away, a man stared at Milotic in disbelief and shouted, No way, isn't that my wife's Pokemon? How did someone else catch it? Milotic. Hearing these remarks, Ye Qing's lips curved into a slight smile. Since Milotic had already been seen, he decided not to conceal her anymore. The previous secrecy was only to keep a trump card while training in the wild. Now back in the city, as a student, as long as he didn't venture out alone, almost no one would dare provoke him. Who would be foolish enough to offend an entire school? Moreover, while Milotic is rare, she isn't at the pseudo-legendary level that would drive people mad with desire, making it not worth the risk for someone to go after her. Most importantly, Ye Qing had already obtained a Ralt's egg. Once this little creature hatches, he would have a new trump card. With the ability to teleport, it would be like holding a free pass to safety, making it nearly impossible for anyone to capture him. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the sky. In the next moment, the sea was whipped into a towering waterspout, hundreds of feet high, reaching towards the heavens. From a distance, it looked like the legendary phenomenon of a dragon siphoning water. In the distant sky, a massive blue and white figure soared. With wings as large as palms, it scattered clouds in its wake, a silver storm swirling behind it. The god of currents. Lugia. A look of awe crossed Ye Qing's face. He hadn't expected Lugia to personally intervene. It's said that Lugia governs all bird Pokemon and is the leader of Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos. When the world is thrown into chaos by these three legendary birds, Lugia, as the sea god, comes to calm the battle. Lugia powerfully flapped its wings, inserting itself between Zapdos and Moltres. A fierce storm howled around it, and the clouds above began to spin, forming a deep vortex. The violent winds became countless sharp blades, slashing the two legendary bird gods, forcing them to retreat. Lugia! Shouts of astonishment erupted from all around the neighborhood, with some rather foolish individuals even clamoring to capture it. Ye Qing was well aware of the current global situation. Although countries had managed to tame secondary gods like Suicune and Tornadus, they still held a deep respect for the primary gods. Up until now, no trainer had been able to capture a primary god. Nations simply maintained friendly and cooperative relationships with them. Above the city, the sudden intervention of Lugia changed the dynamics. Several sharp vortex attacks roared out, instantly intimidating Zapdos and Moltres. After a brief standoff, the two legendary birds chose to fly away. As they retreated, the wild Pokémon within the city dispersed like a receding tide. Having mediated the situation, Lugia returned to the deep sea, showing no interest in human cities. After the storm, the city lay in ruins. Fortunately, the wild Pokémon had mostly rampaged through the streets, rarely entering buildings, so the damage wasn't severe. Such wild Pokémon invasions occurred every few years, and cities had accumulated considerable experience in handling them. Ye Qing recalled his Milotic, which had showcased its prowess, and slowly walked back inside. He saw his mom playing with an Infernape and suggested, "Mom, I think you should get another Pokémon. That way, I can travel with peace of mind." His mother hesitated. Although similar incidents had happened before, they were never as large-scale as this one, and with Ye Qing's father's Macamp around, things had always been peaceful. Noticing his mother's concerns, Ye Qing continued, "Mom, you don't need to worry about the cost of raising a Pokémon. I have a way. Aren't you a registered trainer with the league? I can catch one for you in a few days." "All right," his mom replied, looking at her confident son with satisfaction, realizing he had truly grown up. "By the way, where's your sister? I haven't seen her." "She's not coming back this week," luckily avoiding this incident. The league's response was swift and efficient, clearly demonstrating their experience. By the afternoon, supplies were delivered to various neighborhoods, and residents only needed to pay a small fee for someone to come and repair damaged homes. At this time, Wailord returned as well. Zhao Xinran announced in the group chat that everyone would have a week off to adjust and recover. Ye Qing gently placed Ralt's egg on the bed and began to calculate the family's future expenses. With over 300,000 in his account, he had enough for now, but considering the family's expenses, things were getting tight. He decided it was time to reclaim the 500,000 deposit from Fuji Miyake. Acting on his decision, Ye Qing used his newly charged phone to contact Fuji Miyake in the class group chat. "Tomorrow night at 7, at the foot of Jynx Forest. Don't be late." "Okay," Fuji Miyake replied briefly. The other classmates' curiosity ignited, especially Wang Yao, who immediately volunteered to be the referee. Wang Yao then bombarded Ye Qing with private messages, incessantly asking why he suddenly left on Wailord. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinran's messages also came through. Ye Qing replied to each one, promising never to do it again. With the help of Pokémon, the city's repair work was incredibly efficient, restoring everything to normal in just over a day. Subsequently, the city launched a massive publicity campaign, showcasing the outstanding trainers during the incident on large screens. The footage of Ye Qing saving a bus was uploaded online, quickly becoming a hot topic. Ye Qing eagerly browsed through the comments, only to have the first comment capture his full attention. "Moe Xuan, I'm a reporter from the Elf Daily. If you are the trainer of Milotic, please contact me. The reward is substantial. Dio from heaven. If your Milotic lays eggs, please save one for me. The price is negotiable. Bowsy, who is the trainer of Milotic? Is it that little beggar next to her? Uchiha Yu, judging by his clothing, he must be someone Milotic rescued. Turning back to look at the stars, so handsome, Milotic's water cannon can be described as 666. New life like a dream. That was dangerous, but thankfully Milotic helped. I'm drunk. Doesn't anyone feel sorry for Macamp? Maybe he just wanted to help stop the bus. The last show-off, I want to have Milotic's babies. Bomb Sky Gang Feather Brother. As expected from a show-off, your thinking is quite novel." Ye Qing stared at the comments on the screen, frowning and feeling exasperated. The imaginative thoughts of these netizens left him both amused and helpless. His phone vibrated, displaying a video message from his dad. Due to being far from Shanghai City, by the time he learned about the incident and wanted to rush back, the wild elves had already returned to their habitat. Ye Qing immediately informed his father of his decision, assuring him to continue his work out of town without worry. The next afternoon, the doors suddenly burst open, and Yi Menghan rushed in, out of breath. "Mom, are you okay?" The little girl immediately noticed her brother and mother leisurely eating fruit on the sofa, and her anxious expression froze. "Mom's fine." Ye's mom pulled her younger daughter close, stroking her hair with a loving smile. That's good. That's good. Yi Minghan patted her chest in relief, curiosity bubbling up. By the way, what were you and brother talking about just now? Something about an elf? Ye's mom gently tapped her daughter's forehead, smiling. Nothing much, just planning with your brother to go to the wilderness area to catch an elf for mom. Catching an elf? Those words lit up Yi Minghan's eyes like magic, and her big eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately expressed her desire to catch an elf of her own. Ye's mom shot her a glance, her tone firm. Don't be silly. You're not old enough to keep an elf yet. Noticing the disappointment on his sister's face, Ye Qing quickly suggested. It's okay. You can have mom catch one for you. Haven't you been researching berries and energy cubes lately? I know an elf that's perfect for you. Really? Yi Minghan's previously pouting lips spread into a hopeful smile. Ye Qing nodded confidently. Really? So let me arrange things, and we'll go to the wild area tomorrow. Checking the time on his watch, Ye Qing bid farewell to his family and headed downstairs to meet Wang Yao. Sitting in a taxi bound for Jynx Forest, he turned to his friend. Do you have Su Yiqing's contact information? Wang Yao put down his phone, a hint of caution in his eyes. Why? Why do you need her contact info? Ye Qing rolled his eyes. I want to catch an elf for my mom, but I only have a gold card and can't take her to the core area. Wang Yao relaxed upon hearing this, nodding with relief. Oh, I see. I'll send you her contact info then. Honestly, for this, she's the only one who can help you. But I advise you not to have any funny ideas about her. Her parents are not to be messed with. Ye Qing couldn't be bothered to argue, nodding along to whatever Wang Yao said. After receiving Su Yiqing's phone number, he immediately sent a friend request. Just as they were nearing the mountain's base, his request was finally accepted. The phone screen lit up with a new message. Ye Qing? Ye Qing looked at the brief message, feeling a bit frustrated. He had clearly left his name in the request message. What more confirmation was needed? It's me. I need your help with something, he replied concisely. Su Yiqing, oh, it's really you. I thought it was a scammer. What do you need from me? Ye Qing said directly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I want to take my mom and sister to the core area of the wilderness to capture two spirits, Ye Qing said earnestly. Of course, if it costs money, just let me know. After saying this, he unconsciously clenched the corner of his shirt, looking a bit anxious. It was the first time he had ever asked someone for a favor, even though he had saved this girl's life before, purely out of instinct, with no ulterior motives. Su Yiqing smiled slightly. Sure, but you have to show me your Milotic. I recognized you online immediately. Did it work? Wang Yao eagerly craned his neck to peek, surprised and delighted by what he saw. It worked. Ye Qing put away his phone, a slight look of relief on his face. After paying, Ye Qing and Wang Yao stood in the familiar place, feeling a bit nostalgic. The first time they came camping, they were complete novices, but now, so much had changed. As dusk fell, the crowd thinned, and the Jynx Forest was enveloped in darkness, the cries of spirits echoing clearly in the silence. Hello there, sir. Wang Yao called out enthusiastically to the security guard, his voice full of flattery. The security guard merely glanced at him coolly before returning to his newspaper, not even bothering to spare him another look. Ye Qing chuckled at the scene and turned to ask, by the way, I heard you caught a Magikarp? Wang Yao proudly took a pokeball from his belt. That's right, want to see it? Sure. Ye Qing's curiosity was piqued, eager to see what kind of Magikarp his friend had captured. With a flash of bright white light, a lively, 30 to 40 centimeter long Magikarp appeared on the ground. It flopped around like a salted fish, occasionally slapping Wang Yao's shin with its tail. So lively. Ye Qing raised an eyebrow, observing the restless spirit. Spirit information appeared before him. Magikarp. Level, 10. Potential, D. Condition, healthy, energetic. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Held item, none. Inherited skills, none. Basic skills, splash, tackle. Taught skills, none. TM skills, none. Notes. Magikarp often jumps around aimlessly, making it a target for Pidgey and Spearow. Ye Qing was impressed. A D potential was quite decent, and with proper training, it could become formidable. After a moment of contemplation, a sly grin spread across his face. Have you tried the evolution foot? Wang Yao hesitated visibly. Isn't that a bit cruel? Abusing spirits is illegal. Ye Qing pointed to the Magikarp, which was still slapping Wang Yao's leg. Look, isn't it hitting you? This. Wang Yao looked down at the Magikarp attacking him and felt a bit tempted. Ye Qing, Wang Yao, you're both here. Ye Qing turned to see Fuji Miyuki in casual wear and Morikawa Minako in a short skirt and black stockings. Behind them, a shiny Mercedes-Benz G-Class was parked, standing out in the dim environment. Hello, Ye Qing. Morikawa Minako greeted him sweetly, ignoring Wang Yao altogether, still holding a grudge over the skirt-lifting incident. Wang Yao shrugged helplessly, signaling with his eyes that the price he paid for that was too high. Ye Qing greeted them with a smile. Good to see you both. Brought enough money. Fuji Miyuki's expression turned icy, a hint of irritation in his voice. You seem awfully confident. Just make sure you don't embarrass yourself when you lose. Wang Yao shot him a disdainful look, his tone dripping with scorn. I wonder who really is the defeated one here. Ye Qing swiftly diffused the tense atmosphere between the two, stepping into an open area with a steady voice. All right, let's begin. Miss Morikawa Minako, would you please act as the referee? Certainly. Morikawa Minako replied with a gentle smile, gracefully positioning herself between the two and taking out her phone to record the battle. Fuji Miyuki's expression turned serious as he leaned forward slightly and bowed to Ye Qing with perfect form. Please teach me. Go, Blaziken. Wasabi. As soon as Blaziken appeared, it stood on one leg, spreading its arms wide in a powerful stance, exuding a fierce fighting spirit. Fuji Miyuki smirked confidently. I forgot to mention, I've joined the martial arts dojo in Shanghai City. There, I've learned the true essence of fighting, and now your Infernape will be no match for Blaziken. Shanghai City is home to numerous dojos, most founded by well-known trainers. These places differ fundamentally from the officially sanctioned gyms, resembling traditional martial arts schools that focus on the dedicated training of Pokemon and their trainers, without the authority to award gym badges. Ye Qing's lips curled into a knowing smile. Oh, really? With that, he casually took Milotic's Pokeball from his waist and tossed it into the air. Images of Milotic and himself had already spread across various forums in Shanghai City. With the capabilities of netizens, it wouldn't take long for them to deduce that he was Milotic's trainer. Soon, advertisers and media would seek interviews or business deals, so there was no longer a need to hide Milotic's existence. Milotic's ethereal voice resonated throughout the area as its 9-meter-long body gracefully undulated in midair, surrounded by mist that enveloped her like a dreamlike scene. Both Fuji Miyuki and Morikawa Minako widened their eyes in disbelief. Milotic, that beggar trainer is really you. Fuji Miyuki exclaimed. Wang Yao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his voice rising. Damn, Qing, you've kept this from me so well. Ye Qing smiled slightly, his gaze fixed on Fuji Miyuki, speaking calmly. Do we still need to fight? Damn it. Fuji Miyuki clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, unable to accept that this Milotic belonged to Ye Qing, and that he had received no prior information about it. A warrior of the day people never gives up. Use quick attack. Fuji Miyuki suppressed his frustration and issued the command. Wasabi. Blaziken's eyes blazed with determination as it pushed off from the ground, transforming into a dazzling white light and charging towards the elegantly coiling Milotic in midair. It's over. As Blaziken was about to collide with Milotic, Ye Qing said with a faint smile. Milotic's ruby-like eyes narrowed slightly, its slender body suddenly coiling tightly around Blaziken, leaving only its dazed head exposed. Fuji Miyuki's face changed drastically, shouting in panic. Use/break free. Hydro pump. Ye Qing's voice was crisp and decisive, giving Blaziken no chance. Milotic opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful torrent of water with a thunderous roar, directly striking Blaziken's head. After several hydro pumps, Milotic released its grip, and the now unconscious Blaziken collapsed on the ground, unable to resist. This can't be. How do you have a Milotic? Fuji Miyuki stared blankly at the majestic Milotic, involuntarily stepping back, his mind in chaos, unable to accept the reality before him. Such a beautiful and powerful Pokemon should have been under his control. Wang Yao, tired of seeing his dejected expression, impatiently urged, stop stalling, pay up. Morikawa Minako was the first to recover, quickly taking out her phone, displaying a QR code on the screen. Oh, all right. Ye Qing, please give me your account number. Wang Yao stepped forward, blocking Minako Morikawa, and said, no need to bother my brother, just scan my QR code. I have his account number. Minako Morikawa hesitated and turned to Ye Qing, her eyes questioning. Yeah, just add him, Ye Qing said as he recalled the beautiful Milotic, understanding Wang Yao's little scheme. After all, the guy had helped him, and it was only fair to help Wang Yao save some face. Fuji Miyagi dejectedly recalled his Blaziken, bowing his head in silence, his shoulders slumped. He had thought that after some intense training at the fighting dojo, he could easily defeat Ye Qing, but he hadn't expected him to have a powerful Pokemon like Milotic. Right, it must be a wild Milotic he caught on a deserted island. It must be. The thought flashed in Fuji Miyagi's mind. Damn it, he seemed to realize something, and his anger burned even hotter. He had thought capturing a Doublade was a stroke of incredible luck, yet this guy had caught a Milotic. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and suddenly a sharp pain pierced his chest. Brother, Minako Morikawa had just completed the transaction when she noticed and hurried over to him, pulling a bottle of medicine from her pocket and skillfully giving him a pill. Is he all right? Ye Qing's heart skipped a beat, worried that he might have accidentally pushed his cash cow too far. After taking the medicine, Fuji Miyagi gradually calmed down, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes filled with resentment. I'm fine. It's just my heart condition. I'll keep challenging you. All right. Just bring enough money. Ye Qing replied cheerfully, unable to hide his relief. Humph. Fuji Miyagi turned and left with Minako Morikawa, consoling himself. This time he was unprepared, not expecting Ye Qing to have caught a Milotic. If it had been that monkey, it surely would have lost to Blaziken. Ye Qing watched them get into a car, and then walked over to Wang Yao, who was grinning mischievously. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing about? People might think you just made 50 grand. Wang Yao shook his head, scrolling through his phone. Brother, you just don't get it. Social media is a wonderful thing." Ye Qing rolled his eyes. All right, stop looking at it. Spend more time training your Magikarp. Hearing Ye Qing mention Magikarp, Wang Yao put away his phone, his expression turning serious. "Not to doubt you, but are you sure about that evolution method?" Ye Qing patted his shoulder, his gaze firm. "Other Magikarp might not make it, but your feisty Magikarp has a real shot." Wang Yao nodded, half believing, thinking that since Ye Qing was so confident, he might as well give it a try at home. Ding! The vibration of a phone broke the brief silence. Ye Qing took out his phone to see a message from Su Yiqing. "I saw Milotic again on the forum. It's so beautiful. When can I see it in person?" Su Yiqing's message displayed on the screen. Ye Qing quickly replied, "With your family's background, getting a Milotic should be a piece of cake. I don't want just any ordinary Milotic. I can tell yours is special. It seems to exude a charming and confident aura." Su Yiqing's response made Ye Qing raise an eyebrow. "All right, let's meet at the city center's Pokemon Center later." Ye Qing typed back quickly. Though he longed to go home and get some sleep, given that he needed a favor from her, he had to sacrifice some rest for now. After agreeing on a location with Su Yiqing, Ye Qing glanced at Wang Yao, who was still standing there looking confused. Shaking his head helplessly, he called a car to send Wang Yao home, then headed to the Pokemon Center himself. The Ralts egg still needed a thorough checkup, and he also needed to buy an incubator for the little one. The largest Pokemon Center in Shanghai City is located on the bustling commercial street in the city center, occupying an entire 5-story building. The center is divided into 3 main areas: the treatment area on the ground floor, a shopping area, and a guest room area specifically for trainers from various regions. The province's only water-type gym is not far from the Pokemon Center, and the commercial street has thrived around these 2 buildings. Ye Qing arrived just as night was falling, with the colorful neon lights and street lamps illuminating the street in a dazzling array of colors. Skyscrapers surrounded the area, and the streets were bustling with people. Shops lined both sides of the street, with the sounds of vendors calling out and selling their wares intermingling in the air. The outer walls of the first floor of the Pokemon Center were primarily made of glass, allowing a clear view of the interior. The treatment area was located in the center, where a nurse was busily attending to her duties, flanked by a leisure waiting area. As Ye Qing stood at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, the automatic doors on either side slowly slid open. The nurses here were different from those in regular hospitals. They were all staff members of the league. Because they needed to serve trainers who often battled in the wild, the staff at the center were exemplary in both appearance and professional skills. "Welcome. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm the all-knowing Rotom Pokédex. You can ask me anything." A Rotom Pokédex flew up to Ye Qing, eagerly introducing itself. Looking at the confident Rotom Pokédex, Ye Qing had a playful idea and teased. "You say I can ask you anything? Do you know what keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer?" What is it?" Rotom was stumped, as its programming didn't seem to include this information. Ye Qing, amused, continued to tease it. "Here's a hint. It's something women like to wear." "Don't mind him, Rotom." A sweet voice came from the side. Ye Qing turned to see Su Yiqing, whom he hadn't seen in a while. She was wearing a black dress with black stockings, looking more elegant and mature than before. "So, what's the answer?" Rotom's curiosity was evidently strong. Ye Qing glanced meaningfully at Su Yiqing's legs and said, "Look at what she's wearing on her legs in the middle of summer, and you'll know." "Stockings." Rotom remained puzzled, seemingly unable to grasp the complexities of the human world. Ye Qing decided to stop teasing the poor Rotom, and instead greeted Su Yiqing with a smile. "Pervert." Su Yiqing shot Ye Qing a glance, then asked, "Where's Milotic? When can I see it?" Ye Qing pointed to the leisure waiting area. "Just a moment. I need to take care of something first." "All right." Su Yiqing lightly pursed her pink lips and walked towards the sofa area by the window with a book in hand. Ye Qing approached an empty service counter. "Could you please refill the medicine in these 2 Pokeballs?" "Of course, please wait a moment." The nurse first checked Ye Qing's student ID before taking the 2 Ultra Balls. Behind her was a large machine where simple treatments and examinations were completed. Only complicated cases were sent to the back rooms. A row of indicator lights flashed, and before long, the 2 Pokeballs were returned. The nurse carefully examined the test report, a professional and confident smile appearing on her face. She looked up at Ye Qing and said, "Everything is normal. Please pay 500 yuan. "Thank you." Feeling quite affluent at the moment, Ye Qing unhesitatingly pulled out his phone to pay via QR code. Afterwards, he spent 15,000 yuan on the second floor to purchase a high-end opaque incubator and the accompanying incubation fluid. Gently, he took out the spirit egg from his backpack and carefully placed it inside the incubator. After settling the bill, a silver-white belt suddenly caught Ye Qing's attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the same model as the one Zhang Xiaoqiang wore, capable of attracting spirit balls within 5 meters. Seeing the price tag, Ye Qing gasped it was priced at 10,000 yuan. Despite the pain in his wallet, he decided to buy it for future convenience. With his shopping done, Ye Qing headed towards where Su Yiqing was. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft halo on Su Yiqing's delicate face. She was leaning against the sofa, intently flipping through a book, her slender fingers gently sliding over the pages, and her chest rising and falling slightly with each breath. Unknowingly, a number of young men had gathered around, occasionally glancing at Su Yiqing. Ye Qing couldn't help but lament the abundance of old lechers these days, feeling like someone of his gentlemanly conduct had become a rare breed. His thoughts drifted to the spirit egg. What would it look like once it evolved into a Gardevoir? Realizing his own thoughts, Ye Qing coughed twice, trying to mask his inner restlessness. Approaching Su Yiqing, Ye Qing deliberately coughed to draw her attention. Su Yiqing, immersed in her reading, looked up with slight annoyance, but upon recognizing Ye Qing, she immediately smiled. All done? Let's get going then. Yeah, Ye Qing nodded with a smile. Behind the spirit center was a brightly lit plaza, perfect for releasing Milotic. The plaza was bustling with people, small groups strolling with their spirits to enjoy the cool evening. At the center, there was a large fountain pool for water-type spirits to frolic and play. Adhering to the belief of youth is wasted if you don't show off, Ye Qing deliberately chose a crowded spot to release Milotic. Walking alongside Su Yiqing, they quickly drew the attention of those around them. That girl is really pretty. Look at that waist, those legs. Wow, watch it, you're drooling on my leg. Su Yiqing instantly became the center of attention, drawing low whispers of admiration from the young men. Ye Qing couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, as walking with such a beauty subtly highlighted his own prowess. However, the admiration was short-lived as the attention soon shifted to Ye Qing. Who's that guy with her? Isn't it like a toad lusting after a swan? Yeah, he doesn't even look as good as me. It's like a flower planted on cow dung. These comments made Ye Qing grit his teeth in frustration, but due to his own limitations, he was too embarrassed to argue back. In contrast, Su Yiqing merely smiled, seemingly accustomed to such situations. If people knew more about Ye Qing's background and his relationship with Su Yiqing, someone might have already approached her for contact information. Milotic, come out and play, Ye Qing said, tossing Milotic's spirit ball into the air. A flash of white light appeared, and a 9-meter-long Milotic materialized out of thin air. Malu, the ethereal voice resonated across the plaza, as Milotic's enchanting form gracefully floated above the pool in the night sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Wow, a Milotic! As Ye Qing released his Pokemon, a wave of exclamations erupted around him. The once unremarkable boy turned out to possess such a rare Pokemon. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and countless camera flashes captured Ye Qing's image, fully exposing him to the media. In stark contrast to his previous disheveled appearance, Ye Qing now appeared calm and composed, unfazed by the media's attention. He knew well that even if he didn't put himself in the spotlight, the media would uncover his story by tomorrow. However, amidst the admiration, some sour comments began to surface. Probably just living off his parents. Most likely some rich kid trying to impress girls. Hearing these remarks, Ye Qing couldn't help but shake his head internally. It seemed that no matter what, there would always be critics and naysayers. At that moment, a timid voice spoke up. Su Yiqing, with her hands clasped in front of her, looked up and asked softly, "It's so beautiful, can I touch it?" Ye Qing smiled slightly and gestured invitingly. "Of course, Milotic, take her for a fly." Milotic glanced at Su Yiqing with its beautiful ruby eyes blinking. Though it wasn't fond of being touched by strangers, it complied with its owner's command. "Thank you," Su Yiqing said politely. She didn't rush to mount Milotic, but first offered it a golden, faintly glowing water-type energy cube. Immediately, a delightful aroma filled the air, attracting nearby water-type Pokemon. Such high-level energy cubes were irresistible. Top-tier energy cube. Ye Qing's mind buzzed. A golden energy cube was a level above high-grade ones. Rich in nutrients, it could improve physical conditions, delay aging, and heal hidden injuries with long-term use. These were rarely seen on the market and could only be custom-made by top breeders. Milotic stared at the energy cube and, unable to resist, swallowed it whole. Mino. As the cube dissolved within, Milotic gently swayed, savoring the taste with its eyes half closed. Su Yiqing smiled as she caressed Milotic's smooth, silky back. "It's truly different," she murmured, then slowly sat sideways on Milotic, holding on as they soared into the sky. Milotic entertained Su Yiqing for quite some time, with over 100 photos taken just for the memories. As more people and Pokemon gathered, Ye Qing had to recall Milotic. "Is everything okay in the wild area?" Ye Qing asked. While it's possible to catch Pokemon in the wild, he wasn't confident enough to ensure complete safety with his family around. Hiring a trainer as a bodyguard? Ye Qing had too many secrets, and until he fully matured, it was safer to stay in the city. Ye Qing gave an okay sign and replied playfully. There were some hiccups, but it's all good. All right then. Ye Qing checked the time and tentatively asked, shall I give you a ride back? Ye Qing shook her head and pointed to a Rolls-Royce parked outside the plaza, saying, no need. My driver is already here. Ye Qing nodded, conceding, all right, see you then. See you. Ye Qing smiled as she bid farewell. Ye Qing waved goodbye and gracefully stepped into the car. As Ye Qing walked through the door of his home, he saw his mother and younger sister, Ye Minghan, eagerly discussing something on the sofa, with a book of fairy illustrations beside them. What are you two studying? Ye Qing asked curiously. His mother stood up to greet him. You're back, son. I'll heat up some food for you. She said this while heading to the kitchen. Ye Minghan looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Nothing special, just discussing with mom which fairies we want to capture tomorrow. Ye Qing yawned and casually said, just go with the flow, don't get too excited that you can't sleep. Got it. Ye Minghan rolled her eyes at her brother and continued flipping through the fairy book, her legs swinging leisurely over the edge of the sofa. After enjoying a hearty dinner, Ye Qing took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, the hot summer breeze gently brushed the treetops. The Pidgeys and Spearows had already started foraging, and the elderly folks downstairs were leisurely heading to the morning market with their Pokemon. The enticing aroma wafted from the breakfast shop as hurried office workers and students briskly walked while devouring their food. Sunlight filtered through the window screen into Ye Qing's room, where he was lost in a deep sleep, only to be jolted awake by shouting from outside the door. Brother, are you still in bed? His sister Ye Minghan called through the door. Reluctantly, Ye Qing opened his eyes. I'm up, stop yelling. The Chimchar sleeping on the desk was also awakened, rubbing its eyes and letting out a big yawn. Ye Qing opened the door to find his mother and sister already dressed and waiting for him. He glanced at the time and felt a headache coming on. You're all ready by 8? Ye Minghan pushed Ye Qing into the bathroom. Yes, the early bird catches the worm. Early to bed and early to rise saves time. After a quick wash, Ye Qing took his mother and sister to buy a few Pokeballs and some basic and intermediate energy cubes before they caught a taxi to the Wild Reserve area. On the way, Ye Qing turned and asked, Mom, do you have any specific Pokemon you want to catch? His mom smiled and shook her head. I'm fine with anything, as long as it's easy to take care of. Upon entering the office hall of the Wild Reserve, Ye Qing gave his name and was immediately guided to a special passageway. Ye Minghan looked around curiously, exclaiming, wow, big brother, do you have some deal with the owner here? How come we're being taken directly to the core area, only accessible with a gold card? Their mom also looked puzzled. Yeah, son, what's going on? Ye Qing explained helplessly. It's complicated, but it's all perfectly legal. The familiar scenery unfolded before them. Tall, thick trees formed a dense canopy, with foliage almost completely blocking out the sky. The ground was a maze of massive roots sprawling in all directions. The air was fresh, rich in oxygen, yet also hot and humid, and Ye Qing began to sweat as soon as he entered. Please take care of us, Milotic, Chimchar. Ye Qing released 2 Pokemon, positioning them on either side as guards. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Chimchar suddenly remembered its owner's promise to buy Moo Moo milk. It grunted with dissatisfaction, tugging at Ye Qing's clothes and mimicking the action of drinking milk. Ye Qing realized he had indeed forgotten about it, and quickly promised Chimchar he'd buy some upon their return. Satisfied with the promise, Chimchar settled down. Ye Minghan felt like she was in a fairy tale world, excitedly looking around. Wow, there are so many cute Pokemon here. She looked like a curious child, eagerly taking in the sights around her. Ye Minghan stepped into the depths of the Jinsei forest for the first time, her excitement evident. Her eyes darted around, eagerly absorbing all the unfamiliar sights. In contrast, her mother, who had grown up in comfort, was more composed and familiar with such an environment. Suddenly, Ye Minghan's eyes widened as she exclaimed, wow, is that a Milotic? A graceful Milotic appeared beside her, much to the young girl's delight. Her mother was also taken aback, recalling the time she and Infernape hid inside during a wild Pokemon invasion and the neighbor's tales of Milotic's power. She turned to her son, curiously asking, son, where did you capture this Milotic? Ye Qing patiently explained the origin of Milotic to his mother and sister. After listening, their mother, filled with pride, gave him a thumbs up and praised, son, you've really grown up. Well done. She was secretly pleased, imagining the relatives' reactions when they learned her son owned such a rare Pokemon. Ye Minghan eagerly reached out to stroke Milotic's smooth body, a happy smile on her face. Ye Qing gently reminded her, all right, you'll have plenty of time to play with Milotic later. For now, let's focus on our task. The group continued on, encountering 3 Rattatas scurrying past. Ye Minghan was enthralled, constantly marveling at the Pokemon around her. With Milotic and Infernape guarding them, they safely reached the meeting point with Ditto. Emerging from the dense forest, a clear brook came into view. The banks were adorned with vibrant flowers, and the branches of several large willow trees dipped into the water. Magikarp occasionally peeked out, while other Pokemon came to drink by the shore. On a giant rock, a Ditto was leisurely sunbathing. Upon seeing Ye Qing and Infernape, Ditto happily greeted them with a cheerful mew. Milotic also lowered its head in greeting. Ditto was momentarily surprised, then delightedly recognized its old friend. Mew? Mew. Yi Minghan crouched down and smiled at Ditto, greeting it warmly. Hello, Ditto. Ditto softly replied. Mew. Ditto was never one to be shy. It happily transformed into a human hand and shook hands with Yi Minghan. Sweat dripped from Yima's forehead as she wiped it away, curiously asking, Son, it seems like this Ditto knows you well. Ye Qing skillfully rummaged through his backpack and handed over 3 medium-level normal-type energy cubes. Yeah, I spent some time with it during my last visit. We got along pretty well. MOMO. Ditto's small eyes sparkled with excitement as it swiftly grabbed the energy cubes, moving so fast it was almost a blur. Ye Qing took out a foldable tent from his backpack and expertly set it up. Mom, let's camp here for now. We'll rest and eat something first, then I'll take you to catch some Pokemon. Okay. Yima replied simply, as always following her son's lead, and began to efficiently unpack. Full of energy, Yi Minghan skipped over to the creek, holding shiny energy cubes that tempted the hidden Pokemon nearby. Hatcha! The Infernape watched its little princess run off, frowning with concern and quickly following to ensure her safety. Milotic swam over gracefully, gently nudging Yi Qing's arm with its head. Its ruby-like eyes gazed into the distance, and its tail lightly tapped the ground, revealing a sense of longing. Yi Qing keenly sensed her feelings. Do you want to go back and visit? Mino, Milotic nodded gently. She wanted not only to visit her kind at the polluted pond, but also to bring hope to the Phoeba, showing them they could become beautiful and enchanting. Ideally, she hoped to find a clean water area for her kin to relocate. Understanding her desire to reunite with her kin alone, Yi Qing took out a handful of basic water-type energy cubes and handed them to Milotic. Take these and try to help the Phoeba improve their condition. Milotic gratefully accepted them and swam elegantly into the distance. Watching Milotic's silhouette fade away, Yi Qing crouched down and smiled at Ditto. So, have you met your trainer yet? MO. At the mention of this topic, Ditto immediately became dejected, losing even the interest in eating the energy cubes. Yi Qing's eyes lit up, seeing an opportunity. Why not come with me and be my mom's Pokemon? MO. Ditto fiercely refused, its reaction so intense it almost threw the precious energy cube at Yi Qing's face. Okay, don't be mad. Yi Qing hadn't expected such a strong reaction and quickly tried to soothe Ditto. Ditto, looking up, reluctantly forgave the offense, thanks to the energy cubes. By now, Yima had prepared a sumptuous meal and called out to her children. Come eat. I'm not hungry. You go ahead, Yi Qing replied, then turned back to Ditto. Let me ask you, do you know where I can find a Shuckle? Shuckle? Ditto was momentarily stumped by the question. Shuckle was indeed rare in the wild area, hardly ever seen. Yi Qing placed a shiny medium-level energy cube in front of Ditto as an incentive. 1 medium energy cube, if you can find it for me. MO. Motivated by the energy cube, Ditto perked up. While it didn't know Shuckle's whereabouts, it realized other Pokemon might. After a brief moment of thought, Ditto transformed into a beautiful Bellisum, deciding to use its charm to gather information about Shuckle's location. Meanwhile, under the shade, Yima had laid out a clean tablecloth with an array of fragrant cooked dishes neatly arranged. Yi Qing took a bite of a sausage and, with his mouth full, asked, Mom, after seeing so many, have you decided which Pokemon you want to catch? Yima tilted her head, her brow slightly furrowed, caught in the dilemma of choice. She murmured softly, anything is fine, preferably something cute. Just then, Yi Minghan, having finished playing, washed her little hands by the river and came skipping over. She asked curiously, Mom, what are you talking about? Yi Qing gently stroked her daughter's pigtails and said softly, It's nothing. I've decided on a spirit for you. What kind of spirit? Yi Minghan's eyes instantly lit up, her excitement evident. Yi Qing smiled and asked, Have you heard of the spirit called Ho? Yi Minghan tilted her head, a hint of thought in her eyes, and tentatively replied, Ho? Is it the one that looks like a turtle? Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. That's right, it's the one. Ho-Hu is quite popular among breeders. It can distinguish the quality of different berries and can make delicious berry juice in its body. This will be very helpful for someone like you who loves researching energy blocks. Yi Minghan nodded thoughtfully. I see. Well, Ho-Hu is quite cute too. All right, we'll set off once Milotic returns, Yi Qing said. Not long after, a Ditto transformed into a Bellisum found out Ho-Hu's location, and simultaneously, Milotic returned from afar. Milotic gracefully glided up to the group, indicating for everyone to sit on its back to avoid getting scratched by bushes and branches during the journey. Seeing this, the Infernape leading the way showed a hint of displeasure in its eyes. It thought, it's one thing for the owner and family to ride, but why is Ditto going too? Isn't this just bullying the monkey? Feeling increasingly aggrieved, Infernape also wanted to climb onto Milotic's back. Milotic narrowed its eyes. The killing intent in them made Infernape involuntarily shiver. Meanwhile, Ditto stood on Milotic's back, covering its mouth and giggling, looking smug. As the sun set, Ye Qing, seeing time was running short, hurriedly said, "All right, let's hurry back, and I'll buy you some Miltank milk." Infernape sighed, feeling its status was diminishing. It couldn't help but remember its days as a cherished little one and thought to itself, why is there such a gap between spirits? While Ye Qing and her group were on their way, suddenly, a yellow figure darted out from the forest ahead. "Psyduck!" Yi Minghan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with affection. This adorable, goofy type of spirit is always a favorite among girls. Ye Qing stared at the Psyduck, clutching its head with its little paws, and said thoughtfully, "This duck looks familiar." Infernape immediately confirmed. This was indeed the same little duck they had wronged last time. Ye Qing also recognized it and quickly took out a mid-level water energy block, tentatively saying, "Sorry about last time. How about this energy block as an apology?" However, as the saying goes, enemies meeting face to face are particularly hostile. Psyduck didn't even glance at the energy block, its anger instantly igniting. It opened its mouth and shot a volleyball-sized water ball at Infernape. Infernape, knowing it was in the wrong and receiving no orders from its owner, could only keep dodging Psyduck's attacks without retaliating. The scene became tense, and everyone held their breath, unsure how this unexpected encounter would end. Several water pulses missed their target, fueling Psyduck's fury. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and its body trembled as it summoned an oversized water pulse, hurling it towards Ye Qing and his companions. Hatcha! Infernape was enraged, seeing the duck dare to attack its master. Its tail instantly hardened like steel, striking the water pulse with precision. The blow was perfectly measured, redirecting the attack back towards Psyduck without causing an explosion. Bang! Psyduck couldn't dodge in time, and was hit directly by its own move, sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily in the dirt. Ye Qing was pleased with Infernape's performance and decided to let it handle the situation, considering the opponent was merely a small duck. Yi Minghan, however, felt a pang of sympathy and gently tugged at her brother's sleeve, softly saying, "Brother, it's so pitiful." Ye Qing didn't respond, his eyes scanning Psyduck as if noticing something unusual. Ye's mother gently patted her younger daughter's forehead, kindly reminding her, "Don't disturb your brother, focus on learning." Hatcha! Infernape couldn't hold back a chuckle but quickly realized it was inappropriate, hurriedly covering its mouth to stifle the laughter. Quack! Psyduck, hearing Infernape's laughter, flew into a complete rage. Its bloated body levitated, and its eyes emitted a chilling pink glow. Infernape immediately felt uneasy, as if something had locked onto it, making it uncomfortable all over. Ye Qing finally snapped back to reality, shouting, "Not good, it's future sight." Infernape closed its eyes, concentrating, ready to use Protect at the most critical moment. Future sight was a troublesome move, with unpredictable timing between activation and the attack's arrival. Infernape looked anxious, sensing the formidable energy. Watching the floating Psyduck, it couldn't fathom why this seemingly unimpressive creature suddenly became so terrifying. At that moment, Infernape, with its eyes closed, suddenly felt a prickling sensation, overwhelmed by a strong sense of danger. Realizing what was happening, it quickly prepared to form a protective barrier. However, just as the barrier was about to take shape, an invisible psychic wave descended. Boom! The ground beneath Infernape exploded, sending dirt, leaves, and stones flying. Infernape was lifted by the massive impact, crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to get up. Psyduck, seeing this, went limp, dropping from midair, unconscious. Whether it was genuinely fainting or not was uncertain. Infernape, Ye Qing, and the others were shocked. Yi Minghan was particularly astounded, unable to believe how Infernape, who had the upper hand moments ago, was suddenly defeated. Ye Qing quickly recalled Infernape into its pokeball for healing, intending to ask his mother to capture this extraordinary duck. However, Ye's mother was quicker. Just as Ye Qing turned his head, a high-grade ball was already accurately thrown, hitting Psyduck on the rear. The red light enveloped Psyduck, swiftly absorbing it into the ball. As they watched the pokeball shake and flash, everyone's hearts hung in suspense, waiting for the final outcome. Ye Qing wasn't worried about whether Psyduck could be captured. Instead, he was frowning, pondering another issue. This Psyduck clearly had poor aptitude but had mastered several psychic-type moves that weren't typical for its kind, which was quite unusual. Normally, an average Psyduck might know a few psychic moves, and those with even poorer aptitude might not learn any. His eyes flickered as a possibility crossed his mind. Could it be that its unusual psychic ability had exhausted its potential? Just like how Team Rocket's Meowth depleted its potential learning human speech and walking upright, ending up unable to master even the simplest payday. Click, the Pokeball made a soft sound as Psyduck was successfully captured. Severely exhausted, it had no strength left to resist the Pokeball's hold. Apart from the heavily injured Monferno, the entire capture process was remarkably smooth. Monferno is so pitiful, commented young Ye Qing, pouting in sympathy for the creature. Ye Qing watched as his mother bent down to pick up the Pokeball containing Psyduck and candidly said, "This duck is nice. Perfect for keeping at home." "Yes," Ye's mom replied, gently rubbing the smooth surface of the Pokeball, momentarily reminiscing about her days as a traveling trainer. Her gaze swept over the faces of the two children, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. The group continued forward, traversing a rugged path until they reached the foot of a small hill. The hill was barren, dotted with oddly shaped rocks, and Pokemon like Geodude and Sandshrew were almost everywhere, some hiding in crevices, while others basked openly in the sun. Ye Qing tilted her head, scanning the surroundings with her bright, black eyes, and asked, "Will there be Shuckle here?" Ye Qing, hands in his pockets, professionally analyzed. Shuckle usually likes to live under rocks on mountains, and this environment is precisely their preferred habitat. Momo, upon hearing Ye Qing's doubtful tone, Ditto instantly became displeased, glaring as if to say, "Who are you looking down on, little girl?" It promptly jumped off Milotic's back, extending its short arms toward Ye Qing, signaling for a few ground-type energy blocks. Ye Qing chuckled, pulling a few brown energy blocks from his backpack and handing them over. Once Ditto received the diplomatic gift, it quickly transformed, turning into a gray Geodude, and swiftly began climbing up the hill. With energy blocks paving the way, Ditto was in a league of its own. It distributed energy blocks while communicating with the mountain Pokemon. After some inquiries, it finally pinpointed Shuckle's location and excitedly turned around, signaling to Ye Qing at the base of the hill. Full marks for diplomatic skills, Ye Qing thought, watching Ditto's retreating figure with admiration. He couldn't help but be mesmerized, imagining how easy it would be to find Pokemon with such a Ditto by his side. "Have some water," Ye's mom said, opening a water bottle and handing it to the little girl, whose forehead was dotted with sweat. "Let's go," Ye Qing said, patting Milotic's smooth body, signaling her to follow Ditto's lead. Guided by Ditto, the group wound their way along the twisting mountain path, finally stopping in front of a pile of rocks. Roar! An angry roar suddenly erupted as an Onix, 8 or 9 meters long and composed of meter-high boulders, burst from the rock pile, blocking their path. Its eyes were bloodshot with fury, its massive body twisting as if to scold. "Don't these intruders know this is my territory? How dare they disturb my nap?" Momo. Ditto was undeterred by the massive creature, instead puffing out its chest, raising its head, and pointing proudly at Milotic behind it, as if to say, "Do you dare mess with my dad?" "Son, let this Onix go," Ye's mom advised softly, frowning. As an experienced trainer, she knew Onix was 4 times weak to water, making it no match for Milotic. Ye Qing gently patted his mother's hand, reassuring her that he wasn't one for senseless violence. Onix followed Ditto's pointing direction and saw Milotic elegantly floating midair, surrounded by a mist, its blue scales glistening in the sunlight, a sight clearly beyond its ability to confront. Roar! Onix emitted a low growl, then shut its eyes and retreated back into the rock pile, feigning death. It knew better than to suffer a beating and chose to avoid trouble by pretending not to see. What a spontaneous reaction! Ye Qing hugged Milotic, playfully sticking out her tongue, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Milotic let out a soft hum, swaying slightly, with a hint of intimidation in its gaze. It thought to itself that if the Onix hadn't backed down, it wouldn't hesitate to teach it some manners with a hydro pump. Lololo, Ditto stood beside Milotic, making funny faces at the distant Onix. Satisfied with its little prank, it wobbled its soft body and continued leading the way, full of pride. The group traversed a scattered rocky area, the pebbles underfoot making faint rustling sounds. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air, guiding them forward. Pushing aside the last cluster of bushes, they came upon a creature with a shell-like appearance. Shuckle. It wasn't alone. Gathered around it were a loyal band of followers, several grayish-brown Geodudes, scuttling Dwebble, mushroom-bearing Paras, and a few sharp-clawed Sandslashes. These Pokemon formed a protective circle, shielding Shuckle in the center. Ye Qing wasn't surprised by the scene. He knew Shuckle had a penchant for storing various berries, and the juice it extracted was almost as good as the lowest-grade Pokeblocks. Older Shuckles could even produce juice more delicious than basic Pokeblocks, making them beloved by other Pokemon. As for how Shuckle acquired berries, it was simple. Either sending its underlings to fetch them or relying on its high defense attacks that were slightly weak couldn't even scratch it. Shuckle noticed Ye Qing's group and became instantly alert. It thought these uninvited guests were here to steal its precious berry juice, and it quickly hid behind its protectors, its shell trembling slightly. Ye Qing observed the Pokemon in front of him, thinking, if only he'd let Milotic charm a group of Pokemon on its own. With its strength, defeating these guys would be a breeze. This group, weak and vulnerable to Milotic's water-type moves, probably wouldn't cause much trouble. The Pokemon surrounding Shuckle knew this too. Just the elegant Milotic alone could take them all on. However, determined to protect their beloved berry juice, the strongest Sandslash stepped forward courageously. It pointed its sharp claws at Ye Qing, striking a challenging pose while indicating through body language that it was willing to duel, provided Milotic wasn't the opponent. Watching Sandslash's gestures, Ye Qing quickly understood its intentions. But to prevent any tricks, he decided to confirm verbally. So you're saying you'll duel any Pokemon except Milotic, and if you lose, you won't stop us from taking Shuckle? Huh. Sandslash sharpened its gleaming claws, nodding affirmatively with a determined look. Ye Qing raised an eyebrow at it and asked, "Can you speak for Shuckle?" Sandslash shook its head, turned to its companions, and reiterated. Although it couldn't command Shuckle, it could promise not to interfere with Ye Qing's actions. All right. With Sandslash's assurance, Ye Qing felt relieved. Just as he was about to send out Infernape to battle, the young girl beside him suddenly stopped him. Yi Menghan looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and pleaded with a delicate finger. "Big brother, can I battle this time?" Yi Ma gently tapped her daughter's forehead, her tone filled with indulgent helplessness. "Don't be silly. Do you even know how to battle?" Yi Menghan nodded quickly, her little pigtails bouncing. "I do. I learned online." Ye Qing, intrigued, asked her, "Do you know what moves Infernape has mastered?" "Of course, I asked him before." Her confident answer surprised Ye Qing, as he hadn't expected the monkey to be so open with her. Pokemon, Sandslash, level 20, potential E, status, healthy, gender, male, type, ground, ability. Sandveil increases speed in a sandstorm. No held item, egg moves, Crush Claw, Mud Shot, basic moves, Scratch, Poison Sting, Rollout, Rapid Spin, Swift, no top moves, no TMs. Note: Sandslash is adept at using its claws to attack enemies. Although its claws occasionally break in battle, they quickly grow back. After a moment of thought, Ye Qing handed the Pokeball containing the Infernape to the little girl and said, "All right, you can command the battle." "Thank you, brother." Yi Menghan was overjoyed, taking the Pokeball with both hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She raised the Pokeball high and shouted loudly, "I'm counting on you, Infernape." Hacha! A dazzling white light burst from the Pokeball, and the figure of Infernape gradually formed on the ground. The special medicine inside the advanced ball had already healed its previous injuries. Now, Infernape stood on the battlefield, full of spirit, muscles tense, and looking majestic. Yi Menghan nimbly jumped off Milotic's back, her smile radiant. "Infernape, I'll be the one directing you this time." "Huh." Infernape nodded in agreement. It usually got along well with this little girl, so such a small matter was no big deal to it. The Sandslash on the opposite side was clearly growing impatient. It opened its mouth wide, and a barrage of golden stars shot towards Infernape like a rainstorm. "Oh no, use Protect." The sudden attack startled Yi Menghan, who hastily issued a defensive command. Infernape froze for a moment, obviously not expecting the little girl to order such a precious life-saving skill right away. Although it usually followed Yi Menghan's commands due to their good relationship, in this critical moment, Infernape's rebellious streak kicked in. It completely ignored Yi Menghan's order and instead spewed out a stream of marble-sized scorching embers. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided violently in midair, instantly causing a deafening explosion, with billowing smoke spreading in all directions. "Wow, you! Woo!" The Pokemon behind Sandslash cheered enthusiastically, rallying support for it. On the sidelines, Ye Qing and Yi Ma exchanged a knowing glance, as if they had already anticipated this outcome. Yi Menghan's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but she didn't give up and continued giving commands. "Use Flame Wheel." Hearing the opponent's command for Flame Wheel, Sandslash immediately became alert, quickly curling its body to prepare a ground-type rollout attack, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Infernape. Hacha! Infernape's sharp eyes were fixed on Sandslash. Although it outwardly agreed to Yi Menghan's command, it once again acted on its own. Its figure flickered, suddenly appearing at Sandslash's side, delivering a fierce uppercut to its chin, successfully interrupting Sandslash's rollout with a surprise attack. Infernape's fists flew out like a storm, the sound of its mock punch slicing through the air, sending Sandslash flying once more. "Coo!" The fallen Sandslash lamented, thinking, the trainer clearly ordered Flame Wheel, yet this monkey doesn't play by the rules. "That's it. I'm ignoring you." The friendship boat capsized just like that. Infernape's independent actions completely infuriated the little girl. She turned away in a huff, handing the command back to Ye Qing. "Flamethrower." Ye Qing wasted no time, swiftly assessing the distance between the two sides, decisively commanding Infernape to continue the attack. Hacha! This time, Infernape was surprisingly obedient. It steadied its stance, took a deep breath, and as Sandslash struggled to get up, unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth. Coup. A mistake leads to more mistakes. The relentless attacks finally overwhelmed Sandslash, rendering it unable to continue battling, collapsing on the ground. Seeing their leader defeated, the other Pokemon were heartbroken, each looking dejected and downcast. Ye Qing carefully applied a healing spray to Sandslash's wounds, and before long, it was revitalized. Coup. This Sandslash had a strong sense of honor. After recovering, it didn't act out but instead issued a commanding order for its subordinates to clear a path. Though reluctant, the other Pokemon slowly parted under Sandslash's stern gaze, creating a passage. Shuckle. Observing the Shuckle that had retreated into its shell, Ye Qing signaled Infernape to knock on its shell. Knock knock. Infernape gently tapped the shell with its finger, but Shuckle seemed oblivious, refusing to poke its head out. Ye Qing smiled and said, Blaziken, give it some heat. With a loud ha-cha, Blaziken immediately understood Ye Qing's intention and unleashed a fiery, orange-red flame from its mouth, which struck directly at Shuckle's shell. Yi Minghan was instantly captivated by the scene, her bright eyes focused intently on Shuckle, not wanting to miss any changes. Initially, Shuckle's rocky shell showed no reaction. As expected, it was known for its high defense, and if it were easily scorched by a simple flame, that would indeed be surprising. As time passed, Blaziken continued to breathe fire, its breaths becoming increasingly labored. Then, finally, Shuckle's shell began to change. It first turned slightly red, then deeper red, with wisps of smoke emerging from its various holes. Wony! Wony! Overwhelmed by the heat, Shuckle's yellow body suddenly burst out of its shell, frantically fleeing towards Milotic. Milotic understood the cue and released a wave of sparkling ice wind, quickly cooling down Shuckle's overheated body. Pokemon, Shuckle. Status, injured. Gender, female. Type, rockbug. Ability, sturdy, cannot be knocked out with one hit. Held item, dried berry juice. Inherited move, power trick. Basic moves, sticky web, withdraw, constrict, endure, rollout. Move tutor, none. TM moves, none. Note, Shuckle can ferment berries stored in its shell into berry juice that restores stamina. The berry juice got dried out? Ye Qing suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. I completely forgot that Shuckle had berries inside its body. Quick on her feet, Yi Minghan grabbed a handful of colorful energy cubes from her pocket, crouched down, and said to Shuckle, Shuckle, don't resist, or my brother will keep roasting you. Go Pokeball. Wony. Shuckle's round eyes lit up instantly. Although it had never tasted these energy cubes, its natural talent for making berry juice allowed it to sense their extraordinary effects just from their aroma. The Pokeball arced through the air, and Shuckle was captured without much resistance. Excitedly, Yi Minghan picked up the Pokeball, which stopped shaking after a few flashes, only to find she couldn't open it no matter how hard she tried. Oh no, Mom. Why can't I open the Pokeball? She exclaimed anxiously. Ye Qing returned and patiently explained, the Pokeballs are registered with Mom's ID, so your fingerprint won't open it. Just let Mom help you next time. Their mom took the Pokeball, gently put it away, and promised her daughter with a smile, finish an extra set of worksheets at home, and I'll help you release Shuckle. Back home, the family immediately released Psyduck, Shuckle, and Blaziken from their Pokeballs. Their mom quickly washed her hands and headed to the kitchen, saying, you two go play, I'll make something to eat. Psyduck stood there with a blank expression, holding its head with both hands, its vacant eyes seemingly hiding some unknown thoughts. Shuckle curiously followed Yi Minghan around, exploring everything in the house. Having never left the wild before, it was fascinated by the sights of the human city. Here you go, Shuckle. The little girl took out various berries that Ye Qing had previously bought for her and handed them all to Shuckle. Wony. Shuckle's eyes sparkled like stars. It had never received berries so easily in its life. Surveying the household supplies, Ye Qing thought to himself, it's time to go shopping. He called out to his mom in the kitchen, Mom, I transferred 100,000 yuan to your account. Buy whatever we need, don't save. I'll make sure to keep adding money to the account regularly. In the kitchen, their mom paused for a moment, a hint of relief in her eyes, and softly replied, okay. That night, the family enjoyed a hearty dinner together. After a long day, Ye Qing went to bed early to rest. On the desk lay a Ralts Pokemon egg, while a Chimchar curled up nearby, breathing steadily. As time passed, Ye Qing's consciousness gradually blurred until he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the city was enveloped in night as Wang Yao wandered alone through the deserted streets. The oppressive heat made sleep elusive, and he had hoped to call Ye Qing to join him for a walk. However, Ye Qing's phone remained unanswered. A Grovyle followed closely behind, holding the stick from Wang Yao's finished ice cream in its mouth, occasionally making a slight scraping sound. Wang Yao took a bite of the ice pop in his hand and scrolled through his phone contacts in search of a girl who might be willing to keep him company. They turned into a secluded alley, where the dim streetlights cast long shadows of the two. Hey there, could you help me with something? A cool voice suddenly broke the silence. Who? Wang Yao jumped in surprise and quickly turned toward the source of the voice. By the wall stood a teenage girl, dressed in a pink, vintage princess dress with a ponytail, holding a Drifloon in her hand. Grovyle. The Grovyle immediately went on alert, its sharp leaf blades extending from its forearms. It distinctly remembered that before entering the alley, it had carefully checked the surroundings, and there had been no sign of a girl. What's wrong, little sister? Why are you here alone so late? Wang Yao, without any suspicion, walked directly toward the girl. Can you help me with something? The girl didn't answer his question, merely repeating her request with slightly vacant eyes. Wang Yao, always straightforward, agreed without hesitation. Sure, tell me what you need, and I'll help if I can. The Grovyle looked puzzled. While it couldn't see anything obviously wrong with the girl, a lingering sense of unease clung to it. Was it the Drifloon triggering its instincts? It wasn't sure. The girl smiled happily at his response. Could you deliver this letter to a boy named Zhang Ziren? Wang Yao was taken aback. Deliver a letter? Why don't you give it to him yourself? Upon hearing the question, the girl's face turned pale, her voice laced with an undeniable weariness. I can't, and I don't have much time left. But I can give you this as a reward. She extended her hand, revealing a shiny, dark stone. A dusk stone. Wang Yao was startled, quickly looking around to find the alley empty except for him and the girl. Such an evolution stone was quite valuable, and even Wang Yao, usually oblivious, sensed something was amiss. No one would offer such an expensive reward for delivering a simple letter. A sense of foreboding crept up his spine. This doesn't seem right, and delivering a letter isn't that difficult. But you already promised to help me deliver the letter. The girl's voice grew softer, almost turning into a whisper. Wang Yao felt the temperature around him drop suddenly, and goosebumps rose on his exposed skin. Meanwhile, the Drifloon's black, pearl-like eyes fixed on him, as an uneasy atmosphere spread through the narrow alley. Pale moonlight spilled down, and a gentle breeze swept through the empty alley, causing dry leaves on the ground to swirl and dance eerily in the air. Grovyle. The Grovyle sensed a strong pressure, its green leaf blades fully extended, ready for action. It knew it might not be a match for the opponent, but as soon as Wang Yao gave the word, it would fight without hesitation. Despite his internal panic, Wang Yao forced himself to remain calm, managing a strained smile. Is that all? Don't worry, give me the letter, and I'll make sure to deliver it within a month. Too long. The girl shook her head, clearly dissatisfied with the time frame. 2 weeks. Wang Yao asked tentatively. Too long. The girl's voice grew fainter, her eyes staring vacantly at Wang Yao, while a crackling noise emanated from deep within her throat, reminiscent of a damaged cassette tape. At the same time, Wang Yao felt a chilling gaze fixated on him, and the surrounding air thickened into an inky blackness, as if more than just the girl was watching from the shadows. 10 days. The girl delivered her ultimatum with an expressionless face, her voice as sharp as ice scraping against glass. Wang Yao shuddered, nodding hastily in agreement as cold sweat trickled down his back. At that moment, he dared not haggle. All he wanted was to escape this eerie situation as quickly as possible. Thank you, brother. His house is. The little girl, satisfied with his response, beamed brightly, as if the scene had switched from a horror movie to a shoujo manga. She glanced longingly at the sky before handing Wang Yao a letter and a dark stone. Wang Yao's fingers trembled uncontrollably, yet he cautiously accepted the items, fearing that any misstep might anger this strange little girl. She gave him a sweet smile, and just then, a swirling black vortex appeared on the wall behind her, emitting a powerful suction. What the hell? Feeling an invisible force pulling him toward the vortex, Wang Yao was terrified and instinctively reached out to grab the arm of the forest lizard. Cha! The forest lizard, about 1.5 meters tall, was barely able to withstand his desperate tug. In a panic, it quickly extended its sharp leaf blade into the ground, and only then were they able to halt their movement, preventing them from being sucked into the unknown darkness. It's time to go. The girl took one last wistful look at the sky, held the floating ball's hand, and vanished into the vortex as if she had never existed. As the girl and the floating ball were absorbed, the vortex gradually shrank and disappeared. With the suction gone, Wang Yao fell heavily to the ground, his heart pounding as if it might burst from his chest. Witnessing all of this, Wang Yao was scared out of his wits, soaked through as if he had just been pulled from water. Sweat drenched his clothes, with droplets even falling from his hair. Cha! The forest lizard shook Wang Yao's arm worriedly, trying to bring him back to his senses. A ghost. Wang Yao snapped back to reality, looking down at the items in his hands, and shivered violently. He stumbled to his feet, exchanged a glance with the forest lizard, and they both let out a heart-wrenching scream, sprinting towards home without looking back. The next day, Ye Qing spent the entire day resting at home, and the two Pokémon quickly adjusted to city life. Especially the Psyduck, whose behavior made Ye Qing suspect it had been pretending to be clueless all along. At that moment, it was leisurely lounging on the sofa, enjoying a fruit platter meticulously prepared by Ye Qing's mother, while skillfully flipping through TV channels with the remote. its relaxed demeanor and practiced actions almost indistinguishable from a human. Taking advantage of the holiday, Ye Qing went out to buy a month's supply of energy cubes and various foods for the 4 Pokemon. Additionally, he bought his sister an entry-level energy cube maker, and of course, a whole box of Miltank milk. After arranging for delivery, Ye Qing happily made his way back home. However, upon reaching downstairs, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd, turning the scene chaotic. "Excuse me, Mr. Ye Qing, is that Milotic yours? Can you let us take some pictures of Milotic? Folks, this is the trainer of the viral Milotic online. I'm live streaming for you all. Send those gifts." Ye Qing was exasperated by the overwhelming crowd, feeling a wave of irritation. Some women, confident in their looks, rudely shoved their phone cameras almost into his face. "Did you get my consent to take pictures?" Ye Qing frowned, attempting to squeeze through the crowd, but found himself hemmed in by the sheer number of young women. Ultimately, after he clearly stated his intention to call the police, the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Just then, a woman in professional attire approached him briskly. "Mr. Ye Qing, I'm a reporter from the Pokemon Morning News. Could you share how your Milotic evolved?" "No." Ye Qing refused without hesitation. He planned to use this valuable discovery for his graduation thesis and had no intention of revealing it prematurely. Their way of directly blocking the door made Ye Qing quite uncomfortable, causing his brow to furrow unconsciously. If they could find my address, then getting my phone number should be just as easy, right? Why couldn't they just call to ask if it was convenient for an interview? As the woman tried to continue speaking, Ye Qing impatiently waved his hand, turned around, and quickly ran into his house, shutting the door with a bang, cutting off the noise from outside. A week flew by in the blink of an eye, and Ye Qing enjoyed a relatively peaceful holiday without any disturbances from Wang Yao. On Monday morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows as Ye Qing hummed a cheerful tune and pushed the door open, intending to ask Wang Yao what he had been up to these days since he had been unusually quiet. However, as soon as Ye Qing entered the classroom, he noticed something was off. Wang Yao looked alarmingly pale, noticeably thinner, and stared blankly at his desk, appearing as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. "What are you doing?" Ye Qing asked, holding a Pokemon incubator in one hand and giving the absent-minded Wang Yao a push with the other. Wang Yao remained motionless, his eyes vacant, as if lost in some terrifying memory. The class beauty, Huoming Yao, who sat in front of Wang Yao, turned around and said softly, "He's been like this since he arrived this morning. I don't know what's wrong." "Wang Yao." Ye Qing raised his voice and gave his shoulder a firm pat. "Huh?" Wang Yao snapped out of his daze, looking up with a hint of panic in his eyes, then complained, "Qing, what are you doing? You scared me." Ye Qing rolled his eyes. "I should be asking you that. You've been out of it all morning. Did one of your girlfriends propose to you, or something? Get lost." Wang Yao opened his mouth as if to say something, but swallowed his words after glancing at the classmates around him, his expression turning slightly awkward. The daily routine of classes remained dull and tedious, and the week passed by quickly. The long-awaited hatching of the Ralt's egg was expected any day now. As soon as the school bell rang on Friday, Ye Qing eagerly packed his bag to head home, only to be suddenly grabbed by Wang Yao from behind, who wordlessly dragged him to a secluded little garden behind the school. "What's going on with you? You've been out of sorts all week." Ye Qing looked at his friend in confusion, his brow furrowed. Wang Yao nervously glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, then lowered his voice and said gravely, "Bro, I think I've encountered a ghost." "What did you say?" Ye Qing's eyes widened in shock. Although this was a world of Pokemon, and paranormal events were not uncommon in past life anime, Ye Qing had yet to experience such things since crossing over, and online reports on this subject were scarce. Wang Yao took a deep breath, his eyes sunken from a week of poor rest, his complexion ashen, and his usual vitality gone. He cautiously recounted the events in detail to Ye Qing, hoping for an explanation. "A Driflin, huh?" Ye Qing's brow furrowed as he quickly analyzed the situation in his mind, becoming more convinced that Wang Yao might indeed have encountered a ghost. Ye Qing patted his shoulder, half-jokingly saying, "You're really lucky, my friend. After women and Pokemon, now even a ghost girl has taken a liking to you." "No way. Did I really encounter a ghost?" Despite having suspected it, Wang Yao still held onto a sliver of hope, but Ye Qing's words confirmed his fears. Ye Qing looked directly at Wang Yao, his expression turning serious. "Yeah, I'm not joking with you. Driflin is a ghost-type Pokemon, but I don't need to explain that to you. However, it's different from other ghost-type Pokemon." "What's different about it?" Wang Yao's curiosity was piqued. He had researched a lot about Driflin recently, but it was all just general information with nothing particularly special. Ye Qing found a bench to sit on, looked earnestly at Wang Yao, and began to explain in detail. "I won't bother you with the complicated stuff. Simply put, the floating ball has a hobby. It likes to take children to another world." Wang Yao's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he instinctively touched his hair, looking bewildered. "Another world? What kind of world is that?" "Don't worry about it. Just focus on figuring out whether that girl is human or not." Ye Qing decided not to explain complex concepts like the spirit world or the inverted world, as those would take all night to clarify. Seeing Wang Yao slightly trembling, clearly not expecting to ever be entangled with ghosts, Ye Qing asked with concern, "By the way, have you told your parents?" Wang Yao shook his head and sighed deeply. "No, my dad's away on a mission, and my mom wouldn't understand this stuff. Telling her would only make her worry more." "Don't worry too much," Ye Qing reassured him, patting his shoulder. "They're just asking you to deliver a message, and besides, they gave you a reward. Where else would you find a deal like this? By the way, have you looked into Zhang Ziren?" Wang Yao rubbed his aching forehead. "I can't find any information on him. There are only two possibilities. Either he's a member of the Alliance with sealed records, or he's a criminal." Ye Qing nodded. "Oh, then why not just go find him directly?" "Well," Wang Yao suddenly became bashful, avoiding Ye Qing's gaze. Sensing his intention, Ye Qing's eyes widened. "You want me to go with you?" "Exactly. Good brothers stick together." Wang Yao straightened up, his tone firm. Ye Qing rolled his eyes at him. "When you were getting close with that girl, why didn't you think about sticking with your good brother?" "Uh-huh." Wang Yao scratched his head awkwardly, knowing Ye Qing was teasing him. But despite the teasing, Ye Qing knew he had to help. Ye Qing quickly calculated the time in his head. "All right, I'll go with you on Sunday. Ralts should hatch on Saturday." "Great." Wang Yao slapped his thigh excitedly, a bright smile spreading across his face. If not for the crowd around them, he might have kissed Ye Qing right there to express his gratitude. Back home, Ye Qing greeted his mom briefly before rushing into his room. Once inside, he immediately took out the incubator from his backpack, carefully extracted the incubation fluid, and turned off the anti-peep mode. Sitting at his desk, Ye Qing focused all his attention on the Pokemon egg. The Ralts egg lay quietly in the incubator, emitting a soft, gentle glow. "Hatcha!" The fire monkey approached curiously, pressing its face against the incubator's glass to witness the hatching process. According to its owner, it had been hatched in the same way. Time ticked by, and as the night deepened, there was still no sign of the Ralts hatching. Eventually, Ye Qing succumbed to exhaustion, instructing the fire monkey to wake him if anything happened, then fell asleep at his desk. As the night grew darker, the clock's hands silently pointed to 3 a.m. The fire monkey, fighting off sleepiness, kept its vigilant eyes on the Pokemon egg. Just when it was about to give in, the egg inside the incubator burst into a dazzling light. "Hatcha!" The fire monkey was overjoyed and immediately patted Ye Qing's back. Ye Qing awoke with a start, seeing the radiant egg. He quickly withdrew the fire monkey into its pokeball. Studies showed that the first being a Pokemon sees upon hatching is considered its closest bond, so to be safe, he put the fire monkey away. Ye Qing swiftly took out his phone, switched to recording mode, and kept his eyes glued to the egg, which was starting to crack. The incubator's alarm sounded, and the outer glass slowly lifted under his tense gaze. Thump, thump. Ye Qing could clearly feel his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. Just as Ye Qing's heart was about to leap out of his chest, a slightly immature and tender voice echoed. The light dimmed, and a fairy appeared on the table out of thin air. She had orange horns on her head, her blue hair covering most of her face, and she wore a long dress with a white and pink gradient, looking petite and cute. Ye Qing suppressed his excitement and gently greeted, "Hello, Ralts." Ralts. The little creature, about 40 centimeters tall, leaped up and directly jumped into Ye Qing's arms. Feeling the softness in his embrace, Ye Qing couldn't help but be enchanted, secretly thinking how much more endearing Ralts was compared to the Chimchar, who called him my child, right from birth. Holding Ralts, Ye Qing decided to introduce everyone. Since Milotic was too large to bring out conveniently, he opted to call out Chimchar first. "Come on out, Chimchar." Chimchar. As soon as Chimchar appeared, he angrily pointed at Ye Qing's nose, accusing him of being unethical for turning against him when he was only trying to help wake him up. Ralts. Ralts, with her small head buried in Ye Qing's arms, was a bit intimidated by the fierce-looking Chimchar. Ye Qing quickly reminded him, "Hey, don't scare your little sister." "Sister?" Chimchar scratched his head. Although he understood what a sister meant, he had never experienced being a brother. He was secretly relieved not to have to consider the aloof and unapproachable Milotic as a sister, fearing he might get a beating otherwise. "Ralts," Ralts softly called, her large, curious red eyes peeking from under her hair, observing Chimchar. She was no longer as scared, sensing through her horns that Chimchar harbored no ill will and even had a protective instinct. Chimchar tried hard to appear friendly, softening his previously irritable demeanor with a gentle smile. Ye Qing carefully reviewed Ralts' profile. Species: Ralts, shiny, potential level, 0, status, A, health, healthy, gender, female, type, psychic fairy, ability, trace, allowing her to copy the opponent's ability. Held item, none. Inherited moves, skill swap, synchronize, misty terrain, encore, imprison. Basic moves, confusion, teleport. Move tutor, none. TM, none. Note: Ralts can use the orange horns on her head to keenly sense the emotions of people and Pokemon. After reading the profile, Ye Qing joyfully lifted Ralts high. Impressive. Already understanding confusion and teleport at birth. So much easier than Chimchar calling me my child the moment he was born. Ye Qing had some prior knowledge of Ralts' traceability. Unlike games, real life didn't operate with abilities like drizzle causing perpetual rain just by existing. These abilities are controllable and don't lead to uncontrollable situations. While Ye Qing was still immersed in his joy, the newly hatched little creature suddenly jumped onto the table, shivered, and froze. This sudden change startled both Ye Qing and Chimchar. As Ye Qing was about to take action, Chimchar stopped him. Chimchar. Chimchar shook his head, pointed at Ralts, then at Ye Qing, and shook his head again, signaling Ye Qing not to act rashly. Are you saying it's okay? I've been through this before. Ye Qing asked, puzzled. Blaze Monkey nodded vigorously, not forgetting to nudge Ye Qing aside with its backside. It seemed completely at ease, as if it was familiar with this scenario. Ye Qing got the hint and stepped aside, thinking that Ralts might have also entered that mysterious mental space. Blaze Monkey approached Ralts again, just like it had done to wake Ye Qing earlier. Ye Qing was about to intervene, but Ralts woke up just in time. Lalu. Ralts murmured softly, with tears unknowingly streaming down her pink cheeks. Lost in her sadness, she suddenly noticed a monkey face painted with patterns right in front of her. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room froze, as if time had stopped. Suddenly, a creaking sound broke the silence, and the objects around began to shake slightly. In the next instant, with a boom, an invisible wave of psychic energy burst forth. Blaze Monkey was hit hard, slamming into the wall with a thud. Son, what are you doing in there? Ye Qing's mom was startled awake by the loud noise, her voice filled with confusion and concern. Ye Qing glanced at Blaze Monkey, now embedded in the wall, and quickly replied, Mom, just go back to sleep. Everything's fine. Lala. After unleashing the attack, Ralts collapsed onto the table, panting heavily. The sudden turn of events startled Ye Qing. He gently patted Ralts on the back, speaking softly. You can't treat your brother like that. Lala. Realizing her mistake, Ralts lowered her head, too ashamed to look up. Hatcha hatcha. Blaze Monkey jumped down from the wall. Despite feeling like its body was falling apart, it forced a smile, indicating to Ralts not to worry. Ye Qing rubbed Blaze Monkey's head, then carefully checked Ralts' condition. Once he was sure she was okay, he carried the exhausted Ralts to his bed. Blaze Monkey watched longingly as Ralts occupied its usual spot, feeling its status drop once again. However, faced with this adorable little sister, it willingly offered up its pillow. The next morning, Ye Qing held the just-awakened Ralts in his arms, bonding with her. He solemnly promised to help her avenge her parents in the future. Son, I'm off to play mahjong. Get yourself something to eat, his mom said as she left, the sound of her shoes echoing. Got it, Ye Qing replied. Lala. Ralts sat by the window, resting her chin on her hands, her ruby-like eyes curiously observing the world outside. Blaze Monkey squatted beside her, eagerly explaining various Pokemon and buildings, showing endless affection for this sister, unwilling to leave her side for even a moment. Before long, Ralts showed signs of fatigue, unlike the energetic little Blaze Monkey from before. She ran into Ye Qing's arms, acting spoiled and wanting to sleep. Looking at the baby-like Ralts, Ye Qing awkwardly tried to coax her to sleep. Quack! Feeling the psychic energy in the bedroom, Psyduck, who was bored in the living room, curiously waddled in. Noticing Psyduck's head peeking in from the doorway, Blaze Monkey quickly ran over and flicked its beak. Psyduck's forehead veins bulged with anger, ready to explode on the spot. Shoo! Ye Qing put a finger to his lips, signaling the duck god to save him some face. Psyduck glanced disdainfully at Infernape, barely holding back a sneer, then pointed to its stomach to indicate its hunger to Ye Qing. Ye Qing looked down at the sleeping Ralts in his arms and gestured to Infernape to find some food for Psyduck and Fortress. Infernape shrugged helplessly, inwardly sighing that he had become a full-time nanny. After spending a delightful day with Ralts, as night fell, Ye Qing took out a luxury ball and asked softly, Would you like to be my Pokemon? Ralts cheered excitedly. Ralts, and gently touched the button on the ball. With a flash of red light, Ralts was absorbed into the ball. The green light on the luxury ball lit up, indicating a successful capture. Ye Qing released Ralts again and continued to play with her until late at night. Considering he needed to help Wang Yao deliver a message the next day, Ye Qing decided to rest early. As night deepened and silence enveloped everything, Ye Qing's dreams were filled with a strange chant, whether in fire, water, grass, or forest, whether in earth, clouds, or beneath that girl's short skirt. The next morning, a pleasant ringing startled Ye Qing awake. Ralts was also awakened, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking around in confusion. Ye Qing muttered to himself, I didn't set an alarm, did I? He picked up his phone to find Wang Yao calling. Hello. Ye Qing answered the call. Hey, man, you're not up yet? I've been up all night. Wang Yao's voice was tired and anxious. Ye Qing yawned and teased. Don't you have Gardevoir and Jynx at home? What are you afraid of? Wang Yao nearly lost it. It's not fear. It's that constant feeling of someone clinging to you, you know? All right. All right. Come over to my place then. Ye Qing stopped arguing, agreed on a location, and hung up. Gently stroking Ralt's soft hair, Ye Qing said softly, "Be good. Stay in the Pokeball for a while today." Ralt nodded obediently, sucking her finger as she pressed the button on the Pokeball herself. Infernape pounded its chest, indicating it wanted to stay outside to protect Ye Qing. Ye Qing laughed and put it into the Pokeball as well. Walking into the living room, Ye Qing called out, "Duck God, stop watching TV, come out with me." Psyduck ignored him, engrossed in the drama. Ye Qing, exasperated, tempted, "Didn't you finish all of Miltank's milk? How about I buy you some more?" Only then did Psyduck glance at Ye Qing, hopping down and signaling him to open the door. Ye Qing nearly cursed, thinking how this duck had become increasingly arrogant since his mom started doting on it. But considering they might encounter ghost-type Pokemon, bringing along this occasionally powerful and psychic duck could help sense danger in advance. Taking Psyduck downstairs, Ye Qing saw Wang Yao waving from the car. Wang Yao looked puzzled at Psyduck's dazed expression and asked, "Why'd you bring Psyduck?" Ye Qing didn't answer, as since getting in the car, Psyduck's eyes had been fixed on something behind Wang Yao, as if a hidden secret lay there. Ye Qing sat in the passenger seat, gently but firmly turning Psyduck's head straight, her gaze focused on its bewildered expression. She casually asked, "Have you noticed anything strange at home? Like your Gardevoir always staring at you or something?" Wang Yao gripped the steering wheel tightly and shook his head decisively. "No, Gardevoir is too mischievous all day to have time to stare at me." "Oh." Ye Qing relaxed her brows and stopped asking questions. She held Psyduck in her arms and quietly watched the scenery speed by outside the window, a certain worry in her heart seemingly eased for the time being. The car soon drove into a cluttered urban village and stopped at the entrance of a narrow alley. Wang Yao swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and pointed to a somewhat dilapidated house not far away. "Here we are. This is Zhang Ziren's home." Ye Qing carefully placed Psyduck on the ground and followed Wang Yao towards the weathered house. Psyduck wobbled along behind them, still holding its head with both hands, its steps unsteady yet determined. "Knock, knock, knock, is anyone there?" Wang Yao stood at the door, raising his hand to knock, his voice intentionally louder. After a moment of silence, the door slowly opened, revealing an elderly man with gray hair and a hunched back. Time had etched deep wrinkles on his face, but upon closer inspection, one could still recognize features similar to Zhang Ziren's. Wang Yao immediately put on a polite expression. "Hello, sir. Is your grandson Zhang Ziren home?" "Zhang Ziren? That's my younger brother." The old man's face instantly flushed with anger, and he struck the ground heavily with his cane, producing a dull thud, as if he had been greatly insulted. "What? Your brother?" Wang Yao's expression froze, his mind struggling to process this information. He remembered that the girl was estimated to be only in her teens, so how could Zhang Ziren be in his 50s or 60s? It didn't make sense at all. Sensing the subtle atmosphere, Ye Qing quickly stopped Wang Yao from continuing his inquiry, calmly asking, "Sir, is your brother home now?" "Humph, he's dead." A shadow crossed the old man's eyes, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, and after a cold snort, he made a move to close the door. Seeing this, Wang Yao quickly pulled out a few crisp bills from his pocket, his face plastered with a smile. "Please, sir, don't joke with us. Here's a small gift for you." The old man's gaze was immediately drawn to the money, his eyes lighting up like a wolf finally spotting its prey after days of hunger. He grabbed the bills greedily and, while counting them, said nonchalantly, "You can check Black Rock Mountain. He used to work as a ranger there." "Thank you." Satisfied with the answer, Wang Yao promptly pulled Ye Qing back to the car and drove towards Black Rock Mountain. In the car, Wang Yao frowned in confusion. What a peculiar family, where brothers have such a large age gap. Ye Qing slightly smiled, looking ahead. "You'll understand once we get there." She had already guessed the reason but chose not to reveal it, avoiding endless explanations. Instead of wasting words, she preferred to let him witness the truth firsthand. "We're here." Wang Yao found a spot by the roadside to park. Black Rock Mountain was located on the other side of Shanghai City, vastly different from the endless Jinsei forest. Although the vegetation was lush here, it lacked the towering trees of Jinsei, replaced by large patches of shrubs and oddly shaped rocks, as if crafted by some ancient force. On the other side of the mountain was another city, where Yi Minghan attended school. Since rangers usually station themselves halfway up the mountain, Ye Qing cautiously released her Monferno as a precaution. Hacha, Monferno, upon entering the forest, became exhilarated, leaping agilely among the dense branches, leaving a trail of red afterimages. Wang Yao also took out a pokeball and tossed it in the air. "Come out, Grovyle." "Cha!" Grovyle appeared and immediately snapped a branch with its strong jaws, holding it in its mouth. It cast a disdainful glance at the distant Monferno, its eyes full of contempt, as if mocking a wild monkey that didn't know its place. Psyduck maintained its subtle presence, hands on its head, wobbling beside Ye Qing, seemingly ready to fall at any moment, yet always managing to stay balanced. This summer, who knows when it'll end? The scorching sun relentlessly baked the earth, and after just a few steps, Wang Yao felt his shirt completely soaked with sweat, sticking uncomfortably to his skin. There were quite a few creatures on Blackrock Mountain, but they quickly scattered upon seeing the group of Chimchar. Caw-caw. While walking along the rocky mountain path, Psyduck suddenly stopped, raising its webbed foot to pat persistently at Ye Qing's leg. Looking down at the duck with a rather exasperating expression, Ye Qing felt a foreboding sense of trouble. Caw-caw. Psyduck pointed at its own foot and then plopped down on the ground, its eyes conveying a clear message. Do these duck feet look like they're made for climbing mountains? You should carry me. Ye Qing was exasperated. You want me to carry you? Caw. Psyduck's eyes narrowed with a hint of threat. If you don't carry me, I'm not moving. Hacha. Chimchar, seeing this, immediately jumped down from a tree, ready to teach the defiant water duck a lesson. Hold on. Ye Qing signaled Chimchar to wait. He couldn't use Psyduck's pokeball himself, and if the stubborn duck really refused to move, he didn't have a good solution. Considering Ralts was still young and they might need Psyduck's alertness in case of a ghost-type ambush, Ye Qing decided to tolerate it for now and deal with the duck later at home. Humph. Chimchar crossed its arms, tapping its foot on the ground, its fiery eyes fixed on Psyduck, determined to give it a lesson later. Reluctantly, Ye Qing picked up the hefty Psyduck and continued onward. Throughout the journey, Psyduck acted like a difficult deity, forcing Ye Qing and Wang Yao to take turns carrying it. It wasn't until sunset that they finally reached the ranger station halfway up the mountain. In front of them stood a somewhat run-down wooden cabin nestled in the trees. Wang Yao stepped up and knocked on the door. Nobody home? After knocking for a while with no response, Wang Yao lowered his hand, looking puzzled. Maybe they're out for something. Exhausted from carrying the demanding deity all the way, Ye Qing sat down on the ground, feeling dizzy. What should we do now, Qingzi? Wang Yao asked, unsure of what to do next. Ye Qing checked the time and, after a moment of thought, said, let's wait. No matter how busy they are, they have to come back for dinner. True, let's wait then. Trico, come and massage my back. Wang Yao sat down, casually calling out to Trico. Cha. Trico ignored the request, leaning against a tree to rest. Wang Yao hadn't really expected Trico to comply. He was just speaking offhand. Ye Qing placed Psyduck on the ground, and Chimchar immediately rushed over to give Psyduck a light knock on the head. Caw. Psyduck, hands behind its back, surveyed the surroundings with a nonchalant air, unfazed by the tap. Boom. Just as the sun set, a massive explosion echoed from the mountaintop, and a blinding flash of fire lit up the darkening sky. Both of them looked towards the peak, where a series of explosions suggested a fierce battle between creatures. Holy crap, setting the mountain on fire is a surefire way to get locked up. Wang Yao shouted, standing up to get a better view. Let's go check it out. Ye Qing quickly released Milotic and led the Pokemon towards the summit. Wait for me. Wang Yao brushed off the dust from his pants, intending to call Trico along, but found it had already darted far ahead. Heartless. He cursed under his breath, then sprinted after them. They climbed to the top, pushing through dense shrubs, and were stunned by the scene before them. Towering flames roared into the sky, and the crackling of burning wood was clearly audible. Damn it, find that old man for me. A middle-aged man in a black uniform with a prominent R insignia on his chest stood yelling in front of the smoldering wreck of a helicopter. Beside him, a muscular Houndoom growled deeply, its sharp fangs glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Understood. 3 subordinates, also dressed in black, responded in unison and quickly dispersed with their Pokemon to search the surrounding forest for their target. Suddenly, a slightly aged yet firm voice called out from the nearby bushes. Arcanine, use Solar Beam. In an instant, a blinding golden beam shot out from the shadows, carrying destructive energy that struck a Houndoom directly. Boom! The explosion was deafening, and the hit Houndoom let out a piercing scream, its body flung several meters away like a broken kite, twitching and unable to stand. Boss, the old man is over there, shouted the trainer of the struck Houndoom, then commanded his remaining Pokemon to charge toward the source of the beam. Golbat, use Air Cutter. A fierce battle erupted in the distance, with bursts of fire and explosions echoing, mingling with the cries of Pokemon and the curses of trainers, creating a chaotic symphony. Hiding behind the bushes, Wang Yao frowned deeply, worry etched across his face. He turned to Ye Qing beside him and asked in a low voice, what should we do? Why is the organization here? Should we call the police? Ye Qing quickly assessed the information on the Houndooms and Golbats, a serious look flashing in his eyes. Most of these Pokemon were between levels 20 and 30, with the leader's Houndoom being the strongest at level 37. Initially, Ye Qing was reluctant to intervene in this conflict. It wasn't out of coldness, but because intervening without understanding the situation could be fatal. However, the old man being pursued was clearly the forest ranger, the very person the girl had entrusted them to deliver a message to. If the ranger were harmed, Wang Yao could face dire consequences unless his Gardevoir protected him day and night. Wang Yao clearly realized this too, but his Grovyle had no advantage against the Houndoom. Without cover, stepping in would be like throwing a bun to a doggone forever, and likely more of a hindrance than a help. No signal on the phone. They must be using a jamming device, Ye Qing muttered, calculating the enemy's strength with a sharp gaze. The R organization had 4 members, 3 of whom were chasing the ranger, while the scarred leader remained in place, seemingly waiting for something. Ye Qing lowered his voice to outline a plan. In a moment, have all our Pokemon focus their attacks on that Houndoom. Wang Yao looked puzzled at this. Attack the Houndoom? Why not go straight for their trainer? The R organization is a criminal group. Even if we kill them, the League would reward us rather than punish us. Just trust me. Ye Qing replied without further explanation. His past experience as an undercover agent gave him deep insights into such people. Those who risk their lives like this always have a backup plan. It's likely there's another Pokemon hidden out of sight, guarding the trainer, so recklessly targeting them could be extremely dangerous. When I give the order, Infernape, use Flamethrower, Milotic, Water Gun, Psyduck, Water Pulse on that scarred guy, Ye Qing instructed. The 3 Pokemon nodded in understanding. Even the usually confused Psyduck knew better than to mess up in such a life-or-death situation, aware that Ye Qing would tolerate no mistakes. After confirming that the Houndoom did not have the Flash Fire ability, Ye Qing arranged the attack sequence, waiting quietly for the right moment to strike. Wang Yao turned to his Grovyle, instructing it to prepare Rock Tomb to coordinate with the other Pokemon's actions. Damn it, where's Gengar? The scarred leader glared anxiously at a cave opening atop the hill, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. Based on his past experiences, this feeling usually signaled trouble. Logically, retreating immediately was the wisest choice, but the treasures in the cave were of immense value, and if not taken now, there might never be another chance. Attack! Ye Qing noticed a brief moment of distraction from the opponent and decisively ordered. Boom! The forest lizard, acting as battlefield control, took the lead. It conjured 4 or 5 basin-sized rocks above He Lugia and Scarface, effectively blocking escape routes. Simultaneously, jets of flame and water cannon blasted towards He Lugia, while Psyduck formed a soccer ball-sized water bullet aimed straight at Scarface. Arg! Although He Lugia was on guard, the rocks blocked its escape, forcing it to endure the fierce attacks, causing it to stagger backward. Courting death. Scarface's leader was furious, finally understanding why he had been uneasy. A Golbat burst out from his chest, swiftly opening a protective shield, intercepting the Water Pulse attack just in time. Milotic's attacks were relentless, alternating between Water Cannon and Water Pulse. With the forest lizard using rocks to disrupt the opponent's movements, every attack hit its mark, landing solidly on He Lugia. Courting death. Shadow clones, use Crunch. Scarface roared. He Lugia was already covered in wounds, but due to the significant power difference between the sides, it still had the strength to fight. He Lugia rapidly split into dozens of clones, all charging towards Wang Yao and Ye Qing. Ye Qing faced the spirit without fear, directly ordering. Psyduck, keep attacking Scarface. Milotic, use Twister. A violent storm quickly formed, leaves in the forest danced wildly, and most of He Lugia's clones were shredded instantly. The forest lizard simultaneously fired a seed machine gun from its mouth, destroying the remaining clones one by one. However, by this time, He Lugia had already reached Ye Qing and the others. Roar! It opened its bloodthirsty jaws, dark energy crackling between its fangs. Wang Yao looked panicked, about to pull Ye Qing back, when suddenly, an Infernape appeared beside He Lugia with incredible speed, delivering a heavy slap to its face, interrupting the crunch attack. Charging into the forest, He Lugia hadn't expected so many enemies to be lying in wait. Seeing the group of spirits before it, the interrupted He Lugia showed terror, desperately trying to flee. Too late. Ye Qing sneered. Psyduck, use Disable to bind it. Milotic, use Brine. Infernape, Iron Tail. We'll use Leaf Blade. Wang Yao shouted defiantly. Quack. Although usually laid back, Psyduck was all business in battle, especially when it came to pounding a defeated foe. An invisible force bound He Lugia in midair. Under normal circumstances, He Lugia could have easily broken free, but in its injured state, breaking the bind consumed precious time. It was this crucial moment that sealed its fate. Iron Tail struck down on He Lugia's head. The forest lizard's sharp leaf blade sliced into its abdomen, and then Milotic sprayed brine from its mouth, sending it flying. With its injuries, the power of the saltwater attack was doubled, leaving the mighty Houndoom unable to endure. As expected, the Houndoom lay motionless on the hillside, its battered body unconscious. Kill those 2 brats for me. Scarface roared, his voice filled with murderous intent. The Houndoom's diversion had bought time for the R organization members, and the others had already returned. One person stayed to hold off the ranger, while two others, with Golbat and Houndoom among 4 Pokemon, swiftly surrounded Ye Qing and Wang Yao. The ranger tried to assist, but an organization member blocked him desperately. Arcanine, stop them, the ranger shouted, but the opponent sneered. Old man, you'd better take care of yourself. As 4 Pokemon charged at them, Wang Yao's legs went weak and his face turned pale. We're doomed, Qingzi. How can we possibly beat these 4 Pokemon? He said, his voice trembling. Ye Qing, however, remained much calmer, kicking Wang Yao on the backside. How do you know if you don't try? She said, leading 3 Pokemon into the fray. With Ralts on their side, they could escape even if they couldn't win, so Ye Qing wasn't as worried as Wang Yao. Wang Yao shouted to pump himself up. Damn it, let's go for it. He commanded the Grovyle to use Bullet Seed on the Golbat. Kill them. The two organization members didn't hesitate, their eyes gleaming with cruelty, clearly seasoned in murder and robbery. They wasted no time in ordering their Pokemon to attack Ye Qing and Wang Yao directly. The battle erupted instantly. Milotic fearlessly engaged a slightly stronger Houndoom, its serpentine body skillfully dodging attacks. Infernape, relying on its agility, held off a Golbat with fists and kicks, sparks flying. Grovyle, less powerful, struggled under the assault of another Golbat, but managed to maneuver temporarily by using the surrounding trees to its advantage. The most challenged was Psyduck, who was no match for a Houndoom. After only a few moves, it was swatted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Ye Qing's face darkened, tightly gripping Ralts' Pokeball, ready to face the worst. With Ye Qing and Wang Yao holding them off, the ranger realized it was their last chance. He commanded Arcanine and Persian to trade hits to finally take down their opponent, then launched into a final showdown with Scarface. The battle grew fiercer. Ye Qing shouted commands. Infernape, quick defense. Milotic, recover yourself. She turned to Wang Yao, urgently calling. Psyduck, unleash your power. Ye Qing couldn't manage all 3 Pokemon at once, so she could only hope for Psyduck's outburst. At that moment, an organization grunt with a beard sneered. These kids are tough. He released an additional Arbok from a Pokeball. We're done for. Wang Yao's heart sank. They couldn't handle the 4 Pokemon, let alone an additional Arbok. Ye Qing suddenly asked, have you used the evolutionary foot? Not yet, Wang Yao replied, confused. Ye Qing urged, release Magikarp. Oh right. Wang Yao, now in a panic, followed Ye Qing's instructions. A flash of white light, and the Magikarp appeared at Wang Yao's feet. This was the peak of Magikarp's life. Coming from a wealthy family, Wang Yao never let it go without, offering unlimited gourmet meals daily. On the battlefield, Psyduck had become a plaything for Houndoom, which stood on its head. After being toyed with, Psyduck's fury finally erupted, its eyes glowing with intense pink light. A powerful psychic wave exploded on the Houndoom, sending it flying and knocking it out of the fight. However, the effort caused Psyduck to faint as well. Another Houndoom broke free from Infernape's engagement, opening its mouth to bite the unconscious Psyduck. Milotic let out a shriek, enduring a flamethrower to coil its tail around Psyduck and toss it to safety. Thud thud. As soon as Magikarp was released, it sensed the chaos, the explosions around making it anxious. It slapped Wang Yao's calf with its tail, as if saying, please, put me back. Damn, what use are you? Normally, Magikarp's antics were tolerable, but at such a critical moment, not only was it not helping, it was also incessantly slapping him, causing Wang Yao's anger to flare. Thinking about the evolutionary kick that Ye Qing often mentioned, Wang Yao felt a surge of anger. He raised his leg and kicked Magikarp, sending it flying. Magikarp traced a perfect arc through the air, its eyes filled with disbelief, and with a smack, it landed precisely on Arbok's back. Arbok, who was about to ambush Milotic, was startled by this unexpected attack. Recognizing the insignificant Magikarp, a look of disdain flashed in its eyes, and it flicked its tail, sending Magikarp flying back. Thud! Magikarp landed heavily at Wang Yao's feet. Having been used as a weapon twice, it was momentarily stunned. When it finally realized what had happened, a raging fury quickly built up inside it. Magikarp flailed and thrashed on the ground, its tail whipping wildly, as if trying to slap Wang Yao in the face, roaring internally. Do you have any idea what I'm capable of? How dare you recklessly throw me into danger? The battlefield had reached a fever pitch. Wang Yao's Grovyle was covered in severe burns, but stood resolutely in front of its trainer. Seeing this, Wang Yao's anger flared even more. I've raised you for so long, for what use? In the face of life-threatening danger, he once again lifted his leg and kicked Magikarp with all his might. It's about time. Ye Qing murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Wang Yao's Magikarp is notoriously bad-tempered. Even when pampered, it's never satisfied with him. It's definitely going to explode this time. Arbok watched the incoming Magikarp, opening its jaws greedily, ready for the delicacy delivered to its mouth. In midair, Magikarp's eyes were filled with terror, and under the threat of death, it struggled desperately, its internal fury and sense of crisis reaching a peak. In an instant, a dazzling white light erupted from Magikarp, its small body elongating and expanding until it reached a length of 6 or 7 meters. Roar! As the white light faded, a 7-meter-long Gyarados appeared in Arbok's terrified gaze. Its body was covered in hard blue scales, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth, imposing and furious. Pokemon Gyarados. Level 20. Status: Healthy, Angry. Gender: Male. Type: Water Flying. Ability: Intimidate. Lowers the opponent's attack upon entering battle. Held item: None. Egg moves: None. Basic moves: Splash, Tackle, Bite, Thrash, Twister. Top moves: None. TM moves: None. Note: Gyarados is extremely violent by nature. Once it goes on a rampage, it will destroy anything, even in a storm. Roar! In a state of intense rage, Gyarados lost all sense of reason. Instead of attacking the enemy, it turned on its own trainer, Wang Yao. If you're my dad, I'll have Gardevoir marry you when we get home. Wang Yao, nearly scared out of his wits, quickly played his trump card. This wasn't Baselish had long noticed that Gyarados, even as a Magikarp, often watched Gardevoir intently. His words were sure to be effective, as Gyarados was unaware of Gardevoir's true gender. Roar! Hearing this, Gyarados shot Wang Yao a fierce glare, then flicked its tail, sending the stunned Arbok flying. With its fury redirected, it charged at the enemy. With Gyarados joining the fray, the battle began to stabilize. Although the opposing 5 Pokemon had slightly higher levels, they couldn't compare to Ye Qing's side in terms of base stats and potential. Pika! Just as the battle was locked in a stalemate, an injured Clefable emerged from the cave. The scar-faced man's expression changed drastically at the sight, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he cursed under his breath. Damn it! Mission failed. Retreat. Just as he turned to flee, the ranger sneered. Leaving already? Don't you think it's a bit late for that? Before his words finished, he abandoned his defensive stance and commanded the 2 nearby creatures to launch a fierce attack. Pi! The small figure of Pikachu leaped into the air, blowing a chilling icy wind that froze the few people attempting to escape, turning them into motionless ice sculptures, with frost glistening around them. After dealing with these 2, Pikachu didn't pause for a moment, its small legs swiftly moving as it dashed towards where Ye Qing was fighting. The 2 are organization members surrounding Ye Qing, and Wang Yao realized the tide had turned, a flash of panic crossing their faces. They left one creature to cover their retreat, and quickly fled into the dense forest. Courting death, Ye Qing said coldly. The fiery monkey and forest lizard moved effortlessly through the forest, agilely weaving between the trees. The 2 are organization members hadn't gotten far before the creatures intercepted them from the side, the sharp leaf blades and searing fire punches knocking them to the ground with painful cries. It's over. Wang Yao sat down on the ground, finally realizing that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Commanding creatures in a life-or-death battle was a first for him. The adrenaline rush during the fight had masked his fear, but now that it was over, he couldn't help but shiver, his legs weak. The ranger, clutching his bloodied abdomen, rode over on his majestic Arcanine, asking in a deep voice, "Thank you. May I ask who you are?" As he approached, Wang Yao noticed that although this ranger was younger than the old man they had seen before, streaks of white hair had already appeared at his temples, and his eyes were weathered. "We are." Ye Qing began to answer, but noticed the ranger's expression suddenly change. Following his gaze, he saw Pikachu standing at the cave entrance, looking anxious and waving its small hands urgently, as if there was an emergency. "Hold on. Come with me," the ranger said briefly, immediately riding the Arcanine and following Pikachu quickly into the depths of the cave. Ye Qing swiftly made a decision. Let's follow and see. He left the fiery monkey outside on guard and picked up the unconscious Psyduck, following closely behind the ranger into the cave. Wang Yao awkwardly smiled at the fierce Gyarados, quickly recalling it into its pokeball when it wasn't looking, and then called the forest lizard to follow quickly. The group passed through a dark tunnel, where faint moonlight trickled in ahead. After a short walk, they arrived in a spacious cave, the cool moonlight pouring down from an opening above. "What's that gassy smell?" Wang Yao frowned, waving his hand in front of his nose to dispel the pungent odor. In the center of the cave stood a large stone platform, and atop it lay a massive meteorite over 2 meters in diameter, its surface pitted like the moon. It glowed eerily under the moonlight. "MT Moon," Ye Qing murmured, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "What's MT Moon?" Wang Yao asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. "Nothing." Ye Qing shook his head without explaining. He looked around and noticed that besides the meteorite, there were 5 or 6 Cleffa lying on the ground, covered in wounds and weakly curled together. The injured Pikachu had returned to its companions, struggling to emit healing waves to treat them, the gentle green light flickering in the dark cave. But judging by its exhausted state and the faint green glow, it was clear it didn't have enough strength to heal all its companions. Seeing this, Ye Qing immediately took out a few bottles of healing spray from his backpack and, together with Wang Yao, stepped forward to help treat the injured Cleffa. They carefully sprayed the medicine on the Cleffa's wounds, watching as the medication took effect and their breathing became steady. After the ranger finished treating the last Cleffa, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and sincerely said, "Thank you all. If it weren't for your timely intervention, these people might have succeeded." Pikachu, seemingly the leader of the Cleffa group, dragged its weary body to carefully retrieve 2 moonstones from beneath the meteorite. With a joyful hop, it presented the stones to Ye Qing and Wang Yao, its eyes full of gratitude. Wang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, moonstones!" He turned to Ye Qing, excitedly saying, "Qing, it looks like they're thanking us." "Thank you." Ye Qing accepted the moonstone, weighing it in his hand. Since it was Pikachu's gesture of appreciation, he couldn't refuse it, could he? Seeing them accept its gift, Pikachu let out a cheerful cry, clapping its small hands together, a satisfied smile spreading across its face. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.